Lu Han, don't come over yet. And Zhu cupped her hands into a megaphone shape and shouted at him. Look at the mountain behind you. Her voice echoed in the wind. After getting the herbs, Lu Han carefully stored them away. He turned around and looked at the mountain ridge. The top wasn't very big. After walking back a little, he saw a completely different scene. A tea mountain came into view. When Lu Han saw the full mountain of tea trees, he almost thought they were planted by people, if not for their wild, unorganized growth. Xiao Zhu would definitely be happy to see this. Lu Han carried the herbs and used the vines to return to the other side. And Zhu's eyes lit up instantly. Lu Han, is that tea tree over there? If he wasn't mistaken, it looked like an ancient tea tree. From afar, the tall tea trees looked like open umbrellas. Such a tea tree must be hundreds of years old, if not more. If these ancient tea trees could still produce new tea, the taste would be excellent. Yes, Lu Han confirmed. Not only that ancient tea tree, but there is also a tea forest at the foot of the mountain. Lu Han's gaze fell on Anju. He clearly felt her eyes brighten. She was so excited, she gestured wildly, eager to fly over immediately. Lu Han, there's a tea forest over there? How big is it? A few acres, Lu Han estimated. The large tea forest was naturally grown. From the mountain top, the lush green tea trees looked especially refreshing. This is like hitting the jackpot, and Zhu said happily. How can I get over there? I don't know if Uncle Gu and Uncle Chong have found the way or not. If they haven't, and all I see is a sea of tea trees, I might just be at a loss. I will take you there, Lu Han said, handing the spiritual herb to Dr. Luo. Dr. Luo carefully held the herb as if it were fragile, almost worshipping it. He took a small box from his bag and gently placed the herb inside. Grandpa Luo, if you put the herb in this box, will it still be usable? And Zhu asked curiously, not hearing Lu Han say he could take her there. Below is a steep cliff, and she was afraid. This box is special. It can keep the herb fresh and effective, Dr. Luo said, carefully closing the box. He was eager to process the herb right away. But making the herb into medicine is complicated, and the mountain isn't suitable for it. Third Chong, Dr. Luo called loudly. After getting the herb, he planned to go back down the mountain. When Chong-san returned, he brought old Lu with him.
Dr.
Luo decided to leave old Lu behind as they headed down. Both old Lu and Sunji are honest and kind. If they find the tea forest, they might help pick tea in the future. Lu Han's wife, are you still looking for the way? Old Lu wondered. Now that the herb was found, why still look for the way? Old Lu, there's a tea mountain over there. I want to go see it. Please help me find the way. I will thank you later. And Zhu said humbly. No problem. It's just finding the way. No need to thank me, old Lu replied, turning to look for Sun Ji and the others. On the mountaintop, only Anju and Lu Han remained. Little Zhu, should I take you there? Lu Han suggested. No, Anju quickly shook her head. It's too high. If I go alone, it might be easy, but with me, it's too dangerous. Since I decided to take you, I can do it, Lu Han said, glancing at the sky. They were running out of time and it was almost noon. He warned, if they find the way, it might get dark. Today you won't see the tea trees. And Zhu hesitated. The tea trees across looked like a silent temptation. In the deep mountain forest, naturally grown tea trees and the tea made from their leaves must be very fragrant. Once she had her own tea, she wouldn't have to worry about the bamboo garden being discovered. The business of Yupingxiang is very profitable, and she knows it well. As long as there are tea leaves, Yupingxiang tea will always be a money-making opportunity. Faced with temptation, Anju asked, how confident are you? About 90%, Lu Han replied confidently. Even if he were completely sure, he would still tease her a little now. What if the remaining 10% luck isn't on our side? If it falls, wouldn't we be shattered into pieces? Anju looked ahead at the bottom of the cliff, which was deep and unfathomable. The weather was clear now, and after the fog cleared, there was a lush green below. Do you want to try betting? Lu Han looked at her with a smile. Anju asked, what should I do? In the end, she decided to go ahead. Instead of wasting time here, she thought it was better to take a chance. Since Dr. Luo spoke so highly of Lu Han, he probably wouldn't take her if he wasn't confident. Close your eyes. Lu Han loosened his belt and wrapped their waists together. The awkward position made Anju's pretty face turn slightly red. Lu Han, I'm so fat. I hope I won't break the vine. Lu Han embraced her waist and said, hold me tight and close your eyes. Anju hugged his neck tightly with both hands, closed her eyes, and buried her face in his chest. She felt her body lift into the air, as if she was floating. Her heart seemed to rise with her, and she couldn't touch the ground beneath her feet. When Lu Han caught her, and they landed on the other side, he looked down and smiled. If you don't breathe out now, you'll either fall to your death or suffocate. Her eyelashes fluttered nervously, and her trembling hands held him tightly, making him feel like they were back in the old days. He remembered once when they went to a haunted house. Anju was brave and said she wasn't afraid at all. But once inside, she clung to him like a koala. From the moment they entered until they left, she didn't dare open her eyes. Back then, she was just like today, holding him tightly, her eyelashes trembling with fear. Anju took a deep breath and, when she saw they had really reached the other side, she immediately smiled and ran toward the ancient tea tree. Unfortunately, she completely forgot that they were tied together with a belt around their waists. She suddenly tilted sideways and fell. Lu Han also fell down with her. When they hit the ground, Lu Han used his strength to fall onto the ground himself, while Anju landed on top of him. Her head hit Lu Han's chest, and she almost cried from the pain. Was this chest made of stone? Why is it so firm? Where did you hit? Does it hurt? Lu Han asked with concern. Anju looked up. His caring expression made her feel like she was back in the past. In the old days, Lu Xiaohan looked at her with the same eyes. Every time she got hurt, he was very worried. Anju, stay alert. Don't mistake their looks for him being Lu Xiaohan. Anju suddenly felt nervous. She quickly got up, but her waist was tightly wrapped with a belt, like a kind of restraint. She couldn't stand up smoothly and fell back down. She instinctively supported herself, but couldn't change the fact that she had fallen. At the moment their lips touched, she could clearly feel the coldness of his lips and even his fresh breath. Anju was stunned. She hurriedly moved away, panicking as she untied the belt around her waist. The more she panicked, the harder it was to untie, and her face turned red with frustration. Little Zhu, let go. I'll do it, Lu Han said helplessly, watching her struggle. If she kept messing around, his body's fire would be about to ignite. His fingers quickly untied the belt, and Zhu ran away fast, pretending to look at the tea trees, keeping her distance. Lu Han touched his lips, retied the belt, and looked at her back. Little Zhu, we are husband and wife. Not real, and Zhu answered without hesitation. She carefully looked at the tall, ancient tea trees. It was a good time to harvest winter tea, which showed that the previous tea was expensive. But winter tea isn't bad either. These ancient tea trees, hundreds of years old, if processed well, produce fragrant tea leaves. Great news, and Zhu looked at the tea mountain. She was worried earlier about how to pick the tea leaves, but now she had an idea. She bypassed the ancient tea trees and went to the other side of the mountain. A natural tea forest appeared before her eyes. Even in winter, the green tea forest looked like a vast ocean of green. Her heart was excited. She started picking tea leaves immediately, not wasting a moment. How do I pick them? Lu Han asked. And Zhu pretended not to hear. Lu Han looked at her reddening ears and said, It's still early. Maybe I can help pick some tea leaves. Like this, and Zhu threw him a handful of already picked tea leaves. Anju's fingers carefully picked tea leaves from the ancient tea tree. Soon, she gathered a handful of tea. To make picking easier, she decided to take off her outer coat. It's cold, Lu Han said, immediately removing his coat and tying it into a bag to give to her. Anju looked at him while holding the coat, as if asking, Aren't you cold? I'm a man, Lu Han replied, holding a sample in one hand and picking tea with the other. He deliberately held it up in front of her for comparison. See? I think I did a good job. With your speed, You won't even pick a pound of tea by sunset, Anju said, biting her lip. She pushed aside her thoughts and focused on picking tea leaves. Even though it was cold now, the tea leaves on the ancient tea tree looked very good. She didn't know when she would come back, but while picking, she worked very quickly. She even wondered if she could use space to help pick tea. But as soon as the idea came up, she shook her head and pushed the lazy thought away. Since having the bamboo garden, she had become lazier. However, she wondered if the tea she picked and put into the special tea-making pot in the bamboo garden would turn into tea by itself, just like the tea leaves on the bamboo. While Lu Han wasn't paying attention, Anju quietly put the tea from her pocket into the tea-making pot in the bamboo garden. Soon, the dried tea sat in the pot.
Ha ha ha, Anju laughed happily, almost dropping her coat in her excitement.
Lu Han quickly caught her, curious about her bright smile. Could she be so happy just from picking tea? I just thought of something happy, Anju said with a gentle smile. The next moment, she carried her coat and went back to picking tea. Is this the right way? Gu Chun's voice came from the foot of the mountain. Anju immediately called out loudly. Here. We're here. Gu Chun, Sun Ji, and old Lu had all climbed up the mountain. She hurriedly went forward. Did you find the way up the mountain? Yes, there's a path at the foot of the mountain. It goes around and leads up here. Gu Chun nodded and answered. Old Lu looked at the tea forest and sighed. I've never been deep into the mountains, but this tea is even better than the ones outside. There isn't much in Dongxing village, just many small hills. Some wealthy merchants have specially planted tea forests. Compared to this natural tea grove in front of us, it's like heaven and earth. Uncle Lu, usually no one dares to come here, Sun Ji thought. If it weren't for the medicine carried by the doctor, and if they hadn't been lucky enough to encounter a wild boar and avoid it, who would dare to enter these deep mountains? The mountains of Legong Mountain are known to be dangerous. That's true. Uncle Lu nodded in agreement. Uncle Lu, Sun Ji, are you willing to come here to pick tea leaves? And Zhu asked directly. If we move quickly, we can pick a batch of tea. Of course. We won't let you work for nothing. For tea worth 100 coins per jean, are you willing? 100 coins per jean? Uncle Lu and Sun Ji, one old and one young, widened their eyes. Uncle Lu asked, did I hear that right? Yes, 100 coins per jean. But the tea must be of this quality. Not all tea leaves are suitable, and Zhu casually took some tea leaves from his pocket and showed them. All the tea leaves should look like this. That sounds good. But Xiao Zhu, I've never heard of tea costing so much, Uncle Lu, who has lived a long life, said. Usually fresh tea leaves cost only a few dozen coins per jean, and lower quality ones are just a dozen or so coins. Every spring, Uncle Lu picks some tea leaves to fry himself, but unfortunately, he can only enjoy them himself. Today's harvest pays today, and Zhu said confidently. Uncle Lu and Sun Ji immediately started picking tea leaves, without any hesitation. It's getting late. We should head home before it gets dark. Lu Han looked up at the sky and reminded them. Just a little longer, and Zhu said, watching the sun still high. He kept picking tea leaves, his pocket almost full. Yes, just a bit more time to pick tea. Uncle Lu, who has been in the mountains for years, estimated the time and continued. Even if he only picked half a jean, at 100 coins per jean, that's 50 coins. Thinking this way, Uncle Lu didn't want to leave. Neither did Sun Ji. They kept their heads down and continued picking tea leaves. Although Gu Chun isn't short of money, he still loves tea, especially good tea. He wonders how the winter tea tastes when brewed. Anju's stomach was growling. Only then did she remember that she hadn't even had lunch today because she was busy picking tea leaves. When she returned home, it was already dark. Uncle Lu and Sun Ji had been following her all the way to the Lu family. Anju immediately weighed the tea leaves and handed over the coins. Uncle Lu, 110 coins. Sun Ji, 90 coins. The tea on the mountain wasn't easy to pick, or they would have gathered more. After receiving the money, Uncle Lu and Sun Ji looked at each other. He asked, Lu Han's wife, can we go pick tea leaves again tomorrow? Are you still collecting? Sun Ji also asked. There are many tea trees in that area, and plenty of tea leaves to pick. Yes, Anju replied firmly. But Just the two of you won't be enough. It's getting cold every day, and the cold wind is strong. Who knows when you'll get too cold? If that happens, the tea leaves won't be good anymore. All right, we'll discuss tonight and go pick tea together. But Uncle Lu paused. Lu Han's wife, if only the two of us pick, it might not be enough, right? Can I ask my family to help? Sunji thought about the 100 coins per jean. If he could bring his wife along, that would be even better. Sunji, you can talk to your father. Anyone in the village willing to help can come. But, the place we go is deep in the mountains. It takes brave people, preferably those who are skilled, to go there. Just in case we encounter wild animals, everyone should be able to return safely. By the way, if we go together, we can look out for each other, Anju added. Make sure everyone understands the risks involved. After seeing off Sunji and Uncle Lu, Anju looked at Gu Chun nearby. She hadn't asked yet, but Gu Chun said, I don't want money. Can I exchange for some dried tea leaves? Gu Chun had tasted the tea from the first fragrance before, and it was very good. He shyly smiled. I'll go pick tea leaves again tomorrow. You don't need to pay me then. All right, Anju said, going back to her room and handing him a jar of tea leaves. Gu Chun took the tea leaves and repeatedly said he would continue picking tea tomorrow, and he wouldn't accept any money. Everyone was hungry after a whole day. Gu Chun was also invited to stay for dinner. Anju's stomach was already very hungry. Are you guys going to pick medicine? Why are you picking tea now? Mother Lu asked curiously. At noon, she saw Dr. Luo and Chong San return, saying they had collected medicinal herbs. Knowing that Lu Han and the others were still in the mountains and safe, Mother Lu felt relieved. We found a tea forest deep in the mountains, along with an ancient tea tree that is hundreds of years old. I plan to harvest the tea leaves, process them into tea, and sell it. And Ju was eating her meal eagerly, as she hadn't eaten since noon and had walked a long way. Her stomach was already very hungry. Making tea is not easy. Do you know how? Mother Lu looked at Anju. It's not that she looked down on her, but usually, experienced tea makers have been doing it for decades. Young girls like Anju, at her age, rarely know how. I can buy the tea leaves and have others process them, Anju said cautiously, not daring to claim she knew how to make tea. Lu Han chimed in, I know a master who makes tea. He secretly gave Anju a look, and she immediately nodded in agreement. Mother Lu was not suspicious. She said, buying tea leaves is good. Honor, you shouldn't go up the mountain anymore. She was worried about Lu Han's leg. Mother, I only go up the mountain on their backs. I don't use my legs, Lu Han replied. Besides, my leg is completely fine now. Don't worry. How can I not worry? Your leg just got better, and I'm afraid. Mother Lu didn't finish her sentence, but Lu Han interrupted her. Mother, don't worry. My leg is fine now. There won't be any more problems. We won't be eating at home tomorrow noon either, he said. After dinner, Lu Han took Anju inside to practice calligraphy. He said, Xiaozhu, go ahead and process the tea. If we don't have enough, we can buy a house. Buying a house sounded like buying vegetables to Lu Han. Anju smiled, grateful for his kindness. She said thank you, but no need. Before she could write many characters, they heard someone from the Sun family arriving. Sun Dekai, Zhu Cuixiang, Sun Ji, and Sun Sheng came over. Lu Han's wife, do you really need people to pick the tea? Sun Dekai asked when he heard Sun Ji mention tea picking. He couldn't sit still. If Sun Ji hadn't yet eaten dinner, he might have come earlier. The Sun family and Anju confirmed that the tea was worth 100 won per jean, and everyone could go pick it. They immediately started contacting villagers. It was too slow to notify each household one by one, so Sun Dekai took out a gong to call everyone. Late at night, the sound of drums was very loud. Uncle Da, what's going on? What's happening? What's happening? People from the village rushed over. Soon, a crowd gathered around Sun Ditsai. Sun Ji held a torch nearby. Sun Ditsai loudly said, Good news. Good money-making news. Uncle Da, what kind of good money-making news is this? When they heard about making money, everyone's eyes lit up. Sun Ditsai didn't rush to explain. He waited until most people arrived, then said, "A few days ago, Dr. Luo and Sun Ji went to pick herbs in the mountains. They found a tea forest deep in Leigong Mountain. The Lu family plans to buy the tea leaves at 100 coins per gene. Of course, only the good leaves will be picked, not just any. 100 coins per gene? Uncle Da, is the Lu family really going to buy tea leaves? Why aren't the Lu family members here?" The villagers talked excitedly. Then Lu Han appeared. He confirmed that they would buy the tea leaves at that price. He also warned, "If you decide to go pick tea in the deep part of Leigong Mountain, you must follow my instructions. Don't go alone. Otherwise, if you meet wild boars or wolves in the mountains and get hurt or eaten, don't blame the Lu family." Lu Han's voice was cold and strict. His presence made the villagers, who were excited about the money, hesitate. After all, money is good, but life is more important. "Did you encounter wild boars on the mountain?" someone asked. Lu Han didn't answer. He looked at Sun Ji. His words might not be trusted by everyone or even doubted, but everyone believed what Sun Ji said. "When we went, we carried herbs to repel insects. We met wild boars, but we quietly moved away. They left us alone," Sun Ji said honestly. Old Uncle Lu also spoke. "There are definitely dangers in the mountains, but we are many, and once we reach the tea forest, it's quite safe. As long as everyone stays together and doesn't run around, we'll come back safely," Lu Han said calmly. The villagers looked at each other. Sun Ji volunteered, "I will go pick tea leaves tomorrow." "I'll go too," Sun Ditsai agreed. Old Uncle Lu and Old Tian also spoke. Old Tian's leg had healed well. Soon more and more people signed up to pick tea leaves. I want to sign up too." Zhu Guangfa raised his hand to speak, and for a moment, everyone fell silent. Before, the Zhu family wouldn't even lend the Lu family a cart, and later they refused to sell them snails. Now they wanted to join in picking tea leaves? With everyone staring at him, Zhu Guangfa's face turned red all the way to his ears. Stammering, he said, "We also want to pick tea leaves." After Zhu Sheng injured his leg, the family spent nearly all their money on treatment. They even split up the household and sold their ox cart. Now, the Zhu family was truly short of money. At 100 coins per pound, even picking just 2 or 3 pounds could earn 2 or 300 coins. For the Zhu family, that was a large sum.
Lu Han stayed silent.
Sun Ditsai scolded sharply, "Zhu Guangfa, when they asked to borrow your cart, you not only demanded 50 coins but also made them kneel. Why didn't you think about today back then?" "Uncle Da, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong." Zhu Guangfa looked bitter, full of regret. Last time, because of the snail selling issue, the Zhu family had already lost a lot of money. In the end, they had to secretly ask the Lu family for help to sell them. This time, they couldn't afford to miss the chance again. Zhu Guangfa pleaded, "Lu Han, please don't hold grudges. I've already scolded Ma Xiaohong harshly. From now on, if there's anything I can help with, I surely will." He had already thrown away his pride. "Zhu Guangfa, your ox cart is gone," Ma Shunzi from the village added mockingly. He was known as a lazy man who always stirred trouble wherever there was a crowd.
Ha ha ha.
Everyone laughed. What help could Zhu Guangfa really offer the Lu family? The Lu family had their own cart. If Lu Han hadn't been away in the city last time, the Zhu family wouldn't have had any chance at all. "Lu Han, I apologize to you," Zhu Guangfa begged humbly, and even his relatives joined in to plead. Sun Ditsai kicked at him and said, "If you want to apologize, let your wife apologize to his wife." Yes, Uncle Da is right. "Ma Xiaohong, go and apologize to Lu Han's wife," Zhu Guangfa said, pulling Ma Xiaohong out from the crowd. Ma Xiaohong was unwilling, but under Zhu Guangfa's stern glare, she reluctantly walked over to Anju. She wanted to speak, but the words of apology just wouldn't come out. "Little Zhuor, do you think we should let them pick tea leaves?" Lu Han looked at her and said, "If you say yes, then yes. If you say no, then no. There are many people in the village who want to pick tea leaves, so they are not short of them." Lu Han intentionally said this to subtly raise Anju's status. "I'm sorry," Ma Xiaohong quickly said, getting upset. "Fat girl, if you hadn't said you would break my son's leg, I wouldn't have caused trouble for you on the ox cart. Now we've all faced consequences, so you can't stop us from picking tea leaves. Ma Xiaohong was usually quite fiery, and even when she apologized, her tone was sharp. If it weren't for Zhu Sheng from your family taking my brother to Chang Lefang to gamble, would I be angry? Besides, it wasn't me who broke your son's leg. It was someone from Chang Lefang. Do you think that just because someone warns others in anger, you should make things difficult for them? And Zhu calmly responded and looked at Xie Xiaohong nearby. Aunt Tian, if I remember correctly, Madame Zhu used to curse people a lot. How exactly did she curse? Before Aunt Tian could speak, a woman from the village said, I know. Every time she cursed, she said people's sons were born without a certain part, and that they would have no descendants. The woman not only said this but also mimicked her tone very well. And Zhu looked at Ma Xiaohong with a puzzled expression and said, Madame Zhu, if someone you cursed in the past had something happen to their family, it would be your fault. They would hold a grudge against you. You're talking nonsense. Ma Xiaohong became anxious. The village isn't only me who curses people like that. Others do it too. Ma Xiaohong casually pulled out a few people she often argued with, though she loved to argue with whenever they met. Seeing that a fight was about to start, and Zhu said, the Zhu family can go pick tea leaves, but only one person. Uncle Da, I am also a very cautious person. I kneel to the heavens, to my parents, but I wouldn't kneel to just anyone. That night, I secretly went to the clinic with my mother. The doctor said that if we had come any later, my mother might never be able to stand again, and Zhu exaggerated her words on purpose. She could feel that if they refused to cooperate, neither Uncle Da nor the villagers would agree. However, doing so might harm the reputation of the Lu family. Currently, Zhu Guangfa's family was quite pitiful in the village. His younger son Zhu Sheng's leg was disabled, and the elderly couple had separated their two older children to care for the younger one. People tend to sympathize with the weak. The Zhu family was suffering now, and if the Lu family acted harshly, their reputation for being stingy would spread. As long as the tea leaves are good quality, it doesn't matter who they pick from. Damaging the Zhu family's reputation isn't worth it. Lu Han's wife, you're not petty at all, Sun Dekai initially spoke because he felt sorry for Zhu Guangfa's family. Now that Zhu was willing to step back and pick tea alone, that was fine. Anyway, Ma Xiaohong wasn't going either. Xiao Zhu, you're returning kindness with evil. If it were me, I wouldn't accept the tea, Xie Xiaohong said coldly, looking at Ma Xiaohong. Her actions that day truly surprised her. Madame Zhu, I'll be honest with you. If the tea you picked doesn't look good, don't say I made things difficult for you, and Zhu warned coldly. She took out the picked tea and handed it around. Tea that costs 100 coins per jin must have leaves like these in my hand. If anyone tries to pass off inferior leaves, I won't buy any tea from their family again. After saying that, Zhu added, this winter, we'll pick the last batch of tea. Next spring, there will be plenty of time to pick more. I hope all the uncles and aunts will pick good tea leaves. The price will be fair then. Everyone agreed they would pick the best tea leaves. On the way home, Sun Dekai explained Zhu Guangfa's situation. And Zhu smiled and said Uncle Do is right. As the village chief of Dongxing village, he cares for every villager. That's what makes him a good leader. And Zhu made Sun Dekai happy. When she got home, she stretched and said, oh no, I forgot to ask Grandpa Luo for the herbal medicine to drive away snakes and insects. What if we encounter a wild animal? In a hurry, and Zhu wanted to go find it, but Lu Han stopped her. Xiao Zhu, you don't need to go. I've already brought it, he said. Lu Han took out a bag of herbs from the corner. We'll divide it up ourselves and give some to the villagers later. Lu Han, you are thinking too carefully, and Zhu happily packed each bag, while Mother Lu had already sewn the cloth bags. Mother, I will also pay you salary when the time comes. Sewing these bags is hard work, and Zhu was in a very good mood. She had solved a big problem. It's just some fabric scraps, sewing bags. What's so hard about that? Mother Lu chuckled at her words. It was the first time someone had said they would pay her a salary. That's not what I mean. When we come back, I'll cook dinner. It's tiring work, and Zhu insisted on paying Mother Lu. The family happily chatted together. Suddenly, and Zhu asked worriedly, Lu Han, what if we go deep into the mountains and encounter wild boars or wolf packs? Since they planned to ask villagers to pick tea leaves in the mountains, they had to ensure everyone's safety. If something happened to anyone, it would be a big problem.
I've thought about it.
Tomorrow I will talk to Uncle Da. Everyone going up the mountain to pick tea leaves should bring a knife, and those who can shoot arrows should bring them too. We need to protect ourselves along the way, and there must be strong workers, Lu Han replied. He knew the deep mountains of Lei Gong Mountain had many wild animals, so safety was very important. I plan to teach everyone a set of martial arts and archery. That way, everyone can better protect themselves, he added. Looking at her, Lu Han asked, Do you still want to learn martial arts? And Zhu's eyes lit up instantly. She had learned some fighting skills, which were quite useful in peacetime. But here, they weren't enough. I'll teach you a set of martial arts. Practice it every day. It will strengthen your body and help you defend yourself, Lu Han said, remembering he had planned to teach her after her legs healed. Now, he was finally keeping his promise. Mother Lu disagreed, saying, Honor, what does a girl need to learn martial arts for? Mother, having more skills doesn't hurt, and Zhu replied, very interested. Did you embroider today? Mother Lu asked. And Zhu hesitated. They didn't talk about embroidery anymore, and there remained a happy mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. If you want to learn martial arts, I don't oppose it. But you also need to learn needlework, Mother Lu said. From now on, you need to embroider for half an hour every day. I don't expect you to become a master embroiderer as long as you can make clothes for honor. And Zhu was about to speak but was interrupted by Mother Lu, who said, You can buy Hainer's outer coat, but what about the inner clothes? Shoes and socks? You can't expect other women to make those for Hainer, can you? Mother, I will learn, and Zhu said, convinced. Although she didn't plan to spend her whole life with Hainer, she thought Mother Lu's idea was good. How is your handwriting coming along? Mother Lu asked. And Zhu learned to read and write with Hainer. She knew how to do it and agreed with it. You've made great progress, and Zhu said proudly. Soon after, she ran inside and brought out her copy of the 3-character classic, handing it to Mother Lu. Mom, look. Do you think I've improved a lot? The characters looked simple, but when placed together, they lacked any beauty. Mother Lu's mouth twitched. Xiao Zhu, your handwriting, even if you showed it to the noble young ladies in the capital, or to the carefully raised girls in Yang County, do you think you'd stand a chance? And Zhu shyly touched her nose. Mother Lu scolded. Xiao Zhu, you need to practice your writing every day. By the way, there's a piece of jiaodong in the cellar. When can I take it out for Xiao Zhu to learn? Mother Lu's words made Zhu pause. She asked, Is jiaodong a guqin? Yes, Hainer said, clearing his throat. Should I go get it now? Without waiting, Hainer went straight to the cellar. And Zhu made an excuse and followed. She asked, Hainer, what does Mother mean? Is she trying to teach me music, chess, calligraphy, and painting? She looked unhappy. I don't know those things. Mother plays the qin beautifully and is willing to teach you. Aren't you happy? Hainer was glad that Mother Lu was teaching Zhu. It meant she was slowly accepting her. Otherwise, when Miao Miao learned the qin, she had to hire someone to teach her. Even Mother Lu didn't personally teach Miao Miao, Hainer added on purpose. Then I really appreciate Mother for thinking so highly of me, and Zhu replied with a fake smile. She was tone-deaf and couldn't sing even the simplest song without going off-key. How could someone like her learn the qin? Oh heavens, please have mercy on her. Wow, is this jiaodong? It's so beautiful, and Zhu said, captivated the moment she saw the qin. Not only is it beautiful, but the sound it makes is also very nice. Lu Han's words did not elicit any opinion from Zhu. It is only in later times that the music becomes truly beautiful. Until Lu Mu played a piece called Feng Qiu Huang, and Zhu realized that Lu Han's words were actually quite modest. Lu Mu has a very good temperament. Even dressed in simple cotton clothes, sitting beside the zither, her presence instantly feels noble and elegant. And Zhu finally believes the saying, a person with a literary background exudes grace. True elegance comes from within. Even without luxurious surroundings or fancy clothes, Lu Mu, who plays the zither seriously, is very beautiful and captivating. The gentle melody carries a faint sadness. When the song ended, Lu Mu gently stroked the strings and said, "When your father heard this piece, he didn't even know its name." Although she sounded a bit dismissive, her eyes showed deep longing. "Mother, your husband is just a rough man. Asking him to listen to music is like talking to a cow," Lu Han said clearly about his late father. His casual words also revealed that their family was harmonious. Lu Mu chuckled softly, with a look of nostalgia in her eyes. "Yes, but every time I played the zither, your father listened very carefully. He's watching you," Lu Han said. This piece instantly brought him back to the past. Their family of 3 had no concubines or servants. Although Lu's father was a rough man, he loved only his wife all his life. This zither was a gift from Lu's father. He even fought with others to get it. "Let's not talk about this, Xiao Zhu. Do you want to learn?" Lu Mu changed the subject. "Although it's difficult for you at your age, I believe that as long as you want to learn, you can do well." Lu Mu's encouraging eyes, combined with the scene just now, made Zhu like her very much. She nodded and said, "Yes." At this moment, Zhu didn't know that in the near future, she would regret and want to cry. "Good." Lu Mu taught seriously, and Zhu listened very carefully. Lu Han added some charcoal to the fire, making it burn brighter. The small house was peaceful and quiet. While exercising, Zhu looked excitedly at Lu Han. She asked, "Can I learn light skills?" Lu Han glanced at her and said, "Light skills don't come overnight. To learn them, you need to start with basic training. Right now, you can only jump a little farther or hop a little higher than others." Seeing her eager and hopeful expression, he didn't want to discourage her. He said, "I'll teach you a set of 8 directions fist. It can be used to attack or defend, and it's better than your previous rough skills. Are my skills just rough?" And Zhu was annoyed. She puffed up her cheeks and said, "I may not have a master like you since I was young, but I have strength and I fight pretty well. Okay, let's have a little competition," Lu Han said, putting one hand behind his back. "I'll give you one hand. If you can knock me down, you win." In modern times, Zhu was a martial arts expert. She could handle ordinary men easily. But in the Zhou dynasty, people valued strength over culture. If they pulled a man off the street, he might know a few moves. That was dangerous for Zhu. In a small county like Yangchuan, there were many talented people. But she hadn't met any yet. "You really underestimate me." And Zhu's eyebrows furrowed, feeling insulted. She rubbed her hands, shook her legs, and her eyes burned with fighting spirit. She circled around Lu Han and said, "Your legs are good. What if I hurt your leg? If you can hurt me, that's your skill," Lu Han said with a slight smile, confident and full of energy. And Zhu snorted. "Don't blame me if I hurt your leg later." In her heart, she cursed silently. Lu Han was too arrogant. "I'm coming." And Zhu charged forward. She had many fighting skills, having once won a martial arts championship. She was confident she could defeat Lu Han and make his arrogance suffer. After a tea time, she not only failed to knock him down but even touched his clothes. Her kicking skills were useless against him, and her over-the-shoulder throw was even worse. He used her own force against her and tied her up. "Let go," and Zhu's hands were caught by Lu Han and placed around her neck. She stood in front of him, looking like a hostage. "Can I learn 8 directions fist?" Lu Han let go of her hand and no longer teased Zhu. He smiled as he looked at her, feeling happy because he no longer needed her protection. Now he could protect her himself. And Zhu nodded quickly, understanding that losing was not shameful, right? Preparing herself mentally, and Zhu looked at Lu Han, planning to learn from him. Lao Tian, Sun Dekai, Sun Ji, and a large group of people had all come together today because they were picking tea leaves. Uncle, since you all brought knives and similar tools, I think I should remind everyone," Lu Han said happily, noticing everyone had weapons like knives and bows. Lao Lu had said that when going into the deep mountains, we should be well prepared. Sun Dekai had talked with Lao Lu and Sun Ji yesterday for a long time about how to pick tea safely and return home safely. That was the most important thing. Otherwise, even if the tea was valuable, if they lost their lives, it would all be for nothing. Everyone carried a burlap bag on their back to easily put the picked tea leaves inside. And Zhu took out the medicinal pouches she made last night. She handed one to each person, and everyone was very happy to hang it at their waist. Is this medicinal pouch free? Ma Shun hung his pouch at his waist and suddenly remembered something. His voice made everyone pause their actions of hanging the pouches and look at Anju together. This medicinal pouch is free this time. It can last through this tea-picking trip. If you want to pick tea again next spring, you'll have to buy your own, Anju said. She didn't want to seem overly kind, but she was eager to pick the tea quickly. These pouches were just a small reward. When next spring came to pick tea, she wouldn't give out the pouches anymore. Don't worry, everyone. I asked Luo Lang, and such herbal pouches only cost about 10 cents to make, Anju added. Everyone relaxed a little. 10 cents wasn't much, and if they picked 2 or 3 jin of tea a day, they could earn enough to cover it. The most important thing was that these pouches weren't single-use. If kept well, they could last through a whole spring. Lu Han counted the people. Most were strong men from the village, along with some capable women. There were about 180 people in total. Lu Han jumped onto the wall and stood there, looking down at everyone. He said loudly, "Divide yourselves into groups of 10. Each group will have a leader responsible for your movements. If anyone dares to leave the group without permission and gets caught by wild wolves, don't blame us for not helping." Yes, I agree with Lu Han. Sun Dekai also thought this was good. As the village chief, he quickly organized the 10 people into groups. It's okay if you're bitten by a wild wolf alone, but don't endanger all of us, Lu Han added. This made everyone pay more attention. Those chosen as team leaders were especially excited. After dividing into groups, everyone started heading into the deep tea forest on Leigong Mountain. Uncle Lu and Sun Ji each led a team. They knew the way best. Lu Han and Anju stayed at the back of the group. Anju looked at his leg and asked, "Maybe Uncle Gu should carry you? If your leg has a problem, what will we do? I'll walk for a while first. When I get tired, Uncle Gu can carry me," Lu Han replied. He wasn't in a rush like that day to go into the mountain to see her. Plus, with so many people, the pace wasn't too fast. Everyone didn't complain about being tired because they wanted to pick tea leaves. When they reached the tea forest, they just exchanged a few words and then started picking tea. And Zhu handed out tea leaves to everyone, worried that some might not meet the standards. To protect the tea forest, she also reminded everyone not to break the tea trees so they could harvest again next year. With more people, they could pick more tea leaves. By noon, Anju took out some cakes to eat, hoping everyone would rest a little. Unfortunately, no one listened to her. "We can just eat a little. Picking tea is more important," old Tian said casually. He carried a bamboo basket, tossing the tea leaves directly inside. Much easier than using a sack. "It's not easy to come here," he added. The villagers usually just ate a little and then went to pick tea. They didn't bother to sit down and heat the cakes like Anju did. They all returned home safely, each with a good harvest. When they arrived back in the village, it was already dark. The villagers had been waiting at the Lu family's house. Seeing Sun Dekai and his group return safely, everyone was very excited. "Mom, do we have any copper coins at home?" And Ju was so happy she forgot to check. When she counted the money later, she realized there weren't that many copper coins. Lu Mu went inside and brought out a jar of copper coins, saying, "All the money we have is in here. I was planning to use it to buy grain." The Lu family were newcomers and didn't farm the land. Therefore, Lu Mu's words did not seem surprising to anyone. Lu Han was responsible for taking notes. Gu Chun and Sun Dekai were in charge of measuring the tea leaves, and Anju was counting money. Everyone had clear roles, and each person from the Lu family was very happy. They went out early today and returned late. Even though they lost some time on the road, the villagers were hardworking. Mashi, who often slacked off, picked over a pound of tea leaves. The women in the village picked the most, each gathering more than 2 jin of tea leaves. The couple picked 4 jin of tea leaves, earning exactly 400 coins. Because of this, everyone was very grateful to the Lu family. When they left, they carried a few hundred coins in their pockets, feeling very happy. After everyone finished buying tea leaves, and Zhu filled one corner with her share of the tea. Finally, I can eat. And Zhu, who was dieting, was tired after a whole day. She only ate a bowl of rice to fill her stomach halfway, then decisively put down her chopsticks and started learning to embroider handkerchiefs. The task assigned by Lu Mu yesterday was to embroider a handkerchief for half an hour each day, play the piano for half an hour, and practice writing characters with Lu Han. And Zhu's days were busy, but fulfilling. When she first tried playing the piano, she found it interesting and new. Lu Mu carefully taught her how to play each part, explaining what each string represented. Lu Mu explained everything clearly, and Zhu understood with her mind, but when she tried to play herself, she was stunned. Her fingers didn't listen well. "Mother, I can definitely learn to play," and Zhu said confidently. She wasn't very talented, but she was diligent and not afraid of losing. If she played poorly once, she would try again. Her fingertips, pricked by needles, knew the pain, but she kept practicing. Only she knew how it felt. Fortunately, with the bamboo garden as her cheat device, soaking her feet and hands daily helped her recover quickly. After half an hour, Anju managed to play the piece Lu Mu taught her, stumbling through it. "Mother, am I really amazing?" Anju looked proud. She was so focused on playing the piece that she didn't think about whether it sounded good or not. "Keep practicing tomorrow." Lu Mu didn't praise her, nor did she criticize her. Not praising her was already giving her face. Upon entering the room, Anju began grinding ink in preparation for her evening calligraphy practice. Seeing Lu Han trying not to laugh, she couldn't help but feel annoyed and pouted, saying, "If you want to laugh, just do it. Don't hold it in so much." Ha ha ha, Lu Han couldn't hold back and laughed happily. "Little Zhu, I almost feel sorry for my ears. If he didn't know the tune, he wouldn't guess what Anju was playing." And Zhu glared at him angrily, puffing out her cheeks. Her eyes seemed to want to stare a hole through him. She was so angry that she wanted to make him laugh, and surprisingly, he did. It's okay if you secretly laugh. But laughing so happily in front of her is just too much. Everyone who just started learning plays about the same as I do, right? And Zhu's eyes flickered as she looked at him and asked, "If you can laugh at me, why don't you try playing something yourself so I can hear?" "Me? Play?" Lu Han raised an eyebrow. And Zhu nodded confidently. Yes, yes. Not just the noble sons from big families, even the wealthy young men from the county probably know how to play the zither, right? "Play something for me." And Zhu looked at him with a playful smile, thinking, maybe he's just like his father, playing the wrong tune to a cow. In the end, neither of them is better than the other, so no one should laugh at anyone. "I'll go get the zither," and Zhu said, and went outside to fetch her instrument. Lu Mu was sewing clothes. Watching her move, she looked puzzled, as if asking, has the time come for her to learn the zither? "Mother, I want Lu Han to play a tune," and Zhu said with a mischievous smile. Lu Mu didn't need to guess. She already knew what she was up to. Seeing her excited expression, Lu Mu couldn't help but shake her head. Little Zhu can't take any loss. She had heard Lu Han's laughter just now very clearly. Maybe if Lu Han married her, it wouldn't be such a bad thing. At least he wouldn't be as stern and silent as before. Soon, gentle music filled the room. It was still the song Feng Qiu Huang, Phoenix Seeks a Mate. Unlike Anju's hesitant playing, Lu Han played the zither like a celestial being who had wandered into the mortal world. Though it was the same song, Lu Mu's version sounded tinged with gentle sadness, evoking a sense of melancholy. But what about Lu Han? His tune was completely different from Lu Mu's. It was cheerful, with no trace of sadness, only joy and admiration for his beloved. Lu Han's voice was cold and deep. When his voice blended with the music, the beautiful sound of the instrument seemed like background music. And Zhu gradually became interested in Lu Han. He looked like a hero from an ancient costume drama, handsome and bright. His tan skin looked healthy. Under thick black eyebrows, his deep eyes were like a vast universe, full of emotion. Does he have someone he loves? Suddenly, this thought came to Anju's mind. A song called Phoenix Seeks the Phoenix played, then the music stopped. Does he like Song Yu? Anju also thought of Song Yu. She looked dreamy and a bit regretful. Such a handsome man, yet He was secretly in love with the man? Xiao Zhu. Lu Han's hand rested on the piano. His gaze changed repeatedly, filled with hope and confusion. Can she understand his music? What does her sad expression mean? Oh, you played well. And Zhu casually praised, then focused on practicing calligraphy. Lu Han looked at her intently, trying to hide his impatience, and continued practicing calligraphy with her. The next morning, an hour before the villagers' agreed time, and Zhu, full of energy, followed Lu Han to learn Bafang Fist. This versatile fighting style, which can attack or defend, started from basic stances. Lu Han personally taught her the fundamental moves. The morning sun slowly rose. Sweat on Anju's body dried and wetted again. On the way to pick tea leaves in the mountains, she kept thinking about the moves Lu Han had taught her. Lu Han, how do you do this move? Anju asked, having forgotten. She looked for Lu Han to ask. They chatted happily along the way. Sun Sheng listened and asked curiously, Lu Han, can women learn this too? Yes, Lu Han replied. It's some self-defense skills. Can I learn it? Sun Sheng looked at Lu Han shyly. They say scholars are good for nothing, but I want to learn martial arts. Our country values martial skills over literature. If it's inconvenient to teach you, that's okay, Sun Sheng added. If you're willing to learn, I can teach you. Not just you, everyone in the village. This set of fists is very suitable for everyone, Lu Han said. What he didn't mention was that this set of Bafang Fist was something his subordinates all knew. Anyone he chose could learn it, so it wasn't a secret. 8 directions of boxing have many changes. Besides the basic techniques, to learn well and master it, you need special guidance. The common 8 directions of boxing can help soldiers strengthen their bodies and improve their agility. That's great, Sun Sheng said happily. Lu Han, many young people in the village want to learn. If you're willing to teach, how about we find you tomorrow? After he finished picking tea, Lu Han responded, and Sun Sheng happily went to tell his friends. Soon, quite a few people agreed to learn. Is this boxing not a secret? And Zhu quietly asked. It's not a secret. I only teach the basic moves. How they understand and practice depends on themselves, Lu Han whispered in her ear. As the saying goes, a teacher shows you the door, but you must walk through it yourself. Not only boxing, but I can also teach archery. Nowadays, the world isn't very peaceful, and there are often bandits in the mountains. If the young people in the village learn a few moves, it can greatly help protect everyone. Lu Han and Anju didn't expect that in the near future, the boxing skills learned by these young people would be very useful. Yesterday, they earned some money. Today, the villagers are even more eager to pick more tea. Everyone drinks less water to save time going to the toilet, so they can pick more tea. Anju's hands are sore from picking. She looks up and sees everyone laughing and talking while picking tea. Their fingers seem to dance on the tea trees. Anju rubs her sore shoulders and is about to continue picking when she suddenly sees Ma Shun, who is picking tea in the corner on the left, sneaking off to rest. Ma Shun from Dongxing village is known as a lazy man. Yesterday, he picked a lot of tea, and today he came again. She saw he had picked quite a bit, but now he is slacking off. Anju thinks about this, but doesn't pay much attention. Soon a scream comes from the woods. Anju's face changes. She immediately follows the sound. The people who are happily picking tea become tense. Everyone, don't panic. The young men from the village, bring your tools. Let's go see what's happening, Lu Han calmly commands. He picks a few strong young men, and they rush to the scene with their tools. I'm going to die. Help, Ma Shun's voice sounds. He runs back to the tea forest, crawling and rolling. Wild boar. There's a big wild boar. When Anju saw Ma Shun, he was holding a pure white rabbit. Behind him was an adult wild boar, over 100 jin in weight. The boar was twice as long as the small wild boars he had seen before, with long tusks that made people feel goosebumps just looking at them. Be careful, there's a wild boar, Anju warned loudly. Suddenly, a whooshing sound. Lu Han's arrow was already flying toward the boar. The arrow hit the boar, but didn't stay firmly in place and fell off. It must be said that wild boars with tough skin and thick meat are very hard to defeat. Don't let the wild boar run into the tea forest, Luhan shouted as he shot arrows at the boar one after another. At the same time, he used light skills to run in the opposite direction. If the boar charges into the tea forest, many women are there, and it would be very dangerous if they get hurt. Gu Chun held a dagger and followed beside him, saying, "The most vulnerable spots are above the eyes and the neck's throat area. Try to aim for those." Both Lu Han and Gu Chun focused on the thickest part of the boar's body. Sun Ji, along with a few strong young men, formed a line to defend, each standing at intervals to prevent the boar from rushing into the tea forest. "Oh, I'm so tired." Ma Hun sat in the tea forest, holding a rabbit that weighed over 4 jin, happily showing off. "Look, I caught a wild rabbit." "Wow. This rabbit weighs at least 4 or 5 jin, enough for a meal." "Ma Hun, you almost caused trouble for everyone." Sun Dakai came over to scold him, angry at him still holding the rabbit. He wanted to slap him. Ma Hun usually slack off in the fields, but now he's in the tea forest, where picking tea leaves can earn good money, and he's still being lazy? Everyone else was busy picking tea leaves, but Ma Hun somehow went off to catch a rabbit. "Uncle Da, I just wanted to, and I happened to see a rabbit hole, so I caught a rabbit." "I didn't expect to attract the wild boar," Ma Hun said nervously. "You little rascal." Sun Dakai raised his hand and patted Ma Xuan's head, scolding. "Do you want all of us to die just for a rabbit?" Sun Dakai was so angry he hit him, then kicked him lightly. Not only Sun Datsai, but other villagers also felt very unhappy with Ma Shun's behavior. They wanted to earn some money by picking tea leaves. Even if they couldn't make a lot, they could still earn a little, right? They didn't want to risk their lives here. Lu Han and Gu Chun worked very well together. Plus, Sun Ji and others helped chase away the wild boars. Lu Han saw his chance and shot an arrow at the wild boar, hitting just above its eyes. The boar twitched a few times and then fell down. "The wild boar is dead. The wild boar is dead," Sun Ji shouted happily. Everyone heard the boar was dead and felt relieved. They didn't even look at the boar and went back to picking tea leaves. Lu Han and his people cleaned the boar. He carefully used herbs to hide the bloodstains so that wolves or other animals wouldn't come to the tea forest because of the smell. He also asked Luo Laozhong for many herbs and sprinkled them around the tea fields. Most wild animals dislike this smell and won't enter the area. When they returned to the village, everyone saw how big the boar was. Lu Han divided the meat among a few people. The boar weighed about 100 jin, about 50 kilograms. After removing the head, hooves, and internal organs, there was still nearly 100 jin of meat left. Each family got 1 jin, and the people who helped hunt the boar got 2 jin each. Everyone was very grateful to Lu Han's family because they sold tea leaves and received pork in return. "You're good at winning people's hearts," Anju said that evening. She fried half a basin of wild boar meat and steamed a large pot of rice. "I'm learning from you," Lu Han replied as he added firewood to the stove. He looked at her and said, "Didn't you say we should get along well with the villagers? Although they are not very capable, they can still be useful in key moments, right?" And Ju nodded. "If only our family gets rich, it won't make others jealous. If the whole village becomes rich, no one will be envious anymore. By the way, has Grandpa Luo finished making the medicine? If they don't come for dinner tonight, we'll send some meat to them." And Ju looked at the half a basin of wild boar meat. There was also braised pig's feet simmering on the stove. Since she got the spiritual herbs, Luo Laozhong has been preparing medicines. He said he wanted to make the medicine as quickly as possible to preserve its potency. "It smells so good." Luo's voice sounded outside, and he was in a very good mood. "Chubby girl, what delicious food did you make this time?" "Grandpa Luo, we just talked about whether to bring you some food, and now you're here. It seems your craving has been triggered." And Ju smiled and asked, seeing how happy Grandpa Luo is the medicine ready?" "Yes," Luo nodded happily. "You're lucky. Otherwise, I would have gone back empty-handed." This wasn't the first time Luo came to find this medicine, but each time he left empty-handed. "I'm leaving tomorrow, so I want to give you some good things today," Luo said, holding out a box. "Inside are some ointments I prepared for you. This one is for skin nourishment. Apply it to your face every day, and your skin will look better." Luo's box looked like a treasure chest, filled with many useful ointments for Anju, mostly for skincare. He said, "Remember to use these." "Thank you, Grandpa Luo," Anju said, holding the box. She could tell Luo cared a lot about her health. She asked, "Grandpa Luo, are you leaving tomorrow morning? I haven't had time to make some good food for you to take with you. Make some meat pancakes." "I wouldn't mind." Luo looked at the half bowl of meat, estimating it could make quite a few pancakes for the road. And Zhu happily agreed. That night, she prepared the dough early, so making pancakes in the morning wouldn't be difficult. She practiced embroidery, playing the piano, and calligraphy. From the moment she lay in bed, she finally felt relaxed. She still needed to do yoga. With a determined look, Anju sat up again and practiced yoga. After finishing, she lay back on the bed, hugging her pillow, and fell asleep. Just a wall away, Lu Han heard her movements. Confirming she was asleep, he turned to face the wall, reached out, and as if through the wall, gently touched the side where Anju was. He softly said, "Little Zhu, good night." In the early morning, Anju made pancakes. When she handed them to Luo, she saw Lu Han coming down from the mountain. She asked, "Lu Han, it's so early. Are you still going for your morning run?" Besides the morning run, there didn't seem to be any other explanation. "Lu Han, I want to go pick tea leaves with you." And Foam ran over, panting and gasping for breath. He was about to become a groom, and his usual carefree, playful look was gone. When he saw Anju, his eyes immediately lit up. "Fatty, such a good job picking tea leaves. Why didn't you bring your brother along? I'm about to get married, and everything costs money." Now, and Foam was completely focused on money. He wanted to do whatever could earn him more. "Are you not selling goods anymore?" Anju raised an eyebrow, giving a sharp look as if to say, "Are you gambling again?" "Don't mention it. The shopkeeper where I used to buy supplies saw my business was good. He raised the prices but still refused to give me goods. If I weren't about to get married and couldn't cause trouble, I'd go and talk to him." And Foam gritted his teeth as he spoke. "Luckily, my brother-in-law brought wild boar meat early this morning, and also mentioned picking tea leaves. Perfect timing. There are only a few days left before the wedding. If I pick tea for a few days, I can earn quite a bit." And Feng's patience and hard work were different from before. And Zhu's gaze shifted to Lu Han. So, he had gone to the Yin family to deliver wild boar meat before dawn? There's a lot of wild boar meat. The villagers all sent some. How could I not give some to my parents-in-law? Lu Han seemed to understand her look. Parents-in-law, Anju felt uncomfortable hearing that. They weren't really a married couple. Exactly. My brother-in-law is very generous. He gave 7 or 8 jin of meat and a pig's foot, and Feng said happily. When Anju practiced the 8 directions fist with Lu Han, and Feng found it interesting and wanted to join in. "Lu Han, can I come to learn this set of martial arts every day?" And Feng looked at Lu Han eagerly. He had been beaten many times before and wanted to learn. At this moment, he completely forgot that Anju, who had never fought since childhood, also knew how to fight. "Remember the moves I teach you. Practice them first. I'll come and give you some pointers every now and then," Lu Han said, making Infeng very happy. With more tea picking, only Infeng was left in the village. No one said anything bad about him, because he was Lu Han's brother-in-law. Since the incident with Ma Shun catching rabbits and attracting wild boars, Sunditsai had kicked Ma Shun out of the tea-picking team, worried that trouble might follow. At the same time, Sunditsai specifically asked everyone to gather and warned everyone firmly, anyone who dares to leave the team secretly will not be allowed to pick tea leaves in the future. This deep mountain forest, this tea grove, is really beautiful. Fat girl, you're collecting so many tea leaves and selling them at such a high price. Don't sell them all and end up with nothing. Making money is hard. Fat girl, don't just spend your silver carelessly when you have some. And Ju never knew that Infeng was such a chatterbox. Infeng, are you here to pick tea leaves or to chat? Also, your future father-in-law is also picking tea here. If he sees you slacking off, he might not marry Tianjin to you. With one sentence, and Zhu shut him up. And Feng was afraid that old Tian wouldn't marry his daughter to him, so he quickly started picking tea leaves and stopped asking Anju questions. Finally, Anju's ears were quiet. They picked tea for 5 days straight, finally finishing this tea grove. Anju's room was filled with tea leaves. She loaded the tea onto carts and made several trips before everything was packed. Lu Han personally saw Anju to the county and asked, "Xiao Zhu, really no need help?" With so much tea, Lu Han was worried something might happen to her. Really no need. Anju repeatedly refused Lu Han's kindness. She said, "I have friends who know the shop." She originally planned to run a shop called Yi Pin Xiang Tea, but the county's tea shop didn't open. Instead, she opened Yi Pin Xiang in Chongping Prefecture first. Now, the shop was just a cover. She sent all the fresh tea she collected into the shop and then saw Lu Han off. "Good, if anything happens, remember to come find me." Lu Han looked at the shop behind her. He knew this was a shop Anju had secretly bought. Don't worry." Anju said, then directly closed the door. Lu Han looked at the closed shop, as if he saw the door to her heart. If he told her that he was also from a different world, she probably wouldn't even see a shadow. Right now, at least she was willing to stay at the Lu family. He would make sure she gave up the idea of leaving the Lu family. Anju from the shop didn't mind, and sat directly on the ground. She carried a bag of tea, and took it to the tea house in the bamboo garden. She poured fresh tea leaves into the wok for roasting. She just sat nearby and waited. Soon, the roasted tea was ready. The tea from the ancient tea forest was special. She picked a favorite jar at the tea house, decorated with mountain and water scenes, which matched the tea perfectly. She decided to give the tea a name. What should I name it? Anju carried another bag of fresh tea leaves to the wok. She was filling small jars with the roasted tea. As she worked, she thought of a name. High Mountain Tea. Tea harvested from the mountains is called High Mountain Tea, after all. Anju praised herself and placed the jars on the tea display shelf. She kept taking and filling tea leaves, forgetting her lunch until she had filled almost all the jars. Then she heard a knock on the door. Anju rubbed her waist, feeling the soreness from squatting. She hadn't noticed it before, but now she needed to stand up. "It's me." Lu Han's voice came from outside. Anju opened the door, but didn't let Lu Han come in. The room was messy, and she thought it was better if he didn't see it. She asked, "Why are you here? It's past noon. Have you eaten?" Lu Han held up a meat bun. Seeing her expression, he knew she hadn't eaten yet. She blocked the door and took the bun, saying, "Thanks. I have something to do, so I can't stay." Suddenly, there was a loud bang. Anju closed the door quickly. She grabbed the hot bun and took a bite. She said, "Since you brought me the bun, how about dinner? Sweet and sour ribs tonight." Lu Han loved sweet and sour ribs. He didn't ask if she liked them, but said, "Okay." He didn't question why she didn't let him in. "I'll buy the ribs and come back later." His attitude of not asking questions made her breathe a sigh of relief. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how to explain things to him. After finishing the bun, she quickly roasted all the tea leaves again. When she heard the knock again, she put all the tea into the bamboo garden. She planned to work slowly on her way home, since there was no rush. "I bought a few pounds of ribs, and I also bought sugar and vinegar." Lu Han asked curiously, "What is sweet and sour pork ribs?" Anju was about to explain, but she said, "It's just a tasty dish. By the way, did you wait for me in the county all day?" Anju sat in the carriage and heard Lu Han reply, "I went to the medical clinic. Dr. Song must be very happy to see your leg is better," Anju said with curiosity, watching him. Lu Han focused on driving the carriage and didn't notice Anju's expression. He responded, "Yes, he's very happy. Song-yu worried so much about my leg that he lost a lot of hair." Hong Song, Lu Han, and Song-yu were sworn brothers. Song-yu left the capital partly to avoid an arranged marriage, but also because of his concern for Lu Han's leg. Thanks to Song-yu's constant help in treating his leg and never giving up on him, Lu Han finally met Dr. Luo. "Yes, Dr. Song really treats you well," Anju said meaningfully, looking at his face with a mix of regret and unspoken emotion. With a face similar to Lu Xiaohan's, how could he be so fond of someone? Back home, Anju made sweet and sour pork ribs, which received high praise from Lu Mu and Lu Han. Especially Lu Han, who kept praising how delicious the dish was. Xiao Zhu, this dish seems familiar, Lu Han subtly hinted. It's like a dish from my deepest memories, still so good. Really? Maybe someone in the capital also makes this dish. And Zhu casually replied, her mind full of the name, Gaoshan tea. Her handwriting, even after much improvement, was still not elegant enough. Eventually, she decided to focus on Lu Han. After finishing her calligraphy practice, she took a special tag and handed it to him. Lu Han, could you help me write the words Gaoshan tea on this? Your tea has already been named. Lu Han was surprised when he took the tag. The material and craftsmanship didn't seem like something from the great Zhou dynasty. His gaze flicked to Zhu's face. She looked thinner. Her once chubby face now showed her features clearly. Even with a thick cotton coat, it was obvious she had lost some weight. Now, she was still a bit plump, but in a charming way, her fleshiness made her cuter than her previously delicate, slender self. Yes, the tea picked from the high mountains is called high mountain tea. It's easy to remember and simple. This is a bit different from the usual green tea. Now, I want to come up with a name. And Zhu lowered her eyes, afraid he might ask what kind of paper it was. However, Lu Han didn't ask anything. He picked up his pen and wrote the words High Mountain Tea on the label. His handwriting was strong and elegant, giving a graceful and impressive look, pleasing to the eye. And Zhu happily said, Lu Han, your writing is really beautiful. It looks high-end and classy. Back in her room, and Zhu couldn't wait to go to the bamboo garden. She placed the label on the shelf. Soon, the jar that originally only had a landscape picture now also had the words High Mountain Tea. Each jar had a special mark at the bottom, produced by Bamboo Garden. That's wonderful. And Zhu happily looked at her tea leaves and tirelessly packed more tea. Lu Han was lying on the bed. When he sensed Zhu's breath disappear, he sat up straight. He kept staring at the next room, which was very quiet, so silent that he couldn't even hear her breathing. After a long time, Zhu's breath returned. She was doing yoga again, controlling her breathing rhythmically, just like before. Lu Han's eyes darkened. He needed to make quick plans about returning to the capital. Today, he only stopped by Song Yu's place briefly. He deliberately stayed around the shop because he was worried Zhu might encounter a scammer or danger. He secretly sneaked into the shop to check. He thought he would see a busy scene of people working, or at least some tea-picking activity. Unfortunately, there was nothing. There wasn't even anyone inside the shop. Only the tea leaves piled in the middle of the shop. Zhu was nowhere to be seen. He searched back and forth inside the shop several times but found nothing. Until he saw with his own eyes that Zhu suddenly appeared out of nowhere and then disappeared again. It was like the breathing sound he had been curious about. Several times, he could hear her breathing when she was in the house, but other times, he couldn't hear anything. At first, he thought it was because she was a light sleeper.
Now, it seemed.
Lu Han took a deep breath. As a fellow time traveler, he quickly guessed that this was Xiao Zhu's special ability. In the busy bamboo garden, Zhu happily looked at the new tea jars, completely unaware that she had been noticed or that Lu Han had guessed she had a special space ability. After finishing his work, Zhu practiced yoga and then went straight to sleep, feeling busy but fulfilled for the day. After a few days of working at the shop, all the tea leaves had been packed. Seeing that it was still early, she decided to visit the restaurant. As she opened the shop door, she ran into Lu Han. You're not going to wait here forever, are you? Zhu thought she was seeing things when she saw Lu Han. I just came from Dr. Song's place. I didn't expect you to finish your work so early, Lu Han said, not calling it a coincidence. Xiao Zhu, did you go home early today? I'm going to the restaurant. Zhu replied, then realized it sounded off and added, my father and Feng is about to get married. I want to ask if my father needs any help. Let's go together, Lu Han said, and they headed straight to the restaurant. The Sanpongzi restaurant had been open for a few months, but business was very good. Now, in Yangchuan County, when people mention restaurants, they thought of Sanpongzi, not Jufu Yuan. Every 2 weeks, the restaurant introduced new dishes or small new items, which kept the place lively and popular. Xiao Zhu, you're finally here, Zhou Wu said as he saw Zhu. But when he saw Lu Han beside her, he held back his words. Uncle Zhou, and Zhu cleared her throat and said she was going to the backyard to see in Fuchuan, then went straight inside. Xiao Zhu, a noble guest from the county, came today, saying they want to eat boiled water cabbage. This dish is very tricky to make, and I worry it might not turn out well, Zhou whispered to her. They came from the capital. Uncle Zhou, aren't there many noble guests from the capital? Why are you so surprised? And Zhu comforted him. Uncle Zhou, your boiled water cabbage is already very good. Lu Han sat in a corner of the restaurant's main hall, ordered a bowl of peanuts and a pot of wine. Knowing that Lu Han was Zhu's husband, they specially served him a cold pig's ear salad. While busy in the kitchen, Zhu completely forgot about Lu Han. Lu Han tasted the dish, which was prepared the same way as Zhu's. He knew she could cook, but he had never seen how she could make so many different styles from the same ingredients. Suddenly, Lu Han moved to a different spot, with his back facing the entrance. Gentleman Zhao, your reserved room is on the second floor. Please follow me. The manager personally greeted him and respectfully led him to the Fugui room on the second floor. This young Master Zhao is the son of the salt transport officer of Chongqing Prefecture. Young Master Qian warned him several times to be respectful when meeting him. Yangchuan is just a small county, but this restaurant is quite unique in design, said a man dressed in dark blue robes, looking noble. He looked around and noticed that this restaurant was different from others. His gaze paused briefly on Lu Han's back before shifting away. Not only is the design special, but the food is also very tasty. Especially that dish of boiled cabbage and water. Once you try it, you'll keep thinking about it. Young Master Zhao led the man upstairs to the second floor. Lu Han quietly turned his face and looked at the man in dark blue. Why did he come here? Lu Han went straight to the kitchen. Zhu was preparing the boiled cabbage dish. Xiao Zhu, I saw Zhaoling, the son of the salt transport officer of Chongqing, enter the rich and noble hall just now. You might not know, but he has a bad reputation. He likes to taste delicacies from all over and often takes chefs away. Lu Han's words made Zhu think immediately. Is he trying to poach Uncle Zhou? Uncle Zhou is the chef here and one of the owners of this restaurant. With wealthy families around, he won't be poached. But you might not be so lucky, Lu Han said seriously before she could reply. Xiao Zhu, you must not make this dish yourself. Lu Han carried a plate and ate the dish himself. Zhu didn't even get a chance to refuse. She stared at him in surprise. Lu Han, I am also one of the owners. Isn't that the same? I worked hard to make this dish, and you just eat it. Realizing she had spoken out loud, Zhu suddenly understood. Uncle Zhou, please make another bowl. If those noble guests ask, just say you came up with it yourself. No one taught you, Lu Han said seriously, worried that Zhou might not take it seriously. Xiao Zhu is my wife. After all, she's a woman. Zhou thought Lu Han was worried about Zhu. He said, don't worry, I made all these dishes myself. He also helped Zhu prepare a boiled cabbage dish. Now it was ready to serve. Xiao Zhu, my leg suddenly hurts a lot. Can you take me to Songyu? Lu Han suddenly looked very pained. Zhu's face changed. Could it be that you walked too much the other day or bumped into something? How could you be so careless? Zhu took Lu Han outside, pointing to the small back kitchen door. The carriage is parked right here. Let's go through here. Zhu and Zhou greeted each other before leaving with Lu Han. Zhou watched their figures disappear, feeling something was strange. The guests were pressing for their dishes, so Zhou quickly got busy. When the guests at Fugui Hall wanted to see Zhou, he confidently claimed that the dishes were his own creation. Dr. Song, please help Lu Han check his leg, Zhu said as she helped Lu Han into Yuchun Pavilion. Song saw that Lu Han was limping again and looked worried. Lu Han, do you not want this leg anymore? It was just getting better, and now it's hurt again. Let me see where it's hurt. Song reached out to lift his pants, but Lu Han held his hand. Inside the room, big man, what's the big deal? Song was concerned about his leg. He lowered his head to pull up the pants, but Lu Han held his hand tightly. He looked up, about to scold, but saw Lu Han's warning look. He immediately cooperated. Oh, let's go inside and sit. It's more convenient. Sister-in-law, can you help me check the medicine in the backyard? Oh, I'll go take a look, and Zhu said as she went to the backyard to check the medicine stoves. She wasn't a stranger to them. She was quite familiar with the place. Second brother, your leg is fine. Why are you pretending? Inside the room, Songyu looked at him curiously. Did you do something wrong to sister-in-law? Lu Han's actions made Songyu very curious. His leg wasn't sick, so why was he acting like he was hiding something? Qi Huaixian has arrived, Lu Han said with a serious face. Songyu frowned. In the court, you two didn't get along. Why would a high-ranking noble from the capital come to this small place? Could he be here to take advantage of you? Songyu looked worried. Your leg just healed, but you shouldn't try to fight with it. Otherwise, even if Dr. Luo comes, he won't be able to save your leg if it gets worse. I'll find out what he's here for, Lu Han said. Songyu immediately sent someone to inquire. Soon the person he sent returned. Looking for Madame Wu in by Shu Lane, Songyu asked curiously. Who is Madame Wu? The physician may not know this, but Lady Wu used to be an embroiderer in the palace. She was especially skilled at double-sided embroidery. Even among the palace embroiderers today, very few can match her work. Unfortunately, she injured her eyes, and that's why she had to leave the palace. I heard that young Master Qi wants Lady Wu to embroider 100 longevity design. Hearing this, Songyu immediately understood. He said, tomorrow is the Empress Dowager's birthday. Perhaps this top scholar wants to win her favor? That explanation made sense. Songyu sneered. So, even our Prime Minister's son, the top scholar, cannot escape being ordinary. Songyu, do you think we should help him? Lu Han suddenly asked. Songyu reached out to touch his forehead, about to say, Are you out of your mind? Just then, they heard Zhu's voice at the door. Sorry to disturb you. Please continue. Looking embarrassed, Zhu waved, turned, and quickly ran off. After a few steps, she even came back to close the door for them. Go on, go on. What does sister-in-law mean by that? Songyu looked at Lu Han in confusion. Lu Han's face darkened, and he brushed away Songyu's hand. Why are you touching me for no reason? From Zhu's reaction, Lu Han could already guess what she was thinking. Second brother, I was just checking if you had a fever, since you were talking nonsense. Qi Huaishuan may not be our sworn enemy, but he's definitely our rival. And you want to help him? Isn't that like being sick in the head? Songyu looked innocent. I was only checking if you had a fever. I didn't do anything wrong. Besides, we're both men. How could sister-in-law misunderstand? Lu Han. He sighed deeply in his heart. It's exactly because we're both men that she misunderstood. Second brother, let's not talk about that. Why should we help him? Songyu said impatiently. If he wants to marry Princess Shunning, he should face obstacles. TSK. To be fair, Songyu's gentle looks paired with Lu Han's strong presence did make quite a striking picture. Don't worry, I won't tell mother. And Zhu covered her mouth, promising she would never reveal it.
Luan Saihed.
You misunderstood. Yes, I misunderstood. And Zhu nodded quickly. Lu Han, don't worry, I won't look down on you too. Lu Han pulled her to the corner of the wall, leaned down, and kissed her lips. Unlike the two accidental kisses before, this time his kiss was quick, intense, and deeper. Zhu was stunned. When Lu Han's hand moved up from her waist, she pushed him away, raised her hand, and slapped him hard. She wiped her mouth fiercely and stared at him with angry eyes. Xiao Zhu, I like women, not men, Lu Han said, his gaze lingering on her lips. If there's a next time, I will show you in a more serious way. After speaking, Lu Han turned and left. Zhu stomped her foot in anger. If his leg hadn't been hurt, she would have beaten him up for sure. She didn't tell Lu Han when she got home. Xiao Zhu, did Hana not come home with you? Lu Mu looked behind her, noticing there was no carriage and no Lu Han. He had something to do. I came back first, Zhu replied. Just like usual, she went straight to her room since it was still early. Stupid Lu Han, shameless Lu Han. Why didn't he just explain? Instead, he wanted to take advantage of her. Zhu was so angry, she kept hitting her pillow. After venting her frustration, she went to the tea house in the bamboo garden. The lush tea mountains there looked even more beautiful than the tea forests in Leigong Mountain. She walked to a corner, expecting to see a small, young spirit bone grass.
But now,
It had grown so big. Eiju looked at the spirit bone grass in amazement. The bamboo garden was so magical. The soil must have been fed with some kind of spiritual elixir, or else how could it grow so much in just a few days? When she picked the spirit bone grass earlier, the larger one was taken away by Dr. Luo. There was also a tiny one nearby, which Lu Han accidentally plucked. Dr. Luo said it was too small to be useful and told Lu Han to replant it and see if it could survive. Eiju took that tiny spirit bone grass and threw it into the bamboo garden, thinking maybe this different environment would help it survive. But today, seeing the small seedling grow into a big spirit bone grass and even showing signs of sprouting more, she suddenly regretted. Why hadn't she thought of this before? She hurriedly ran out of the bamboo garden and headed to the back courtyard. She dug up some cabbage and threw it into the bamboo garden, wondering if planting these cabbages there would make them taste even better. In ancient times, without off-season vegetables, it was very hard to eat fresh vegetables during winter. When the seasons changed, people often ate wild greens or dried vegetables. If the bamboo garden successfully grew vegetables, she would have a steady supply to eat. She squatted in the vegetable garden, closed her eyes, and felt the changes in the bamboo grove. She imagined the small bok choy growing into large bok choy and then into a lush field of cabbage. She smiled happily. "Little bamboo, what are you smiling at in the garden? Help me pick some scallions. We don't have enough for dinner, so I'll cook some scallion noodles." Her mother's voice came from behind. Happy, and Zhu responded and went to pick scallions for the kitchen. On the way, she met Lu Han. Her smile faded instantly. She glared at him and then went into the kitchen. After dinner, she practiced embroidery and music. When she wanted to go to Lu Han's room to write, she said, "Mother, I'd rather practice outside. It's easier to save firewood that way." "Who writes at the dining table?" her mother scolded. "Just go inside and write. The firewood is already prepared." "Don't worry, we have enough at home. Mother, save some firewood," and Zhu still wanted to argue, but Lu Han directly pulled her into the house. "I'm sorry," Lu Han said straightforwardly. "Little Zhu, I misunderstood you and song you today. I was angry and in my hurry, I just wanted to prove myself. Can you forgive me?" His honest attitude made Zhu feel very uncomfortable. It seemed like she was being petty. She looked him up and down with her eyes and asked, "Did I really misunderstand?" When she entered the house, she saw Song Yu touching his forehead. He had hurt his leg, not his forehead. "Really?" Lu Han assured her. "He's a doctor. He thought I might have a fever, so he checked my forehead." "Little Zhu, which eye are you looking with? Do you like men?" "I clearly like women," she replied.
Lu Han looked at her intensely.
Even though he was more restrained, his gaze still felt like he was looking at someone he loved. But with her current appearance, Lu Han wouldn't be interested. Maybe Lu Han really cared too much about being misunderstood. And Zhu comforted herself quietly and said, "All right, I misunderstood you. You took advantage of me too. We're even now." Reluctantly, and Zhu thought to herself, "Forget it, just be a little more generous. Maybe it's just another unexpected event." Thinking about the vegetables in the bamboo garden, she felt happy and decided not to worry about these things. She focused on practicing calligraphy and suddenly said, "Tomorrow I want to borrow a cart." She planned to sell fish tomorrow. When she went to the county today, Zhou told her that there were fewer fish now, and they weren't as fresh as before. Also, it's rare to see fish being sold in the market. She thought she could still make some money by selling a batch of fish now. "I'll take you," Lu Han said directly. And Zhu replied, "No need, I can go by myself. Can you drive a cart?" Lu Han asked back without answering. "I'll ask Uncle Gu," and Zhu said with a smile. She didn't want to see Lu Han right now. Lu Han looked at her quietly and said, "Uncle Gu is going to make charcoal tomorrow. Since winter is coming, take advantage of the snowless days to burn more charcoal. Then we won't have to worry about winter." While carrying fish onto the cart, and Zhu praised, Uncle Tion's fish basket is really useful. We caught so many fish in just one night. Yes, Lu Han agreed. You're lucky. He also put fish into his basket, but the amount he caught wasn't as full as Anju's. I'm always lucky. Maybe it's because I used to have bad luck, and heaven is rewarding me, Anju said happily. She first took a basket of fish to the restaurant, and the rest she carried to the street near the market. She chose a large locust tree and said, "Let's sell the fish here." Anju unloaded the fish and said, "This place is good, with many people. Maybe our fish will sell out quickly." While arranging the straw rope and placing a small stool nearby, she prepared to sell fish. Since she didn't often sell fish, she made sure to bring a lot this time. If luck wasn't on her side, she might have to spend half a day selling. After finishing her preparations, Anju shouted and started selling fish. Her prices were fair, and she was good at talking. She also taught people simple ways to prepare fish and helped them kill the fish, so naturally more customers came to buy. "Lu Han, this fish belongs to this lady," Anju said, placing the weighed fish in line with Lu Han. Lu Han quickly cut the fish. In no time, he finished killing it. "I was busy until noon." Anju said, "I'm going to buy some buns. I'm very hungry." As Anju left, someone came to buy fish. Lu Han skillfully weighed and cleaned the fish, moving quickly and smoothly. "Wow, General Lu, selling fish here?" Qi Huaishuan, riding a horse today dressed in a light blue outfit with a jade crown, looked down at Lu Han with a proud gaze. "Xiaoling, let me introduce you. This is General Genuine Lu Han." Qi Huaishuan jumped down from his horse and approached, the smell of fish filling the air. Lu Han's hands were covered with fish guts and scales, looking dirty. "I've heard of you for a long time," Xiaoling said, his expression changing slightly. He then bowed to Lu Han, with a look of sympathy in his eyes. "General Genuine. He is the war god of the Great Zhou. I didn't expect that after injuring his leg and leaving the court, he would end up selling fish. Qi Huaishuan, if you're so interested in mocking me, you might as well think of a good way to please Princess Shunning. Only by pleasing her can you win her heart," Lu Han said, straightening his back. He glanced subtly at the bun shop, wishing Anju would come back a little later. He was glad he was sitting down, so Qi Huaishuan couldn't see whether his leg was good or bad. You don't need to worry about that," Qi Huaishuan said, taking a few taels of broken silver from his purse and handing it to him. "Lu Han, since we're colleagues, I'll help you out. I bought these fish." When Qi Huaishuan was halfway to handing over the silver, it slipped and fell to the ground, stained with fish blood. He laughed and said, "Sorry, I didn't hold it steady. But I guess you wouldn't mind. Lu Han, these fish are a gift to you," Qi Huaishuan said happily. Xiaoling also echoed, "It's our honor to buy fish from General Lu." Xiaoling tried to imitate Qi Huaishuan, pulling out a few taels of silver, but it also slipped and fell to the ground. Lu Han's face was cold. He just wanted to get rid of them quickly. When Anju was buying buns and saw the scene, she called out, "Hey, are you buying fish? If not, just go away and don't block our business." Anju stepped forward. Seeing the silver mixed with fish blood, she was about to speak when Lu Han suddenly pulled her in front and said, "Where are the buns? I'm hungry." General Lu's reputation is well known, but I didn't expect his choice of wife to be so different from others, Xiaoling said thoughtfully. He wanted to get close to the son of the Marquis's household, so he naturally wanted to help Qi Huaishuan. Since Qi Huaishuan wanted to tease someone, he would also lend a hand. Although he didn't see Anju's face, her sturdy back and simple clothes made her stand out in a good way. "Xiaoling, you don't understand. Even a village girl has her charms. Even if she's a bit chubby, as long as she doesn't mind Lu Han's legs, she's a good girl," Qi Huaishuan said happily. Lu Han was still surprised when Anju turned around and picked up the silver coins stained with fish blood, then threw them directly at Qi Huaishuan and the others. "Oops, sorry, I got a little too excited picking up the silver." Anju thought she was seeing things. Just as her anger was rising, a force pulled her back. "Little Zhu, don't get your hands dirty," Lu Han said, pulling Anju back and turning her to face away from Qi Huaishuan. He took out a handkerchief and carefully wiped her blood-stained hands. Qi Huaishuan's heart tightened, and he sneered. A ugly village girl. Little Zhu's name doesn't suit her at all, and Zhu turned around and shouted. So, what if I'm a village girl? So what if my name is Little Zhu? Are you the emperor? Even the emperor can't tell me what to call myself, right? Lu Han sternly scolded, "Don't talk nonsense." In broad daylight, discussing the emperor was a serious matter, and even 10 heads wouldn't be enough to punish such talk. How am I talking nonsense? What I call myself has nothing to do with him, and Zhu said angrily, her eyes blazing. This dog of a man, one day, she would teach him a lesson to vent her anger. Yes, it has nothing to do with him. It's just an unrelated person. Why get angry? Lu Han deliberately kept her behind him, looking at Qi Huaishuan with a half-smile. Qi Huaishuan, whether my wife is beautiful or what her name is has nothing to do with you. One day, if Qi Huaishuan found out that Little Zhu was actually Little Zhu, he might be so angry he would spit blood. Qi Huaishuan truly didn't expect him to admit it. He looked up and laughed loudly, his gaze falling on Zhu's tall figure.
Lu Han, congratulations.
You found. Qi Huaishuan paused. A wife who seems to have no sense of shame. Don't worry, when we return to the capital, I will happily share your happiness with everyone. I'll tell them that General Lu is finally married. Though he married a village girl, she's still a girl. Congratulations. Is he saying she's ugly? Under Zhu's sleeve, her fists clenched tightly, eager to punch him. Suddenly, Lu Han took her hand. She instinctively let go. Beautiful appearances will eventually fade, Lu Han said calmly, his gaze fixed on Zhu with deep affection. Thank you, Xiao Zhu, for not rejecting me. From now on, we will walk together side by side. I will hold your hand tightly. Lu Han held her hand firmly, his eyes full of love, his tone sincere, as if confessing to his beloved. And Zhu's heart was pounding. Even though she kept telling herself that he was Lu Han of the Great Zhou, not her beloved Lu Xiaohan, the same face and the same loving gaze made her feel dizzy. The two of them, as a couple, looked at each other, completely ignoring Qi Huaishuan nearby. He watched Lu Han with cold eyes and sneered. Lu Han, so you have a talent for acting? You're pretending very well. Zhao Ling sincerely said, we should wish them a long and happy marriage, and may they have a noble son soon. Seeing him with such a chubby village girl, why was his mood so good? Congratulations to General Lu and Lady Lu on a long and happy marriage, and may they have a noble son soon, Zhao Ling said with a full smile. But her eyes told a different story. Thanks, Lu Han turned slightly, blocking Zhu's face. He looked at Qi Huaishuan and said, but Qi Huaishuan, you're a son of the Prime Minister's household, a top scholar. How can you just say a few words of congratulations for someone else's wedding? With your status, you should give some gift money too, right? Before Qi Huaishuan could speak, Lu Han continued, Xiao Zhu, this young Master Qi is a noble son from the capital. He definitely won't be stingy. We, as a couple, will thank him for his kindness. When we return to the capital, we will invite him to a wedding banquet. Asking for gift money openly, probably only Lu Han would dare to do that. How thick-skinned must he be? Zhao Ling cleared his throat and took out a silver note, saying, Congratulations, no need. Lu Han immediately refused. We don't know each other well, so I don't want your gift money. Qi Huaishuan generously pulled out 100 taels of silver and handed it over, saying, Wishing you a long and happy life. He wore a sincere smile. Young Master Zhao, today Qi Huaishuan's blessing, did you hear it? Remember it well, Lu Han said as he took the silver note, and suddenly looked at Zhao Ling. Zhao Ling looked confused, like a monk who didn't understand. He could only say a few words of congratulations. Qi Huaishuan stared at him. What was strange? Could it be that he was as foolish as Lu Han just because of a name? Soon, Qi Huaishuan pushed the strange feeling aside. He wasn't stupid. Besides Xiao Zhu, who would bother fighting over him? Why did you accept his silver note? Don't you think it's dirty? And Zhu looked at Qi Huaishuan's back and felt like tearing him apart. She saw the silver note he held and felt disgusted. Xiao Zhu, Lu Han's mind was full of doubt. He almost asked, but changed his mind. We don't need this money. We could donate it to the village to build a schoolhouse with blue bricks and tiles. We get fame, and we don't even need the money. Isn't that good? Aren't you always saying you want to build a house but are worried about attracting attention?
Luhan smilte her.
Now, we use our own money to build a house. The money for the school can be used to help the village children. We can invite a scholar to teach. Isn't that a good idea? Smart. And Ju nodded and gave him a thumbs up. The bamboo garden was like a bottomless pit. Most of her earnings went into it. If she really built a school for the village, she wouldn't want to spend so much money at once. Oh, and he's a son of the Prime Minister's family. Why is he here? And Ju found it strange. Seeing someone with the same name, appearance, and even the same dislikable personality as Lu Han was already odd. But Chi Huaishuan was also the same name, same face, and equally annoying. Lu Han lowered his eyes. Next spring, for the Empress Dowager's birthday, a lady named Wu from the palace will come. She's very skilled at embroidery, but has poor eyesight. That's why she wants to invite someone to embroider 100 longevity picture, to please the Empress Dowager's favorite, Princess Shunning. The words, Princess Shunning, sounded very important, but Nju showed no expression. Lu Han cautiously asked questions, observing Nju. Since Qi Huixian appeared, Nju's anger towards him has been strong. It seems that all the stories about Qi Huixian saying they are married and living happily and sweetly are false. No, Nju replied quickly. I'm just a small village girl. How could I be involved with a noble son from a wealthy family? Nju curiously asked, then why does Lady Wu, who can't see well, still come to ask for something? Do you know where Lady Wu lives? I know. Lu Han and Nju sold fish together. Lu Han then took her to find Lady Wu. Many times, he wanted to tell Nju that they came from the same place, but each time he hesitated and kept quiet. He and Qi Huixian had been fighting in Dezhou for so long. No one expected that Xiao Zhu, too, had come to Dezhou. He definitely wouldn't let Qi Huixian recognize Xiao Zhu. How pitiful, Lady Wu can't see at all. How can she do embroidery? And she says she's asking for something. It's clearly coercion. Sure, she's a noble's daughter. Don't talk nonsense, or you'll get into trouble. When Lu Han and Nju arrived at Lady Wu's house, a crowd was gathered outside. Nju pushed through the crowd. Those who had been mocking Lu Han were now standing respectfully in the yard, claiming to invite Lady Wu politely. But with so many guards and the noble title of the son of the noble family, they seemed serious. If Lady Wu refused, they wouldn't leave. Lady Wu was also tough. She knelt in front of Qi Huixian, saying her eyes couldn't see, and she would rather die than do embroidery. To show her resolve, she even cut her palm, blood dripping onto the ground with a strong, bloody smell. Shameless, utterly despicable, and Nju gritted her teeth and whispered to Lu Han, "Can you help Lady Wu?" "Okay." Lu Han's eyes flickered. He spotted a clever young man and called him over, giving him some silver. He whispered a few words in his ear. Soon, the crowd outside became lively. "Did you hear? Young Master Qi is asking Lady Wu to embroider 100 longevity picture for the Empress Dowager's birthday." Such pressure on Lady Wu. Even if she can do it, her sincerity is questionable. Wow, if the palace finds out that young Master Qi is forcing Lady Wu, they probably won't be happy about the 100 longevity picture being taken. Who knows? Stop talking so much. If you go on, our heads will explode. This kind of talk spreads among the curious villagers, gossip from the capital. The villagers watch even more eagerly, keeping their words inside but whispering secretly to each other. Their bright, eager eyes show their interest. Zhao Ling's attendants notice something is wrong. After hearing these words, they immediately report to Qi Huixian. Qi Huixian snorts coldly, steps out of the yard, and looks at the villagers with a cold gaze. The villagers, who were just excited about gossip, now look frightened like scared birds, scattering in all directions. Everyone keeps their heads down, afraid of being noticed by this young master of the noble house. In the shadows, Nju and Lu Han hide in a corner watching the scene. She asks, "Do you think this will work?" "Just watch and see," Lu Han replies confidently. Qi Huixian cares a lot about his reputation. He definitely won't force Wu Nyangzi to come with him now. That's good. And Zhu breathes a sigh of relief. She hides behind Lu Han. Soon, they see Qi Huaixian and his men leave. Lu Han pulls Zhu aside and says, "Don't worry. I've asked Song Yu to treat Wu Nyangzi's injuries. It will be fine. Wu Nyangzi will stay at the clinic and be safe. Will that cause trouble for Dr. Song?" And Zhu worries. She doesn't want to cause innocent Song Yu trouble just because she wants to cause problems for Qi Huaixian. Even though she knows Qi Huaixian isn't the same as the bad man she thought, he still looks the same and is just as annoying. Lu Han reassures her confidently, and Zhu feels relieved. Back home, Lu Han goes to find village head Sun Dekai. When Sun Dekai hears about building a school, he is so surprised his eyes nearly pop out. He looks at Lu Han and asks repeatedly, "Lu Han, are you serious? Building a school needs teachers. That costs a lot of silver every month. Plus, like you said, building a school with bricks and tiles will cost at least a few dozen taels of silver. Without that, it's impossible." Sun Dekai has wanted to build a school for the village for a long time. He knows that next door at Donghu village they already have a school. Villagers want to go there to learn, but they have to beg to get in. The county school is too expensive for most. "Don't worry about the money," Lu Han says firmly. "But ask Uncle Da to find a big, open space, preferably a large one, to build a spacious school." His confident words make Sun Dekai even happier. He then asks, "And what about teachers? The local scholar in the county should be easy to get. As long as Uncle Da can invite the teacher, the price is negotiable." With Lu Han's words, Sun Dekai was even happier. Building a school is such a good thing. Although the Great Zhou values martial skills over literature, the country is relatively peaceful now. Being able to read is a valuable skill and a good source of income. Even if he doesn't pass the imperial exam and can't become an official, earning money by copying books or teaching is just as good. When people hear that someone is a scholar, they tend to look up to him. Their Dongxing village has been laughed at for a long time because no one has ever become a scholar. So, Sun Dekai is determined to send his youngest son, Sun Sheng, to school. "Xiao Zhu, you seem distracted today. You made several mistakes in your music, and you just finished embroidery, pricking your hand until it bled. Did something happen today?" Mother Lu suspiciously looked at Zhu. Zhu quickly shook her head to show nothing was wrong. Just then, Lu Han came in and helped explain. He talked about building the school. Mother Lu didn't refuse. She was about to take out some money when Lu Han said, "Mom, I have money here." Mother Lu looked at the young couple and saw no sign of arguing. When they mentioned the school, Zhu was quite enthusiastic. She praised, "Xiao Zhu, very good, very good. Money is just material things. Building a school is a good thing. Mom, I agree wholeheartedly." And Zhu said, raising her hands. She thought she didn't even need her own money. She was happy just to see the project succeed. And Zhu had a dream. She dreamed of her long-forgotten past life. "And Zhu, why aren't you angry? We're already married. If you don't want to be with me, I am a man and I have needs too. And Zhu, you always act so indifferent. Is this how a wife should behave? In your heart, is there only that dead person and not me, Qi Huaixian?" Qi Huaixian looked at her with a cold, indifferent gaze. He was furious. He dragged her into the room, trying to force himself on her. Suddenly, the bracelet on Zhu's wrist turned into a knife, pressing against her neck. She looked at him coldly and said, "Qi Huaixian, if you dare to touch me, I will die right in front of you." And Zhu, Qi Huaixian's eyes turned red. In the business world, he was the respected CEO Qi. Everyone praised him for marrying a beautiful wife, the sole heir of the Yin family, a graduate of a prestigious university, talented and beautiful. But no one knew that the marriage certificate he obtained was just a piece of paper. You can try, and Zhu lay still there, the knife in her hand cutting deeply, blood flowing out continuously. Her expression showed no change as she watched Qi Huaishuan. Finally, Qi Huaishuan's fist heavily struck the pillow beside her. He turned over and left, slamming the door shut with great force, as if he wanted to break it apart. And Zhu withdrew her knife and put it back on her wrist as a bracelet. When she woke up from the dream, she looked around the dark room. She instinctively touched her neck. She would never forget Qi Huaishuan's gaze at that moment, as if he wanted to swallow her alive, and the memory of being kept like a canary. "Young master, should we secretly take her away?" Xiaoling suggested. "Are you out of your mind?" Qi Huaishuan glared at him. If they kidnapped Wu Nyangzi now, it would give people a reason to blame them, a perfect excuse. But it was just a picture of longevity. Without Wu Nyangzi, he didn't believe anyone in Dazhou could embroider such a thing. Even if it couldn't be as simple as double-sided embroidery, they could make a normal one. For the Empress Dowager's birthday, the picture was just a festive symbol. Qi Huaishuan asked, "How is the investigation going?" "Lu Jiang. Lu Han lives in Dongxing village. His leg is still lame. His wife is a chubby girl from the neighboring village. I heard Lu Han was seriously ill, so they brought someone to bring good luck." Xiaoling carefully explained what he knew. When Qi Huaishuan heard about Lu Han's lame leg, he said nothing. During dinner, he took a small sip and said, "Tomorrow I will visit the magistrate." After the Du family respectfully saw Qi Huaishuan off, Lu Shiji suggested, "Sir, why don't we find a reason to arrest Lu Han?" County Magistrate Du looked at him coldly and said, "Are you out of your mind? If Lu Han were just an ordinary person, he wouldn't be targeted by the noble family. Spread the word that no one is allowed to sell fish recently." County Magistrate Du was not foolish. It was good to flatter the noble family, but since the noble family was far away in the capital, they couldn't figure out Lu Han's true identity. The smart move was to avoid offending anyone. Lu Han didn't plan to sell fish. And Zhu waited for a long time. When she saw Wu Nyangzi being brought into the village, she immediately went to greet her. "Wu Nyangzi, is your hand okay?" "Thank you, madam, for saving me." After Lady Wu was rescued by kind people, she was taken to the village. Seeing the plump young woman in front of her, with her hair, it was clear she was a married woman. "Lady Wu, no need to be polite," and Zhu said with a gentle smile. She wanted to say that the enemy's disliked person was actually her friend. She added, "Rest assured, Lady Wu, you can stay here for a while." "Don't worry, Madame Lu." Lady Wu was about to refuse, but when she saw Madame Lu, she immediately bowed. Madame Lu waved her hand casually and said, "It doesn't matter if I'm Madame Lu or not. Right now, I am just a simple village woman. Let's not fuss over these formalities. Back then, you guided me in embroidery, and my skills improved a lot. I should be the one thanking you. Older sister Wu, I am a few years younger than you. Just settle in comfortably. With my son here, you won't be in trouble." Madame Lu warmly pulled Lady Wu into the house. Seeing Zhu still standing nearby, she quickly said, "Xiao Zhu, why don't you serve tea to Aunt Wu?" "Oh," and Zhu nodded, touching her nose. Since she knew Lady Wu, even if she didn't say anything, Lu Han would probably help. But he didn't show any signs of it. That evening, when Lu Han saw Zhu, he gave her a cold look for no reason, which made her feel confused. Lady Wu started to have thoughts. She was living alone in an alley in the county, feeling lonely. Staying here seemed better. Lady Wu didn't rush to share her plans. She decided to wait a few more days. If Sir Qi stopped pressuring her, she could make a decision later. She didn't want to cause trouble for the Lu family. News that the Lu family would pay for building a school in the village caused excitement among the villagers. Everyone hurried over to ask Madame Lu for confirmation. Madame Lu looked at the usually quiet women, all calling her Sister Lu. She looked at Zhu Chuixiang nearby, who immediately said, "Everyone stop asking. Each of you ask around, but Guolan has 100 questions and can't answer them all. Everyone quiet down," Zhu Chuixiang said happily, and the women in the yard calmed down. Madame Lu then spoke. "Building a school is real. It's so children can go to school here in the future, instead of having to go to the county or neighboring villages. That's wonderful." The villagers were excited. They praised the Lu family as kind-hearted. Seeing the blue bricks being brought back, the strong men in the village voluntarily cut wood to help build the school. Mrs. Lu was also the first to be so admired and celebrated after coming to the village. The women in the village would gather to prepare dishes together, making food for the hardworking men. Every day, Xie Xiuhong would set aside 2 bowls of tofu strips and marinated dishes to send to the school. Xie Xiuhong and Old Tian strongly supported the idea of building the school. When Old Tian's family found out about this, they even argued with Old Tian, saying that Xie Xiuhong was being too wasteful. Sending food once was fine, but doing it every day would drain their family's savings. Old Tian's wife even pointed at him and said, "You don't have a son, so there's no need to send children to school. With this money, you could help Bao Zhu and Bao Zhen. They are your nephews, and in the future, they could take care of you. Don't you want that?" "Mom, don't worry. Even if I die, I won't blame anyone. I may not have a son, but I have 2 daughters. Bauer is still young and can go to school to learn to read," Old Tian said firmly, clearly understanding his brother's family. If his money was really used to support his nephews, they might turn against him and mock him behind his back. He thought, why not keep the money for his wife and 2 daughters? When he dies, he won't know or care if anyone mourns him. Besides, they're still young. What if they have another son someday? Old Tian refused his wife's suggestion and told Xie Xiuhong, "Xiuhong, you're doing a good job sending food to the school. Once it's built, we'll have a share too. We'll let Bauer go to school then." "Okay," Xie Xiuhong replied with a bright smile, noticing her mother-in-law's dark expression. Sister Guilin said it's good for girls to go to school and learn about life. Old Tian's wife was so angry she covered her chest, wishing she could slap her husband a few times. But Old Tian was no longer the same man he used to be. The lively construction of the school in Dongxing village was in full swing, and Zhu spent her days tinkering with her tea leaves. Even with Zhu Yuan helping to roast and pack the tea, she couldn't do it all in one day. Soon, the day of In Feng's wedding arrived. As a daughter of the In family, Zhu had already gone to help at her family's house. Lu Han was worried that the In family might be overwhelmed, so he brought Gu Chun along as well. "Brother-in-law, you came at the right time. Can you help me borrow a table?" And Feng was very happy when he saw Lu Han and his wife. The village's way of hosting celebrations has a problem. Everyone has to borrow tables, bowls, and chopsticks. If the celebration is nearby, it's okay, but the houses in the village are spread out over 7 or 8 or even 10 miles from the front to the back. Carrying tables is not as easy as using a cart. "Of course, that's fine." Lu Han agreed immediately and said, "Uncle Gu also brought a bullock cart. I brought the tables, chairs, bowls, and chopsticks from home." Lu Han asked Gu Chun to unload all the tables and chairs from the cart. And Feng was excited and said, "Brother-in-law, this is great. Let's see who in the village dares to say my sister is just here to bring good luck." And Feng couldn't hold back and said this openly. Next to him, and Fuchuan quickly changed the subject. And Zhu asked, "Mother, who is gossiping in front of you?" "Nobody," Lu Yu quickly replied. Since she was about to marry her new wife and had been resting after taking medicine, she looked less tired. When people are happy, they feel energetic. That was true for her. "Mother, if you don't tell, I will ask Xiao Xia," and Zhu said, picking vegetables and pretending to ask Xiao and Xia. Lu Yu immediately said, "It's just the Hu family. They've always been at odds with us. Your brother keeps saying how good your marriage is and how well your brother-in-law treats you, but they don't believe it. They keep mocking us. But it's okay, we don't care. Xiao Zhu, tomorrow is your brother's big day. Don't cause trouble," Lu Yu warned. "As long as you're happy, I don't care what they say. Xiao Zhu, you live your own life." Even if the Hu family looks proud, their daughter married into the city. They say she's living a good life, but I heard her life in the city isn't easy. Mother doesn't want you to look glamorous every time you visit home, only to be unhappy behind the scenes. I prefer others to say you didn't marry well, but that you're happy. That makes me feel at ease." Lu Yu rarely spoke so much. Every word was meant to advise and Zhu not to argue with them. "Lu Yu, your chubby girl has become quite slim. Her face is a lot smaller now. Not only has she lost weight, but she also looks better. I didn't notice her big eyes before." "That's right. The jacket she's wearing is new, isn't it? It's really beautiful. I haven't seen anyone in the county wear something like that." Many women came to help. Everyone talked happily, and Lu Yu smiled as she answered. She said she only asked a doctor to treat Ju Sun's illness. The illness was cured, so she naturally lost weight. When talking about her coat, Luyu looked proud and happy. That was made by her mother-in-law, stitch by stitch. When she said this, the women helping with the work were a bit surprised and didn't quite believe it. And Ju stepped forward. "Auntie, look at this embroidered orchid. I can't do embroidery, and my mother can't either. Only my mother-in-law can. She treats me like her own daughter." Her words made everyone more doubtful. The chubby girl was so fat that even if she was a good luck charm to save her husband's life, Lu Han and the others had seen her. After her leg healed, and she stood there, people believed she was from a wealthy family. Her mother-in-law would be willing to marry her? Seeing that they didn't believe her explanation, and Ju didn't bother to explain further. Just then, she saw Zhou Wu coming over. She happily went up to him. "Uncle Zhou, why are you here? Your brother is getting married, so I came to congratulate him. I don't know much, but I'm good at cooking. If you don't mind, I can prepare the feast for tomorrow," Zhou Wu said confidently. He secretly added, "Tomorrow, young Master Qian will also come to the feast. You should save a seat for him. Young Master Qian is coming too?" And Ju was surprised at first, then understood. They were partners in the restaurant, so if they wanted to come, it must be good news. "Uncle Zhou, you're so kind. We're lucky to have you help with the cooking," and Ju said, while waving for Xiao Xia to come over and call her father and Fu Chuan. "Mom, this is Uncle Zhou, one of the owners of Sanpengzi restaurant," and Ju smiled and introduced him. Luyu was nervous and shy, not knowing what to say. And Ju brought Zhou Wu to sit at the main hall table to rest and have tea. She looked around for Xiao Xia, but didn't find in Fu Chuan. "Big sister, Dad went out with brother-in-law and hasn't come back yet," Xiao Xia said anxiously, sweating. In her mind, since her father's boss was here, it would be rude not to bring him back. And Xia said, "Big sister, don't worry. I know where Dad went. I'll go find him." Xiao Xia turned and ran off before Ju could say anything. "Uncle Zhou, my dad took some people to borrow tables and chairs. He hasn't come back yet. Let me tell you the menu for tomorrow." And Ju was very concerned about this marriage. She called the women responsible for cooking and explained the menu. After that, Zhou Wu had a good idea of what to do and took his wife, Li Lanhua, to the kitchen to work together. Luyu saw this and was surprised. She quietly pulled Ju aside and said, "Xiao Zhu, since this is your father's boss, isn't it a bit inappropriate for them to do the cooking?" "Mom, they want to help with the cooking, which is a good thing. We just need to host them well. Also, tomorrow young Master Qian will come to the feast. If the food isn't good, it would be embarrassing," and Ju comforted her. "Mom, you don't need to worry about this. Go do something else." And Fu Chuan and Lu Han brought back the borrowed tables and chairs. Seeing Zhou Wu and his wife busy in the kitchen, and Fu Chuan didn't know what to say. He hesitated, unsure how to respond.
Fu Chuan, stop worrying about that.
"Come help quickly," Zhou Wu said gratefully to Ju. He was very happy to help the Yin family prepare the feast. Without Ju, Zhou Wu might have lost his shop, and his elderly mother might not have had money for treatment, which could have caused serious problems. And Ju was a great benefactor in Zhou Wu's eyes. She worked until late at night before lying down. She didn't go back to the Lu family, but stayed with Xia. She was so tired that she didn't want to talk. "Big sister, I feel like Dad's boss is very kind to you," and Xia said, tilting her head. "It's like you helped him a lot, and he's very grateful. Where did you see that?" And Ju asked, gently touching Xia's forehead. "Have you been practicing embroidery well lately? I have good news. There's a palace embroiderer visiting. If you do well, maybe you can learn from her." Lu Mu didn't want Xia to become an apprentice, but if she could learn from Wu Nyangzi, that would be wonderful. "Sis, I already have Aunt Lu teaching me," and Xia said innocently. "Foolish girl, if you could learn from Wu Nyangzi, wouldn't you learn even more?" And Ju asked. "No, I want to keep learning from Aunt Lu," and Xia replied, looking stubborn. "If I learn from someone else, Aunt Lu might get upset. Dear-in-laws, these wines are." Luyu was stunned when she saw the wine brought by the Lu family. The Man Tang Hong wine is well known in Yang County. It's not the best, but definitely famous. Previously, the Hu family used it when they married off their daughter to the county. At that time, the villagers talked about it for a long time. Mother-in-law, I don't know what to prepare, but some wine would be good to entertain guests, Lu's mother said with a smile. Congratulations on marrying a good wife. Wishing the newlyweds a happy life together and many children soon. Thank you, mother-in-law. Come inside quickly. Lu Yu warmly welcomed Lu's mother. When the women from the village saw this, they were so surprised their eyes nearly popped out. Yesterday, when everyone saw Lu Han come to help, they wondered. Wasn't it said that fat girl was sold to the neighboring village to be a good luck charm for a crippled man? Why does it seem the crippled man isn't crippled anymore? It looks like they value fat girl quite a lot now. Otherwise, how could fat girl's brother get married, and both the groom's mother and son come, bringing man Tang Hong wine? The women whispered among themselves, looking for a chance to tell their husbands and sons. They said, we need to save some space for lunch. Besides the half-pig from yesterday, there's also the man Tang Hong wine. Such good wine normally, they wouldn't dare to buy. Mother, why are you here so early? And Zhu had just finished combing Xia's hair when Lu's mother entered. She handed her a set of jewelry. Today is your brother's wedding day. Wear this. Mother, I just need to wear this jade hairpin. And Zhu said simply. She was used to wearing a jade hairpin. It was easy and simple. Put it on, Lu's mother said, handing her the jewelry. A set of silver jewelry. Not too flashy. She had carefully chosen silver jewelry. If she wasn't worried about being too showy, she still had gold and jade jewelry in her storage. Thank you, mother, and Zhu said without refusing. All right, go ahead and do your work. Xia can stay with me. Lu's mother waved her hand. She looked at Xia and said, Xia, you look really beautiful today. She had made a pink jacket for Xia earlier. It made her look slender and cute. Xia wore a pair of pink butterfly hairpins, making her look adorable. Thank you, Aunt Lu, for the beautiful clothes. My mother said I look great, Xia said sweetly, making everyone feel happy. Lu's mother asked, Xia, have you been embroidering handkerchiefs at home these days? Anxia hurriedly searched through the cabinet. She has been embroidering handkerchiefs every day lately. She carefully holds out a handkerchief, her eyes full of hope as she looks at Mother Lu. Let me take a look, Mother Lu said, sitting down on a nearby chair. She examined each handkerchief carefully. After finishing, she asked, Xia, do you think there's anything you need to improve in your embroidery? Anxia thought for a moment before replying, Here, the stitches aren't hidden well, and this part is a bit darker in color. When I used the thread, I didn't match it properly. The leaves here aren't embroidered well either, they look a bit stiff. She had learned a lot from Mother Lu over time, including many words she didn't know before. Mother Lu nodded as she pointed out her mistakes. Outside, lively music with a Suona horn played. Anfeng dressed in a bright red groom's outfit. The red fabric he brought back from the city was very special, smooth and high quality. With his tall and strong build, he looked quite handsome. Many people had already commented that Anfeng looked very good in his new clothes. Anju couldn't help but look away, smiling like a fool. Chubby girl, do I look good? Anfeng waved his new outfit in front of Anju, touching the fabric. Honestly, the fabric you brought back from the city last time was really different, so soft. Looks good, looks good. Anju replied perfunctorily. Today you're the groom, so you'd better look your best. Chubby girl, why do I feel like your words don't sound very sincere? Anfeng looked down at himself, all new from head to toe. Even his shoes, made quickly by Lu Yu, were soft and shiny. Today, under the bright sun, his new shoes felt soft when he stepped on the ground. Brother-in-law, look at me. How do I look? Anfeng happily asked Lu Han, hoping to hear some praise. He had never dressed so well before. When he looked at his reflection in the water while washing his hands earlier, he couldn't believe how good he looked. Very good, Lu Han said, looking at his festive groom's outfit. Suddenly, he turned to Anju. Their marriage, no, it wasn't really a marriage. There were no wedding clothes, no blessings from friends and family, and no wedding ceremony. Little Zhu, let's get married again. Lu Han almost blurted out something, but luckily, Anju was busy greeting guests and didn't hear him. After she finished, he asked, "What did you want to tell me just now?" "I didn't hear. It's nothing," Lu Han said with a smile, thinking that he must give her a proper wedding in the future. It was a strange feeling. Anju shot him a quick look and then went to help in the kitchen. "Uncle Zhou, Aunt Zhou, take a break. I've made some tea for you," Anju said, holding out 2 cups. "This is high mountain tea we picked during winter. It tastes very good." "Okay," Zhou Wu, who was busy in the kitchen, replied. He didn't usually drink tea seriously, and he didn't know much about it. After praising the tea, he said, "Come try my fried pork. In Yangchuan County, fried pork is a must-have dish at banquets. It's made with pork belly, coated in batter, fried until golden and crispy, and loved by everyone." "I'll try it." Anju picked a piece with less fat, took a bite, and found it very crispy and fragrant with meat. She couldn't help but want more. "Uncle Zhou, your fried pork gets better and better." Maybe because he used a new pan, Zhou Wu's cooking had improved a lot. "Getting such praise from Xiao Zhu makes me very happy," Zhou Wu said with a smile. He felt he had come to the right place. He then tried the braised pork and braised pig's trotters. These dishes were the main features of the banquet. The banquet had 8 main dishes, including fish and duck soup, marinated dishes made by the Tian family, and 2 vegetarian dishes. Such a feast was quite a display of hospitality in the village. "Everything is delicious. Every dish is great," Anju said, looking at the full pot of food. "I'm thinking after the banquet, there probably won't be any leftovers." "Probably. None left," Zhou Wu replied, noting that in village banquets, meat dishes are usually all eaten up. "It's okay. And Feng's wedding is a happy event. It's good that the guests are full," and Zhu comforted herself. "Besides, leftover food isn't as tasty." At noon, and Feng rode a horse to pick up the bride. The bride was dressed in a red wedding gown, with a red veil covering her face, so her appearance was hidden. Only her graceful figure was visible. And Feng held a red silk ribbon in one hand, and Tianjun held the other. They were separated by a large red cloth. When crossing the threshold and the fire basin, and Feng carefully reminded her from the side. The villagers cheered loudly, and the lively Suona music played. And Zhu's eyes always stayed on the newlyweds. In the original memory, and Feng was just like a troublemaker. After becoming the groom, he no longer looked indifferent. Instead, he appeared mature and steady. Maybe he wasn't the most mature, but at least he had grown.
Lu Han stod beside Anshu.
Her feelings in her eyes were misunderstood as envy by him. Deep inside, he was more determined. He promised himself that in the future, he would give Xiao Zhu a grand wedding and gather all friends and family to celebrate. First, bow to heaven and earth. Second, bow to the elders. Married couple, bow to each other. The village chief of Shiliang village spoke loudly. Soon, the newlyweds were happily taken into the bridal chamber. And Zhu went to look inside. Tianjun, dressed beautifully, looked especially lovely. Big sister, sister-in-law is so beautiful, and Xia suddenly came over to Anju. And Zhu gently touched the girl's forehead. There were too many people in the new house, so she took the girl outside. Xia, when you get married someday, you'll be just as beautiful. But sister, I've never looked this good when I got married, and Xia opened her arms to hug her and looked up. Sister, are you sad? A child from a poor family learns to be independent early. At 10 years old, and Xia understood a lot, even if she didn't say much. And Zhu paused, surprised that the girl asked such a question. She smiled gently. Sister is not sad at all. Liar, and Xia puffed out her cheeks. I also want to marry someone beautiful and be a lovely bride.
Who told you that?
And Zhu squatted down. Everyone's attention was on the new house, so when the sisters talked outside, no one noticed. She spoke seriously. A grand wedding is very important. Everyone wants to see a beautiful bride. But just having a fancy wedding and a pretty wedding dress isn't enough. Do you understand? And Xia looked at her blankly. And Zhu patiently explained, to have a good life later, the couple needs to love and care for each other. Your future husband should be gentle and understanding, willing to protect you at all times. That's what really matters. Did your brother-in-law protect you? Are you and your brother-in-law in love? And Xia looked up and asked. She was confused and said, but your brother-in-law, and you haven't slept together. And Zhu quickly covered her mouth. The little girl dares to say anything. She looked around quietly. Seeing no one paying attention to them, she sighed in relief. She and Lu Han are just pretending to be a couple. There's no protection or love, and they definitely don't sleep together. Is your sister doing well? And Xia continued to ask. And Zhu was worried about how to answer when she heard that young Master Qian had arrived. Important guests are here, and Zhu immediately went outside to greet them. If young Master Qian is willing to come and eat, it's an honor for the Yin family. In the corner, Lu Han had been watching Zhu. When he saw the sisters come out, he followed quietly. He stood in the corner, listening to their conversation. The little girl's questions and Zhu's silence, Lu Han understood, even if the girl didn't. And Fuchuan saw young Master Qian arrive. He greeted him respectfully and warmly. When he saw the gift young Master Qian brought, he looked hesitant, afraid to accept it. And Fuchuan, not only you, but also the other managers in the restaurant will give gifts, said Qian Duo. He wasn't foolish. If he only gave gifts to Fuchuan, others might be unhappy. Thank you, young Master Qian. And Fuchuan warmly invited young Master Qian inside. The villagers heard that the young master of Fuchuan's family was here. They felt both envy and jealousy. Knowing that young Master Qian had generously given silver, their envy grew even more. They subtly gathered around him, hoping that someday they could share in some good fortune. Late at night, after the guests left, and Zhu sat in a carriage with Lu Mu on their way home. The lively new house suddenly became quiet. And Feng looked at Tianjin sitting on the bed. He wasn't sure if she was drunk or shy. Her face was red, and she didn't dare look at Tianjin, but her eyes secretly observed her. Tianjin was shy at first, but seeing Feng look at her and then quickly look away made her laugh. And Feng was stunned. You look so beautiful. Tianjin was already shy. When he praised her, her blush was like the sunset in the sky. She turned her side, afraid to look at Feng. Miss Tian, are you hungry? And Feng held some snacks from the table and offered, why don't you eat something? These snacks were bought by the county just for you, and they're very sweet. You're still calling me Miss Tian? Tianjin hesitated to look at the snacks and corrected Feng's way of addressing her. Wife. And Feng scratched his head and said, eat some snacks. He smiled foolishly and held the snacks in front of her, asking, which one do you want? There are green bean pastries and red bean pastries. They are very tasty. His silly and earnest look made Tianjin feel at ease. She hadn't eaten much all day and was really hungry now. She took a piece of green bean pastry, sweet and with a green bean flavor. Wife, don't move, suddenly said Feng. Tianjin was surprised and looked at him, unsure what to do. And Feng leaned forward, reached out, and wiped the crumbs of green bean pastry from her mouth, saying, eat slowly. These are all for you. I won't take any. Tianjin's face turned even redder, and the green bean pastry she hadn't fully swallowed choked her. And Feng hurriedly poured water and handed it to her. After a while, he looked at Tianjin with a silly smile, sitting on the happy bed, quietly leaning closer to her. Tianjin pretended not to notice and looked away, asking, it seems like all the furniture at home is new. Yes, my parents said they wouldn't let you be wronged, and Feng replied. He boldly moved closer to her, looking at her shy face. He took her hand seriously and said, wife, I will treat you well from now on. In this life, I will only be good to you. I won't gamble anymore. If I gamble again, I will meet a bad end. Lightning strike. He didn't finish his words because Tianjin covered his mouth quickly, anxiously saying, don't say such unlucky things. I believe you, wife. And Feng only felt the hand covering his mouth was soft and fragrant. His hot gaze looked at Tianjin. Wife, shall we go to sleep? Tianjin's face turned even redder, and she shyly lowered her head. How should she respond to such a question? Qian Duo asked Jinzi to brew the tea that Zhu sent. Since Zhu cooked such delicious food, Maybe the tea would taste good too. As soon as the tea was brewed, a rich aroma filled the air. He took a deep breath and asked, Jinzi, where did Madame Lu say this tea came from? Jinko responded very confidently. He had only heard about picking tea in spring and never knew that winter tea could also be harvested, especially from ancient tea trees deep in the mountains. Therefore, Jinko remembered this very clearly. Good tea, Qian Duoduo said while drinking. Share half with my father, so he can taste it too. Old Master Qian loved all kinds of tea. While others stored treasures like gold, jade, and paintings in his storage, this tea was the most valuable. Are you not selling fish anymore? And Zhu asked, looking confused. Why suddenly stop selling fish? No one knows. If the boss says no, then you can't sell. You should quickly carry the fish away, the kind-hearted lady selling bean sprouts advised. And Zhu paused for a moment, then simply carried the fish and went to the restaurant. The restaurant was busy and they needed a lot of fish. She decided she could put some in the special fish pond at the restaurant, keep them for a few days, and then sell. Young Master Qian, why does selling fish matter? Why can't we sell them if we want? And Zhu was still thinking about selling more fish. Maybe I should ask, Qian Duoduo said. When she mentioned her tea, Old Master Qian was unhappy because his son gave him some unknown tea. But since his son was so filial, he brewed a cup. Unexpectedly, when he tasted it, he found it quite different. Old Master Qian loved tea and had a good eye for quality. He could tell if a tea was good just by tasting it. This unknown high mountain tea was surprisingly comparable to the Yunwu tea he bought from Kyoto. He even took the remaining half jar of tea and wanted to buy more. No need. If they say no, then no. Winter is coming, and the fish and the children should rest, and Zhu said, curious if it was related to that troublesome man. When she heard Qian Duoduo mention tea, she became interested. Young Master Qian, I will sell my tea. 1 tael of silver per jar. How many jars do you want? How many jars do you have? Qian Duoduo asked back. Many, and Zhu wanted to say. The tea from her bamboo garden was abundant. She had picked some in the ancient tea forest and stored about 100 jars. Then I'll buy 10 jars, Qian Duoduo said after a moment of thought. If you have tea, why not open a tea house? Don't think that a tea house just sells tea and drinks it. There's more to it than that. Tea houses are not open for now. I plan to open a tea shop to sell tea leaves first. And Zhu thought about the shop she bought, which was perfect for a tea shop. She asked, is 1 tael of silver for a jar of tea expensive? Not expensive. To Qian Duoduo, 1 tael of silver is just small change. Usually, when he's happy, he gives his servants more than that. If it weren't for the fact that Zhu couldn't openly be a shareholder in the restaurant, and if Infeng were to get married, he would definitely give more gifts. How about for the wealthy people in the county? And Zhu asked again. Seeing her expression, Qian Duoduo knew what she was thinking. He said, Madame Lu, don't underestimate Yang County. Hearing this, and Zhu felt more confident. She planned to reopen Pinxiang. Just as she was about to go to her shop, she met Wang Dazhou. She asked, Brother Dazhou, is your grandmother feeling better? Much better, Wang Dazhou replied gratefully. And Zhu inquired, Brother Dazhou, is the government not allowing fish sales anymore? Yes. Wang Dazhou patted his head. I was just about to tell you. I heard that the officials have forbidden it, but he looked around and whispered, I heard it has something to do with the noble people from the capital city. And Zhu's eyes flickered. She asked, How do you know that? I overheard the head of the workers say it. That day, he was drunk and said that the noble people from the capital saw the officials, and then they said no more fish sales. Having confirmed this, and Zhu went back and told Lu Han, is that Gai Chi intentionally talking to the magistrate? That's why we can't sell fish. What's the grudge between you all? The Qi family was very annoying. They used to always oppose Lu Xiaohan, and now they are against Lu Han. Maybe it's because I look handsome, Lu Han said narcissistically, looking deeply at her. He knew very well that because Xiao Zhuer loved him, Qi Huaixian was hostile toward him. And Zhu rolled her eyes. This reason was too far-fetched. She lowered her head to practice calligraphy and said, I plan to sell high mountain tea in the county. Good. Lu Han didn't ask further. he said, still called Yi Pin Xiang. Yes, Yi Pin Xiang. And Zhu thought carefully and said, Brother Ma has been kind to us. The best fragrant tea in the city is still split evenly, but the best tea in this county naturally belongs to us. We are like grasshoppers on a boat. And Zhu understood the situation very clearly. She said, this time, there are over 100 cans of high mountain tea. I will send 50 cans to the city, along with hundreds of cans of green tea, loaded onto 2 carts. How does that sound? Lu Han volunteered. You prepare the tea leaves, and when the time comes, Uncle Gu and I will go deliver them. Are you sure you want to make a special trip to the city? Won't that be too tiring? And Zhu felt it might not be appropriate. Part of the tea also belongs to me, Lu Han said meaningfully. Since he and Zhu are married, naturally, the tea is shared. And Zhu didn't argue further. Early the next morning, she took Lu Han and Gu Chun to the shop to pick up the tea. The beautiful porcelain jars holding the tea looked especially nice. And Zhu was thinking about how to explain things, but Lu Han said nothing and simply took the tea to the city. He said, Xiao Zhu, be careful on the way back. Don't worry. Who would want to bother me? And Zhu replied casually. She didn't think much of it. She was now plump and no longer the stunning beauty she used to be, so what was there to fear? On the way back, they encountered 2 troublemakers. At that moment, she just wanted to say, is Lu Han a jinx? On their way home, they hardly met anyone, but this time, they ran into 2. You're blocking the road, and Zhu said coldly, looking at Ma Shun. The man beside him was someone she knew, Black 3 from Shiliang village. Because he was the 3rd in line for blackness, he was called Black 3. Like Ma Shun, he was lazy and good for nothing. Fat girl, are you alone? Ma Shun looked behind her. Besides mountains, there was only more mountain. When he smiled, he showed a mouthful of yellow teeth, which made Zhu feel disgusted. I walk fast and Lu Han is right behind me. And Zhu answered without blinking, quietly taking a step back. In ancient times, there was no toothpaste or toothbrush, but most people used willow branches to brush their teeth. Those with money would also use green salt. Stop lying. They have carts. How could they walk on small paths? Ma Shun examined Zhu carefully. She had lost some weight, and her features became more defined. Though she couldn't compare to those slim-waisted women, her chubby look had its own charm. Ma Shun and He San whispered to each other, Lu Han is very good at fighting. If we do this, what if Lu Han goes crazy? It's just a fat woman. If it weren't for the good luck charm, do you think Lu Han would like her? He San encouraged. Besides, if neither of us says anything, she wouldn't dare tell anyone she was forced. She's not stupid. She's married after all. We do it quietly and no one will notice. He San relied on this trick, secretly sneaking around with the village women several times. At first, none of them seemed to be anything less than pure and noble. But once they got close, they were afraid of ruining their reputation if it got out. Over time, they just let him do as he pleased. He San touched his face, looking at Zhu with a greedy gaze, wishing he could her of her clothes. He hadn't yet tasted a fat woman. Ma Shun, you're getting old, and you haven't even been with a woman. Are you still a man? He San looked at him with disdain. Ma Shun immediately looked unhappy. He San, who hasn't been with a woman, have you? Do women have soft waists? Are they white? Do they smell good? He San asked with interest. Ma Shun. The road was narrow. The 2 men looked at her like hunters watching prey. They blocked the path, whispering and occasionally glancing at Zhu. Their behavior clearly showed they didn't intend to do anything good. And Zhu looked at the blocked path. On the left was a steep hillside taller than a person, impossible to cross. On the right was a sharp mountain valley. The only way was blocked by the 2 men. Hearing their dirty words, Zhu felt a strong urge to fight back. Just then, she decided to try the moves Lu Han had taught her to see if they worked. She's so fat. What if? Ma Shun's words were cut off by He San slapping him. Coward. You're afraid of a woman? Don't blame me if I make you taste her. He San then lunged at Zhu with a wicked smile. Fat girl, let me make you feel good. Zhu sneered coldly, not dodging. She used the moves Lu Han had taught her. Hei-san was tall and strong, while Anju was fat but shorter. She trained with Lu Han every day, improving her skills. Plus, her original strength was quite good, because she often did heavy work. The final result was that Hei-san was pushed to the ground and beaten. Hei-san never expected that one day he would be beaten so badly by a woman. He shouted, "Ma Shun, are you a coward? Come on, Ma Shun swallowed hard and said, "I can't fight back either. Are you still a man?" Hei-san cursed loudly. It's obviously you, said Pang Ya Pang, and she must be soft. Hei-san's dirty words were too much to listen to. And Ju's strength increased, and she kicked him in the face. How dare he say such things in front of her? And Ju used Hei-san as a punching bag to practice. Ma Shun saw he couldn't run away, so he charged forward, thinking he was a man. Unfortunately, Ma Shun was no match for Hei-san. In just a few moves, he was knocked to the ground. Ma Shun wanted to escape, but Anju wouldn't let them go. She kept fighting until they begged for mercy. Only then did she feel satisfied. Hei-san, Ma Shun, you haven't harmed women much in the past, have you? No. Hei-san grimaced in pain, his whole body feeling like it was falling apart. Anju looked at him coldly and kicked him directly. I warn you, don't let me see you again, or... Her gaze fell to below his navel. Hei-san hurriedly covered himself, looking at her with fear. Humph, Anju snorted coldly. Otherwise, I'll make you eunuchs. Watching the two of them scurry away, Anju hummed a tune and headed home. The tricks Lu Han taught her were really useful. Lu Han touched his nose. Are you cold? Gu Chun asked worriedly. I'm fine. Lu Han and Gu Chun arrived at Chomping Mansion and directly delivered the tea leaves to Yi Pin Xiang. They just happened to meet Ma Sanga. Lu Han, look. I found something good. When my sister-in-law makes beef tallow hot pot, it will taste amazing, Ma Sanga said, sacrificing his pride for these few pieces of beef tallow. When did you start liking it so much, Ma Sanga? Lu Han's mouth twitched. The things Xiaozhu Air makes are really popular. Ma Sanga composed himself and said seriously, people spend their whole lives chasing after these yellow and white things. If I don't eat something delicious, it would be too wasteful. Third brother, I want to talk to you about something. Lu Han took out a bottle of tea leaves. I want to find someone to make a batch of bottles. Sure. Brother Ma San said without hesitation, there are many people making this kind of bottle, but matching the same painting is quite difficult. And the calligraphy, it's really well done. Just draw the bottle and the painting. I can write the characters. Is that okay? Lu Han asked. Sure. Brother Ma San replied confidently. That's an easy task. Let's go. We're going to drink wine. Brother Ma San said, pulling Lu Han along. And Ju was practicing calligraphy as usual, but without Lu Han nearby to correct her, she felt a bit uncomfortable. Could she be a bit self-critical? And Ju thought to herself. After finishing yoga, she lay on her bed. Even after a tiring day, she still missed the stories Lu Han told. He shared funny stories, which she found very interesting. On the day Tianjun returned home, and Ju specially went to help at Tian's house. When she saw Enfeng holding Tianjun's hand and walking home, his silly look made her want to take a picture of him. She thought she would laugh about it for a lifetime. In Enfeng's eyes, Tianjun was everything. Tianjun, now a new wife, seemed to have changed a little. She no longer looked like a young girl, but more like a real woman. Tian Lauda and Xie Xiaohong, the couple, were very happy to see this. Xie Xiaohong quickly served the sweet water eggs from the pot. Xiaofeng, Zhenzhan, eat quickly. After eating these sweet water eggs, your married life will be as sweet as these eggs, full of happiness. Thank you, Mom. And Feng replied quickly, Thank you, Dad. Then, Enfeng planned to share half of the eggs with Tianjun. Xie Xiaohong hurriedly stopped him. Xiaofeng, these sweet water eggs are for both of you. Aunt Tian, my brother got married, and he even forgot about me, his little sister, and Ju teased. Since entering the house, after greeting her father-in-law and mother-in-law, Enfeng's eyes had been fixed on Tianjun the whole time, but he didn't even notice her. Chubby girl, why are you here too? Enfeng finally saw her and rolled his eyes in frustration. Xie Xiaohong looked at her son-in-law and couldn't help but smile. Her son-in-law's eyes were full of her daughter. That was a good thing. Xiao Zhu, I was just eating. It's been a few days. Why do I feel like you've lost some weight? Tianjun helped her husband, her gaze falling on Anju's waist. The jacket she wore before was tight, but now it seemed looser. Once Anju started speaking, he changed his tone and said, "Sister-in-law, you changed the subject so quickly for my brother. Did he bully you?" Anju smiled happily as she looked at her. Hearing the word, bully, Tianjun's face turned red. When she thought about the wedding night, her face blushed even more. "Fatty, how could I bully your sister-in-law? Don't talk nonsense." And Foam quickly said when he heard the word bully. "Aunt Tian, look at this," Anju said with a helpless and sad expression. Xie Xiaohong smiled and said, "Xiao Zhu, you shouldn't tease them. Let's go make lunch. Yesterday, I was lucky and bought some beef when I went to the county." Anju's eyes lit up and asked, "Aunt Tian, is it hard to buy beef?" "Yes, I only managed to get half a jean. I know the meat seller well, or I wouldn't have been able to buy even this much," Xie Xiaohong said. She usually wanted to buy beef whenever Anju mentioned it, no matter the price. "Aunt Tian, I will cook stir-fried beef slices. It tastes really good," Anju said excitedly. When there's delicious food, she feels very happy. Xie Xiaohong was busy in the kitchen and said, "Why hasn't your mother-in-law come yet?" "We agreed to eat together at noon. She's in the vegetable garden, pulling radishes," Anju replied. "Yesterday, she mentioned how tasty spicy and sour radishes are, so her mother went to check on the radishes today. She said they're big enough to harvest and eat. Then go call your mother-in-law later. She's home alone, so she might as well come here for a meal," Xie Xiaohong said confidently. Her pickle dishes business might not make a lot of money, but as long as she sells something every day, she earns money. It might not be much, just a few cents each day, but it adds up. Besides tofu strips and dried bean curd, pickled pig's head, pickled pork, and pickled duck are also profitable. Old Tian, besides chopping firewood in the mountains, also helps Xie Xiaohong sell pickled dishes. Their life has improved, and Xie Xiaohong is more generous with food. In the past, they couldn't afford good food for her two daughters. After dividing the household, most of her meat dishes now go to her and her children. She is very grateful to Anju. If it weren't for her, her husband's leg might have been seriously injured or even crippled. "Okay," Anju said without hesitation. "I'll go catch a fish later." The rice was steamed, and Anju went back to catch fish. There wasn't much at home, just the fish. She chose a large grass carp weighing about 4 or 5 jin. As soon as she reached the yard, she saw Mother Lu carrying a basket of radishes. She said happily, "Xiao Zhu, look at the radishes I grew. Are they good?" Mother Lu took a radish from the basket and said cheerfully, "They are white and fat." "Good. The weather has been nice these days, so I'll make some today," Anju said, looking at the many radishes. She thought about the sour and spicy pickled radish and felt quite hungry. After lunch at the Tian family's house, Anju hurried home to make pickled radish. She washed the plump, white radishes and peeled them. At this moment, Anju really missed her peeling knife. Since she didn't have one, she had to use a kitchen knife, carefully peeling the radishes. Anju and Mother Lu, as mother and daughter-in-law, spent about half an hour washing, peeling, and cutting the radishes into strips. She put the cut radish strips into a basin and sprinkled salt over them. "Mom, I think I've used all the salt at home," she said. She only realized later that she had a lot of radishes, enough to fill a whole basin. When she added salt, she accidentally poured all the salt from the jar without noticing. "There's no more salt at home," Mother Lu sighed, looking at the empty salt jar. "I'll go borrow some from Xiao Hong's house." "Hee hee, Mom. Once the pickled radish is ready, it will be delicious. By the way, does anyone in the village sell vinegar?" "I want the clear, sour kind," Anju asked, worried that Dezhou might not have any. She added, "The kind that's white and sour? Bitter wine?" Mother Lu shook her head. "No one in the village is willing to buy that. There should be some in the county. Then I'll go buy some in the county tomorrow." After salting the radishes, Anju covered them carefully to prevent dirt from falling in. Since Lu Han wasn't home, Only she and her mother-in-law were there. They boiled some eggs to eat quickly. Mom, I think I've improved at playing the zither, and Ju said early, bringing out her instrument. Over the past few days, she had become more and more interested in playing. Without a phone, computer, or speaker, it wasn't easy to listen to music. Playing the zither became her best way to enjoy music. Moreover, she felt that playing the zither helped her calm down, and while she played, she felt like her whole self was uplifted. Mom, listen to this. And Ju still loved playing the Phoenix Seeking song. She wanted to learn each piece carefully, then move on to others. She dreamed that one day she might even play modern songs. With this goal in mind, Ju studied very seriously every time. After practicing the first part, she could play it smoothly, without stumbling like before. She looked at Mother Lu with anticipation, hoping for her feedback. Good. You're making progress, Mother Lu said after listening carefully. Xiao Zhu, you've improved quite a bit, but if you want your music to be outstanding and pleasing, you still have more to learn. I will study hard, I promise. And Ju played the piece over and over. Although her later attempts were still a bit shaky, she kept practicing. She believed that with hard work, she would get better. By the way, Mother, is Aunt Wu okay going to the county? Before Infeng's wedding, Aunt Wu had to go to the county for some matter. Don't worry. She's alone, but she's not someone easy to bully, Mother Lu replied without looking up. She asked, do you think it would be good if Aunt Wu stayed in the village? Aunt Wu had told her about this, and she naturally agreed. And Ju grinned and said, Mother, there are others with her. Besides, Aunt Wu is an old acquaintance of yours. But, she paused and asked, where does Aunt Wu want to stay? Although she didn't mind, she thought Aunt Wu might not want to stay at the Lu family house forever. There isn't much in the village, lots of mountains and land. She can find a piece of land nearby to build a house, Mother Lu said, glancing at her. She used to work in the palace, so she has some savings. Living in the village for a lifetime is enough. That's a pity, Mother Lu sighed. She has no children, and now she's all alone. If she had a child, someone to care for her in old age, it would be better. She could adopt a child. Wouldn't that be the same for old age care? And Ju thought that was not a problem. Mother Lu looked at her and asked, even biological children sometimes refuse to care for their parents. How many reliable adopted children do you think there are? That's true. But there's no rush. Aunt Wu isn't very old, and Ju said. Aunt Wu looked to be in her 30s, with her hair neatly combed. When she was stern, her expression was strict. The next morning, as soon as it was light, Ju planned to go to the county to buy vinegar. Before she could leave, she saw the carriage returning. The bright red horse was pulling the carriage. Lu Han was dressed in a vivid red outfit that was very eye-catching. His long hair was high and was flying in the wind. Although red clothes are usually worn by women, Lu Han looked handsome and extraordinary in them. Little Zhu, how did you know we were back? Lu Han asked happily, looking at her. I was going to the county to buy vinegar, and Zhu replied. His bright red clothes made him very striking. She quickly looked away and saw Ma Sanga nearby. Excited, she asked, Ma Sanga? Are you back in business? Yes, Ma Sanga said, jumping down from his horse. He took a bundle off the carriage and said, Look what I brought back. You asked for beef tallow. There's enough from several cows to make half a basin. Ma Sanga opened the container of beef tallow. On the way, he made sure it was well ventilated. Since it was very cold now, the tallow was frozen solid, cold as ice. Ma Sanga, you're really amazing, and Ju said, holding the tallow and looking at how frozen it was. She quickly suggested, let's go inside. The kitchen has a fire going. I'll cook noodles for you. As she carried the tallow into the house, she went to the kitchen to start the fire with charcoal. Early in the morning, they probably hadn't eaten yet. In the kitchen, Ju overheard their conversation and knew they had traveled all night. She was quick to cook the noodles. If she had more than one pot, she could cook noodles and fry eggs at the same time. Soon, she brought out half a basin of noodles. Instead of going to the county, she started making the beef tallow. Making tallow was not easy, but it was great for hot pot ingredients. Once frozen, it would last through the winter. And Ju was busy in the kitchen, working hard. After Lu Han finished his noodles, He carried a jar into the kitchen. "What is this?" And Zhu asked casually. Lu Han said, "Didn't you say you wanted vinegar?" And Zhu's eyes lit up instantly. She went over, opened the jar, and the sour smell hit her face. Excited, she asked, "How did you know I wanted vinegar?" Someone kept talking about wanting sweet and sour ribs, pickled radish, spicy and sour peppers, and sour beans. Lu Han remembered her preferences clearly. This time, besides ordering jars, he also bought a lot of vinegar from the city. And Zhu was worried she couldn't buy vinegar today and was concerned about her radishes. She was simmering beef fat in a pot. She found a jar and put all the radishes and vinegar inside. Unfortunately, there were no fresh small chili peppers. If there had been, adding a little spice would make it taste even better, sour with a bit of heat. If only there were a large greenhouse. And Zhu felt she had too many things she wanted to do. "Lu Han, how about we have hot pot at home today?" "Perfect, I bought some lamb meat," Lu Han replied, pulling out the items he bought from the cart. Most of them were food, many good ingredients for hot pot. She even saw beef tripe. On the way back, they ran into a cow slaughter. Sadly, they didn't buy beef as no one wanted it. Lu Han brought some back anyway. He asked casually, "Can we eat this?" And Zhu looked at it and said, "Not only can we eat it, but it also tastes very good when cooked." And Zhu started preparing the hot pot. Lu Mu came over to help. She saw them talking at the door: lamb, beef tripe, pork, and bean sprouts. Lu Mu's expression was hard to read. She knew her son best. In the past, he was never picky about food. Whatever was cooked at home, he ate. She had never heard him refuse anything. But he wasn't a person with a strong appetite for rich flavors. Now, after going to the city, he brought back these ingredients. Besides for Xiao Zhu, she couldn't think of any other reason. In winter, the hot pot with lamb was steaming hot. And Zhu picked up a piece of beef tripe and said, "Eat this. It's the best when it's just right." While speaking, she demonstrated how to cook the tripe in the hot pot. It was cooked quickly, then eaten directly. It was crispy, chewy, and had a bouncy texture. Plus, the hot pot broth made from beef fat made it smell wonderful. Delicious, and Zhu said happily. She hadn't had this in a long time. "Let me try," said Ma Senge, who loved to eat. When he saw Lu Han pick up the unwanted ingredients, he initially felt disgusted. But when he mimicked in Zhu and ate the tripe, the aroma was irresistible. "Next time, I will not only buy beef fat but also this. Whatever it's called," Ma Senge said, not knowing the name. "It looks fuzzy, so let's call it beef tripe." Andy and Zhu casually picked a name. Eating hot pot at home was not a new experience for her. Mother Lu, who was not very fond of rich foods, ate hot pot without any airs of a noble lady. After a hearty meal, and Zhu lazily looked out the window and exclaimed, "It's snowing." No wonder the cold wind had been biting her face these days. Large snowflakes, like goose feathers, floated down from the sky. And Zhu obediently stayed at home, learning embroidery from Mother Lu. "Xiao Zhu, you need to hide the stitches like this. When you make a stitch, think about how the next one should go." Mother Lu's voice kept ringing in Zhu's ears. The fire was warm, and she took out the embroidered handkerchief, looked at it, then crumpled it into a ball. "Mother, I might really have no talent for sewing." She had made progress learning the piano, and her calligraphy and reading skills were even better. With a good foundation, she improved quickly. But when it came to embroidery, she hadn't improved at all. Hard work can make up for lack of talent. "Keep practicing slowly," Mother Lu said, glancing at her embroidered flower. It was a very simple flower, but she couldn't see any pattern in it. She said coldly, "You can't always have others sew your clothes and inner garments in the future."
Hunter is a boy.
Isn't it embarrassing if he wears underwear and clothes sent by other women? And Zhu wanted to say she wasn't embarrassed at all. Not at all. Lu Han wasn't her real husband. What was there to be embarrassed about? But then, upon further thought, and Zhu felt awkward. Seeing how much he looked like Lu Xiaohan, and considering he was her nominal husband, she reluctantly decided to do a little. And Zhu continued to bite her lip and practice embroidery. Mother Lu was very pleased to see her so serious and taught her even more carefully. It snowed all day. When she woke up the next morning, and Zhu found everything outside was covered in white. The snow was thick, reaching her calves. Lu Han, Ma Sango, and Gu Chun were working together to clear the snow from the roof. The thatched roof, if it snowed another day, might collapse under the weight. Be careful, and Zhu warned them. Watching them walk on the roof and sweep away the heavy snow, she shivered and hurried to the kitchen to busy herself. They built a fire, boiling hot water in the pot, and intentionally burned some charcoal inside the room. This way, as soon as you enter, you feel warm and cozy. She plans to make simple noodle dumplings which taste quite good. The snow started falling suddenly, and is so thick. We might freeze to death, and Zhu said while working. Her hands and feet were cold, but luckily, Mother Lu had made her a thick cotton coat, or she would be freezing badly. Mother, Aunt Wu is still in the county. It should be fine, right? And Zhu looked at the heavy snow and asked worriedly. Your Aunt Wu probably will wait until the snow stops before coming back, Mother Lu replied uncertainly. That day, Aunt Wu said she had important things to do in the county, so she didn't ask much, thinking it would only be a few days. But unexpectedly, the snow started falling heavily. I'm making noodle dumplings, and Zhu said as she brought out the cooked dumplings. The weather was cold, and it would get colder soon. Little sister, your cooking skills are really good, said Ma Sango, who had praised Zhu yesterday after eating hot pot. Now he was even more impressed. The noodle dumplings were chewy and made with just some cabbage and garlic. The broth was very fragrant and rich. If Brother Ma likes it, eat more. I made a lot, and Zhu said, knowing there were 3 men at home, so she deliberately made extra. Great, Ma Sanga said happily, drinking the soup. Lu Han, with such heavy snow, why don't we go hunting in the mountains? Ma Sanga suggested this. Although the snow had stopped outside, it was not clear, and it looked like more snow might fall tonight. Going hunting now might bring some good luck. Okay, Lu Han agreed. But Mother Lu was worried. Honor, your leg just got better. Going up the mountain in this snow might cover the trails. What if? Mother, don't worry. Because of the snow, hunting is easier. The wild chickens and rabbits have no food, and their footprints are easy to find. Lu Han interrupted her confidently. Mother, you don't doubt my skills, do you? Mother Lu didn't say anything. And Zhu's eyes lit up. How about taking me along? Mother Lu and Lu Han both said at the same time. No, Mother Lu firmly refused. You should stay at home with me. The mountain trails are difficult, and the snow covers everything. If your feet get wet, cold air will get inside. You're a girl, so you can't go. Lu Han was willing to treat her as his wife, so she should see him as her son-in-law. Xiao Zhu has lost a lot of weight now, though not yet to the point of being very beautiful. At least her features are clear. She still hopes to have a big, chubby grandson someday. If she goes up the mountain and freezes her legs, it could affect her health, and then she wouldn't be able to have a big, chubby grandson. Mother is right. You stay at home and wait. We'll hunt some wild chickens and rabbits, and we can have a special dinner tonight. Lu Han said in agreement. He asked, can Xiao Zhu make some pancakes for us to take up the mountain? A trip up the mountain isn't easy, so they would only go back before it gets dark. And Zhu sighed. Ma Sange comforted her. Little sister-in-law, once the snow melts, Lu Han can take you hunting again, right? Ma Sange was very impressed with Zhu, and he knew Lu Han cared about her deeply. Lu Han nodded confidently. Once the snow melts, I'll take you up the mountain to hunt. That's what you said, no changing your mind. And Zhu quickly agreed, secretly glancing at her mother-in-law. Seeing she said nothing, she added, Mother, maybe I'll even get to eat some of the wild chickens I hunt. So, you want to practice your skills with honor? Lu Mother raised an eyebrow. Before Zhu could answer, Lu Mother said, it's good for you to practice with honor. Maybe you'll even lose a little more weight. And Zhu was speechless. She had already been working hard to lose weight, often waking up hungry in the middle of the night, and in the mornings she went to gather pigweed and grass for the pigs. She was very diligent. By the way, Mother, the pigs at home are pretty big now. When will we slaughter them? And Zhu asked decisively. Not until after the New Year. There's still some time, Lu Mother replied. She raised pigs because she thought they were easy to raise, just feed them, and they grow. Plus, she could eat her own pork during the new year. Since Anju married in, she hadn't had to worry about the pigs anymore. But for making cured meat and sausages, don't they need to be dried in advance? Anju thought about smoked bacon and cured sausages, delicious foods. Sausages are even better. The recipes differ between north and south. Some are sweet, some salty. No matter if they're salty or sweet, not eating sausages during the new year doesn't feel right. Can you dry them? Lu's mother looked at her. Anju had only eaten dried meat before, but she had never dried it herself. I've never eaten pork, but I've seen pigs run around. It shouldn't be hard. Anju decided to try her hand at drying meat. Luhan smiled and said, "Why not wait a few days until the weather clears to slaughter the pig? Otherwise, in this cold weather without sunshine, it's hard to dry the meat." Okay? Anju immediately agreed, then looked eagerly at Lu Mu. Lu Mu smiled and said, "All right, we're raising the pig just to eat." Luhan, Ma Sange, and Gu Chun went to the mountain to hunt together. Anju stayed inside the house, continuing to learn embroidery. At noon, they ate simple pancakes, which were easy to prepare. With Lu Mu's patient teaching, she felt she was making some progress. "Your hands are really not as skillful as Xiao Xia's," Lu Mu said with a glance. Anju, who was less skillful than Xiao Xia, looked at her own hands. Her fingers were slender. She was chubby before, but after losing weight, her hands also became thinner. They weren't bony, just a bit fleshy, delicate, and long. She thought it was a waste that her hands didn't play the piano. It would be even better if they were a bit softer. As Anju examined her hands, she suddenly heard a familiar voice outside. "Big sister, are you at home?" Anju blinked. "Mother, did I hear that right? Why does it sound like Xiao Xia's voice?" The weather was cold. Anju and Lu Mu sat inside, keeping a charcoal fire burning. They closed the door, and the room was warm and cozy. The light was dim, and they had lit an oil lamp. "It's Xiao Xia." Lu Mu quickly put down her sewing basket and was about to open the door. Seeing Anju standing still, she said, "Go open the door." Anju put down her handkerchief and hurried outside. When she opened the door, she said, "Xiao Xia, it's snowing so heavily. Why are you still coming over? Father is also here." Xiao Xia looked at Fuchuan beside her. "This snow might fall for a while longer. I bought some rice and thought to bring some to you," and Fuchuan carried a sack of rice and walked into the house. As he walked, he said, "Put the rice in the kitchen." Just as Anju was about to go inside, Xiao Xia pulled her back and pointed at the carriage. When Wu Nyangzi came out of the carriage, Anju was stunned. "Xiao Zhu, I happened to meet your father bringing your sister. I'm shameless," and got on the carriage. "Otherwise, with my old arms and legs, I'd be afraid I couldn't stand the cold," Wu Nyangzi said happily. This time, her trip to the county was very successful. Staying at home in the snow, she went to the restaurant to try her luck. Surprisingly, she ran into Fuchuan. "Aunt Wu, earlier my mother was worried you couldn't return to the village from the county. Luckily, she saw that you would be happy." Anju helped Mother Wu into the house, and Fuchuan put down the rice and grains. Before he could speak, Mother Lu warmly invited Xia to stay. And Fuchuan said shyly, "Mother-in-law, I'm sorry to trouble you again. Don't worry, Xia is well-behaved and helpful at home. As for your father-in-law, next time, don't bring rice. We have enough at home. You should keep some for yourselves," Mother Lu said politely. "And Xia lives at the Lu family helping with chores, and Fuchuan always brings rice and vegetables. She feels a bit embarrassed about it. I have enough at home, so I'll go back now." And Fuchuan hurriedly returned home. "Dad, it's cold and icy outside. Be careful on the road," and Zhu called out loudly as he left. "All right, go inside quickly. It's cold outside," and Fuchuan waved and got into the carriage, leaving. Mother Lu was especially happy to see Mother Wu. When Mother Wu looked at the handkerchief in her sewing basket, she asked uncertainly, "Did Xiao Zhu embroider this?" Mother Lu, who knew needlework well, could tell at a glance. The embroidered handkerchief looked strange, and besides Anju, probably no one else could have made it. "Yes," And Zhu replied a bit nervously, snatching the handkerchief. Aunt Wu, I've never been good at sewing since I was young. I just started learning. It's understandable that someone new to embroidery would make something so ugly, right? Xiaolan, don't listen to her. I've been learning for over a month, and I haven't improved at all, Mother Lu said dismissively. If she hadn't seen that Anju was genuinely trying, she might have doubted whether Anju was pretending. Xiaolan is Mother Wu's name. Guilan, don't worry. She's just started. It's not easy to learn quickly, Mother Wu said, recalling how she had studied day and night when she first started. Later, when she entered the palace and became a palace embroiderer, she had learned even more. Yes, sister will definitely learn well, and Xia said confidently, looking at her sister with admiration. Sister, let's learn together. Her parents strongly support her learning embroidery. Xia, study hard, and Zhu patted Xia's shoulder encouragingly. Just learn to make a small pouch and a lining. That's enough. And Zhu's words made Mother Lu dismissively say, what a disappointment. Although Mother Lu said this with disdain, her eyes still held a faint smile. Wu Xilan laughed and said, Guilan, Xiao Zhu's cooking skills are so good that others can't learn them even if they try. You should be happy with what you have. No matter what ingredients Anju used, her cooking always turned out delicious and tasty. Compared to Xia, Anju was even more disliked and felt completely discouraged, almost not wanting to learn anymore. Luckily, after practicing for a long time today, when the time came, she put down her sewing basket and took out her musical instrument. It wasn't the guqin that Mother Lu owned, but the one Lu Han gave her, Frost. Unlike the guqin, Frost was very beautiful. As someone who cared about appearances, Anju immediately liked it. She said, Mom, I want to practice the piano. I've improved a lot recently. After being discouraged in embroidery, Anju was determined to improve in playing the piano. Today, she struggled but managed to play the entire Phoenix Seeking Phoenix piece without missing a note. She was very happy and said, Mom, I've improved. Mother Lu sighed and said, it would be nice if your embroidery improved as much as your piano. And Zhu thought, can we not talk about embroidery anymore? Wu Xiaolan couldn't stop smiling. She could tell that Mother Lu genuinely considered her as a daughter-in-law. She was teaching her embroidery and piano, probably preparing for her to return to the capital. Unfortunately, her eyesight wasn't good enough. Otherwise, she could also teach. Big sister, you're amazing. You can even play the piano. And Xia watched Anju with wide eyes, full of admiration and happiness that she couldn't hide. In her heart, only a young lady from a wealthy family would have a piano. Xia, do you want to learn? And Zhu's mind moved. Since Xia was learning embroidery, she wouldn't be holding embroidery all day. Maybe she could also learn to play the piano and practice calligraphy? I'll teach you. And Zhu blurted out. But as soon as she finished speaking, she changed her mind. Actually, never mind. Let Mom teach you. My skills are not good enough to show off. Mother Lu smiled gently, as if saying, you do have self-awareness. Big sister, can I learn too? And Xia looked at the piano carefully, reaching out her hand cautiously, afraid of damaging it. And Zhu confidently spoke and immediately asked Xia to come and play the zither. When Xia's hand touched the instrument, her face turned bright red with excitement that she couldn't hide. Mother Lu and Wu Xiaolan exchanged glances and shook their heads, saying, our ears are really suffering. Little Zhu acts like a big sister. Even though she's still learning, she teaches so clearly, Wu Xiaolan praised. Mother Lu also looked at Anju with admiration. Anju has a real talent for playing the zither. Most people can't learn so quickly. When she was teaching Xia, she seemed to be a master of music herself. Big sister, you should play, and Xia said shyly, unable to remember the tune and hesitating to continue. Anju was patient and said, watch me play. After her first successful try, she became more confident. With daily practice, her fingers seemed to remember the movements naturally. Big sister, your playing sounds so beautiful, and Xia looked at Anju with admiration. Anju happily said, Xia, I think I've improved a lot. It was getting late. Since the family was large, they had to prepare 3 meals a day. And Ju started busying herself in the kitchen early, cooking ribs with fresh bamboo shoots, braised half a pig's head, and some vegetables. Almost enough for the family. Xia, would you like to sleep with me tonight? Mother Lu asked in Xia. Yes, and Xia nodded without hesitation and took her bedding to Mother Lu's room. Mother Lu took Ju's bedding and moved it to Lu Han's room. And Xia's face showed happiness she couldn't hide. Xiaolan, you can stay in your room. I plan to clear this room out to teach Xia how to make clothes, Mother Lu said while turning the bed over with Wu Xiaolan. The bed frame was made by Gu Chun, and flipping it made the bed twice as high as a normal one. After placing the bedboard on top, a spacious, flat cutting table appeared. In the kitchen, Ju was busy preparing dinner, unaware of what was happening. When Lu Han and the others returned, they brought back a plentiful harvest of game, 7 or 8 wild chickens and rabbits, a good catch. Wow, that's amazing, and Ju praised the wild chicken and rabbit, thinking about smoking the rabbits and then stir-frying them. Such flavors would be very delicious. As for the wild chicken, making a soup or a spicy wild chicken dish would also taste excellent. After walking all day in the mountains, he was still feeling fine, though his shoes were soaked through. He planned to take a bath. When he entered the house, he noticed that the bedding on the bed had been added to by Ju. What's wrong? Mother Lu immediately saw that Lu Han was hesitant. She stepped forward and said, Honor, if you decide to make her your wife, I want to have a big grandson. Living together is normal. Why? Are you unwilling? Mother Lu raised an eyebrow and quickly said, If Honor changes his mind, I will take the bedding away. Mother Lu looked happy and was about to go and take the quilt to accept Ju. She had thought about this a lot and convinced herself many times. She knew her son well and understood that changing his mind was as hard as climbing to the sky. If she didn't want the Lu family to be left without heirs, she had to go along with Honor's wishes. Otherwise, if she let go of Ju and Honor still didn't marry, she would lose face when meeting Honor's father. Lu Han hurriedly pulled her back. Of course I am happy, but does Xiaozhu know? Not yet, but she should be very happy. Becoming your real wife and sharing a bed with you, that's a great blessing. How could she not want that? In Mother Lu's heart, her son was the best, worthy of a princess or noble lady, yet he married a rustic girl like Ju. Mother Lu was truly distressed. She believed her son deserved someone better. But her son was very loyal to love. Sometimes she wondered, if she hadn't pushed for good luck back then, what would Honor be like now? Mother, what do you think? Lu Han asked instead of answering. Mother Lu opened her mouth to speak, but suddenly thought of Ju. Her feelings were conflicted. Ju managed the household well, both inside and out. When she was injured, Ju carried her to a town dozens of miles away for treatment without holding a grudge. She kept trying to make delicious food for the family. Even Dr. Luo, who treated Honor's leg, was brought home by Ju. Except for her humble background and appearance, everything about Ju was what she dreamed of in a daughter-in-law. But Ju was also very clever. She harvested tea leaves in the ancient tea forest, and she sold the tea at high prices. This time, when Xiaoma came to the house, Mother Lu found out that Xiaoma was already doing business with her. They were earning quite a lot of money. Even the Tian family's business had Ju's help. She is your wife. You two sleeping together is normal. There's no need for separate rooms. Mother Lu said this aloud, but she felt a little uneasy inside. Mom, you're right. But we'll just tell Xiaozhu that way, Lu Han praised, feeling very grateful to his mother. Mother Lu looked at him suspiciously and asked, Are you secretly hoping for intimacy? Otherwise, how could his words sound so planned? Lu Han blushed, rare for him. He cleared his throat and said, Mom, thank you for caring about me. You're not like those mean mother-in-laws who dislike Xiaozhu's background or her looks. You're the best mother-in-law in the world. Stop it. Don't try to fool me. Mother Lu's earlier worries disappeared when she saw his shy face. She was filled with happiness, thinking she had made the right choice. Mom, I'm telling the truth, Lu Han said seriously. You raised me, and Xiaozhu will be with me for the rest of my life. If you two keep arguing, I'll be caught in the middle and feel very uncomfortable. Then who do you protect? Mother Lu asked with a raised eyebrow. Lu Han replied, both Xiao Zhu and I will protect you, Mom. Dinner was still very delicious. Brother Ma went early to rest in Gu Chun's room. Lady Wu and Mother Lu stayed in the room, teaching Xiao Xia how to make clothes. And Zhu was about to take a bath. When she returned to her room, she looked around. Her bed? Her clothes? Xiao Zhu searched the room. Her small room had changed a lot. The bed was gone, replaced by a big work table. Xiao Xia was learning to cut fabric beside Mother Lu. The girl was only a little taller than the table. To hold big scissors and cut fabric, she had to raise her hands high or stand on something to reach. Why are you so nervous? Mother Lu calmly taught Xiao Xia how to sew. She said, your things have been moved to Honor's room. We were worried about hurting Honor's leg before, but now that his leg is healed, you and your husband should live together naturally. Mom, Xiao Zhu wanted to speak, but was interrupted by Mother Lu. Xiao Zhu, I'm still hoping you'll give me a grandson. But where will Xiao Xia sleep? Xiao Zhu's eyes flickered as she looked at Xiao Xia. Mother Lu spoke calmly. Xiao Xia can sleep with me. It's warm for both of us. Xiao Xia, you don't mind Aunt Lu, do you? Aunt Lu, I'm worried you might mind if I kick off the blanket, and Xia said seriously. Mother Lu gently pinched her chubby face. The girl's skin was smooth and soft. She smiled and said, it's okay. I'll cover you with a blanket at night, Mom. And Zhu wanted to find an excuse, but Mother Lu pulled her aside and whispered, Xiao Zhu, if you don't want to sleep with Hanu, I, as your mother, would be worried inside. But Xiao Xia and Aunt Wu are different. We can't let Aunt Wu see you and your husband making jokes, right? Especially Xiao Xia. Mother Lu emphasized the name Xiao Xia strongly. Xiao Xia is very obedient, and Zhu just finished speaking, then remembered something Xiao Xia had asked her before. Sister, why don't you sleep with brother-in-law? Xiao Xia is very well-behaved and sensible. Before, because Hunter had a leg injury and you gained weight, you couldn't share a bed for fear of squeezing each other and collapsing. But now, aren't you half the size you used to be? Mother Lu reached out and pinched her waist. She still had some flesh, but compared to before, it was a huge difference. Xiao Xia isn't a 3-year-old who doesn't understand anything. If this news got back to your family, they might think I, as the mother-in-law, am stopping you from being close, Mother Lu warned kindly. Xiao Zhu, Hunter will have his own work to do in the future. While he's here in the village, you should try to get pregnant. Mother Lu's words weren't casual. When Hunter went to fight in the army, he only came home once every half year. Most of the time, he was away. Seeing each other was very difficult. In this situation, her chances of having grandchildren were very high. Now, while Hunter was recovering from his injury, it was the perfect time to get pregnant. Xiao Zhu, when Dr. Luo left, he said your health was recovering well. You should hurry and get pregnant so you can have a big, chubby boy. Mother Lu's eyes sparkled at the thought of a chubby boy. She looked eagerly at her belly. A girl is fine too. First bloom, then bear fruit. Mother Lu's passionate gaze almost made Zhu think she was already pregnant. She cleared her throat and said, Mom, even if I agree, would Hana agree? Mother Lu is right. Xiao Xia is her biological sister. She learned embroidery at the Lu family. In the beginning, it was fine, but over time, the truth couldn't be kept hidden. When Info married, Lu looked at her and asked why she hadn't mentioned sharing a room with Lu Han. She had heard enough to make her ears sore. If Xiao Xia kept telling others she hadn't shared a room with Lu Han, Lu Yu's nagging would only get worse. He agreed, Mother Lu said, looking at her with a face full of refusal and no happiness. She couldn't help but ask, Xiao Zhu, many girls want to marry Han. You wouldn't mind sharing a room with him, would you? Facing Mother Lu's frowning brow, and Zhu pressed her lips and tried to smile brightly. Could she say no? All right, your smile is almost to your ears. Keep trying and aim to get pregnant before the new year, Mother Lu encouraged. She thought there were only about 10 days left before the new year. She said, it's too late this year. Next spring, get pregnant, and by winter, you'll have a baby. Mother, I want to practice the piano, and Ju said with an excuse and slipped away. She went to Lu Han's room. His bed was made with her bedding, and her closed chest was placed next to his. She sat at her desk, with her favorite Fei Xuan piano in front of her. Thinking about sleeping together tonight made her feel uneasy. After washing up slowly, she just returned to her room and saw Lu Han. She paused for a moment, then smiled and stepped forward. Lu Han, can I talk to you about something? Lu Han raised an eyebrow, looking at her flattering and pleading expression. Normally, he hated flattery, but on Anju, it looked like a cute kitten begging for food. Very adorable. Share the bed with me. We won't bother each other. Anju said happily, straightforwardly. I know you don't want to share a room with me, right? Lu Han crossed his arms and looked at her confidently. Suddenly, he said, How do you know I don't want to? I like women, Lu Han reminded her again. But don't you think I'm fat and ugly? Anju said gently. Lu Han examined her from head to toe. She wasn't really fat anymore, just a little heavier than an average person. Her face had become thinner, but her features were still full and lively. Her bright eyes made her look even more charming. As he looked her over, he said, The baby fat hasn't gone away. If you were ugly, then there wouldn't be any ugly women in this world. And why doesn't he follow the usual way of talking? She pinched her own face. After the Great Zhou dynasty, she spent a lot of time getting used to not being a great beauty. But there were clear benefits. For example, when she went out shopping before, many people would try to talk to her because of her looks. She even fought with some of them just to keep them from getting too close. But now, when she goes out, others might think she's dirty and turn away. If she weren't overweight, she wouldn't be noticed in a crowd at all. Xiaozhu, I like you with some flesh. Being too thin isn't good. You feel all bones when you touch. Lu Han's serious tone surprised Anju. She quickly stepped back, covering her chest with her hands, looking at him defensively. Her eyes seemed to say, Are you joking? Lu Han. Anju took a deep breath. I helped you bring good luck, right? I saved your life, didn't I? I'm your lifesaver. Yes. Lu Han nodded, looking at her deeply. Xiaozhu, my life is yours. From now on, I will protect you. He smiled. Thank you, but I think we might not be the right match. If we get married, there won't be any regret medicine left. What if you meet someone who makes your heart race? What should we do then? Before she finished, Lu Han interrupted. All right then. If in 2 years neither of us has met someone special, how about we become a real married couple? Lu Han praised his own cleverness. With this plan, he had 2 years to deepen their relationship and wouldn't have to worry about Xiaozhu suddenly leaving. The Great Zhou dynasty wasn't like modern times. It wasn't easy for Anju to leave the Lu family, especially since she cared about her own family too. Without hesitation, Anju agreed. She reminded him, During those 2 years, you can't touch me. And if I meet someone I like, you have to let go willingly. Yes. Lu Han looked at her with a smile, thinking, in this life, besides her, he wouldn't feel attracted to anyone else again. After agreeing on the conditions, the heavy burden on Anju's heart was instantly lifted. She felt more motivated to practice her instrument. She was becoming more skilled at playing Feng Qiu Huang. She believed that with continued practice, her musical skills would improve and she could learn another piece. After finishing her practice, she started writing again. She went from being unable to recite the 3-character classic to now reciting it fluently. When she tested herself by writing from memory, she could do so without missing a word. She was increasingly proud of herself. Late at night, Anju took over the bed inside. She rolled herself up like a sleeping bag, wrapping herself tightly. Lu Han had just loosened his coat. When he turned around, he saw Anju wrapped up like a silkworm cocoon. He couldn't help but smile. You can't move at all. Isn't that uncomfortable? Yes, it's uncomfortable. Anju nodded. Her hands and feet felt restrained, and moving even a little made her feel anxious. Don't worry, I keep my promises, Lu Han said softly. He turned off the oil lamp and slept at the edge of the bed, leaving plenty of space for Anju. Anju carefully spread the quilt a bit more. Although she couldn't turn over freely, her legs could stretch and even shift slightly to the side. "Want to hear a story?" Lu Han's voice came from the darkness, just like usual. "Yes," and Zhu nodded. "Last time, you mentioned Shijuan. Do people in Shijuan really still wear their waists exposed?" "Of course," Lu Han replied. "You don't know. Women in Shijuan wear veils and expose their waists. They're different from our Dezhou women. Do they even dare to go out like that? If they trade with our Dezhou, wouldn't others find it strange?" And Zhu asked curiously. "There must be many men secretly watching, right?" "No, they don't dare," Lu Han said with a light laugh. "Why not?" And Zhu asked.
Goose, Lu Han tia said.
"Since they dress like that, they can look openly without sneaking," and Zhu praised her own cleverness.
Lu Han said, "That's not right."
"No one dares to stare at a girl's waist all the time," and Zhu paused for a moment, then turned slightly and guessed casually. Could it be that the women there are very skilled and capable? Otherwise, why would they dare to wear so little? "Congratulations, you got it right," Lu Han said with a smile in his voice. "Really? Are women there all so strong?" And Zhu was surprised and half leaning forward. Lu Han replied, "In Shijuan, both men and women grow up riding horses. Even the women are skilled and value strength. Women in Shijuan might even openly compete for the men they like." "Wow, this is so open," and Zhu said excitedly, imagining how wonderful life would be if she lived in Shijuan. Women in Shijuan clearly hold high status. Her thoughts, which had just started to grow like a small flame, were suddenly cooled by Lu Han's next words. "Women in Shijuan do not use contraception. They have as many children as they can." Lu Han's words made Zhu find it hard to believe. Does that mean they will keep having children even when they are old? Thinking about having 7 or 8 or even 10 children, she decided she wouldn't want to live in such a place. It didn't seem like women anymore. It felt like they were being treated like pigs. "Yes," Lu Han nodded. Even in the dark, she could sense her disbelief. And Zhu summarized, "So, women in Shijuan probably have a good time before marriage, but after marriage they are either giving birth or on the way to give birth. No, this is too sad. Women in Shijuan are too pitiful." On the first night sharing a bed, and Zhu and Lu Han talked happily. Without the wall between them, communication was easier and more natural. And Zhu yawned and fell into a deep sleep. When she woke up, Lu Han had already gotten up. She stretched and muttered, "Sleeping peacefully together like this every day is pretty good. Someone's squeezing me. At least it's warmer, and I won't wake up freezing in the middle of the night." And Zhu was afraid of the cold. Even with a new quilt, she still couldn't get warm. Her feet were cold in the morning. But today, she found her feet were warm. Maybe because men have strong yang energy, and even through the quilt, it kept her warm? It snowed for 3 days straight. The ground was covered with thick snow. The warm sunshine made it even colder outside. And Zhu wanted to build a snowman, but in the end, she was too cold. She rubbed her hands and said as she went home to warm herself, "No, no. When it snowed the past 2 days, I didn't feel cold. But today, with the sun out, it's especially cold. Snow doesn't feel cold. Melting snow does." Mother Lu was mending shoes while looking at Zhu's flushed face. She said, "You're already 18, but you still act like a little girl, wanting to make a snowman? You're late for marriage. If you had married earlier, you'd already have 2 children. Mother, having children too early isn't good for a girl's health." And Zhu replied confidently, "Think about it. A girl's body isn't fully developed yet, and she's supposed to have children. You're 18 now, and in half a month, you'll be 19, Mother Lu reminded her. And Zhu paused, then changed the subject. "By the way, the new year is coming soon. Should we buy New Year's goods and put up spring couplets?" Thinking of Lu Han's calligraphy, and Zhu wondered if anyone would buy spring couplets written by him. Lu Han, Lu Han. As soon as she thought of this, and Zhu ran outside. Today was a clear day, and the school was still being built. Wu Nyang's house was also being constructed. Wu Nyang hired villagers to help, and Lu Han and third brother Ma worked on chopping wood on the mountain for beams. Wu Nyang wanted to celebrate the new year in her new home, so everyone's schedule was tight. and Zhu originally wanted to cook rice for everyone, but Wu Nyang refused. She said her eyes weren't good enough to cook and that it was better to give everyone extra money daily so they could enjoy their work. There were many strong men in the village. Even though many had gone to repair the school, it was almost finished. It was easy to assign one strong man from each family to help Wu Nyang build her house. "What's wrong?" Lu Han, who was carrying a big tree and peeling bark, heard Zhu's urgent words and thought something had happened. "Nothing." And Zhu paused, looked at the nearby villagers, cleared her throat, and said, "Come here for a moment." Lu Han didn't care about the strange looks from the men nearby. He wiped his hands and walked over with Zhu. "Lu Han, the new year is coming soon. Let's write spring couplets and the character for happiness." "Huh?" Lu Han quickly understood her idea. "Just think, we'll write and sell spring couplets and the character for happiness. Our village doesn't even have a single scholar, and with so many families here, they'll want to buy spring couplets for the new year. Not just our village, even the county will have many people wanting to buy them. Plus, your calligraphy is good. For the same price, only a fool wouldn't choose your better writing." And Zhu's eyes sparkled brightly, as if she saw a stream of wealth coming her way. She smiled happily and said, "Perfect. My brother sells miscellaneous goods in the streets, and he can also sell spring festival couplets. When we make money, we'll split it 50-50. How does that sound?" Although the spring festival couplets looked simple, there were many of them, and writing couplets is a very joyful task. "Okay," Lu Han said affectionately, looking at her with care. And Zhu was thinking about buying red paper. She acted quickly and went straight to the county. "Lu Han, you don't really need to come with me," and Zhu said while rubbing her hands and blowing on them. It was very cold today, with thick snow. Even with protection, her feet still felt frozen. Before reaching the county, she was jumping and saying, "It's too cold. If the snow on the road isn't too deep, we could ride horses or take a carriage." Now, she could only rely on her legs. "Get on," Lu Han said, squatting down. And Zhu shook her head.
No, no.
"The mountain path is slippery, and if you carry me, it will be even heavier. We might fall. Be careful," Lu Han warned her. When going up the mountain, he stayed behind to prevent her from slipping and falling. When coming down, he walked in front to scout the way. "Almost there, we're finally almost there," and Zhu said excitedly, seeing the county town covered in silver snow. She was so happy that she took bigger steps. But her excitement caused her to lose her footing, and she fell forward. Lu Han, who had been protecting her, immediately caught her and was pushed down by her momentum. He held her tightly as they tumbled to the foot of the mountain. "Ouch!" And Zhu cried out in pain. She felt dizzy and looked up to realize she had used Lu Han as a human cushion again. Embarrassed, she said, "Sorry about that," carefully, and Zhu climbed up and looked at him with apology. She had gotten a bit carried away. She reached out to help him up. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," Lu Han said, holding her hand as he stood up. When they reached the county, and Zhu hadn't even bought the red paper yet. She saw someone setting up a stall to write spring festival couplets for others. Even though it was snowing, everyone's enthusiasm couldn't be stopped. The place was full of festive cheer. She saw people writing couplets for only 20 coins. Red paper wasn't expensive, but ink was costly. At this rate, writing a pair of couplets could earn about 10 coins, which was really the most she could hope for. A set of 10 copies costs 10 coins, 100 copies cost 100 coins, and 1,000 copies cost only 10,000 coins, which is equal to 10 taels of silver. But making 1,000 pairs of couplets would be too much work and might cause hand injuries. And Zhu cleared his throat and said, "Lu Han, I think my idea of selling spring couplets isn't very good." "That's fine," Lu Han praised. "Our goal isn't to make a lot of money, just a little, to bring some festive cheer, right?" And Zhu looked at the small amount of money and the difficulty of writing, so he gave up the idea. Lu Han still bought a stack of red paper. As the new year approached, he bought some holiday goods, mostly snacks and treats. The two of them felt happy with their harvest. Just as they were about to go home, and Zhu saw Yanfeng arguing with someone. Yanfeng and Zhu frowned. If they weren't in a gambling house, he might have suspected that Yanfeng had lost money again and been kicked out. When Yen Feng saw Anju and his wife, he angrily said, "Brother-in-law, come and help me settle this. I've been buying goods from him before. When he says prices go up, they go up. But why am I the only one whose prices are rising? How do you know only your prices are going up?" Lu Han asked. "You don't understand, brother-in-law. In the trade of picking goods, there are rules. Everyone sells in their own area and doesn't interfere with others." Yen Feng didn't understand at first. He fought with others a few times before slowly establishing himself. Later, he learned to be more tactful in business. He treated everyone to a few meals and small favors, and gradually, they became familiar and friendly. Because of these brothers, Yen Feng knew which shops sold cheaper goods and which had better quality. After getting married, Yen Feng heard about the price increase but didn't say anything. He had a wedding and invited his brothers to eat celebratory candies. That's when he found out that only he had raised his prices, while others hadn't. This made Yen Feng very angry. He wanted to argue right away. If it weren't for worried about Tianjin, he would have fought physically to vent his anger. Lu Han went straight into the shop. His tall and strong figure stood there silently, staring at the shop owner. The shop owner saw Lu Han's impressive presence and commanding aura, which made the room feel colder. His gaze was full of hostility. The shop owner immediately shrank back and said, "This isn't my fault. If anyone's to blame, it's him for offending someone." The atmosphere was tense, and In Feng's eyes widened with anger, almost pointing at the boss and accusing him of lying. "I didn't lie." The boss swallowed nervously. Lu Han looked at him for a moment and asked, "But what about the Du family?" "I don't know. I haven't said anything." The boss lowered his head, pretending to be busy. Lu Han didn't make things difficult for the boss and simply led In Feng away. "Brother-in-law, they have a lot of goods. Without their supplies, how can I sell my stuff?" And Feng just wanted to earn more money to give his wife a better life. He also wanted to confront the boss, but unfortunately, Lu Han's grip was too strong, and he couldn't break free. "I know where to get supplies," Lu Han said simply, making In Feng stop struggling. And Feng asked, "Brother-in-law, you promised." "You can't lie to me." Seeing that he wasn't trying to run away, Lu Han loosened his grip, brushed off the dust, and said, "Why would I lie to you? What's in it for me?" "That's true," and Feng chuckled foolishly. Then he asked, "Brother-in-law, who is the Du family?" "I don't know them. Why would I offend anyone?" And Feng looked confused and felt it was all so strange. He didn't know anything about the Du family. "You just go home and stay there. If there's good news, I will tell you." Lu Han clearly didn't want him to find out more. And Feng wanted to say something else, but Anju pulled him back. "And Feng, your wife is waiting for you at home. You should go back and keep her company, right?" And Feng hurriedly ran home. Anju thought he would try to persuade him a few more times, but he ran faster than a rabbit. She asked, "Lu Han, do you mean the Du County Magistrate or the Du Young Master?" She thought it was more likely to be the Du Young Master. Qi Huaishuan was targeting Lu Han, so he probably wouldn't be interested in Feng. But the Du Young Master was different.
Lu Miao looked at Lu Han differently.
If she knew Lu Han's leg was better, she might. "Xiao Zhu, if I'm right, it's Du Baizhou. Don't worry, this won't happen again," Lu Han said seriously, his eyes darkening slightly. And Zhu waved her hand and said, "It's okay. You're supposed to find a supplier for my brother, right? Do you know anyone who has goods?" "Ma Sangge," Lu Han reminded her. "Ma Sangge's still doing these small trades." And Zhu looked at him in surprise. Ma Sangge is in the business of traveling all over the south and north. His caravan is responsible for transporting goods, including those from Yang County. He probably also transports goods from there, but he usually ignores this small town. Lu Han explained this and looked at the weather. He suggested, "I heard that Sanpengzi's restaurant recently started serving hot pot. Why don't we go try it? It's rare to come to the county." Lu Han had already heard Song Yu mention the restaurant's hot pot. The spicy and flavorful hot pot makes people crave it after just one taste. He guessed it was made by Xiao Zhu. "Sounds good," and Zhu agreed immediately. She was about to find an excuse to go to the restaurant, and Lu Han's words fit her plan perfectly. Even in heavy snow, before dinner time, many people were waiting inside Sanpengzi's restaurant to eat. The main door was blocked with a screen, making it half the usual size, but the inside was warmer. Charcoal fires burned in the corners, and each table had a small charcoal stove with hot pot, steaming and inviting. As soon as you stepped inside, you felt no cold. Meow meow, I heard this restaurant's hot pot is good. Today, I brought you here to try it, a voice said. And Zhu turned around and saw Lu Meow Meow, who was a concubine, or rather, a second wife. Before she married, Lu Meow Meow looked stunning. Now she wore silk and satin, shining with jewelry. Since she came from the capital, her taste was much better than the women in Yang County. Look, when Lu Meow Meow stood there, she looked noble and elegant. Not at all like just Du Baizhou's concubine. Brother, Lu Meow Meow looked happily at Lu Han, her eyes falling on his leg. She said excitedly, Brother, your leg is better? And Zhu quietly looked at Lu Han. He moved beside her, took her hand, and headed upstairs to a private room, completely ignoring Lu Meow Meow. Lu Meow Meow's smile froze on her face. Then she quickly explained, Brother Baizhou, my brother is a bit cold by nature. He's been like that since we were young. Besides, I am the only daughter and sister of my mother and brother. Because of marriage, they are upset, so I understand why they ignore me, she said gently, her eyes shining as she looked at Du Baizhou. Brother Baizhou, I think I made them angry. Please don't be upset, silly girl. Du Baizhou originally thought Lu Han was too proud. When he heard Lu Meow Meow softly explaining and saw her gentle eyes filled with apology as she looked at him, his heart softened. He took Lu Meow Meow upstairs and said, I'm not angry, but my Meow Meow is so kind and understanding. Your brother ignoring you like this is too much. It's okay. My brother loves me very much, Lu Meow Meow replied with a small smile. Looking at Lu Han's back, she said, It's been a long time since I came home. I didn't realize his leg is healed. She lowered her eyes, her hand inside her sleeve clenched tightly. If she had known Lu Han's leg was better, why was she so eager to become Du Baizhou's concubine? Lu Meow Meow. Du Baizhou looked at her expression, thinking she was upset. He took her directly to Lu Han's private room. Lu Han was about to spend some alone time with Zhu when he saw Du Baizhou holding Lu Meow Meow's hand. He frowned and said, We won't share a table, uncle. Du Baizhou started to speak, but Lu Han interrupted, I can't accept that. Your uncle is from the Deng family. Du Baizhou had been in Yangchuan County for many years, but no one had ever embarrassed him like this. His face darkened. Lu Han, I know your family is angry because I married Meow Meow. No, Lu Han cut him off. You didn't marry Lu Meow Meow. You took her as a concubine. Lu Han didn't care about Du Baizhou's expression. He said, since Lu Meow Meow chose to become a concubine, she has cut ties with her mother and with our Lu family, brother Baizhou, and I love each other. Lu Meow Meow looked at Lu Han pitifully. In my heart, you'll always be my brother, and the Lu family will always be my family. There's no need, Lu Han said coldly, showing no emotion. Lu Meow Meow wanted to say more, but Du Baizhou held her hand. Meow Meow, it doesn't matter if they don't accept you. I will treat you well in the future. When I pass the imperial exam, they will regret it. They won't chase you away anymore, Du Baizhou said meaningfully. He took Lu Meow Meow to the opposite private room. To comfort her, he coaxed her for a long time. Soon, hot pot was brought in. The steaming hot pot was fragrant and spicy, very comforting in this cold winter. Their private rooms faced each other. And Zhu was eating hot pot and asked, Did you really cut ties? Du Baizhou seems very confident about passing the imperial exam next year. How about missing the chance to marry the scholar's family? Lu Han joked as he picked up a carrot, savoring the juice from it. The taste was excellent, and it was his favorite. And Zhu focused on eating meat. Although there was no fatty beef roll, on this cold day, she wrapped the marbled pork belly into a round shape and left it in the snow for a while until it froze. The chef then sliced the meat thinly and added it to the hot pot. The flavor was truly delicious. However, I still prefer to rely on myself. Relying on others? Only if they are useful. Otherwise, they're not your parents, so why should they help you? And Zhu scooped up a big piece of meat and ate it eagerly. And even if it's your real parents helping you, it's only because you'll take care of them in old age. Looks like your big ideas are all talk, Lu Han said, watching her eat so happily. He couldn't help but think of Xiao Zhuer. After he died, what had Xiao Zhu experienced to become so wise and understanding now? His Xiao Zhu should have been loved and protected by her parents and grandfather, living happily without worries. Why does she seem to carry so many painful memories? What are you looking at me for? I may come from the countryside, but I'm not stupid, and Zhu said, feeling uncomfortable under his gaze, as if her secret had been exposed. The original owner's background was very low, and she was illiterate. Her knowledge was hidden deep inside her. As she finished eating, and Zhu went to the back kitchen, Zhou Wu saw her and mentioned today's hot pot ingredients. How about the pork rolls? They taste pretty good, right? Yes, Uncle Zhou Wu, you're really talented. Your knife skills are excellent, and Zhu praised. Cutting such thin pork rolls by hand was no easy task. Zhou Wu smiled and said, "Stop praising me. If you had mentioned it, I wouldn't have known pork could be prepared like this. And by the way, it's not just my skill. Pork rolls are the most popular dish in the shop now. At first, several of them cut a lot of pork rolls, but it wasn't enough." Her son, Zhou Xiaoshu, even hired a carpenter to make a machine for slicing meat. It was perfect. Before, when everyone cut by hand, they couldn't keep up, but now, one person working from morning could supply enough for the whole restaurant for the day. Wow, who came up with this idea? If it hadn't snowed, Anju would have already gone to the restaurant. I didn't expect the meat slicing machine to be made just right. My son thought of it, said Zhou Wu proudly. His son is talented, and he, as a father, is even prouder than his son. Smart. Uncle Zhou, have you thought about sending Zhou Xiaoshu to school? And Zhu praised him. Zhou Xiaoshu is clever, learning to be a chef with Zhou Wu, and he is very talented. He is honest and kind. Xiaoshu is getting older. He can only recognize a few characters. Since he likes being a chef, I won't push him. But I recently found a teacher for Xiaodao, planning to send him to a school to learn. Thinking about his two sons, Zhou Wu feels full of hope. His eldest son, Zhou Xiaoshu, needs money to get married, and his younger son also needs money for school. The exam fees alone are not small. Uncle Zhou, I think your plan is very good. And Zhu gave him a thumbs up. She didn't think reading was the only way, but let the boys choose what they liked. He's a kind and open-minded father. I agree too, Zhou Wu said happily. Xiao Zhu, you should thank me. Without you, I wouldn't be the best chef in the whole county's restaurant. Sanpengzi restaurant is truly the best restaurant now. That's all because of Uncle Zhou's hard work, and Zhu said politely. After leaving the kitchen, she met Lu Miao Miao. When will my brother's leg get better? Isn't it impossible to cure? Lu Miao Miao asked directly. She dared not ask about Lu Han, but within Zhu, she had no trouble speaking. She didn't know what lucky break she had. You're his sister, and you don't know? Why are you asking me? And Zhu smiled kindly. She pretended to be surprised and said, Oh, by the way, you and the Lu family are no longer connected. So, to be precise, Lu Han isn't really your brother. Whether his leg gets better or not has nothing to do with you. You. Lu Miao Miao listened to her words and felt how harsh they were. Her smile seemed to mock her. She stepped forward, looking at her coldly. Compared to before, she could clearly see that she had become thinner, but her figure was still strong. She sneered, Fat girl, with your background and looks, if you can marry my brother, it's like a blessing from heaven. If I were you, I would try to please my brother and make him happy, or he might just leave you. You wouldn't even have a place to cry. Lu Miao Miao looked at her with disdain, feeling very regretful. If she had known that the good luck charm could really wake Lu Han, she wouldn't have run away no matter what. There's no need for you to worry about that. You should focus on yourself. Young Master Du is charming and handsome. I heard that the young Mistress Du is also related to the Du family. The Du family's heart must be leaning toward her. You need to get pregnant soon and have a son to secure your position, and Zhu deliberately said things she didn't want to hear. A few days ago, Deng Yulu found out she was pregnant, but her belly showed no signs of movement. Even though most of Du Baiju's time was spent in her room, there was no sign of anything happening. She was so angry she couldn't sleep all night. Lu Miao was angry about this for a long time. Now, with Zhu bringing it up again, it was like rubbing salt on her wound. She took a deep breath and retorted, "I'm still young and not in a hurry. As for you, maybe you haven't even slept with my brother yet?" I worry about you." Lu Miao pretended to care for Zhu. "If you haven't slept with him, you're not truly married. You're overthinking," and Zhu said happily on purpose. "Lu Han cares about my health. He said he would wait until I recover before sleeping with me," Lu Miao blurted out. "Stop pretending. He won't touch you." Lu Miao, "Even though my private matters are none of your business, I want to tell you that I can't wait to be with Xiao Zhu and become a real wife," Lu Han said, standing beside her. He took her hand and looked at Zhu with deep affection. Lu Miao's body trembled, and her face turned pale. She muttered to herself, "Impossible. Lu Han didn't even look at her, so how could he possibly like Zhu?" At this moment, Zhu's heart was pounding. She had to admit, when Lu Han protected her, he looked so handsome. His loving gaze almost made her believe that what he was saying now was the truth. "Hubby, I will do my best to take good care of my health," Zhu said shyly and nervously. Lu Han was already speaking for her. If she didn't cooperate, it wouldn't seem right. Lu Miao watched the loving scene of the couple. She couldn't stay any longer and turned to leave. Back at the Du residence, Lu Miao was focused on the baby. She deliberately teased Du Bouzhou, who was full of energy and had just recently married. He was still excited. He held her and went inside. "Young master, young madam has a stomach ache. Please go check on her," the maid hurriedly said. Du Bouzhou's passion immediately disappeared. Lu Miao wanted to curse, but she took a deep breath, smiled, and stepped forward. She kissed his face and said, "Bouzhou, please go see your sister. Wait for me, Miao." Du Bouzhou kissed her hard, making her lips turn red, then left. Lu Miao's smile vanished instantly when Du Bouzhou left. She bit her lip and threw the pillow onto the bed, venting her anger. Having a baby is such a big deal. Maybe she will have a naughty girl. When she gets pregnant, she will make sure she looks good. Lu Miao messed up the bed and then got up. She said, "Prepare some water for a bath. There's so much stuff. Whatever you want, I have it," Ma Sanga said when he heard this. He suggested, "Sister-in-law, why not open a general store? I have goods from all over the place. There's so much variety. Take sunflower seeds, for example. They're brought from the north, roasted with 5-spice powder and smell wonderful. There are also headpieces, not just from our Chongqing prefecture, but many from other cities. They look nice and are affordable, but with so much stuff, you're just one person. You can't sell it all." Ma Sanga said happily about his goods. Over the years, he had been selling and buying, saving more and more money. "I'm fine, but Ma Sanga, who did you originally send your goods to? If you send more to us, will it make it hard for you to do business?" And Zhu worried. It was obvious she was trying to take some of his business. "My younger sister, I won't hide from you that I have long wanted to stop working with that shop. The owner there is not honest about payments, often complaining about the goods I deliver. They say the location is bad or the quantity is short, just to try to deduct money from me." When Ma Sanji talked about the owner, he was very angry. "I've delivered goods all over the south and north. I've seen all kinds of people. But I've never seen a boss who lies so blatantly. They complain about my goods while only buying from me." And Zhu heard his words and thought to herself, "Some people act innocent, but are actually just pretending. So, sister, from now on, I won't need to listen to my subordinates' complaints when I deliver goods to you. You've helped me a lot." Ma Sanji's honest face showed a simple smile. I understand Ma Sanji's kindness. Even if he really thought the shopkeeper was bad, he might not necessarily replace her. It's all because of Lu Han's reputation, and I get that. For dinner, I prepared a very rich meal. We had hot pot several times, and today I specially made spicy fish slices with sour and hot flavors, using pickled vegetables from Sun San's house. I almost finished them all. At the Lu family's place, Everyone was happy and harmonious. But life was not so good for Du Fuzhou and Lu Miao Miao. Since Du Baizhou left, Lu Miao Miao hadn't seen him return. She asked, Dong Shuang, go see if young master is back yet. Could it be that Deng Yilu's child is gone? Lu Miao Miao looked at Dong Shuang, asking her to find out the news. Soon, Dong Shuang returned. Lu Miao Miao looked at her excitedly. Dong Shuang, is it really gone? That woman had been very proud after she got pregnant. The young mistress's child is still there, Dong Shuang replied with her head lowered, shrinking back. Young master and young mistress are having dinner with the old master and madam in the main courtyard. Lu Miao Miao suddenly threw her cup to the ground, staring fiercely at her. Are you telling the truth? Dong Shuang timidly answered. Yes. Chun Shi. Lu Miao Miao looked at her with anger, then kicked her down. Useless thing. You're my maid, I won't eat you. Madam, don't be angry. It's Dong Shuang's fault. Dong Shuang, despite her stomach pain, knelt down and begged. Get out, Lu Miao Miao said coldly, not even wanting to look at her. Once Dong Shuang left, she felt much calmer. She sat in front of the bronze mirror, having taken off all her jewelry. Her hair was loose and flowing. She looked at herself in the mirror. At 17, she looked like a blooming flower bud. Growing up in the Lu family, she had never suffered hardships and always had the best clothes, food, and comfort. In Kyoto, where many beautiful women gathered, her looks were not outstanding. But in a small place like Yangchuan County, her beauty was a great advantage. Du Baizhou was the best person she knew. Lu Miao Miao was carefully combing her hair with a wooden comb. Her eyes flickered slightly. Lu Han's leg could have been cured, but he lied that it couldn't. This made her anxious, and she hurriedly married someone else. Mother, you always say you do everything for me. Why did you lie to me? Lu Miao Miao whispered to herself in front of the bronze mirror. You really did it for me. For my sake. You'd rather see me marry into the Du family as a concubine than tell me the truth. Her voice grew colder. Outside, the cold wind was blowing fiercely. A hint of hatred appeared in her eyes. Aunt Lu. Whenever Lu Miao Miao heard that name, it was as if she saw her mother mocking her. She put the comb down in front of the mirror. The angrier she got, the clearer her mind became. She was determined to hold on to Du Baizhou tightly. Once he rose to great heights in the future, she, Lu Miao Miao, would also be a noble lady. I can't wait to have my wedding with Xiao Zhuer. Lying on the bed, listening to Lu Han's breathing, she couldn't help but think of what Lu Han said during the day. His voice was deep, his gaze full of affection. When he looked at her so focused and serious, she almost believed it was real. Men's acting skills, after all, are not much different from women's. And Zhu rolled over quietly and opened her eyes. The moonlight outside the window shone in, clearly outlining Lu Han's features. Xiao Zhuer, tomorrow we'll slaughter a pig. There will be a pig feast at noon.
Can you handle it?
Lu Han asked with some worry. He had invited the pig butcher from the neighboring village, as well as the Sun Dekai family and the Tian Lada family, about 10 or 20 people. It would be a busy day. Don't worry. It's just 2 tables of food. It's simple, and Zhu said casually. The pig's head will be marinated for tomorrow, and the pig intestines will be used to stuff sausages. How should I cook the pig's large intestines? Sour and spicy intestines? Spicy intestines?
Pot intestinas.
And Zhu liked eating intestines. Sometimes she craved them and wanted to eat. By the way, make sure to save some pig blood for tomorrow. You should also get some tofu. Pig blood tofu soup is very delicious, and Zhu mumbled, noting that every part of the pig is valuable and each part has a different taste. As she drifted into a light sleep, she was still muttering with her mouth slightly open. Are you asleep? Lu Han was listening to her mention dishes, describing how to cook them well. He kept talking about the food until he heard her stomach growl. He wondered if he should wake her up to eat something. Soon she fell asleep. Such a gluttonous girl. Lu Han turned to the side, only daring to look at her openly when she was asleep, feeling free to watch her without worry. At dawn, after practicing the 8 directions fist with Lu Han, and Zhu saw the pig butcher arrive. The pig butcher's name was Li. When people nearby needed to slaughter pigs, they called on Li. Seeing Li Lulu, she paused and said, "Li Lulu, congratulations. Your face is completely healed." "Thank you." Li Lulu carried a basket and shyly said, "Fat girl, my sister-in-law just had a baby. Can I buy a pig's hoof to help her produce milk?" Although the new year was approaching, there weren't many pig farmers in the village, and only the Lu family slaughtered pigs. Li's family couldn't buy pigs' hooves in the county, but knowing that the Lu family slaughtered pigs, Li Lulu boldly came over. "Wait a moment." And Zhu went to ask Lu Mu, since the pig was raised by her. "You raise it, and if you're willing to sell, then sell it." Lu Mu entrusted everything to her. And Zhu agreed readily. "Okay, is one pig's hoof enough?" Enough. As for the meat, Li Lulu looked a bit shy, saying her mother told her that the Lu family would definitely sell to her if she asked. But she still felt embarrassed and said, "Fat girl, I sell it." And Zhu could tell from her expression. She said, "Half of the pork will be sold. I won't sell the rest." "Thank you." Li Lulu's eyes shone with happiness. She bought the meat, and her little nephew would have milk to drink. "No problem." And Zhu watched as the pig butcher began slaughtering the pig, carefully holding a wooden basin to catch the pig blood. The butcher was skilled, and most of the blood was caught. Lu Han stepped forward to help. After taking out the pig intestines and small intestines, and Zhu directly called Lu Han away. She playfully handed the pig intestines to Lu Han and said, "Lu Han, you know how to clean pig intestines, right?" Lu Han glanced at them. The intestines were full of strong-smelling stuff. Not only the large intestines, but even the small intestines didn't smell good before cleaning. He said, "I can clean both the large and small intestines. Hand these over to me, and I'll give you clean pig intestines and small intestines. Such dirty things shouldn't be handled by an Zhu." And Zhu happily agreed, took the pig blood to the kitchen, and changed to a clean basin. She added salt to make the blood solidify. The main dish of the pig slaughter feast was pork. Unlike pigs fed with feed in later times, these pigs ate natural grass and food, with no pollution. Even just adding some salt and soy sauce made the meat taste sweet. And Zhu's cooking skills once again gained everyone's approval. And Feng brought Tianjin back just in time to enjoy this pig slaughter meal. The meat mixed with rice tasted wonderful. Chubby, and Feng started, but immediately caught his wife's look. He quickly changed his words. "Xiao Zhu, where did you say you could buy supplies last time?" "Ma-san has stock, but it won't arrive until the day after tomorrow." "Perfect timing. We can sell before the new year," and Zhu said. Then she added, "By the way, when the time comes, I'll open a general store in the county. The first batch of goods will be free. Later, they'll pay directly. Is that okay?" This was the plan she discussed with Lu Han. She definitely didn't have time to manage a general store herself. So it was better to help Feng this way. And Feng saw the changes in her and the way she handled things these days. As long as he had work, she wouldn't have to worry about the family anymore. But that might not work, and Feng shook his head. And Zhu was about to warn him not to get too greedy when she heard him say, "Chubby. No, Xiao Zhu, there's no way I'd take supplies without paying. Why open a general store? I'll carry goods and sell them daily. Even if I don't earn much each day, I'll save enough to open a store over time." Taking goods without paying isn't right. His wife had said that a person should be honest and responsible, not always trying to take advantage of others. Oh. And Zhu clicked her tongue and sighed. Marrying a wife really changes a person. If this had been the olden Feng, he probably wouldn't be able to stop himself from being happy. "Of course, once I marry a wife, I will be a real man. I need to support the family and take care of the children in the future," and Feng said, his eyes shining with hope when he mentioned children. The villagers. He was the last to get married. The children he played with since childhood now had 2 kids, and the older ones could even help out with chores. "Hope you become a father soon," and Zhu said, feeling more at ease after seeing his happy look. "Xiao Zhu, you've been married for a while now. You should hurry up," and Feng quietly whispered to her. "Your brother-in-law cares about you a lot. Hurry up and have a child." And Zhu, "Does having a child solve everything? Unloved people still don't love, and loved ones, even if you can't have children, still don't care less." Xiao Zhu, don't doubt me. I'm a man and I understand men best. And Feng said confidently. At my age, I really want children. Your brother-in-law is a bit older than me, right? He wants children even more. If you have a child, you won't have to worry about him leaving you. And Zhu kicked him. Fatty, I am your brother. Your real brother. And Feng rubbed his leg where he was kicked, angry and upset. I'm doing this for your own good. You still hit me. Can't you tell right from wrong? What's going on here? Tianjin had been watching. Seeing Feng get kicked, she quickly apologized to Xiao Zhu. Xiao Zhu, don't be angry. Your brother is kind-hearted, but he just doesn't know how to speak properly. Don't take it to heart. Sweetheart, I was only trying to help her. She even hit me, and Feng looked even more wronged when his wife stood on Xiao Zhu's side. Quick, apologize to Xiao Zhu. Tianjin looked away. And Feng looked so pitiful, she couldn't stand it. And Feng pursed his lips but finally apologized reluctantly. Xiao Zhu was amused. Could it be that one thing truly drives out another? About opening a grocery store, you and your wife should discuss it with your parents. Ma San's goods are good, affordable, and high quality. If you open a store in the county and you both manage it well, you'll probably make good money, Xiao Zhu carefully explained to them. Tianjin hurriedly pulled Feng back home. Such a good opportunity. It had to be seized quickly, or it would be a waste. Xiao Zhu watched their quick departure and called out, The meat? I haven't taken the meat yet. The family slaughtered a pig, and Mother Lu was especially generous, giving 10 jin of meat, ribs, and a pig's foot. When Feng heard about the meat, he immediately came to take some, laughing softly and saying, Xiao Zhu, please thank my mother-in-law for me. Also, don't take my words to heart. I am your older brother, and I won't hurt you. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng ran off like the wind, afraid that Zhu might kick him away again. What did he say? Lu Han asked curiously. He had overheard part of their conversation earlier and was looking at her with hope. Nothing much. By the way, the large and small intestines are all prepared. We also made some cured sausage and bacon today, so they can be dried tomorrow. Have you written your spring festival couplets? And Zhu asked. She didn't want to buy red paper at first because the money earned from selling couplets was too little. I'll write them now. Lu Han went back to his room to write the couplets. Even if they didn't sell for much, he knew Zhu would like them. Mom, I'm coming. And Zhu happily ran to the yard. In the sunny yard, Mother Lu, Xie Xiuhong, Zhu Cuixiang, and Lady Wu were cutting meat and washing the small intestines, cleaning them thoroughly. Because there wasn't enough space, they even took down a door. The basin was full of meat. Xiao Zhu, you came at the right time. With so much meat, how should we cure it? Mother Lu looked worried as she stared at the basin full of meat. I've already prepared the salt and seasonings. Just pour them in, and Zhu said, washing her hands and adding the seasonings to the meat. Many of these seasonings were taken from Jiyuan. In the end, they would stuff the cured sausage and no one would see the difference. And Zhu mixed the meat thoroughly, rolling up her sleeves to ensure the seasonings were evenly distributed. She mixed for a long time and was very skillful when stuffing the sausages. Zhu Cuixiang praised. Xiao Zhu is really capable. She works so efficiently. She can do anything, Xie Xiuhong said beside her. The three of them were stuffing sausages, while two others used needles to the sausages to prevent air from causing the casings to burst. Recently, it snowed, and after the snow melted, the roads were difficult to travel. Old Tian took the initiative to handle the sale of marinated dishes. Now, the couple worked together. Xie Xiuhong was responsible for marinating, and Old Tian went to the county to sell the dishes and buy the necessary ingredients to bring home. Life at home has been getting better and better. She feels especially grateful to Zhu. She says, Xiao Zhu, luckily your sister is here, or else Bauer wouldn't want to learn sewing. Tianjin and Tian Bauer are sisters but very different. Tianjin is very good at sewing and handles chores at home and outside well. Bauer, on the other hand, likes to be lazy. In the past, at the Tian family, she was forced to work hard, so she obediently did her chores. Now, with just the four of them, Bauer often stays in bed or goes out to play. Since Bauer met in Xiao once, The two of them, being about the same age, quickly became like close friends. Bauer enjoys coming to play with Xia, and Xia loves sewing, and she is very interested in having Bauer join her. Aunt Tian, Bauer is well-behaved and sensible. Your good days are still ahead, and Zhu thought about Tianzhen, who married into the Yin family. She has heard her mother praise her many times. Xia Xiuhong happily smiles. Although she only has 2 daughters, she is happy that Tianjin doesn't dislike her. Recently, she has been quietly taking care of her health, hoping she might get pregnant again. Xiuhong, your Bauer is already very good. If my little you was half as sensible as Bauer, I wouldn't worry so much, Zhu Cuixiang said when talking about her daughter, Sun Guyu. Her heart was filled with frustration because she was ambitious and wanted to move to the city. Cuixiang, don't worry too much. Xiaoyu is a lucky girl, Xia Xiuhong praised. Mother Lu also said, that's right. Xiaoyu loves to smile. People who love to smile are said to have good luck. When Zhu Cuixiang heard their praise, she felt very happy inside. And Zhu patiently listened to their chat about children and village affairs. She enjoyed it very much, feeling the lively atmosphere of life. Wu Nyangzi occasionally joined in, and under the sunlight, life was just perfect. In the evening, and Zhu warmly invited them to stay for dinner. She cooked stir-fried meat, and the main dishes were fatty intestines, pig stomach, and pig head. After eating, Zhu Cuixiang and Xia Xiuhong kept praising Mother Lu for her good fortune. And Zhu lay on the bed, thinking about the changes in Jiyuan these days. Her seasonings finally appeared, and she believed that soon, Jiyuan would return to its former lively state, where she could go anywhere freely. Lost in her thoughts, she didn't notice that Lu Han was already in bed. She instinctively turned over, her feet clutching the quilt. Why is this quilt not soft? And Zhu looked up and saw Lu Han's handsome face enlarged on the screen. Her legs were not covered by the quilt, but were pressed against Lu Han's leg. She quickly replied, I wanted to go to the bathroom and didn't notice you came onto the bed. As she spoke, and Zhu swiftly grabbed her clothes and wrapped herself up, then hurried to the back bathroom. Lu Han watched her quick retreating figure and couldn't help but smile. Xiao Zhu, our dried sausages look really good hanging out to dry, Lu's mother said, looking at the row of sausages and cured meats hanging on the clothesline. She found it very interesting. She had only seen sausages and cured meats on plates before and didn't realize they could be hung out like this. Mom, after they dry, we can smoke them to make them look even better, and Zhu casually replied. Fresh sausages don't look as good as dried and smoked ones, and most importantly, the smoked ones can be eaten but these can't. By the way, Mom, today I went to the county with Lu Han. Do you want to come along? And Zhu asked. It's almost the new year. Is there anything you need to buy? Lu's mother thought about buying some New Year supplies. During the holiday, the family always needs to buy good things. When they arrived in the county, Lu's mother planned to buy New Year goods. She saw Lu Han take out the prepared couplets and was surprised. After a moment, she asked, Han, are you selling spring couplets? Yes, I am. Not only I am selling them, but Infone will also sell some, Lu Han replied. Lu Han hung the couplets on a rope between 2 trees. When the wind blew, the red paper fluttered, and the characters on the couplets were clearly visible. Lu Han's calligraphy was very beautiful, not the kind that was hard to read. From Inju's perspective, these were definitely written by a master calligrapher, even better than printed couplets. Mom, Lu Han's writing is so nice. Such beautiful writing shouldn't be wasted, right? And Zhu said with a smile, worried that Lu's mother might be unhappy. Lu's mother looked at Inju, but said nothing. She simply went to buy the New Year supplies. She said, after I finish shopping, I'll come find you, Mom. Take your time, and Zhu waved to Lu's mother and quietly whispered to Lu Han. Mom really didn't say anything. Apart from the time she was transported here, and Lu's mother wanted to bury her alive for Lu Han, she thought she was a good mother-in-law most of the time. Mom has always been open-minded. Lu Han thought about how his mother had always been very relaxed in raising him. While others tried to control their children, telling them what not to do, his mother always let him do what he wanted. Even when he wanted to learn martial arts as a child, she supported him. Villagers, the new year is coming. Come buy your spring couplets. Don't miss out. Only 25 cents a pair. Buy now and save. And Ju's clear voice rang out confidently. She wasn't shy at all when calling out to passers-by. She looked at the people walking by and said, if you want a happy family and everything to go well, you must take this pair of spring couplets. The top line, good luck all year round. The bottom line, wealth from all directions. The horizontal banner, family harmony and prosperity. It's perfect to put on your door. From now on, your home will be peaceful and wealth will flow in. There's also this one. Business owners, you must buy it. The top line, wealth from all over the world. The bottom line, good luck from all 9 regions. The horizontal banner, prosperity and wealth. As Anju explained, her words of good fortune seemed to cost nothing. Even people who didn't plan to buy spring couplets were moved by her positive meanings. Madam, buy one more with a blessing sticker for your door. It will bring you lots of good luck next year, Anju said with a bright smile, holding up a written blessing character. No more, my throat is burning, Anju said, taking big gulps of water. All the spring couplets had been sold out. When she collected the money, her joy was obvious. She couldn't hide it, even with a sore throat. She was so happy. Who sells spring couplets like you? Luhan watched her sell so enthusiastically and felt like he was back in college. Back then, the school held charity sales, but people just set up their items in front of them and didn't dare to introduce or promote their products. But Anju was different. She confidently explained her items. If he didn't know she'd never done this before, he might think she was a seasoned seller. Her words were so persuasive, it was like she was talking about something wonderful. Who has better business than us? Anju said proudly. When she saw Phone carrying a bunch of spring couplets back, she asked, why haven't you sold out yet? Xiao Zhu, do you think spring couplets are that easy to sell? And Phone replied with a bit of annoyance. Since being corrected by Tianjin, he no longer called her fat girl, but Xiao Zhu. Seeing that there wasn't a single couplet left on the stall, he exclaimed, how did they all sell out so quickly? Just watch me. And Zhu hung up the spring festival couplets. Soon, with her quick talking skills, she sold out all the couplets. And Zhu was so surprised, she almost popped her eyes out. Her younger sister, who used to say very little the day before, was now very sharp-tongued. Give me a set, Lu Miao Miao said as she walked to the stall, leaving a pile of silver coins. She said, brother, if you don't have money, just tell your sister. I won't just watch you go hungry. Lu Miao Miao looked kind and said this. She then looked at Anju and teased, brother, that chubby girl really doesn't understand. How can she let you do business, stand out selling things? Lu Miao Miao spoke quickly, leaving no room for Anju to reply. Anju shrugged and looked at Lu Han, as if to say, you are from the Lu family. Lu Miao Miao, we have cut ties. We don't need your help, Lu Han said, looking at the silver coins with dislike. If you have extra money, there are many beggars on the street. You can donate to them. Brother, I know your leg is healed and you can stand now, but you still can't use much strength, right? Lu Miao Miao said as if she understood. She thought for a long time. Although Lu Han's leg was healed and he hadn't returned to the capital, it was probably because he still couldn't use much strength. And Zhu really wanted to roll her eyes. Lu Miao Miao's imagination was impressive. But no matter what, you shouldn't do this kind of lowly business, Lu Miao Miao said, implying that the chubby girl was unfit. She also showed she was willing to pay. Lu Miao Miao, if you think our business is lowly, then don't buy our couplets. Don't put up couplets for the new year, and Zhu said with her arms crossed. We don't steal or rob. Why are we lowly? Compared to some people who willingly become concubines, we are much nobler. When it comes to arguing, and Zhu was never defeated. You. Lu Miao Miao's face turned angry listening to her. She stepped forward and raised her hand to hit her. And Zhu quickly grabbed her hand and said, Auntie Lu, I didn't name anyone specifically. Why are you hitting me? Everyone, come and judge. Spring couplets are usually written by scholars. People do it to practice calligraphy, to earn some money buying brushes, ink and paper, or to help the common people. Otherwise, where would the couplets come from for the new year? But when she says it, it's considered a lowly business done by unworthy people. And Zhu held her hand and deliberately said to a few elderly scholars nearby, "Do you think all scholars who write Spring Festival couplets are just common people?" "No." Lu Miao Miao quickly shook her head. Seeing that the old scholars were about to scold her, Lu Miao Miao signaled to Dong Shuang, and the two of them quickly ran away. And Zhu looked at the silver on the table that hadn't been returned and decided to exchange the money for meat buns, which she then gave for free to beggars and children on the street. "Dear elders, please accept these buns. I respect scholars very much," and Zhu said as she handed the buns to the elderly scholars nearby. She knew that selling Spring Festival couplets had taken away their business, but they didn't mind. Instead, they even helped her speak up at a critical moment. Lu Han also came over to bow politely and help Zhu speak. "Sorry for the trouble. Paper is too expensive. I just wanted to earn some money to buy paper." The old gentlemen were very happy to hear Lu Han. They said, "We just love writing characters and making couplets. We can sell our writing and also write." "It's a good deal, old gentleman. How about I help you sell your couplets?" And Zhu suggested. Since it was still early and they hadn't sold many couplets, she started calling out loudly, "No Spring Festival couplets, no New Year.
Don't miss out while passing by."
If you want harmony in your family, wealth, good luck, or a new addition to the family, put up these couplets. With Zhu's help, many people came to buy the couplets. Soon, the old scholars started writing non-stop. "Mrs. Liu, thank you so much for your help," the old scholars said gratefully. In the past, they rarely sold many couplets in a day, but today, thanks to Zhu, they sold more than 10 times as much. "You're welcome," and Zhu waved to them. Just then, Feng finished selling the couplets. She took Feng to see the shop. Ma Sange would arrive in the county tomorrow, and they planned to do some simple arrangements. She wasn't sure if they could open the general store before the new year. "Xiao Zhu, this shop is so big and expensive, isn't it?" And Feng looked at the shop at the corner, which was on the busiest street. It had a storefront in front and rooms and a yard behind. It wasn't very large, but it was enough. "This shop is rented. When you earn enough money later, we can buy it," Zhu said in advance. "By the way, I need to build a wall here. Later, I will sell tea leaves. Okay?" And Feng replied without hesitation. "Xiao Zhu, what kind of wall do you need? Wouldn't it be better if it's open? It would also make it easier for me to run the shop." "Why? You sell general goods and also want to sell tea leaves? Tea costs 1 or 2 silver coins per jar. If you mix it with your general goods, how can I sell it at a good price?" Zhu casually responded. Her tea shop had become smaller, but it was more refined. How could it be mixed with his general store?
"What?
1 or 2 silver coins. I wouldn't even take it if you gave it to me for free," and Feng exclaimed when he heard about the price of tea. He said, "Xiao Zhu, don't be silly. Your brother-in-law treats you well, so you should cherish it." Zhu looked at him blankly. She was just selling tea leaves. Why should she cherish Lu Han? "Xiao Zhu, your brother-in-law is so good to you, helping us open the shop. It costs a lot of money. And selling couplets. If it weren't for you, why would Lu Han help us? Lu Han doesn't mind you. You should take good care of him and have a child soon." Seeing her silent, Feng almost wanted to open her head and see what she was thinking. He said, "Xiao Zhu, it's not that I dislike your weight, but you really are overweight.
Look at your sister-in-law.
Your figure is much heavier than hers. Lu Han's looks are outstanding in 10 miles around. You've really hit the jackpot." Zhu raised an eyebrow. "And Feng, if sister-in-law gains weight, will you dislike her too?" "No." And Feng shook his head. "Your sister-in-law should gain some weight. I want to fatten her up. Then that's fine. Why do you care if I'm fat? Whether I have children or not, you should just have your own. I'm not in a hurry." Zhu already planned to invite a carpenter to make some renovations. With the new year approaching, time was tight. Zhu went directly to find a carpenter. Fortunately, she had met the carpenter when making the signboard before. Now he was happy to help. "Masterly, this fan-shaped area is perfect for building a wall.
This wall isn't ordinary.
The top will be made into a grid to display tea leaves, and the bottom will be a cabinet with doors to store tea and other items." Zhu explained her idea carefully. After paying a deposit of 500 coins, she repeatedly told Masterly to make sure it was done well. As for Anfeng's general store, it was simple. Anfeng went directly to the place that sold secondhand goods, found some shelves, and started moving items into the shop. Tianjun and her mother-in-law, Lu Yu, were cleaning the side room in the backyard. After the shop opened, Anfeng and Tianjun would live in the county. Anfeng, when Boss Zhu came to visit, he saw goods being constantly moved into the shop. The sign, Anji General Store, was very eye-catching. Boss Zhu looked at Anfeng and asked, "Did you open the shop?" "Yes." Seeing Boss Zhu, Anfeng thought about how he had inexplicably raised prices on his supplies. He did his work well, paid promptly, and handled both buying and selling himself. Why should Boss Zhu only raise prices for him? Boss Zhu is busy. "Why are you here?" Anfeng said with a smile. He was happy thinking that in the future, his friends would come to him for supplies instead of going to Boss Zhu. "Do you know Fourth Brother?" Boss Zhu stared at Anfeng and asked. He had asked for supplies from Fourth Brother for a long time, but it didn't work, even when he offered money. He later found out that Fourth Brother's goods were now sent to the new Anji General Store. If he couldn't find new sources, he would have to get supplies from Anji. The Anfeng he once looked down on was now getting supplies from him? He couldn't accept this. "I don't know him." Anfeng shook his head. He was busy directing workers to carefully move goods into the backyard. The boxes of supplies quickly filled the yard. "Anfeng, don't pretend. If you don't know Fourth Brother, how are you getting supplies?" Boss Zhu gritted his teeth and said. "Anfeng, I advise you not to cooperate with Fourth Brother." "What?" "Not working with me but with Boss Zhu." When Boss Zhu came over, he saw the scene. Because they shared the same surname and Boss Zhu's business was doing well, he had initially cooperated with him. At first it was pretty good. But later, Fourth Brother noticed that Boss Zhu was too greedy. Even though he had money, he refused to settle accounts, deliberately delaying payments, and claimed he had too many people wanting to work with him. Boss Zhu said he wanted to find many people to supply him. Fourth Brother sneered. "Boss Zhu, shall I help you remember what you said before?" "Fourth Brother, I was wrong. I must have been confused before. You are a kind person and forgive small mistakes. We've worked together for so long, so please let me continue supplying your goods." Boss Zhu knows his business is good because he gets his supplies from Fourth Brother Zhu. His stock is more complete and diverse than others. Even if some items are a bit more expensive, customers buy them because they are stylish and new. "Fourth Brother, we are close friends. Let's talk nicely. I invite you to eat hot pot." The new lamb hot pot at Sanpangzi restaurant is really delicious. Boss Zhu wants to take Fourth Brother Zhu out to eat. Fourth Brother turns aside, keeping some distance, and says, "One word from you, Boss Zhu, is like a meaningless. I remember what you said clearly." Boss Zhu's face darkens, and he leaves angrily. Fourth Brother Zhu, and Feng sees Boss Zhu's face turn black with anger and happily says, "He used to act so proud, like he was a king. Now he's acting like a dog. Xiao Feng, he's not honest in his work. You can't learn from him." Zhu Four knows that the man in front of him is Lady Lu's brother. He needs to remind him. He says, "From now on, I will deliver all the goods to you. Don't worry, Fourth Brother Zhu. I and Feng will never be like Boss Zhu. My brothers who sell goods say that when they buy from me, it's cheaper than from Boss Zhu. It's not easy walking dozens of miles every day to sell." When Feng first started selling, his shoulders turned red from the weight, almost blistered, and he grimaced from the pain. But he gradually got used to it, working in wind and rain. And Feng understands the hardship well. After Aunt Anne finished talking about the tea shop and Masterly, she saw Feng and Fourth Brother Zhu chatting happily. She felt proud, remembering how Feng used to only gamble and not do proper work. After 2 busy days in the county, even at night, they were busy setting up and clearing out stock. And G grocery store finally opened. To save money, they didn't hire lion dancers, just set off some firecrackers. With Feng's brothers helping, the store was busy and successful on its first day. "I can't do it anymore. I'm too tired." At night, after closing the shop, Zhu sat by the fire pit, feeling too tired to move. "Dinner is ready. Lu Han brought the hot pot from the Three Fat Men restaurant. The ingredients had already been washed, so he just dipped them into the hot pot. And Zhu ate eagerly, no longer caring about losing weight. If she didn't eat more soon, she might faint from hunger. Lu Han thoughtfully helped by picking vegetables for Zhu's bowl. Her bowl was always full. Lu Yu watched them happily. She was initially worried they hadn't yet become close, but now she felt much more at ease. When she looked at Lu Han, her mother-in-law's eyes grew more fond of her son-in-law. Xiao Zhu, you should have a child soon. Your mother is waiting for good news, Lu Yu quietly told Zhu, leaving her feeling confused and overwhelmed. Everyone kept urging her to have a child, but they hadn't even become close yet. How could there be a child? The grocery store, NG, had a full stock and many varieties. They even had more types of candies and pretty hair accessories, which many people liked. And Feng and Tianjun, the couple, had been busy since opening the shop. Tianjun used to sell food, but now selling these goods was easier for her after gaining experience. After helping at NG for 2 days, Zhu went home with Lu Han. The business was better suited for Feng's family, plus Lu Yu and the others could handle the selling. Mother, I'm back. The first thing Zhu did when she arrived home was take a shower. Living in the backyard of the grocery store was very inconvenient, especially in winter when it was cold. She could only wipe herself down each day. Zhu dried her hair with a towel while sitting in the sun, feeling incredibly comfortable. She thought about earning more money to buy some land, then she could rent it out. Wouldn't that make her a landlady? The thought made her happy. Suddenly, someone took the towel from her. She looked up and saw Lu Han standing there in the backlight, blocking the sunlight. I'll help you dry your hair, Lu Han said gently, taking the towel and carefully helping her dry her long hair. Having someone help with her long hair was truly a pleasure. Auntie casually joked, your mother really taught you well. I didn't teach him, Mother Lu said sourly. She had just come out of the house and saw this scene. It was only now that she realized her son, whom she raised since he was a child, was truly married. Mother, Zhu turned around and looked at Lu Han. So, was it taught by childhood friends? Zhu winked at Lu Han, signaling him to return the towel. Unfortunately, Lu Han ignored her and continued helping her dry her hair. No childhood friends, Lu Han's voice came from above her head. He added, I have a lot of bad temper. Women probably stay 3 feet away from me. That's impossible, Zhu said, not believing it. She suspiciously looked at Mother Lu and asked, Mother, is he lying? Mother Lu sighed. Hana really has a good face, Zhu couldn't help but laugh. She looked up at Lu Han, who was focused on her. His careful movements gave off a warm, caring vibe. She said, Mother, how can he be so good-looking? Looking at him every day is quite pleasing. Her playful words suddenly got a response. Their eyes met, and Lu Han's voice sounded in her ears. If I can make Xiao Zhu happy, I must protect this face well. His gaze was so focused that she almost got lost in it. I have something to do. Zhu quickly stood up, leaving the towel behind, and ran outside. The sun outside was very bright. Zhu used her fingers to tidy her hair, sat on a stone, and looked at the shimmering river. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Fat girl really has lost weight now. Zhu turned around and saw Zhu Sheng, a stranger. Zhu Sheng, who was so thin he looked almost unrecognizable, limped over. His beard was grown out, and he no longer looked as well-dressed as before. His beard was neatly shaved, but now he looked disheveled, almost unrecognizable. Long time no see, Zhu Sheng said, limping forward. His thick, bushy beard and appearance made him look much older than in Feng. We don't have much to talk about, Zhu said, standing up and turning to leave. Zhu Sheng blocked her way, smiling mischievously. How can we not have much to talk about? I have a lot to say to you. Zhu Sheng's voice became much darker and scarier. Zhu gradually stepped back. When she ran out, she was too focused on the stone to notice her surroundings. This was by the river, on an open space that looked like an extension of a platform. If she wanted to leave, she would have to pass by Zhu Sheng. Is that so? Zhu warned as she moved to the side. Zhu Sheng, don't come any closer. We're just a man and a woman alone, and it's hard to explain. Then don't explain, Zhu Sheng said fiercely. I don't mind that you're fat. Lu Han doesn't love you, but I do. He gritted his teeth and said, if it weren't for you, why would my leg be like this? So, you owe me. Zhu Sheng spoke confidently, which made Zhu laugh in anger. She coldly said, are you crazy? Your leg is because you owed gambling debts and couldn't pay them. The people at the gambling house cut off your leg. It has nothing to do with me. How is it not my fault? Zhu Sheng shouted loudly. If it weren't for you, Feng would still be with me. Why do I owe so much money? It's Feng who owes. Zhu Sheng thought he was smarter than Feng. Whenever something went wrong, Feng was the one taking the blame, and he lived a good life. But suddenly, Feng stopped gambling. Zhu Sheng believed this was all Feng's fault. Haha, and Zhu sneered coldly. She didn't want to talk to Zhu Sheng anymore. His mind was messed up, and only someone with a problem would argue with her. And Zhu tried to pass by Zhu Sheng from the side, but he deliberately blocked her. He reached out to take advantage of her and said, Feng owes me. You come to pay him back. Don't worry, as long as you don't say anything, I won't tell anyone. Before Zhu Sheng's hand touched Zhu, her leg suddenly hurt so much she knelt down. And Zhu took a step back. When she saw Lu Han's movements, her eyes narrowed. His skills were even better than she thought. After Lu Han's leg healed, he walked as if he was carried by the wind. Just a moment ago, he was 10 meters away, but now he was close and directly knocked Zhu Sheng down. Lu Han, you've already tasted my woman. Zhu Sheng was about to say more, but Lu Han hit him so hard that he lost his teeth and spat blood. Zhu Sheng cried out in pain, lying on the ground. His mouth was full of blood, and he couldn't speak clearly. After beating him, Lu Han pretended to accidentally step on Zhu Sheng's hand. Zhu Sheng's screams of pain echoed as Lu Han, with force, caused him to fall into the water. Lu Han's actions surprised Zhu completely. Lu Han, are you okay? Lu Han looked at her with concern. I'm fine, and Zhu shook her head. She wasn't someone who didn't know right from wrong. She said, Lu Han, you threw someone into the river in the middle of winter. No one will die, right? He was about to bully you and take advantage of you, and you still feel sorry for him. Lu Han's face was cold. If he hadn't arrived just in time, Zhu Sheng might have hurt Zhu. At this moment, Lu Han completely forgot that Zhu also knew martial arts. Of course I don't feel sorry for him, but he didn't hurt me. Even if I didn't push him into the river, he couldn't have hurt me. Killing him would be too much, wouldn't it? And Zhu's nature was still that of a modern person. She could fight someone until they were seriously injured, but she would never take a person's life. That's a bit too much. Lu Han also calmed down now. After hearing Zhu, he looked back at Zhu Sheng still struggling in the river. He kindly took a nearby bamboo pole and extended it. Zhu Sheng grabbed the pole as if it was a lifeline and desperately climbed toward the shore. Finally, he managed to get out of the water, shivering from the cold. He pointed at Lu Han and Zhu, trembling, and said, I won't forget this. I will definitely get back at you. Neither Lu Han nor Zhu paid any attention to Zhu Sheng's threats. Dad, why are you here? Zhu just got home and saw Fuchuan rushing out of the house. She asked, Dad, why are you in such a hurry? Something happened, something serious. And Fuchuan said with a pale face. Xiao Feng has been taken by the officials. Why? Zhu asked, then immediately got into the carriage. Lu Han helped Fuchuan into the carriage, then drove away. Lu Mu and Xiaoan saw only the dust raised by the carriage. Aunt Lu, do you think my brother will be in trouble? And Xia's face was pale with fear. She tried to run, but Lu Mu held her back. Xia, don't go. Your sister and Honor are going to save your brother. Don't worry, he will be fine, but my brother was taken. And Xia was young and thought that Feng might be in serious danger when she heard the officials took him. Mother Lu comforted Xiaoxia and said, Xiaoxia, you're still young. Even if we go along, we might only hold them back. It's better for you to stay at home with Aunt Lu and wait for good news, okay? Yes, Xiaoxia replied obediently. She knew very well that she was only 10 years old. Even if she went, she would just cry and not be able to do anything. Aunt Lu, I want to learn embroidery well, Xiaoxia said as she sat by the fire again, taking out her needle and thread basket to start sewing. She had heard that Aunt Wu used to embroider for the princesses in the palace. If she could do it well, she could earn a lot of money. With the money, she could help her brother. Xiaoxia sat seriously and embroidered. Even when she pricked her finger several times, she didn't cry or make a fuss. Her understanding and patience made Mother Lu feel very touched. Why was Anfeng caught? Asked Anjua on the carriage, concerned. Lu Han, who was driving, listened carefully.
He
accidentally hurt someone, and Fuquin said hesitantly. Anjua asked, did he hurt them badly? Break an arm or a leg? The doctor said he's barely holding on with several broken ribs, and Fuquin said, still scared. Just thinking about his son being taken away by officials made his heart race. He explained everything that had happened. Business at Anji General Store was very good. Anfeng had become more steady. One day, a drunken customer liked Tianzhen and tried to take advantage of her, saying all sorts of rude things. Anfeng got angry and fought with him. Somehow, he ended up seriously injuring the man. Dad, did you see the injured person? Anjua asked. No, I was panicked when your brother was taken. I just wanted to find Lu Han, and Fuquin said, regretting that he wasn't capable enough. When trouble happened, only his son-in-law could help. Where are Mom and sister-in-law? Anjua asked again. Are they okay? Don't worry. They closed the shop and are in the backyard. They should be fine, and Fuquin said. When he went out to look for people, he specifically told them to stay at home and not go out. Dad, don't worry. I asked someone to check. I will make sure Big Brother is safe, Lu Han said as he drove the carriage quickly. When they arrived at the county, Lu Han wanted to first take Anjua to the shop, but Anjua insisted on going with him to the county office. At the gate of the office, they saw Jinzi, the young servant beside young Master Qian. Young Master Lu, Lady Lu, Jinzi bowed politely. He said, on my young master's orders, tell the two of you not to worry. The officials have already taken care of everything, and young master and won't suffer any trouble. Please thank young Master Qian for me. Dad, little bamboo, you two wait outside first. I need to go in alone, Lu Han said, feeling that the upcoming conversation might not be suitable for them to hear. And Zhu clearly sensed this too. She said, Dad, let's go home and wait for news. And Zhu got on the carriage quickly and urged, Dad, I won't be able to drive. And Fuquan, still worried, could only drive the carriage back with Zhu. He had many words he wanted to say, but said nothing in the end.
Don't worry, Dad.
I will bring brother-in-law back safely, Lu Han said firmly, as if promising. Lu Han took the jade pendant and went straight into the county office. General Lu, apologies for the rudeness. I didn't expect to meet you here, Deputy Magistrate Du said with a smile, bowing politely. When he saw the jade pendant, he was sure of Lu Han's identity. He hadn't expected that the Lu family he looked down on was actually the former general of Jinyuan. Even though the general had resigned and retired, he would never dare to show disrespect. Sir Du, you're too kind. As a general, I can't take on such a title. I am now just a commoner, so I should be the one bowing to you, Lu Han said, but he didn't make any move to bow. Instead, he sat down on a nearby chair. The man just now who was injured by the officers is my brother-in-law. I wonder what he did wrong. Magistrate Du looked at his assistant, who soon went out to find out more. General Lu, Magistrate Du said after a moment, noticing Lu Han's gaze. Please have some tea. By the way, I am related to you, Sir Du, Lu Han said casually, clearing up his relationship. If it weren't for my wife's niece and her son being engaged, I wouldn't have let Miss Lu be a secondary wife. Rest assured, Sir Du, our Du family will treat Miss Lu as a daughter-in-law. Duxian Magistrate's eyes darkened. Then he smiled and said, Look at me. Miss Lu's relationship with her son has caused some trouble at home. I will send someone to invite Mr. Baizhou and Miss Lu to come and apologize to young Master Lu. No need, Lu Han refused. Sir Du, my father has already made it clear that the women of the Lu family will never be concubines. If they do, they will be expelled from the family, Magistrate Du. Even with his thick skin, he didn't know what to say now. He regretted it deeply. If he had known that Lu Miao Miao's brother was the famous General Lu, he would have definitely arranged for Bai Zhou to marry into the Lu family, both to please Bai Zhou and to gain a connection with the Lu family. He had sent people to Kyoto to gather information, and they all reported back. General Lu was truly a legend in the army. At a young age, he became the general of Jinyuan through his military achievements. Even after injuring his leg and leaving the court, his connections were far beyond what a small county magistrate like him could compare to. Magistrate Du was so regretful, he felt sick. He cleared his throat awkwardly and said, "When I go back, I will teach Bai Zhou a lesson and make sure Miss Lu isn't wronged. Sir Du, could you tell me what my brother-in-law and Feng has done wrong?" Lu Han asked lazily, cutting straight to the point. Just then, the steward returned and whispered a few words to Magistrate Du. The magistrate looked troubled and said, "Young Master Lu, he almost beat someone to death. According to the laws of Dezhou, he will have to spend at least 2 years in prison. Has Magistrate Du already judged this case? Has it been tried?" Lu Han's eyes immediately turned cold. Magistrate Du replied, "The facts are clear for everyone to see." Lu Han interrupted, "Sir Du, I heard that the drunkard was harassing my brother-in-law's wife, and that's why he fought. My brother-in-law was also injured, but no one has called a doctor for him. Does Magistrate Du not need to review the case before sentencing? In Kyoto, the Court of Justice also requires evidence and a proper trial. But here in Yang County, it seems they judge cases based on hearsay alone," Lu Han sneered. "If that's the case, I really want to discuss this with Sir Du. As for how to argue," Magistrate Du knew very well. He immediately said, "I was careless. I will bring the case to court right away." County Magistrate Du gave his assistant a meaningful look. It was clear that the retired General Lu was going to stand up for his brother-in-law. "Please wait a moment, young Master Lu. I will investigate this case thoroughly and fairly. I will not wrong an innocent person," said Magistrate Du, appearing just and serious. "May I also ask Lord Du to allow me to find a doctor for my brother-in-law?" added Lu Han. "Of course," replied Magistrate Du after sending Lu Han away. He frowned and ordered, "Get someone ready to go to court immediately." He then told his assistant, "Hurry and find out what's really going on." Even though Lu Han had resigned from his official position, Magistrate Du still dared not be careless. That was why, when young Master Qi spoke earlier, Magistrate Du only dared to order people not to sell fish anymore. He was just a small county magistrate and couldn't afford to offend either side. Assistant Lu looked hesitant. "This matter," he paused, then took out a silver note worth 1,000 taels. When he went outside earlier, he wasn't actually asking about anything but was instead informing Zhu Fuguang. He took the opportunity to mention that someone was going to stand up for Infeng, indicating that the other party was quite influential. Zhu Fuguang's people gave him 1,000 taels. "Sir, this case involves Infeng publicly assaulting someone, with witnesses and evidence present," Assistant Lu said carefully. "It's an easy case to judge. With that 1,000 taels, the magistrate could have taken 100 or even a few dozen, but he didn't." "No, it's not an easy case to judge," said Magistrate Du, looking at the silver note on the table. He rubbed it thoughtfully, then finally looked at Assistant Lu. "Assistant, you've been with me for quite some time." Just as Lu Han left the county office, he ran into Song Yu, who had come looking for gold. "What's going on? Why are you here at the office?" Song Yu asked, but before he finished, Lu Han dragged him inside. Song Yu exclaimed, "Lu Han, isn't this the place you hate most?" When Lu Han arrived in Yang County, he hadn't even told his older brother Hong Song. "Saving people is more important," Lu Han said simply, taking a pass and heading straight to the jail with Song Yu. Inside the cell, Feng was lying on the ground, eyes empty. Hearing the noise, he said, "I didn't use that much strength." "Really, I didn't use that much." Feng hurriedly spoke, sitting up. When he saw Lu Han, it was like seeing a savior. He ignored his dirty clothes and rushed forward, grabbing Lu Han's shirt and saying, "Brother-in-law, you have to save me. I only threw a few punches. How did I end up seriously injuring someone? I don't have that much strength. Someone must be framing me. Brother-in-law, please save me. I don't want Fatty to be without a brother. And Feng said tearfully, calling Xiao Zhu by name in normal times. But now, in his panic, he called her Fatty. He used to go to the casino often and had never been caught before. Once he was taken to jail, he was beaten badly. He was really afraid he might die in jail. His new wife hadn't even been with him long. Enough, stop wiping tears and snot on me, Lu Han said, his forehead veins bulging. If it weren't for the fact that Enfeng was Xiao Zhu's brother, he would have kicked him out already. Enfeng, come here, let me see where you're hurt. Song Yu deliberately took his time packing the medical kit, watching all of Lu Han's patients. Despite being a general who fought in wind and rain, he had been in many dangerous places. Even when eating, he'd chew on tree roots if hungry. But normally he was very clean. Now, being hugged by the dirty Enfeng, he probably couldn't hold back anymore. It hurts everywhere, Enfeng said, having seen Song Yu before. Now, hearing him speak, his whole body ached. He muttered, I don't know how that drunk man hit me, but I feel so much pain. Song Yu reached out and started removing Enfeng's clothes. Wherever he touched, Enfeng screamed in pain. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, Enfeng's voice trembled. When he looked down, he saw only a few bruises, but no other injuries. It's over, I must have internal injuries, Enfeng thought, worried he might die from internal injuries. He cried out, Dr. Song, please save me. I don't want to die. I just got married. Song Yu was annoyed by his words and quickly said, Stop, listen to me. Enfeng immediately stopped crying and looked at Song Yu eagerly. Song Yu said, You've fallen into someone's trap. They hit you in places that are hard to see, making you hurt but not showing any injuries. Mother, sister-in-law, it's us. And Zhu knocked loudly on the door, loudly announcing her identity. The mother and daughter-in-law, who were busy tidying up the messy goods, heard Zhu's voice and immediately opened the door. Xiao Zhu, you're here. Where's Xiao Feng? Did he manage to rescue the person? Lu Yu looked behind them first, but Xiao Feng was not there. Mother, Lu Han has gone to the government office. This isn't urgent. Are you both okay? And Zhu looked at Lu Yu and then at the victim, Tianjin. We're fine. Lu Yu shook her head. Just Jun is a bit scared. Mother, I'm fine too. It's all my fault. Tianjin's eyes were red and swollen from crying. She felt very guilty. If it weren't for her, Xiao Feng wouldn't have fought with someone. Sister-in-law, you can't blame yourself for this. And Zhu quickly glanced at Fuchuan and Lu Yu. She took Tianjin's hand and said, You helped Xiao Feng sell goods. You're so hardworking and capable. That's a blessing for the family. If you want to blame someone, blame that drunk man. After drinking a little wine, he didn't even know who he was. Sister-in-law, if Xiao Feng can't even protect his wife, then he's a weak husband. And Zhu comforted Tianjin. Then she asked, Father, do you know where that drunk man went? He seems to be at the medical clinic getting treatment, and Fuchuan said, feeling relieved. He came to the shop every day, and when he arrived, someone reported to the officials and the officers came to take the man away. You mean Xiao Feng just fought someone and then the officials arrived? And Zhu focused on this point. Yes, and Fuchuan also found it strange. It's strange how the officials came so quickly. Who is it? And Fuchuan didn't open the door immediately. Fatty, are you there? This is Wang Stone, a loud voice called. And Zhu immediately stepped forward and opened the door. Wang Stone saw Zhu and immediately relaxed, saying, Finally seeing you. Your brother has been taken. I know. And Zhu nodded. I heard someone wanted to harm Manhwa. Wang Stone panted and added, Manhwa is the drunk man your brother hurt. And Zhu's pupils shrank. If that drunk man died, Xiao Feng would be in big trouble. With a life on his shoulders, his future days would be very difficult. Where is he now? And Zhu asked as she ran outside, asking Wang Shi to stay at home and don't go anywhere. And Fuchuan warned before rushing out after them. He only had this one son, and he couldn't let anything happen to him. I just came back from the clinic. I know where his family lives, Wang Shi said as he ran with Zhu toward his house. He recognized the dark-skinned boy, who looked a bit like Enfeng. The boy was lazy and liked to gamble, often owing money to the gambling house, and had been beaten many times. Wang Shi, had even gone to his house to find him. Because of that, Wang Shirtu remembered clearly where the boy lived. And Fuchuan followed behind, chasing after them. When he saw they were heading away from the clinic, he clenched his teeth and kept going. They entered an alley, and Wang Shirtu whispered, "They live in the third courtyard. Brother Shirtu." "Thank you," and Zhu said gratefully. She knew if she waited until she reached the clinic and then came back here, the opportunity might be lost. "Fat girl, I should thank you too," Wang Shirtu said shyly, scratching his head. "But how can you save him, Brother Shirtu? I can't trouble you with what comes next," and Zhu said clearly. She knew that if Wang Shida's message was discovered, it could cause trouble. She smiled and said, "When Infome comes out, I'll treat you to a meal." After saying that, and Zhu quietly headed toward the direction Wang Shirtu had indicated. And Fuchuan followed quietly. When Zhu saw him, her eyes lit up. "Dad, you're just in time. Can you make some noise outside so I can sneak in and take a look? It's too dangerous," and Fuchuan said, studying her. She looked thinner than before but still a bit heavier than an average woman, and she was wearing a padded coat. How could she sneak in unnoticed? Moreover, there was a drunk man inside. If something went wrong... "Dad, if what Wang Shirtu said is true, and someone wants to hurt him, then Infeng's imprisonment isn't enough. He might even lose his life," and Zhu warned. Wang Shirtu said, "He only has a wife and a daughter about 7 or 8 years old. Do you think I can even fight a woman?" And Zhu said, "Dad, try to make some noise so I can sneak over the wall without being seen." She spoke and then pretended to be a passerby, giving a subtle signal to Fuchuan. And Fuchuan was very anxious. He wanted to stop her, but was afraid of being seen. He looked around quickly, trying to figure out how to make more noise. Suddenly, Fuchuan saw a street vendor selling candied hawthorn sticks. He bought a stick and a stick of candy with money. The vendor happily took the money and left. The straw rack was easy to set up and not valuable at all. Today, he probably met a fool. Come, look here. Candied hawthorn sticks, just 1 coin for 2 sticks," and Fuchuan shouted loudly as he walked toward the alley entrance. He deliberately shouted loudly. Usually, candied hawthorn sticks cost 2 coins for 1. And Fuchuan said 1 coin for 2 sticks. As soon as he said that, he saw many people rush out of the alley to buy the candied hawthorn sticks. The alley, which usually had few people, suddenly became crowded. Everyone was afraid they would miss out on the deal. "If you don't take the chance, you're a fool." And Zhu smoothly climbed over the wall. The little girl in the yard saw her boiling medicine and looked at her with wide eyes. "Little sister, I have some candy for you." And Zhu took a piece of candy from her pocket and offered it. She was glad she had bought a lot of candy at home to help her stay on a diet. When she couldn't resist, she would eat a piece to satisfy her craving. The girl took the candy and put it in her mouth. The sweet taste made her smile brightly. She asked, "Why did you climb over the wall?" "Because I want to find your mother," and Zhu said with a smile. She added, "I know your father is hurt, and I came to find your mother." The girl shouted loudly, "Someone is looking for you," and Zhu was stunned. She didn't expect the girl to be so brave. She didn't care who Zhu was. Since she had decided to come, she wouldn't hide. She went straight into the house. Seeing a plain-dressed woman, she pulled her inside. Only when she was sure no one outside could see, she said, "Someone wants to harm your husband. Don't talk nonsense. My husband is already beaten like this. Who would want to hurt him?" The woman wiped her tears. There were wounds all over Heiwa's body, and several ribs were broken. The doctor said he had injured his heart and lungs. If he hadn't been sent to the hospital in time, he might not have survived. "Stop crying," and Zhu said, feeling a headache when she saw her wiping tears. "Sister-in-law, I'm telling the truth. Someone wants to harm your husband." After Zhu finished speaking, she heard someone knocking on the door outside. She held her hand and said, "Older sister-in-law, just pretend you don't know anything when you go in later." The woman whispered, "Who are you? I won't hurt you." And Zhu said with a gentle smile, looking sincerely at the woman. For a moment, the woman didn't know what to do. Outside, a young girl had already opened the door. Seeing the visitor, she called out clearly, "Uncle Gui Zhen, little Hua, where is your father?" Gui Zhen stepped into the room. Seeing the woman, he called her sister-in-law repeatedly. He asked, "Sister-in-law, who is this? I haven't seen her before." The woman was unsure how to explain. She said, "I'm her cousin from the countryside." And Ju was dressed very simply, so claiming she was from the countryside seemed believable. The main thing was she looked quite plump. "She looks quite well fed," Gui Zhen said, glancing at her. He had something on his mind and asked after a quick look, "Sister-in-law, I heard Black Doll was beaten. I came to see him." "You are thoughtful," the woman replied. "He's lying on the bed." "Sister-in-law, I have time today. Maybe you could buy some meat to help Black Doll recover," Gui Zhen suggested, handing 20 coins to the woman. The woman quickly shook her head. "That won't do. It's not right for you to pay. Sister-in-law, just take it," Gui Zhen insisted, stuffing the coins into her arms. The woman said, "Then you stay for dinner. I'll go buy some meat." As she spoke, she was about to leave, and Ju followed closely behind. She watched Gui Zhen go inside, then took out a few coins to give the little girl to buy some candy. She pulled the woman and said, "Let's go," quietly, and Ju pulled the woman back. The woman was reluctant and said, "If you don't want your man to die, just come along." After some hesitation, the woman finally agreed and went into the kitchen with Ju. Their room was right next to the kitchen. "Gui Zhen, you're here. Where's the money?" Black Doll, who had been badly beaten and was in danger of losing his life, showed no signs of despair. When he saw Gui Zhen, he suddenly became excited. "Gui Zhen, for 5 taels of silver. I think this injury was worth it." People like Black Doll, who loved to gamble when they had money and would gamble even when they didn't, often got beaten up. Today, he didn't have to pay for medicine, and he still had money after being beaten. He would rather get beaten now and then than not have money. Here is the improved and simplified version of your text. Here, Gui Zhen took out the money and sat by the bed, looking at Haiwa with mixed feelings. Unfortunately, Haiwa was focused on the money and didn't notice Gui Zhen's gaze. He happily said, "When I heal, with this money, I can make back what I lost. Maybe I can even save more, like a snowball getting bigger." "Haiwa," Gui Zhen sighed, "I want to talk to you about something." "What is it?" Haiwa, clutching the silver like a treasure, said, "Gui Zhen, let's not be so formal. Besides, if you didn't know the right people, I wouldn't have gotten these 5 taels of silver." Haiwa was very happy as he spoke. "And the person who hit you? Someone wants to stand up for him. Our benefactor wouldn't want to see him get away with everything." Gui Zhen said this quietly, thinking to himself, "Sure enough, someone is scheming behind the scenes. Is the person who hit me just a villager? Who would help him?" Haiwa looked confused, then eagerly asked, "Gui Zhen, has our benefactor given us another job? He's really our good helper. How much silver will we get this time?" Before Gui Zhen could answer, Haiwa cheered. "Gui Zhen, you're truly lucky. You were born with good fortune. One day, I'll treat you to a drink." 20 taels, Gui Zhen said. As soon as he spoke, Haiwa almost wanted to jump out of bed. Just as he moved, he pulled at his wound and winced in pain. He excitedly said, "Brother, you're like my real brother. Silver is hard to earn, and this job is difficult." Gui Zhen hesitated. Haiwa, full of excitement, said, "As long as I can make money, I don't care if I die." "That's exactly what I want, for you to die," Gui Zhen replied. The woman in the kitchen was about to scream, but was silenced by Anjua covering her mouth. She whispered, "Don't speak." Her voice was almost inaudible, only her lips moving. Inside the room, Gui Zhen continued, "As long as you die, the other side will face a murder charge. It's not just about exchanging lives. You'll definitely spend your life in prison. Haiwa, don't worry. These 20 taels, I will use them to take good care of your wife and little girl. Blame it on your lucky life," Gui Zhen said, grabbing a pillow and quickly pressing it over Haiwa's face. Haiwa's eyes widened. Despite his injuries, he desperately fought back. When Anju heard the sound was wrong, she immediately ran into the house. She kicked open the door and saw Gui Zhen about to cover Haiwa's mouth with a pillow to suffocate him. Anju rushed forward with a sweeping kick. She had been practicing martial arts daily, so her legs were very strong, stronger than most men. With one kick, Anju pushed Gui Zhen against the wall. "Haiwa," The woman cried as she took the pillow away. Heiwa was gasping for air, and Zhu let out a deep sigh of relief. Gui Zhen, clutching his stomach, stood up. He felt upset about being kicked by the woman. His eyes looked fierce. Whether one or two, or even three, they all deserved to die. Since they had come back, he wouldn't show mercy. Gui Zhen slammed the door shut and said fiercely, Heiwa, I'll send you to the afterlife. He then lunged toward Zhu. The woman shrank back, protecting Heiwa, and kept saying, What should we do? What should we do? She was so scared she didn't know what to do. And Zhu was worried he might run away. Since he seemed so confident, she decided to test him. She thought it was a good chance to see how much she had learned from Lu Han recently. In height, Zhu was shorter than Gui Zhen, but in skill and strength, she was much stronger. Gui Zhen cried out as he was pushed to the ground and hurt. You're all show and no substance, Zhu said with disgust. She hadn't even started hitting him hard yet, but Gui Zhen was already so fragile. Miss, spare me, Gui Zhen begged, ignoring his pride and just wanting to escape. I'll spare you, but who will spare in Feng? Zhu stepped on him hard. Zhu waited outside the county office. When she saw Lu Han and Song Yu come out, she hurried to follow them. She looked at Song Yu and asked, Dr. Song, how is Feng? Is he badly hurt? Song Yu was about to answer, but suddenly felt a cold gaze like a sharp knife. When he looked back, Lu Han's eyes were sharp as arrows. He seemed to understand something and took a step back. Lu Han said, His external wounds are all bandaged. He needs time to recover from the internal injuries.
Don't worry.
After about 10 days or half a month, he'll be as lively as before. That's good. Zhu didn't notice the details between them. She asked, When can we release Feng? I found the evidence. Let's not talk about that now. Zhu waved dismissively and got straight to the point. When Brother Shi Tu came to deliver the news, I went to Heiwa's house. Coincidentally, I caught someone trying to silence him, and I saved Heiwa. Now my father is guarding him there. That Gui Zhen is probably the person who made the deal with the other side, he continued. I asked around. He was meeting with someone called Uncle Yang. Uncle Yang gave him over 10 taels of silver. He didn't want to get beaten, so he went to Black Hua. Zhu quickly explained the whole story, saying, Now we just need to find out who Uncle Yang is, and we'll know who's really behind all this. That way we can send Feng home today, Lu Han said, looking at Song Yu. Song Yu sighed helplessly. All right, I'll go get Heiwa now, but I don't know the way. I know the way, Zhu offered to lead. Lu Han watched her walk away, without hesitation, and sighed. He turned back and entered the county office again. The court session would be up to magistrate due to decide. Inside the county hall, Heiwa was carried in, Gui Zhen was brought in with ropes, and Feng knelt in the court. When he saw Heiwa, his eyes seemed to want to eat him alive. Sir, I took the money and deliberately caused trouble at his house, Heiwa said quickly, even though he was lying down and couldn't move much. After experiencing life and death, he felt both lucky and scared. He told everything he knew. With Heiwa's testimony and Guigen's confession, the matter of hitting someone was no longer a big deal. Gui Zhen was thrown into jail, and Heiwa, who was injured, was whipped 20 times. Brother-in-law, you're really amazing, and Feng said while sitting in the carriage, still in disbelief. He couldn't believe he was back in less than a day after going to jail. Isn't it because I'm so capable? Zhu said with a glare. If I hadn't saved Heiwa, Gui Zhen would have killed him, and you'd be facing a murder charge now. Yes, you're all so impressive, and Feng praised, but he looked at Lu Han with admiration. He asked, Brother-in-law, I feel like when the magistrate looks at you, his eyes. They seem to think you're older than him, maybe because your official rank is higher than his, and Feng, who hadn't gone to school, couldn't quite explain. It's like the village chief seeing the county official, like he's looking up to him. Maybe I look scary, Lu Han replied with a half-smile. Didn't the people in the village also fear me before? Honestly, when you stand there, your presence really can scare people, and Feng said, following his words. Xiao Zhu, how is your sister-in-law? Is she frightened? And Zhu pouted angrily and refused to respond. turning his face to look out the window. He said irritably, "Remember to invite Brother Sure too, for a meal someday." If he hadn't come to deliver the message, you might have gotten into serious trouble and even lost your life. Definitely, definitely, and Feng promised eagerly. As soon as he got off the carriage, he hurried into the house. "Wife, I'm back." When Tianjun heard Feng's voice, she thought she was hearing things. But when his voice sounded again, she put down her goods and ran to open the door. Seeing Feng, her eyes, red from crying, instantly filled with tears. Seeing her red eyes, Feng quickly pulled her into his arms to comfort her. "Wife, don't cry. It's all my fault. I scared you." Luyi was also worried about her son, but seeing this scene, she couldn't help but look away. And Fuchuan turned his back, thinking that since his son and daughter-in-law were happy, he might soon have grandchildren. And Chu cleared his throat and said, "Dad, Mom, since Feng is fine, we'll go home first. We'll come back tomorrow." Xiao Xia also knows about Feng's accident and is probably waiting at home, anxious. "Okay?" And Fuchuan repeatedly advised, "Be careful. It gets dark, and the roads are difficult to walk. No worries, we have each other." And Zhu said with a smile, turning to leave with Lu Han. "Thank you." And Zhu said as he sat in the carriage, lifting the curtain to talk to the driver, Lu Han. "We are husband and wife," Lu Han said with a slight smile. The carriage moved slowly toward home, under the moonlight illuminating the way. The cold wind was biting, but his heart felt warm. He said, "Xiao Zhu, next time you encounter Heiwa, you can't go alone." This time that Gui Zhen was unskilled. "If he had been more capable, wouldn't you have lost your life for nothing?" Lu Han reminded him carefully. "Lu Han, I have to say, the 8 directions fist you taught me works really well. Getting up early to practice horse stance every day wasn't for nothing. My legs are much stronger now. After testing today, Anjua thinks she needs to practice more in the future. First, to strengthen her body and lose weight. Second, in case she encounters bad people, she can knock them down. Recently, she feels her stomach has become much firmer. Don't be careless." Lu Han saw her excited and didn't say much, secretly thinking about what other moves he could teach her. "Who do you think is trying so hard to harm Anfeng?" Anjua wondered. "Anfeng has no power and no money. Who would do such a thing for no reason?" Lu Han comforted her, saying, "Xiao Zhu, don't worry. Tomorrow I will go to the county office to look into this matter. I will definitely find out who is behind it, okay?" Anjua replied, then worried about his leg. Grandpa Luo said when he left that even though your leg is healed, it still needs rest. You shouldn't be running around like this. What if you hurt it again? Don't worry. I will make sure not to hurt my leg again, Lu Han said. He valued his leg more than anyone. In the past, he didn't care, but now he doesn't want others to think that his wife is a. Xia, don't wait any longer. It's so late. They should be resting in the county now, Lu's mother said as she moved the charcoal in the basin. They had been sitting for a long time. If she hadn't taken Aunt Xia's sewing basket, she might still be embroidering. Even so, she sat by the fire, dozing off while still looking outside. Even with the door closed and only hearing the sounds outside, she didn't want to sleep. Aunt Lu, you go to sleep first. I'll wait a little longer. Aunt Xia rubbed her eyes, forcing herself to stay awake and wait. Lu's mother sighed and said, Let's wait for one more cup of tea. If they don't come back by then, we'll sleep. Just as Lu's mother was about to get up to make tea, Aunt Xia stood up voluntarily. She made 2 cups of tea and handed one to her, saying, Aunt Lu, please have some tea, okay? Lu's mother looked at Aunt Xia and thought that maybe they wouldn't be coming home tonight. And Zhu jumped down from the carriage. Traveling at night was difficult, so it took twice as long as usual. If it weren't for 2 people with her, she might have been too scared to continue. Throughout the journey, she kept talking to Lu Han or singing. Otherwise, in the dark, with no other figures or lights, she felt afraid. Big sister, how is brother? Has he come back? And Xia quickly ran out to open the door and immediately threw herself into Anju's arms, looking up with concern. He's back. He's in the county now. Our parents and sister-in-law are there. Don't worry, and Zhu gently patted her little head. The girl was still young but worried a lot. It's so late. Go to sleep quickly, or you'll not grow tall. Sister, are you hungry? The kitchen has warm porridge. I'll bring it to you. And Xia asked eagerly instead of rushing back to rest. All right, go to sleep now. Do you still want to grow taller? And Zhu pulled her back and headed straight to the room. Sleep quickly. And Xia wanted to say more, but Zhu directly sent her into the room. Mother Lu said, It's good that you're safe. Little Xia, this girl, she only sleeps after you all come back. Xia is still young. Maybe she was scared, and Zhu thought, noticing the girl's frightened eyes earlier. When she heard that Feng was safe, she immediately relaxed. The girl had been worried about this all along. This child is too sensible, Mother Lu said as she took out the warm porridge and a plate of vegetables from the kitchen, ready to eat with the porridge. Mother, you should go to bed early too. We'll finish eating and then sleep, and Zhu said, drinking her porridge heartily. She had been running around all day and hadn't eaten much. Mother Lu wanted to mention Zhu Sheng falling into the river, but she held back. Since Gu Chun had driven the person away, there was nothing more to say. There's hot water in the pot. You can soak your feet. It'll keep you warm when you sleep, Mother Lu patiently reminded her before going back to her room. After finishing the porridge and soaking her feet, Zhu finally felt tired as she lay on the bed. She fell asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow. Lu Han poured out the foot washing water. When he returned, he saw Zhu sleeping peacefully. Under the dim candlelight, her gentle sleeping face looked especially tender. She had lost a lot of weight. Usually, she wore many clothes, so it wasn't obvious. But lying on the bed, her long black hair spread over the pillow, contrasting sharply with her face. Lu Han quietly folded the two bedsheets together. Zhu found the heat source and moved closer, like a koala, with her legs and hands resting on Lu Han. Lu Han gently kissed her on the forehead. Watching her peaceful sleep, he whispered, Little Zhu, from now on we will never be apart. He quietly held her in his arms, feeling both happy and a little sad. When Zhu woke up, no one was beside her. The bedding belonging to Lu Han was neatly folded. She had no idea that she and Lu Han had slept together that night, and she had even mistaken him for a pillow. She stretched lazily, yawned, and practiced some martial arts moves. Outside the wall, in the village courtyard, young men were learning martial arts from Lu Han. Lu Han suggested teaching everyone martial arts. At first, dozens of people responded, then fewer, and now only about 10 or so kept practicing. Lu Han trained them like soldiers, trying to improve each person's skills. After breakfast, Zhu prepared to go to the county. I'll go with you, Lu Han said, pulling out the carriage. Zhu raised her eyebrows. Will that delay your work? With the new year coming, it's no problem, Lu Han replied. Do you want to ride the carriage or walk? Let's take the carriage. I need to buy some things to bring back, Zhu said, jumping onto the carriage. She wanted to lose weight by walking, but since the new year was coming soon, she planned to buy more things, so she wouldn't have to walk in the snow later. At G grocery store. After yesterday's events, many people still came to buy things today. Compared to Tianjun from yesterday, Tianjun's eyes were still a little red, but her face was full of happiness. It was clear she had been comforted a lot. Zhu told Feng, it's not very convenient to invite Brother Shi to eat. I want to bring some things to Grandma Shi. He still has a grandma? Feng asked curiously, then started picking out items, candies, snacks, salt, sugar, and other small things. He said, Little Zhu, isn't this too little? This was a matter of life. Maybe add 2 more pieces of cloth, Zhu suggested. Cloth was always useful. Feng immediately asked Tianjun to go buy fabric. Since they were elderly, Wang Shitu didn't get married, so he chose 2 pieces of cloth suitable for them. Carrying the things, Tianjun and Zhu went to Wang Shita's house. Xiao Zhu, do you know where his house is? Tianjun looked at the winding alley. Without someone to guide her, it might be hard to find. Yes, Zhu replied. Actually, their place was just 2 alleys away. Wang Shitu mentioned it yesterday, so she remembered. When they arrived at Wang's house, the yard was simple, similar to Heiwa's house. But Wang's things were even more basic, yet very clean and tidy. It seemed the old lady was very neat. and Zhu introduced herself. Old Lady Wang asked, "Are you the kind girl who helped my son Shirtu before?" Old Lady Wang was excited. Wang Shirtu was now a government clerk. Though not very high-ranking, it was better than gambling all the time. Now, he handed all his earnings to his wife. "Xiao Zhu, so you helped Wang Shirtu before?" Tianjin asked curiously after leaving Wang's house. "Actually, he helped us first," and Zhu explained. She mentioned how she had saved 20 coins earlier. "Back then, I was selling tofu strips to earn money. His grandmother was very sick, so I gave her some money. I didn't expect him to remember that kindness." And Zhu believed good deeds would be rewarded. This time, Wang Shitu's help was crucial. If he hadn't sent the message, Gui Zhen would have taken Heiwa's wife and children away, and Heiwa wouldn't have survived. Heiwa died, and Feng would have become a murderer. Thinking of this, Tianjin felt terrified. She said, "Xiao Zhu, we really owe you a lot this time. We're family, so there's no need to say 2 words," and Zhu smiled and said casually. She returned to her shop, spoke a few words with Lu Yu, then left with Lu Han. Even near the end of the year, the Sanpangzi restaurant was very busy. Qian Duoduo handed her the bonus early. "Thanks to you, my father praised me several times this year. Next year, we'll open a restaurant in the capital." Qian Duoduo was very happy. His father used to dislike him, saying he only ate and didn't do anything else. Now, his father praised his business skills and said his restaurant was doing well, even taking business away from Jufulu. "That's great." And Zhu agreed quickly. Qian Duoduo asked again, "By the way, about your tea leaves. I bought a few jars a while ago, and gave some to friends. Now, everyone is asking for more tea. Madam Lu, if you still have some, could you sell me a few dozen jars?" "Of course, I do." In the bamboo garden, besides the cold mountain tea, there are only about 100 jars. The other teas are available in large quantities. She paused and asked, "How many do you want?" "About 50 or 60 jars. You know, we do business and I have many friends," Qian Duoduo said with a grin. And Zhu thought for a moment and replied, "All right, send someone to pick them up from my house tomorrow." "Okay." Qian Duoduo immediately sent someone to bring over 60 taels of silver, filling a box. "Here, I know you love silver the most, not paper money, so I prepared it all for you." And Zhu held the box and raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure I will sell?" "Aren't you worried I might not? I'm clever," Qian Duoduo said proudly, patting his belly. And Zhu looked down at his belly and reminded him, "Young Master Qian, I'm getting thinner, but you haven't lost weight. In fact, you've gained a little." No, I've definitely lost weight." Qian Duoduo loved eating at restaurants, trying different dishes every day, filling his belly. His weight loss efforts are half-hearted at best. And Zhu carried the box and left. Qian Duoduo watched her walk away, feeling that her padded coat seemed looser than before. He instinctively touched his own belly and frowned. "Could it be that I've gained weight again? Never mind, no dinner tonight. No, I can't skip dinner. I'll just eat half a bowl," Qian Duoduo mumbled to himself. After a moment, he changed his mind. "A full bowl, just 2 bowls less than usual. Is it that heavy?" When Lu Han took the box from Zhu, the heavy weight immediately told him what it was. "Don't open it," and Zhu quickly reached out to cover the lid, worried he might open it in front of others. Lu Han looked down and chuckled softly. "I only have 2 hands." Now, both hands were holding the box, so there was no way to open it. And Zhu suddenly realized what was inside. She cleared her throat and changed the subject. "Yesterday, my mother said we should buy more flour and rice. It looks like it's going to snow again soon. When that happens, we won't be able to go out, and we should buy some sewing needles and thread, as we're running out at home. The paper I bought last time is almost used up from practicing calligraphy every day." And Zhu was counting the things she needed to buy while talking to Lu Han, trying to remember everything so she wouldn't forget anything. "Buy a little more salt, soy sauce, and spices." And Zhu, like an ant moving things, carefully loaded items into the cart. When she saw sweet potatoes and potatoes, she bought bags of them all at once. Lu Han was in charge of organizing the things in the cart. He hid the silver coins in a secret compartment under the cart seat. He moved the items little by little into the cart, making sure everything was tidy so it would all fit. Little Zhu, if we buy any more, there won't be any space to sit, Lu Han said, looking at the full cart, which was already packed to the top. Wait a moment, I want to buy some lard, and Zhu said. She went to the meat cellar and bought all the lard and oil they had. She filled a big bag and placed it in the cart. That's just right, and Zhu saw there was still a little space left for her to sit. Before going home, she asked, should I feed the horse some hay? The cart is so full, it might be hard for it. When we came, it was already fed, Lu Han reminded her to sit safely. The couple with the full cart headed home. On the way back, snow was falling heavily, and Zhu sighed, I wonder how long this snow will last. She adjusted her clothes as the cold wind blew into the cart, making her feel freezing all over. It's nice to stay at home for the new year, Lu Han said, missing the days when she wasn't running around everywhere but staying at home. She was studying cooking, and he was chopping wood and making fire. Lu Han pulled down the curtain of the cart, but the wind still blew in from the side. And Zhu leaned against the cart and said, we bought some flour today. Maybe we can make dumplings tonight. The cabbage in the garden is growing well. Since developing her gardening skills, and Zhu had planted all her seeds in the bamboo garden. The once empty land was now full of various vegetables, which even had a natural preservation feature. Unfortunately, besides cabbage, she couldn't openly take out the other vegetables. Feeling a bit disappointed, Anju went straight home and started kneading dough to make dumplings. She made pork and cabbage filling as well as chive filling. She also boiled a large pot of oil using the lard and cooking oil she bought. The big oil jar was filled to the brim, and even the oil residue was stored in a half basin. It's so fragrant, and Zhu directly put the remaining oil residue into her mouth. The fried, crispy oil residue, even with just a little salt, tasted very good. Xiao Zhu, why does the oil you fry smell so good? Even the oil residue. Every time Mother Lu refines oil, the residue turns black. The oil is always dark and burnt, but in Zhu's oil residue is golden yellow, and after the lard is chilled, it looks like white snow. And Zhu chuckled and explained the key point. To make good lard, you need to add water. The lard boiled with water turns as white as snow. It's safer and smells better too. Add water too? Mother Lu's eyes widened in surprise. That's not right. If water touches hot oil, it will splatter everywhere. When she used to make lard, she was most afraid of that happening. The oil would splash all over, and it hurt a lot wherever it landed. Cold oil, cold water, cold pot. And Zhu carefully dropped each dumpling into the pot. The plump, round dumplings floated and rolled in the water. She told Mother Lu many tips for making oil residue. Mother Lu said, "You're really skilled." Mom, it's not about being skilled. People with experience can do it well too. And Zhu said, today we're making a lot of dumplings. Let's invite Aunt Wu to come eat with us. More people eating dumplings makes it more lively. I'll also steam a sausage to see if our homemade dried sausage is good. The dried sausage was almost ready, but she hadn't had a chance to eat it yet. Perfect, dumplings with sausage should taste pretty good. Mother Lu turned around to call Aunt Wu. After her house was finished, she moved in. It's a small house with a kitchen and a tiny yard. The house isn't big, but Wu Xiulan kept it very clean and tidy. Xiulan, come over tonight to eat dumplings, Mother Lu called out as she went inside. Today we're lucky. Xiao Zhu made pork and cabbage dumplings and chive dumplings too. Then my wife is really lucky. Wu Nyangzi took a piece of fabric from inside her house and went to Lu's house with Mother Lu. What are you going to do with that fabric? Mother Lu asked curiously, staring at the fabric in her hand. She raised an eyebrow. Are you showing off your embroidery skills? Yao Guilon, you're almost a grandmother now, and you're jealous that my embroidery is better than yours. Wu Nyangzi shot her a sidelong glance. You've always wanted me to teach Xia that kid, haven't you? My eyes tend to tear up after a short while. The fabric has intricate embroidery patterns inside. You should let Xiao look and learn more. Maybe she'll teach herself someday. Xiulan, can't you teach directly? Mother Lu originally wanted to open the fabric to look, but suddenly the snow fell heavier. She and Lady Wu went home together. Only then did she open the fabric. The patterns on it are really beautiful, full of blooming flowers. Xiulan, When it comes to embroidery skills, I really can't compare to you. Seeing the vibrant flower patterns, Mother Lu paused and admitted defeat. Such rich and prosperous flowers are beyond her embroidery skills. I've even lost my eyesight for it. Lady Wu looked at the beautiful patterns, knowing how much effort it took to finish. She sighed and said, "Before I left the palace, I made a firm vow. I will never teach my skills to anyone else again." "All right, I'll let Xiaoxia come and look," Mother Lu said without asking more. She directly sent the fabric into the room, and Xiao was carefully working on her embroidery. "Xiaoxia, come and see." Mother Lu opened the fabric. It was full of colorful flowers, very beautiful. The embroidery threads used were also of the finest quality. And Xiao was stunned. "Isn't it beautiful?" Mother Lu said proudly, as if she had embroidered it herself. And Xiao nodded eagerly. She carefully reached out, not daring to press too hard, afraid of damaging it. The stitches used here include almost all embroidery techniques. "You should learn well," Mother Lu carefully advised. Looking at this fine fabric, she said, "It would be great if it could be framed as a screen. Then we could look at it every day." When Anju brought out the dumplings, she saw Mother Lu holding the fabric, saying she wanted to frame it as a screen. She asked, "Mother, framing it as a screen looks difficult. Why not just hang it up? When we want to see it, we can just look up."
No.
"Such a good fabric shouldn't be hung up. It would gather dust," Mother Lu said, a bit reluctant. Lady Wu smiled and said, "Listen to Xiaozhu. Hanging it up is good, and it can be seen more completely. Look at it every day, give it a shake, and there's no dust." Lady Wu had kept it at the bottom of a box before. Now that it's hung up, it's put to good use. "Time to eat dumplings. Come back tomorrow. We've been cleaning the house these days. The new year is coming soon." And Zhu is quite looking forward to the new year. This is her first new year in the Great Zhou. The lively charcoal fire burned brightly. Mother Lu and Lady Wu sat on one side, and Zhu and Lu Han on the other, while Xia sat below. Gu Chun also sat opposite Lu Han, looking very nervous. "All right, in the village, everyone should forget about formalities. We are just one family," Mother Lu, used to these days, said as she took a spoonful of dumplings. "I've been craving these dumplings for a while. Little Zhu makes good dumplings," Lady Wu praised. And Xia was young, but she didn't need to do anything. And Zhu quickly filled her small bowl. She said, "Sister, I can't eat any more." She rubbed her round belly. If she ate more, her stomach would be completely full. She loved eating dumplings with chives, and the smell of the cured sausage was delicious. The more she chewed, the tastier it got. And Zhu stopped filling in Xia's bowl and happily ate some sausage herself. She boasted, "My seasoning is really good, just right, not too salty or bland." "Impressive. Eat more," Lu Han said, placing several pieces into her bowl. And Zhu thought she hadn't had a good meal in a long time. It was winter, and without meat, she couldn't hold on. Thinking this, she unconsciously ate until her stomach was full again. No. Tomorrow she needed to practice for half an hour longer. With that thought, and Zhu fell into a deep sleep. During the night, she automatically found herself beside Lu Han. The next morning, she woke up and didn't hear the usual practice sounds outside, but instead heard Xia happily say, "It's snowing." It had snowed all night, and the snow on the mountain hadn't melted yet. Thick snow had fallen again. Luckily, it was almost the new year, and there was nothing else to do. And Zhu helped Mother Lu clean the house thoroughly inside and out. Lu Han made a long broom and swept away the dust and spider webs from the roof. Wearing a straw hat, Lu Han held the broom. His appearance seemed a bit mismatched with his calm demeanor. And Zhu secretly watched him several times, then couldn't help but laugh and said, "Lu Han, you've grown a tail." Lu Han turned around. The spider webs he had swept down stuck to him, making it look like he had a long tail. Ha, and Zhu laughed. If only she had a camera to capture this moment. She would love to look at it again and again. It would be wonderful. Lu Han quickly and unexpectedly put a large straw hat on her head. The hat seemed to make her look much shorter, and a spider web on the hat fluttered in the wind. he said. Little Bamboo, wearing it like this, you look like you're bringing your husband home. Not at all. And Ju pulled off the hat. The big hat pressed her hair into a messy state. She glared at him and said, "You messed up my hair. You have to take responsibility." Lu Han's answer made Ju not respond immediately, as she wondered how he would take responsibility. Suddenly, Lu Han reached out and brushed her face with his hand, saying, "It's sealed. Little kitten, you're mine now." Lu Han looked at her face with deep eyes. She had been losing weight day by day. Her fair skin was already bright, and the 3 black handprints on her cheeks looked like tiny whiskers of a little cat. "Let me do this side now." Before she could react, Lu Han quickly pressed his hand on her other cheek. His gaze was full of admiration as he said, "You look good. Ha ha ha." And Xia was holding a basin, about to wash the walls, when she saw her sister's appearance and burst into laughter. "Sister looks like a little cat," and Ju rushed forward and looked into the water basin. The 2 black handprints on her cheeks looked just like the 6 whiskers on a cat's face. Lu Han, and Ju gritted her teeth in anger and chased after Lu Han around the yard. Snow was falling heavily and Lu Han ran very fast, and Ju couldn't catch up with him in the yard. Luma came out of the kitchen and saw this scene. She shook her head helplessly. They were about to become fathers, but they still played like children. On New Year's Eve, the thick snow hadn't melted at all, covering the land like a white blanket. Inside the Lu family's kitchen, it was lively and busy. Lu Ma, Wu Nyangzi, and Enju were busy preparing the New Year's dinner. Yesterday, when Lu Han and Enju returned to their maternal home, they sent Xia back to the Yin family. Lu Han and Gu Chun were busy pasting Spring Festival couplets. The previous couplets they wrote had all been sold at Nji grocery store, and there were no more left. So, on New Year's Day, Lu Han carefully cut paper and rewrote the couplets. When choosing couplets for his family, Lu Han put a lot of thought into it. In the end, he chose a pair that was simple but meaningful. "Good luck all year round. Wealth from all directions enters the home." When Anju saw the couplet, she praised repeatedly, saying, "Lu Han, your spring couplet really touches my heart. It talks about good luck and wealth from all directions." Anju clapped her hands and clenched her fists, saying, "Next year, I will definitely make a lot of money." Whenever she mentioned money, her eyes sparkled with excitement. She looked a little like a small money enthusiast, which made her seem adorable rather than annoying. "No, it's too cold. I'll go to the kitchen." Anju hurriedly ran to the kitchen. Although cooking was a bit troublesome and complicated, at least it was warm and cozy with the steam rising. For her first New Year's Eve dinner in the Great Zhou, the feast was so rich that Anju almost thought she was not in the Great Zhou, but in the 21st century. "Mom, how about we have some wine?" Anju had been craving wine for a while. The table was full of dishes like braised pig's trotters, braised pork, cured meat stir-fried with winter bamboo shoots, cured sausage and cured pork liver, spicy boiled fish, fresh cabbage from her own garden, and tangyuan, sweet rice balls, symbolizing reunion. The table was so full and delicious that she felt she couldn't enjoy the meal without a little wine. "This wine is very strong. Just one sip and you'll get drunk." Lu's mother saw the jar of wine and refused. In the capital, there were fruit wines to drink. But here, she couldn't drink even a sip of strong liquor. "It's okay. A few days ago, I asked someone to buy fruit wine in the capital." Anju ran back to her room, holding a jar of treasured fruit wine. "Plum wine, sent by Sheng Sheng especially for me." This wine was indeed sent by her cousin Zhou Sheng Sheng, who also sent some tea leaves later. Anju only received a few jars of fruit wine. She said it was very tasty, but Anju wasn't fond of alcohol and had kept the wine in the box, almost forgetting about it. "Mom, today is New Year's Day. Drinking a little plum wine won't make me drunk," Anju said as she opened the jar. The aroma of plum wine wafted out. She poured some for Lu's mother and also for Wu Nyangzi. "Aunt Wu, it's okay if you get a little tipsy. Just sleep it off when you get home. Today, our family is gathered together to celebrate the New Year. That's rare. Not drinking some wine to celebrate would be a waste of this good meal." Anju poured herself a bowl. She held her bowl and said, "Come on everyone, cheers." Wishing everyone a smooth and safe year ahead, Anju had attended banquets before. Now she held her bowl and took a big gulp. The plum wine doesn't have a very strong alcohol taste. It is sweet and sour, which masks the sharpness of the liquor. After swallowing, the rich aroma spreads in the mouth. She pouted and said, "This wine is really good. No wonder Sheng always praises it. Mother is hoping you'll give us a grandson next year," Mother Lu said happily, looking at Anju. Anju was about to take another sip when she heard this and choked on her drink. She coughed until her face turned red. Lu Han gently patted her back. His caring gesture made Mother Lu even happier. "Then I'll be waiting for your good news." Mother Lu sipped her fruit wine and praised, "This is indeed good wine. Guilin, I'll wish you in advance to become a grandmother next year," Wu Nyangzi said happily. Mother Lu happily replied, "Yes, yes, I'll call you Wu Grandma then." Wu Nyangzi immediately smiled happily. Listening to them talk about having a grandson, Anju focused on eating her food. The plum wine tasted good, so she kept drinking. Lu Han quietly warned her, "The wine is good, but be careful not to get drunk." "How is that possible?" Anju shot him a look and said, "This is fruit wine. It can't make people drunk." She knew she could drink half a gin of white liquor, so a little fruit wine shouldn't make her drunk. Lu Han was speechless. He wanted to remind her that this wine was different from modern fruit wine, which usually has very low alcohol content. But the fruit wine here. He shook his head. After dinner, Anju sat at the table, looking dazed and asking Mother Lu, "Why are there two mothers? You're drunk," Mother Lu said with a smile, watching her cheeks turn red. She couldn't help but laugh. "Hano, help her back to her room to sleep." "I'm not drunk." "How could I be drunk?" Anju argued, patting her chest. "I can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. How could just a little fruit wine make me drunk?" She stood up, wobbling slightly. "Oh, dear, is there an earthquake? Why is the sky spinning and the ground moving?" She pressed her head, blinking her eyes. Lu Han quickly caught her. "I'm not drunk, you don't need to help me." Anju pushed him away. "Let me show you I can walk like a catwalk." "I'm not drunk." She tried to straighten her back and walk confidently to prove she was sober. But after taking just 2 steps, she stumbled and fell to the side. "Yes, yes, yes, you're not drunk. You walk the best with your catwalk." Lu Han supported her and praised her. "What is a catwalk?" Mrs. Lu looked confusedly at Mrs. Wu beside her. "I don't know. Maybe it's walking like a cat," Mrs. Wu answered with the same puzzled look. "Catwalk is just a runway walk," and Ju turned around, smiling with a blushing face and a charming smile. She lifted her head proudly, trying to walk properly, but her hands and feet wouldn't obey, wobbling all over. "No, no, how come the sky is spinning? Why can't I walk straight?" Anju said confusedly. She was swaying, and if Lu Han hadn't been holding her, she might have fallen. Her drunken look made Mrs. Lu and Mrs. Wu laugh loudly. "It must be the sky spinning. The earth is round," Anju mumbled. Afraid she might say more, Lu Han quickly picked her up and explained, "Mom, Xiao Zhu is drunk. I'll take her back to her room." Go ahead, go ahead." Mrs. Lu laughed so hard her mouth almost closed. She didn't expect that even drunk, Anju had many new words. "I'm not drunk." Anju kept insisting she wasn't drunk and wanted to walk by herself. Lu Han sighed. "Yes, yes, you're not drunk." "I am. I want to hold you or I might fall. Then I won't move." Anju obediently snuggled in his arms and stayed still. She looked up at him with blurry, drunken eyes. "Don't you recognize me?" Lu Han carefully laid her on the bed and helped take off her shoes. He said, "Xiao Zhu, don't move. I'll take off your padded jacket." "No." Anju held onto her clothes, refusing to let him take it off. She pushed Lu Han away quickly, backing up while muttering, "This is an illusion. All just illusions. Qi Hui Xian, I tell you, don't think you can take advantage of me just because I'm drunk. I tell you, unless I die, you'll never get me." Anju, wake up. Lu Han is already dead. It must be fake. Anju kept muttering and shaking her head, but unfortunately, her drunkenness made her dizzy with every shake. "Can't be dizzy." She softly patted her head with both hands, whispering to herself like a hurt little rabbit curled up in the corner of the bed. Li Han looked at Anju with great pity. At that moment, he felt like splitting Qi Huaixian into 5 parts. If he hadn't been constantly pressuring Xiao Zhu, how could she be so scared? Xiao Zhu, it's me, Li Han, you're Li Xiaohan. Li Han took off his shoes and got into bed, reaching out to her with a gentle voice. He spoke softly, afraid to scare her. No, you can't fool me, and Zhu quickly retorted with a stern tone. Xiao Zhu, it's really me. Look at my face, touch it. Aren't you feeling hot?
Li Han said carefully.
His voice kept lingering near Anju's ear. She was confused. She blinked hard many times, but Li Han stayed firmly in front of her eyes. Li Xiaohan, Anju opened her arms and threw herself into his embrace, sobbing. Why did you come to find me only now? I miss you so much. I've been waiting for you all along. Why didn't you come to see me, Yu? Anju cried sadly, curled up in his arms. It's my fault. Li Han held her tightly and kept repeating, I'm sorry. Because of my pride, I didn't come to find you. Deep inside, Li Han felt immense regret. If he had known Xiao Zhu had been waiting for him all this time, he wouldn't have cared about his stupid pride. Instead, he would have stubbornly stayed by her side, no matter what she said. Maybe, then, none of this would have happened. Sorry. Li Han softly patted her back. When Li Han's mother brought in some tea to help with her hangover, she saw them hugging. She placed the tea on the table, turned around, and left, closing the door behind her. Once the door was shut, Li Han's mother happily said, Xiulan, it looks like I will definitely be able to hold my grandson next year. Congratulations, Lady Wu said with a smile. You married a good daughter-in-law for Li Han. Everyone could see that Li Han liked her very much. It was completely different from the cold-faced general in the capital. Fate is fate. Li Han's mother thought about the time she tried to bring good luck by doing a ritual, even wanting to bury someone alive for honor. Now she felt awkward and uncomfortable. It's getting late. I should go back now. See you next year, Lady Wu said as she put on her cloak and tidied her clothes. Gu Chun. See her off. Mother Lu said this and saw that Gu Chun, who had just been sitting by the fire, had already stood up voluntarily. He carried a lantern and said, Madam Wu, I'm heading home too, since I'm passing by. All right, Madam Wu replied. Gu Chun carried the lantern and walked ahead, occasionally looking back. Mother Lu observed their backs for a while and muttered, they actually look quite a good match. Mother Lu adjusted the charcoal fire until it burned brightly and whispered, Old man, you must pray for our son and daughter-in-law to have a child soon. When they have a grandson, I can face you in the afterlife. When Anju woke up again, her head still felt dizzy, and it was not yet dawn outside. The effect of the fruit wine was too strong. Anju quietly thought to herself, and once her consciousness returned, she realized something incredible. She and Lu Han were actually sharing a bed. And it was even more surprising. If she wasn't mistaken, she had half her body draped over Lu Han, with her legs pressed against him. This was a strange position. Could it be that she was cold in the middle of the night and crawled into his bed? And Zhu dared not even breathe loudly. She quietly moved back, paying close attention to Lu Han. The room was too dark to see whether his eyes were open or closed. He shouldn't be awake so early, right? Thinking this, Anju carefully pulled herself back into her own blanket and let out a long sigh. In the darkness, Lu Han's lips curled slightly. Xiao Zhuer must be feeling very embarrassed now. Anju, how could you crawl into someone else's bed in the middle of the night? Aren't you ashamed? Anju despised herself silently. With her back turned to Lu Han, she felt utterly ashamed to face anyone. Maybe he didn't know? Anju comforted herself with this thought. Soon, she fell into a deep sleep again. When she woke up once more, the sky outside was beginning to brighten. Xiao Zhuer, Happy New Year, Lu Han's voice sounded in her ear. Anju replied listlessly, Happy New Year. She turned her back to Lu Han, thinking, he probably doesn't know she crawled into his bed in the middle of the night. Lu Han looked at her back and didn't mention what happened last night, to avoid embarrassing her. It wouldn't be good if they had to sleep separately. While putting on his new clothes, Lu Han also brought Anju's new outfit to the bed. Xiao Zhuer, this is the new dress mother made for you. Mother is so kind. And Zhu reached out and took out her new red jacket. Although the color was a bit bright, it looked very festive. After putting on the jacket, she felt she had lost a lot of weight and even had a waist now. Mother, Happy New Year. I wish you good health and all the best. After washing up, and Zhu went with Lu Han to greet Lu Mu. Good. Mother also wishes you good health and everything goes smoothly. Lu Mu took out a red envelope she had prepared and handed it over. Xiao Zhu, when you first came home, I should have given you a red envelope for good luck. I've been meaning to, but I waited until now. I just hope you can help the Lu family grow and prosper. I was wrong about the past. Mother, let's forget about the past. Holding the thick red envelope, and Zhu didn't want to bring up the past anymore. She changed the subject. Mother, your sewing skills are getting better and better. Look, I'm wearing this outfit, and it makes my waist look smaller. And Zhu pinched her waist. Before, it was straight down, but now her waist was still visible. It's not that my sewing is good, it's that you've really lost weight, Lu Mu said, touching her waist and belly, which still had some flesh. She looked at Zhu and said, before, when you wore your old clothes, it wasn't so obvious. Now, I can see you've lost a lot of weight. Lu Mu had always known she was thinner, but she couldn't tell exactly how much. Now, wearing clothes that fit well, it was clear. She wasn't fat anymore, but full and healthy. Her face was round and chubby, and when she smiled, her dimples made her look sweet. Not bad. If you lose a little more weight, you'll be even more beautiful. Lu Mu tried to remember how she used to look. When she was fat, she looked like a ball, with all her features squished together. But now, her features were clearer, and her face had a defined outline. She was a beautiful, full woman. Mother, I'm sure I can lose more weight, and Zhu said confidently. After breakfast, she didn't rest. She practiced with Lu Han for a while, sweating a little, then went with him to visit Gu Chun and Lady Wu, collecting red envelopes along the way. Holding the red envelopes, and Zhu couldn't help but say, why do I feel like a little kid? Isn't it only children who receive red envelopes? Lu Han, your mother's red envelopes are full of silver notes. When Zhu opened the red envelope, she thought she was seeing things. There were 6 silver notes, each worth 50 taels. Celebrating the new year, she felt she didn't need to work hard anymore. That was my mother's kind thought, she said.
Lu Han smiled.
If she returned to the capital and her family gave her the houses, farms, and fields, she would probably be even happier. I will definitely be a good daughter and take care of my mother in the future, and Zhu said. Then she asked, should we go visit Uncle Sun, Aunt Sun, Uncle Tian, and Aunt Tian to wish them a happy new year? In the village, everyone you knew needed to be visited. Even if you didn't bring anything, just paying a polite visit was nice. Lu Han took Zhu's hand and said, let's go and pay our respects. He emphasized the word we with a stronger tone. When they arrived at the Sun and Tian families, she gave red envelopes to the younger members, each containing 10 copper coins. The children were very happy to receive the red envelopes. On the second day of the new year, they went back to her mother's house. Lu Han and Zhu left early, carrying many things. Before the new year, Lu's mother bought a lot of snacks, many of which she wanted Zhu to take home. On the way, they met Tianjun and Enfeng, who were also returning home. Enfeng carried a basket and greeted Lu Han warmly. Enfeng, now that you have a wife, you're different, and Zhu turned to look at Enfeng, who was always protecting Tianjun. In the past, Enfeng would have disliked slow-moving people, but now he was walking slowly, just for Tianjun. Lu Han looked at her deeply but said nothing, thinking, one day, they will be as sweet as Enfeng and Tianjun. When they reached the Yin family, and Fuchuan and Lu Yu were already waiting at home. The snow on the road hadn't melted yet, and they were worried about them. When they saw they arrived safely, they relaxed and said, Xiao Zhu, just go home. Next time, don't bring so many things. It's a waste. Lu Yu looked at all the snacks and felt very distressed. Mother, I told you I wouldn't take them. My mother-in-law insisted I bring them, and Zhu said while drinking tea. By the way, Mother, have you noticed? I look especially good in this coat. It makes me look slimmer. You've lost a lot of weight, Lu said, examining her. You've been losing weight every day these past few months. Is that okay? I made you some chicken soup to help strengthen your body. Lu quietly pulled Anju into the kitchen. The chicken soup was already simmering on the stove, filling the air with a lovely aroma. She said, Xiaozhu, you're bringing so many things back to your parents' house. Your mother-in-law. Mom, don't worry. My mother-in-law genuinely wants to give these things to you. And Zhu whispered. You don't know, yesterday during the New Year visit she even gave me a lot of money. She didn't specify the amount. Even if her own mother was kind, she didn't want to say too much. If the Yin family was in trouble, she wouldn't just stand by and watch. Money? Lu heard this and immediately felt relieved. Xiaozhu, are you and Lu Han sleeping together now? She looked at her and asked. Mom, the chicken soup smells so good, and Zhu crouched down and asked, Is the charcoal fire enough? Lu looked disappointed and said, Your mother-in-law treats you so well. Why haven't you slept together yet? Fearing others might overhear, Lu lowered her voice and said, Xiaozhu, listen to your mother. Sleep together soon and have a baby. Yes, yes, I will listen to you. And Zhu replied politely, thinking that if she really didn't sleep with Lu Han, her mother wouldn't keep pushing. And Zhu was clearly avoiding the topic, but Lu could tell. She quietly asked, Is there something wrong with Lu Han? In that area? And Zhu almost choked on her own spit. I heard from Xiao Xia that you two sleep in the same room. Why haven't you slept together yet? Lu initially thought she might hear good news, but seeing her lack of shyness, it was obvious they hadn't slept together. Seeing she didn't respond, Lu asked, Did you hurt your leg before? Did that cause a problem? Mom, don't think too much, and Zhu quickly changed the subject. Mom, I just want to lose a bit more weight. I think I'd look better that way. Also, his leg looks okay when he walks, but it still needs some time to recover. By the way, Grandpa Luo, the doctor who treated him before, said that his leg was injured and his vital energy was affected. They should wait a bit longer before sleeping together. And Zhu praised her own cleverness. She was so smart. Really? Lu looked at her with some doubt, feeling her words sounded a bit like nonsense. Really more real than gold. And Zhu almost swore to the sky. So, when can we sleep together? 2 years from now. And Zhu thought about that promise and answered casually. What? Lu's voice rose a few notes. She pulled Zhu aside and said, Xiaozhu, in 2 years, you'll be a 20-year-old young lady. Other kids are already 5 years old, and you're still waiting to get married? Come on, let's take you to see a doctor now. Lu didn't believe that the body needed 2 years to recover. Mom, just 1 year, no, half a year. At the fastest it will take half a year. And Zhu looked at Lu, who was about to ask Lu Han. If she really asked, where would she put her face? Thinking this, and Zhu's eyes flickered, and she held her mother's hand. Mom, I know you're worried about me, but if Lu Han's health isn't good, how can we get married? Mom, you absolutely can't ask Lu Han about this, and you definitely can't ask the doctor. Otherwise, where will I put my face? And Zhu looked shy and said, Besides, Xiao Xia is living with us, right? I stay in the same room as Lu Han every day, so we must have feelings for each other. Also, my mother-in-law treats me very well. What are you worried about? And Zhu's words greatly comforted Lu. Since Xiao Xia returned, Lu had asked her about everything. She knew that Xiaozhu's mother-in-law was very kind, both openly and secretly. As for Lu Han and Xiaozhu, he had only told Xiao Xia a few things, but she thought her son-in-law was quite good. Mom, I want to go outside and get some sun. Taking the opportunity, and Zhu went out. If she stayed any longer, Lu might say something shocking again. She was tired of being asked about marriage. Dad, there's plenty of firewood at home. We can make charcoal. Well-made charcoal can earn a lot of money. Lu Han carefully helped in Fuchuan chop firewood. And Fuchuan didn't work at the restaurant. A few days before the new year, he had been chopping wood in the mountains. Now that the wood was sawed, it was placed in the yard to be split. Lu Han came over but didn't stop. He was chopping wood, and Fuchuan was sawing. The father-in-law and son-in-law got along very well. And Xia picked some greens from the vegetable garden and went to help in the kitchen. There's not much else in these mountains, but there's plenty of firewood, and Fuchuan said. Several families in the village burn charcoal. The quality is very good. If we can sell it, we can earn more money. And Zhu helped pile the firewood and listen to their conversation. She said, Dad, if it's really good, you could make special charcoal. Good charcoal is also very expensive, right? And Zhu looked at Lu Han and asked. Lu Han nodded and said, Yes, high-quality silver wire charcoal is very expensive. It's usually only used in the palace. Ordinary wealthy families also use charcoal for their homes, but it's costly. If made well, it can be used to set up a workshop. Father, working at the restaurant isn't a long-term plan. It would be good if I could start my own business, and Zhu suggested. Over the past 6 months, and Fuchuan has been working diligently at the restaurant, honest and hardworking. But doing business requires more than just honesty. She had originally planned for Fuchuan to manage the restaurant so that he could earn money even if he wanted to run his own place someday. However, Fuchuan isn't very suited for business. Can I do it? Fuchuan was tempted. He liked working steadily at the restaurant, but since Luyi was going to live at home, he felt uneasy. Why not? Think about it, Dad. Before, you didn't want to work at the restaurant, right? Now, don't you think it's pretty good? And Zhu asked in return. Now, if I ask you to make charcoal, you're not keen. But if you start doing it seriously, you might not want to do anything else. That's right. You can try first. Find someone to help you burn a few kills of charcoal. If it doesn't sell, we'll still need charcoal ourselves. And Zhu suggested, if the charcoal is good, the business could last a long time. Without machines, making charcoal by hand means limited production. All right, I'll try. And Fuchuan agreed. He thought of Wu Ge and Wang Ge from the village. When they first arrived in Shiliang village, if it weren't for their help, they wouldn't have settled down so easily. Now, Wu uncle and Wang uncle's families are short of money. They can't even afford to have their sons marry. And Fuchuan wanted to help them. He immediately went to find people. And Zhu watched him leave, shook her head helplessly, and said, It's only the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year. Dad is too anxious. Outside the yard, Hu Jinhua saw Zhu and was surprised. She stepped closer, confirmed it was her, and said, Chubby girl, I heard you got married. Who did you marry? Why do you look so thin? Hu Jinhua proudly showed off her gold and silver jewelry, then revealed her silver bracelet and said, My husband is so caring. I told him this bracelet is too heavy, but he insisted I wear it. Do you think it looks good? She flaunted her silver bracelet and touched her hairpins made of gold and silver, sighing, When Infong got married, everyone said your in-laws treated you well. I didn't expect that after all this time. You look so thin. Do you think your in-laws won't feed you? Hu Jinhua spoke to herself, making Zhu stare in surprise. Was she overacting again? Hu Jinhua, I think it's good that I'm a bit thinner. But you, why aren't you gaining weight where you should? And Zhu looked directly at her belly. She had heard that Hu Jinhua had been married for a long time, but her belly showed no signs of pregnancy. Hu's family was very worried and upset about this. Hu Jinhua snapped, You thin girl, we're not in a hurry to get pregnant, do you understand? If you can't get pregnant, then so be it. Why are you so anxious? Do you think everyone is fools? And Zhu crossed her arms and looked at her carefully. Your in-laws treat you well. I heard that real noble ladies think gold and silver are too common and prefer jade. Or they like golden-laid jade. Why do you only have a silver bracelet? Could it be that your husband doesn't give you jade bracelets? And Zhu kindly reminded her, Hu Jinhua, jade bracelets are more valuable. You should try to get pregnant soon, so your husband won't take a concubine and have a son with her. Fat girl, Hu Jinhua gritted her teeth, glaring at her. Her words hit her where it hurt. Her mother-in-law never used her gold and silver jewelry, calling it tacky. But ironically, she didn't have many of these tacky things herself. Her belly hadn't moved in a long time. Her mother-in-law had taken a concubine for her husband. Now that she was pregnant, she had caused several scenes out of anger. Hey, don't get so upset. I'm just trying to help. If you can't get pregnant, go see a doctor quickly so you won't miss the chance. And Zhu looked at her seriously, acting like she was doing her a favor. If it weren't for the fact that we've known each other since childhood, I wouldn't tell you. Go see a doctor soon. You can't get pregnant, so you need to see a doctor. Hu Jinhua was very angry. She pointed at Anju and scolded, "We've been married for half a year, pretending to be a loving couple. If I were your man, seeing you looking like a pig would make me lose my appetite. Your man must be so ugly that everyone would be shocked. Otherwise, he wouldn't have married you." Hu Jinhua only heard that Anju was sent to the neighboring village to bring good luck. When Infeng got married before, Anju's family helped her make a good impression. Hu Jinhua thought they must be very poor, because even Anju's chubby wife was trying to flatter them. Hu's mother said that the chubby girl had lost weight. Hu Jinhua didn't believe it. No matter how thin she would still be ugly like a pig. When she heard she had gone back to her parents' house, she came to visit. But she was surprised when she saw her. The once round and chubby girl had lost so much weight? Oh, then you don't need to worry about it. You should focus more on your own belly. If it doesn't get bigger soon, be careful. You might be kicked out, and Ju joked. Suddenly, she noticed Hu Jinhua wasn't angry, but was staring blankly behind her. She turned around and saw Lu Han, tall and handsome, standing there. "How about this? My husband is so handsome and charming. I wonder what your husband looks like. Maybe even more beautiful than mine." And Ju turned to hold Lu Han's hand, tilted her head affectionately, and looked at him with a sweet smile. She said, "I'm not bragging. In all of Yang County, I haven't seen anyone more handsome than my husband. Look at these dark eyebrows, more beautiful than a painter's work." And Ju looked down. And this high nose, so proud and straight. She praised Lu Han from head to toe. Lu Han's lips curled slightly, and he looked at her with love. Their eyes met, and anyone watching would think they were a happy couple. Hu Jinhua stomped her foot hard and turned to leave. "Hu Jinhua, next time bring your husband along so we can compare." And Ju watched her hurriedly run away and couldn't help but smile. Hu Jinhua's figure disappeared from sight, and Ju immediately let go of Lu Han, patted her clothes, and said, "Lu Han, thank you for your cooperation just now. Am I not handsome enough?" Lu Han looked at her as she suddenly changed her attitude. Just moments ago, they were deeply in love and affectionate, but now she was keeping her distance, as if he had something dirty on him. "Are you lying just now?" Lu Han's eyes showed a hint of sadness. "It's the truth." And Ju looked at him carefully. He was exactly like Lu Xiaohan, even the mole on his face was the same. The only difference was one had long hair and the other short. Other than that, they were identical. "Handsome. You are the most handsome." And Ju said with a big smile, praising loudly. Since he looked just like Lu Xiaohan, he thought his praise as for Lu Xiaohan. So, he was very serious about his compliment. "In my heart, you are the most handsome." This sentence kept echoing in Lu Han's mind. Every time he thought of it, he felt very happy. "Lu Han, Brother Wu and Brother Wang are willing to make charcoal, but they want to see you." When In Fuchuan brought Wu Ji and Wang Daqiang over, both of them felt a bit nervous when they saw Lu Han's tall and handsome appearance. "Uncle Wu, Uncle Wang." Lu Han kept his smile and acted very respectful. Wu Ji and Wang Daqiang looked at each other. Wu Ji said, "Lu Han, I heard from Fuchuan that you are willing to sell charcoal. Do you know the price? What are your requirements for the charcoal?" "My brother and I do make charcoal, but if the price is too low, it's hard to make a profit. It takes 7 or 8 days, sometimes 10 days, to produce a batch, and we might not earn more than a few coins." Wu Ji spoke very frankly. Their family was not starving yet, but they were having a hard time. If they couldn't earn money in 7 or 8 days, their family would be even poorer. "If your house-made charcoal is good, you can sell 100 jin for 200 coins, Lu Han said calmly. Of course, this house-made charcoal isn't as good as silver silk charcoal, but it's easier to burn and doesn't produce smoke. 200 coins. Wu Ji and Wang Daqiang looked at each other. That price doesn't exist in all of Yang County. They had also thought about making a living by selling charcoal. Unfortunately, the buyers pushed the price too low. 100 jin of charcoal only sold for 100 coins. Their good charcoal, which took so much time to produce, only sold for that much. That was too little. For Wu Ji and Wang Daqiang, two strong men, Even if they carried goods to the trading house and used all their strength, they wouldn't earn that much. As long as your charcoal is good, you can sell it at this price, Lu Han replied calmly. They didn't know the price of charcoal at the bottom level, but Lu Han knew very well. In the capital, for silver silk charcoal, not to mention 200 coins, even 5 or 600 coins might not be enough to buy it. High-quality firewood now costs 300 coins per jean. During cold winters, the price becomes even higher. This winter has seen many snowfalls, and spring isn't always warm. If a cold snap occurs again with more snow, it will get even colder. We still need a lot of firewood. As the saying goes, snow in winter is a blanket, snow in spring is a ghost. Hopefully, this year will bring a good harvest. Lu Han promised Wu Ji and Wang Daqiang that if they burn the firewood well, ordinary stove charcoal will sell for 100 coins per 100 jean, and high-quality firewood for 200 coins per 100 jean. Wu Ji and Wang Daqiang accepted the promise and immediately went to the mountains to prepare for charcoal making, even though it was still January. They have plenty of firewood stored from winter, mostly gathered from fallen branches. Now, they want to try making high-quality firewood. If successful, they can earn money. Lu Han, you won't lose money, right? And Fuchuan asked nervously. Wu Ge and Wang Ge helped me before. Now that they're older and working in the shop, they can't handle heavy loads like young people. I want to help them, but you can't lose money because of this. Dad, don't worry. High-quality firewood can still make a profit, Lu Han reassured him. If making charcoal is profitable, I think you should try it too. The restaurant needs me now. I want to focus on working there. The boss is very kind, and I feel that he's working in the restaurant. And Fuchuan felt that the restaurant owner and the chef were very good to him. Earning 1 or 2 silver coins a month, he knew he had to work hard to repay their kindness. Lu Han smiled but said nothing more. If they can successfully produce high-quality firewood and sell it across Chongping Prefecture, this workshop will definitely be run by Fuchuan in the future. Now, it all depends on whether Wu Ji and Wang Daqiang can make top-quality firewood. Dad, what are you two talking about? Lunch is ready, and Zhu brought the dishes into the main hall. Seeing the two men chatting outside, he wondered what they could be talking about. Coming, and Fuchuan said happily. He and Lu Han went inside together, bringing out the leftover wine from Enfeng's wedding. He said, Xiao Han, let's have a drink. And Zhu raised an eyebrow. In just a short time, Lu Han has become Xiao Han. Little Zhu, go quickly and bring some roasted peanuts. And Fuchuan was happy because he could help Wu Ji and Wang Daqiang. He felt pleased and told this to others while drinking. And Zhu said, Dad, if charcoal can be made well, maybe we could set up a workshop to make charcoal regularly. It might also make some money. Xiao Han said the same thing. Now, and Fuchuan calls her Xiao Han with affection, even more than his own daughter. When washing dishes, and Zhu couldn't help but complain, Mom, I am the real daughter. Why does he seem more like a real son? And Zhu's words made Lu Yu pause. She laughed and scolded. Little Zhu, how can you talk like that? Xiao Han is your husband, your man. Your father treats him well because he hopes he will treat you well. And Zhu responded casually and changed the subject. By the way, Mom, after the new year, are you planning to go to the county? No, Lu Yu quickly refused. I'm used to living in the village. If I go to sell goods in the county every day, I worry about the vegetable fields and the chickens and ducks at home. You don't know, before the new year, when I went to the county, someone stole a chicken from us. So, wouldn't you be alone at home? And Zhu asked. Xiao Xia will still be learning embroidery. Your dad comes back every day, and he'll pick up Xiao Xia. It's normal to be alone at home during the day, Lu Yu replied. She put the washed dishes into the cabinet and said sincerely, Little Zhu, before she finished, and Zhu knew what she was about to say. She said, Mom, don't worry. We're doing well. You just focus on being a good mother-in-law. When the sister-in-law gets pregnant, you can become a grandma. It's getting late, and it looks like it will snow today. We should head back now. After wiping her hands, and Zhu took off her apron and turned to call Lu Han in the main hall. Dad, it looks like it will snow again. The road might be difficult, so we'll go home first. While speaking, she signaled to Lu Han. Lu Han stood up and said, Dad, little Zhu is right. We'll go home now. We'll visit you again next time. Then, Lu Han took Anju home. Lu Yu brought some prepared snacks as a gift for them to take home. On the way, they met Feng and Tianjun, who were also carrying big and small bags. Anju and Tianjun exchange a smile and say, "Sister-in-law, you should go home quickly. The snow has started falling again." "Yes, you too. Take your time on the way." Tianjun's face shows a happy smile, and even her eyes reflect happiness. As they walk home, the snow falls heavier, making the mountain road difficult to walk. Anju and Lu Han move very slowly. "I'll carry you," Lu Han says, noticing her shoes are wet from the snow. He kneels down and says, "Get on," and Anju refuses. At this moment, she no longer cares about being polite. She grabs his arm and says, "Let's walk faster and get home early. Then we can take a bath, change into clean clothes, and light a fire." "All right, stop dawdling. You don't want your legs, and I don't want to get scolded." And Anju urges him to walk faster. Lu Han doesn't insist anymore. They support each other as they walk. Snowflakes fall on their hair, turning it white. Suddenly, he asks, "Is this what you call growing old together?" And Anju, cold and tired, scoffs at his words and says, "If white hair could be replaced by snow, where would the hardworking people be in this world?" After saying this, Anju stops, hoping he didn't hear her. Lu Han replies thoughtfully, "Little Zhu, I've never heard that poem from you. So, you can write poetry too." "Where would I learn to write poetry?" "With the little ink in my belly, what do you think?" And Zhu jokes. "Maybe I saw it in one of your books." Lu Han has many books, and Zhu often looks through them. Studying seriously means she no longer is illiterate. Sometimes, Lu Mu sees her reading and even praises her. "You have so many books, and many are miscellaneous. You probably can't remember all of them," and Zhu asks instead of answering. Suddenly, she feels grateful. Besides the classics like the 4 books and 5 classics, Lu Han also has many miscellaneous books, stories about strange tales and adventures. They're all just miscellaneous books. Lu Han smiles but doesn't expose her. All his books are ones he's read. That poem was a recent trend. When they get home, Lu Mu has already prepared soup. She drinks a bowl, soaks her feet, changes into clean clothes, and sits by the fire. Only then does Anju feel very comfortable. "The snow, I wonder how many days it will fall." Anju looked at the heavy snow falling outside, with cold wind blowing loudly. The fire crackled and popped. The family sat together, chatting, which was quite fun. Lady Wu and Gu Chun were at home with nothing to do, sitting and talking with them. Lu Han and Gu Chun traveled far and wide, telling stories that sounded like plays. Very exciting. The snow fell intermittently, stopping and starting again, until the Lantern Festival day, when the weather cleared. "Tonight, I'll take you to see the Lantern Festival," Lu Han suggested. Anju was very excited. She thought the Lantern Festival would be very lively. "Go ahead, you two." This old woman won't join the fun," said Lu Han's mother. "It's getting dark. Stay at an inn in town for the night. No need to rush home." In the afternoon, Lu Han hitched the horse carriage and took Anju to the county. When they arrived, it was just getting dark. Lu Han found an inn, the horse, and then went out to the street with Anju. The Lantern Festival in Yangchuan County was a very important holiday. Even in the cold weather, everyone was eager to go out. Without bright streetlights, lanterns and candles lit up the street, keeping it bright. "Boss, how much for this fox mask?" Anju spotted a big red fox mask, tried it on, and it covered half her face. She turned and asked, "Is it pretty?" Under the dim lights, she smiled brightly, her eyes shining. She looked thinner, with her face more slender. For a moment, he thought he saw her as she used to be. If she lost a little more weight, she might look exactly like the young Anju from before. "5 coins, said the shopkeeper. "Madam, that mask looks good on you. I'll buy it." Anju put on the mask, ignoring Lu Han's surprised look. After paying, she saw a pig mask nearby and asked, "Boss, how much for this pig mask?" "Cheap, 3 coins, said the shopkeeper. He looked at the only pink pig mask she held. His daughter liked it, so he made it. But after making it, She liked rabbits more, so no one bought the pig mask. Seeing Anju ask, the shopkeeper decided to sell it for 2 coins less, at least to cover costs. Here you go. And Anju directly bought the pig mask. She mischievously handed the pink pig mask to him and said, Lu Han, I think this pig mask is very cute. Here, I give it to you. The pink pig mask looks adorable. Girls usually just say, cute, and they wouldn't wear a pig mask, especially not men. And Anju sighed and said, I bought this mask especially for you, but you don't appreciate it. Never mind, She looked sad and kept glancing at Lu Han, thinking about whether to drop a few gold beans. But when Lu Han took the pink pig mask and put it on quickly, his swift action made Anju feel a bit embarrassed. Honestly, even the most handsome face looks a bit more adorable and funny with this pink pig mask. Ha! The moment Anju saw this, she couldn't help but laugh loudly. Even on the street, where everyone turned to look, she still couldn't hold back. Mom, look. A pig. The pig mask is so cute. Why is a grown man wearing a pig mask and it's pink too? Passers-by whispered, each commenting or secretly laughing. And Anju quietly observed Lu Han. He stood straight, allowing others to look at him. And Anju felt a little shy under those gazes. She grabbed Lu Han and ran quickly. Just then they happened to see the lantern parade. Long strings of lanterns moved through the busy streets, with many people walking among them, creating a lively scene. Slow down, there's a lot of people. Be careful not to get separated, Lu Han said, seeing Anju about to run into the crowd. He stepped forward and held her hand, explaining, it's crowded. If we get separated, or if someone tries to take pictures, I might not find you. And Anju looked back at his pink pig mask. Under the mask, his lips were pressed together, and even through the mask, she could feel his seriousness. Okay, I want to go see the lanterns, and Anju said, glancing at the lively crowd. She also wanted to experience the excitement. Lu Han held her hand tightly and protected her as they squeezed into the crowd. She had only been in Dezhou for half a year, but this was the first time she saw such a lively scene. She was so happy. After watching the lanterns, she also saw the dragon dance. Firecrackers sounded loudly, and the dragon lantern spun in the air, making Anju amazed. Lu Han, that dragon lantern must have at least a dozen sections, right? Anju tiptoed and watched as Lu Han reached out to rest his hand on her shoulder, blocking the crowd pushing around them. He said, this should be the longest dragon lantern this year, 9 sections. There were many people and the sound of drums, gongs, and firecrackers filled the air. Lu Han lowered his head and almost whispered into her ear, the dragon lantern here isn't that long. In Kyoto, I saw a 13-section dragon lantern. If 9 sections of the dragon lantern are so beautiful, then a 13-section one must be even more stunning. Moreover, it's not just a 13-section lantern, but also a double dragon playing with a pearl, which looks even more interesting. Lu Han's voice again sounded softly beside her ear. And Anju's eyes sparkled with longing as she stared at the dragon lantern without blinking. She said, then I must go to Kyoto to see it someday. Lu Han looked at her with affection. No matter how beautiful the lantern, it couldn't compare to her. Inside a private room of the tea house, they were happily watching the lanterns when suddenly, Lu Miao Miao saw Lu Han and Anju among the crowd. Her good mood instantly vanished. The torches lit up the street and the crowd brightly. Even in the busy crowd, Lu Han's figure stood out, wearing a pink pig mask. Lu Miao Miao could recognize him at a glance. That was Lu Han. Her eyes darkened slightly. Who would have thought that Lu Han, who is so indifferent to all women in Kyoto, would be so kind to a chubby girl? Could it be because the daughters of Kyoto's noble families weren't chubby enough? Lu Miao Miao sneered inwardly. Her jealousy was so deep she didn't even realize it. The tea in her hand no longer seemed fragrant. Madam, the teacup is broken. Let me replace it for you, Dong Shuang said carefully, looking at her teacup. She followed her gaze and saw many faces, most wearing masks, none of which she recognized. Lu Miao Miao put down her cup. Sure enough, it was broken, cutting her hand, and bright red blood started to flow. Oh no, you're bleeding. Dong Shuang hurriedly bandaged her simple wound and said, "This cup was useless anyway, breaking so easily. I wonder how the shop handles things." Dong Shuang scolded softly and hurried off to find medicine. In the private room, only Lu Miao Miao was left. Her gaze fell on the pink pig mask, and she couldn't help but drift into memories. When she was young, she followed Lu Han like a little tail. She had begged Lu Mu to let Lu Han take her to the Lantern Festival, but Lu Han was very impatient. She liked the mask and bought it to give to Lu Han. When she handed it over, Lu Han simply threw the mask away. His cold words still clear in her mind. "I won't wear this ugly mask." She can't quite remember what kind of mask she bought, but she vaguely recalls it being very handsome, definitely 100 times better than the pink pig mask. From the next room, the sound of voices came through. The other side's voice was so loud that Lu Miao Miao couldn't ignore it. "Humph, why does she get to live better than me?" Hu Jinhua said through gritted teeth. A few days ago, she had been annoyed all night by Anju. Today, she immediately recognized Anju wearing a mask and angrily chased her downstairs. Lu Miao Miao also went downstairs and saw a woman in pink. She quietly followed her. "Madam, take your time. Be careful in the crowd." Her maid, Shir, hurried after Hu Jinhua, worried she might get lost. Hu Jinhua was focused on finding Anju and didn't pay attention to her maid behind her. The dragon dance performance ended. Among the busy crowd, Hu Jinhua tiptoed and looked around. Thanks to the pink pig mask, she finally found her and quietly followed her. Seeing her gaze, Lu Miao Miao knew she was following the right person. When Dong Shuang returned to the room with medicine, she couldn't find Lu Miao Miao anywhere. She was anxious and looked around frantically. "This lantern festival is so lively," Anju said, holding a candied hawthorn and eating happily. She had enjoyed the festival very much today. When guessing riddles on lanterns, she even guessed several correctly, 7 or 8 lanterns in total. Lu Han carried a lantern in one hand and held Anju's hand with the other. When they reached an open space, he said, "Xiao Zhu, you're really amazing. You guessed so many lantern riddles," he praised her. The feeling of knowing she was from another world, knowing who she was, while the other person didn't know who he was, made Lu Han feel quite wonderful. Anju paused while biting her candied hawthorn, her eyes darting around as if thinking about how to explain to him why she could guess so many riddles. "I remember I didn't see these riddles in my book," Lu Han asked with a smile, noticing her awkwardness. His expression was clever yet adorable. "Grandpa Luo told me," she replied. Anju suddenly had an idea and said, "Grandpa Luo likes guessing lantern riddles. I've heard him talk about it a lot, and since I've recently learned to read, I guessed one correctly." Anju happily bit into her candied hawthorn, feeling very pleased. She was quite clever. Anyway, Grandpa Luo didn't seem to be around, so even if she saw him again, Lu Han probably wouldn't ask about the riddles, right? Maybe he had already forgotten about it completely. Thinking this way, Anju continued, "Grandpa Luo is so kind. He taught me many lantern riddles. Yes, Luo is really good. He not only taught you about herbs but also helped you guess lantern riddles," Lu Han said with a double meaning. Unfortunately, Anju didn't catch the hint. She was tired from walking and sat down on a stone by the river. Even by the river, there were quite a few stones. Hu Jinhua stood nearby, watching Anju happily smile. She thought about going home and how her mother-in-law disliked her because she couldn't have children, calling her a useless hen that couldn't lay eggs. This made her feel angry and upset inside. Suddenly, a glimmer of water in the distance caught Hu Jinhua's eye. Her face lit up. She found a beggar, gave him a few coins, and whispered a few words into his ear. The beggar quickly ran toward Anju. Lu Miao Miao was standing behind Hu Jinhua, watching the scene. Hu Jinhua's idea was simple. Falling into the water in the middle of winter was embarrassing for a woman and could also hurt her health. If Anju was hurt, could she still get pregnant? Thinking of this, Lu Miao Miao's lips curled slightly, but she didn't try to stop her. Instead, she hid behind a big tree, ready to watch a good show of someone falling into the water. Couldn't Anju, who couldn't have children, still win Lu Mother's favor? That was impossible. Lu Miao Miao seemed to foresee the scene where Anju was kicked out of the Lu family. I can't eat anymore, Anju said after buying several candied hawthorns. She had only eaten 2, and already found them too sour. She handed the rest to him and asked sweetly, Lu Han, look how delicious these are. I don't want to eat them anymore. I'll give them to you. Are you sure it's not because they're too sour and you can't eat them? Lu Han looked at the candied hawthorn in her hand. She loved eating sour and sweet things. Anju was caught by his words. She really couldn't eat anymore, so she gave him the candied hawthorn. She took it back and said annoyed, then forget it. Lu Han quickly took the candied hawthorn from her hand. It was the one she bought, and the one she gave him. No matter how sour it was, it still tasted good. As soon as Lu Han received the candied hawthorn, he bit into it eagerly, biting as if he was eating something more than just a snack. Anju was stunned. While she was lost in thought, a small beggar ran over and accidentally bumped into her. Unprepared, she was pushed to the side and fell toward the riverbank. Oh no, she was going to become a soggy duckling. Anju couldn't help but close her eyes. She was moving too fast and she couldn't save herself. Suddenly, her eyes widened as colorful lanterns floated into the sky, carrying a string of unfinished candied hawthorns. A force came from her waist, and in the next moment, she felt dizzy as the world spun around her. Lu Han caught her waist and grabbed onto a tree branch, spinning her around and then setting her back on the ground. He asked with concern, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," Anju's heart was pounding. She couldn't help but think again how great it was to know martial arts. Once Lu Han confirmed she was safe, he turned to look for the small beggar. He hadn't paid much attention earlier, but now he thought the little boy had deliberately bumped into Anju. Lu Han searched among the crowd. Anju said, "Forget it, he's just a kid." It wasn't his fault. Lu Han smiled but didn't say anything about his guess. Anju picked up the lanterns that had fallen all over the ground. "Sadly," she said, "the lanterns are all damaged." Paper lanterns, even reinforced, were easy to tear. "If you like them, we can buy more." Lu Han looked at the broken lanterns. He thought that even if all the lanterns were gone, it didn't matter as long as she was safe. "No need," Anju shook her head. "I only need this one. I've seen enough lanterns. I'll keep this one to take home for Xiao Xia. She'll love it." This lotus-shaped lantern was the prettiest. After the little incident, Lu Han became more cautious than before. The crowd around them grew thicker, and Anju was quickly drawn in. She said, "The acrobatics are so fun to watch." In the past, she had seen even more advanced performances. But in this ancient setting, the acrobatics looked especially unique and different. Lu Han tightly held her hand, protecting her all the way. Luckily, there were many performers and a crowd of people, so they were quite safe. On the way back, Anju was very excited and said, "In the future, if we get the chance, we must go see the Lantern Festival in the city and in the capital. It will surely be more lively than today." "Yes," Lu Han nodded. Seeing her happy face, he felt that bringing her here today was a very good idea. The cold wind was fierce, but it couldn't stop people's enthusiasm. Anju carried a lotus lantern and happily walked ahead, while Lu Han followed closely behind her. "Young master, may I ask for directions? Do you know where Bai Shu Street is?" a girl asked. Lu Han pointed in the right direction. Just as he was about to go after her, she blocked his way and said, "Young master, I got separated from my family. I don't remember how to get home. Could you please take me home?" The girl's eyes fell on Lu Han's pink pig mask. She was sure that under the mask, he must be very handsome. "Sorry." Lu Han stepped back and said, "I need to go home with my wife." Lu Han kept his distance, afraid that the girl might cause trouble. He saw Anju walking ahead confidently and hurried after her. She was so carefree that he couldn't catch up with her. "Young master, you dropped your handkerchief." The girl looked at the handkerchief on the ground. Her eyes lit up as she picked it up and said loudly, "The embroidery of the bamboo on this handkerchief is very beautiful." She looked at the embroidered bamboo and, feeling reluctant, said, "Such a ugly handkerchief. If it weren't to make you stop, I wouldn't want it." Lu Han originally didn't want to pay attention, but when he heard about the bamboo, he reached into his pocket. The handkerchief that had been in his arms was now gone. She quickly caught up to him, but instead of handing him the handkerchief, she bowed politely and said, "Young master, my name is Wang Feng. I've read the 4 books. If you're willing, I would like to serve you." Wang Feng looked at him with bright eyes. Her shy face was flushed with a few red clouds. Her father liked gambling, and if she hadn't been dressed up to hide her ugliness, she might have been sold many times over. This Lantern Festival, Wang Feng's simple goal was to find a reliable young master and marry him. Wang Feng looked at many people, including wealthy young men and scholars. She had a few favorites in her mind but hesitated. Finally, when she saw Lu Han, she noticed how well he treated the woman beside him, being attentive and caring. The scene where he saved someone by the river stayed in Wang Feng's mind. She made up her mind. When Lu Han was alone, Wang Feng took the chance to approach him. In the shadows, Hu Jinhua saw this, and her eyes lit up. She muttered about how even loving couples sometimes secretly cheat. Just as she was about to enjoy the show, she suddenly saw Anju being knocked out and taken away. Lu Miao Miao's lips curled slightly. Indeed, heaven was helping her. "There's no need," Lu Han said firmly and decisively. When he saw that Wang Feng was holding his handkerchief, he reached out and snatched it away. Wang Feng tried to touch Lu Han's hand again, but he wouldn't let her. His eyebrows furrowed. "Miss, please respect yourself," he said, snatching the handkerchief and avoiding her like a snake. "Young master." Wang Feng didn't expect him to be so stubborn. She hurriedly said, "Young master, I don't ask for much. I'm willing to follow you without a title or status, just please." "Fat girl, your wife has been taken," Hu Jinhua said happily, glancing back and forth between Wang Feng and Lu Han. She sneered after seeing this. "You still dare to say they're a loving couple? Shameless." A figure quickly disappeared. Hu Jinhua didn't even have time to react before Lu Han left like a gust of wind. Hu Jinhua, who was just enjoying the show, clenched her teeth. Isn't it good that she was taken? Why did he leave so fast? "Miss, what is your relationship with him?" Hu Jinhua asked curiously. Wang Feng's face darkened. She put away her previous softness and ignored Hu Jinhua, walking away directly. Since this plan didn't work, she was determined to get married today. "Why aren't you saying anything?" Hu Jinhua watched her run away quickly. In the shadows, Lu Miao Miao saw Lu Han chasing after her and shot Hu Jinhua a disdainful look. She thought she was really stupid. It was good that Anju was taken. She wanted to tell Lu Han, but in just a few words, Lu Han had already caught the person back. Lu Miao Miao sighed regretfully, raising her eyebrows slightly. Let her suffer a little. It might be good. Besides, look at her own status. Does she really belong next to Lu Han? "Young lady, I have finally found you," said Dong Shuang when she arrived. Seeing Lu Miao Miao standing there safe and sound, she felt relieved. She panted and said, "Young lady, it's getting late. Let's go back quickly." When Anju was taken, she felt like 1,000 horses were running inside her heart. She was just a poor farmer girl with no power, no money, and no beauty. She looked back and saw Lu Han talking to a girl wearing a cute pink pig mask. Even with the mask, she seemed to attract attention. Anju wondered if her wife had been caught. The carriage was driven very fast. Anju sat inside, bumping her head repeatedly. She didn't know how many times she had hit it. This was her first time witnessing a kidnapping. She looked around carefully. The carriage was moving quickly, and maybe she woke up too early and too suddenly. The driver didn't notice her. Her eyes focused on the curtains on both sides of the carriage. Anju took out a knife from the bamboo garden and quickly cut the ropes. During the struggle, she cut her hand, and blood started to flow. She ignored the pain and quietly lifted the curtain. She wondered how many chances she had to survive if she jumped off the carriage. When she saw a grassy field, she made a quick decision and jumped out of the carriage window. The driver saw Anju jump and cursed loudly while telling the horses to stop. When Inju fell onto the grass, her first thought was that it hurt. Even though it was grass, jumping from a fast-moving carriage and rolling on the ground made her dizzy. She checked her direction and ran quickly in the opposite way. The carriage turned around and chased after her. She didn't care about anything else and ran as fast as a 100-meter sprinter. When she saw someone running toward her at the end of the road, her pace slowed a little. She thought, "Who did I offend? Why are they sending so many people to catch me?" Xiao Zhu called Lu Han loudly when he found her stopped in her tracks. Hearing his voice, Zhu felt happy. She had just stopped, but then she quickened her pace again. As she got closer, she saw Lu Han looking worried. "Lu Han, I thought you were busy talking to the girl and didn't notice I was taken," she said, panting. Seeing Lu Han, she felt like she had found a savior. Lu Han's face changed suddenly. He quickly hugged Zhu into his arms. He had run too fast earlier and suddenly changed direction. Zhu hadn't reacted yet when she saw an arrow flying toward her. Under the moonlight, she felt the arrow pierce his back and blood splattered out. Lu Han let out a muffled sound. He turned around and used a silver needle hidden in his sleeve to stab into the man's forehead. Zhu only saw him fall straight down. "Lu Han, you're hurt," Zhu said, thinking she had seen many things, but this scene was the first time she saw something like this. Lu Han didn't care about the fallen man. He simply took Zhu and left. This time, they didn't go to the inn but headed straight to Yechen Pavilion. Songyu also went to see the lanterns. The medical clinic was empty. Zhu took some hemostatic herbs and saw Lu Han cut his clothes open, holding a small dagger. Her pupils shrank involuntarily. "Lu Han, are you going to pull out the arrow yourself?" "Of course not," Lu Han replied, which made Zhu breathe a sigh of relief. Then Lu Han said, "You come." No. Zhu quickly shook her head. "I can't do it. Little Zhu, if we don't pull out this arrow quickly, I might bleed to death. Do you want to watch me die?" Lu Han looked at her seriously. His earnest gaze made Zhu tense up instantly. She shook her head. "Of course I don't want that. Don't say you're doing this because I was shot. Even if it wasn't for me, I can't just watch you die." Zhu found a hot water kettle and poured a basin of hot water. Carefully, she washed her hands, then rinsed again. She said, "Lu Han, tell me what to do." She took a deep breath, thinking that handling this wound shouldn't be much different from before. "This arrow might have a barb, so you need to cut open the injured area." Every word Lu Han said made Zhu's heart tremble. Cutting open the wound? There was no anesthesia, no painkillers. Wouldn't that be a live cut? "Little Zhu, is your hand hurt?" Lu Han finished sterilizing the dagger and was about to take her hand when he noticed blood on her hand. "It's okay. I just scraped my skin. It's a small wound," Zhu said, wiping her hand. Lu Han remained silent. He took the hemostatic medicine and sprinkled it on her hand, then used a piece of white gauze to bandage it carefully. "Lu Han, my small injury is nothing. Your injury is more important," Zhu reminded him as she carefully bandaged his wound, feeling uneasy inside. "It's okay, I don't hurt," Lu Han said, raising his head. He finished bandaging himself and turned his back to her, biting on a towel to signal she could start. Holding a small knife, Zhu took a deep breath and said, "I'll start now." She carefully opened the wound with the knife. The injury was bloody and jagged. She saw that the arrow had a barbed tip, and pulling it out forcefully could cause a lot of bleeding. "Hold on tight." Zhu moved quickly and carefully. Seeing the veins on his body bulge, she was anxious, but didn't dare to use too much force. Finally, she cut open all the areas where the arrow was stuck. She said, "I'll count to 3, then pull the arrow out." But she didn't actually count. Before she finished saying 2, she already pulled the arrow out. Even Lu Han trembled from the pain. Zhu hurried to apply medicine to stop the pain and bleeding. The hot water she had brought came in handy. She soaked a cloth, carefully wiped around his wound to prevent infection. During the bandaging, it was difficult, and she was worried about hurting him, so she took her time. "Lu Han, when you came, why didn't you tell me? We could have gone to see the lanterns together," Songyu said as he entered and saw Lu Han shirtless, with Zhu half-hugging him. "Sorry, continue," Song Yu quickly turned around, cursing himself for coming at the wrong time, and hurried out. Dr. Song, don't go. And Ju called after him. But Song Yu didn't listen. He quickly closed the door and left. Song Yu, come back, Lu Han said, removing the towel. His face looked like he had just been washed with sweat. He said, go check if that person is dead. As soon as Song Yu stepped forward, he suddenly heard Lu Han's words and immediately turned back. And Ju turned to the side, and Song Yu saw that Lu Han was injured. He hurried back, helping Ju to bandage the wound. His professional skills were obvious. He quickly finished. Song Yu asked, what happened? Why are you all hurt? Go check if that person is dead, Lu Han said. After Song Yu bandaged his wound, he went straight to the place Lu Han had mentioned. And Ju used a handkerchief to wipe near his injury. His exposed skin was covered with many scars of different sizes. Why are there so many scars? And Ju asked aloud. He tore open his shirt, which was soaked in blood and no longer wearable. His back had very few healthy spots. The wounds were numerous and looked quite frightening. Are they very ugly? Lu Han turned his head aside. He used to not care about scars. To him, they were a sign of honor and military achievement. But now, in front of Ju, Lu Han suddenly worried that they looked too ugly and might scare her. He casually grabbed one of Song Yu's shirts and draped it over himself. I know you used to be a general, and Ju said, helping him put on the shirt when he couldn't do it himself. These wounds, they must have been caused while protecting the people of Dezhou, right? There was admiration in Ju's eyes. Lu Han, these scars show how you fought for the people of Dezhou. I am also from Dezhou, and I want to thank you. Without soldiers like Lu Han guarding Dezhou, the people would not have peaceful days now. Xiao Zhu, I don't need your thanks. Just don't look at me and get scared, Lu Han said, looking at her intently.
And Ju smiled gently.
I'm not afraid, but just thinking about how he had struggled between life and death and suffered so many injuries made her feel a faint pain in her heart. I went there. It was very clean with no one around. I think the other person has already taken the people away, Song Yu said carefully, confirming there was no one left before rushing back anxiously. Who do you think you offended? Song Yu asked. And Ju shook her head. I don't know. First, that person tied me up. Lu Han was injured trying to save me. I also want to know who hates me so much. And Ju said through clenched teeth, her anger evident. Lu Han was fine now, but her wounds and the area where she had been hit still ached faintly. I will send people to investigate. We will find out, Lu Han replied. Song Yu checked Lu Han's pulse and said, your injuries are serious. I'll make you a medicinal brew. Song Yu went out to prepare medicine, leaving only the couple in the room. And Ju asked, Lu Han, why did that person suddenly fall down earlier? She just remembered this now and asked curiously. She saw Lu Han flick his sleeve, and the other person collapsed without any visible weapon. Lu Han took out a silver needle, thicker than a normal needle but very sharp. Can this silver needle hurt people? And Ju held the needle, which was about the size of a syringe, light and without much weight. From this distance, could it really hurt? Of course, Lu Han said, holding the silver needle. Watch this. He gently threw the needle, and Ju saw it extinguish the candle flame and land on the pillar. Wow, and Ju's eyes widened in admiration. You're amazing. Lu Han enjoyed her admiration. He used to be the one protected by her, but now he could protect Xiao Zhu. Lu Han, and Ju said shyly, can you teach me? She looked at him expectantly. Yes, Lu Han agreed happily. And Ju cheered. Lu Han, you're such a good person. Lu Han paused when he received her compliment. Xiao Zhu, practicing with silver needles isn't something you learn in a day or two. I'm not afraid of hard work, and Ju said confidently, patting her chest. Look, I practice Bafong Fist with you every day. Lu Han smiled. Bafong Fist and practicing silver needles are different. Hidden weapons aren't easy to learn. No matter what Lu Han said, it couldn't change Ju's mind. The medicine is here, Song Yu called out loudly before bringing in the medicine. Hurry up and drink it. Once you do, go to sleep. I'm tired. Yawning, Song Yu had been busy all night and was exhausted. Songyu looked at Anju beside him, finally giving up and leaving the room to rest in the next one. Lying on the bed in a different room, Anju tossed and turned but couldn't sleep. She never expected that just going out to see a lantern could almost lead to her being kidnapped. Lu Han sensed her tossing and asked, "Are you chatting?" And Zhu turned to the side and asked, "Is your wound okay? Does it still hurt?" "Sorry, it's all my fault that you got hurt. Actually, you didn't have to save me." At that moment, if Lu Han hadn't reacted quickly, she would have been the one injured. "You are my wife, so of course I have to save you," Lu Han replied without hesitation. In the dark, Anju tried hard to open her eyes and look at Lu Han, but she could only see his outline. She said, "Thank you. You are my wife." These words kept echoing in Anju's mind. Tired from a restless night, Anju got up early to prepare medicine for Lu Han. His injury was caused by her, so she couldn't just stand by and do nothing. "Lu Han, we shouldn't go home. Mother will worry." Anju originally planned to go home today and honestly admit her mistake, but Lu Han refused to go back. "If my mother finds out about my injury, she will worry," she added. Lu Han's hand was still injured and couldn't move. He said, "I'll tell someone to explain to her that I have some matters to attend to these days. She won't ask too many questions. Don't you want to find out who tried to kidnap you?" Lu Han's words made Anju suddenly not want to leave. After breakfast, Magistrate Du looked at Du Buizhou and asked, "Buizhou, about what I mentioned before, how are your thoughts?" "I won't do it," Du Buizhou said immediately. Even if he was a general before, so what? "I want to take the Imperial exam and enter the Hanlin Academy." Magistrate Du's face darkened. Du Buizhou continued, "I'll go to the county tomorrow to prepare for the provincial exam. Don't worry, father. I will pass and bring honor to our family." Since meeting Lu Han and learning about his identity, Du Buizhou had become even more determined. A disabled general? He looked down on him? Du Buizhou was proud and had never been looked down upon like this before. He said, "Father, relying on others is not as good as relying on yourself. Even if he doesn't have an official position now, or if he is still a general, so what? Do you want others to say I depend on women? Besides, father, don't forget about that young Master Qi." Du Buizhou was not stupid. He said, "This young Master Qi clearly has a grudge against Lu Han. He's from the noble Qi family, and he was the top scorer in the last Imperial exam. Even if he wanted to curry favor, why would he choose to flatter a crippled general without an official position instead of the Qi family?" County Magistrate Du glanced at him and said, "Isn't it because you married her sister? Miao Miao has already cut ties with the Lu family." Du Baizhou stood up and said, "Father, I need to study now." And Zhu doesn't know about the Du family's affairs. After taking care of Lu Han, she went to the San Pengzi restaurant. Spring has arrived. Even though it's still cold now, the weather will gradually warm up. She thinks it's time to plan opening a tavern in the capital city. Her tea shop should also choose an auspicious day to open. "Where is young Master Qian?" And Zhu looked around the tavern but couldn't find Qian Duo, so she went straight to the tea shop. At Ji's general store, and Feng and Tianjun were selling goods. The store was crowded with people, apparently buying wholesale. "Brethren, from now on, we'll buy our supplies from you," a man said happily as he left. "Xiao Zhu, you're here?" After seeing off the supplier, and Feng said happily, "Xiao Zhu, I just made a big deal," and Zhu's eyes flickered. "Are you going to supply them in the future?" And Feng was about to show off, but when he heard her words, his face fell. "Xiao Zhu, how did you guess?" And Zhu shrugged. "Isn't it pretty simple? Xiao Zhu, those people are suppliers. I used to follow them and was taken care of by them. I offer lower prices than Boss Zhu. They will come to me for supplies every time. Even if I earn a little less per sale, giving them the goods is just a quick job for me. That way, I can sell goods here and they can sell goods too. Both sides make money without delay." "Xiao Zhu, am I smart or what?" And Feng eagerly wanted her praise, or else he would seem a bit foolish as the older brother. And Zhu casually praised him and then went to the next room to arrange the tea leaves. She had already transported the tea here. She was placing jars of tea on the shelves, installing signs, and covering the sign with a red ribbon. She was thinking about who to ask to sell the tea. Alas, it's a pity she doesn't have uncles or relatives to help. Family members would be more convenient. Suddenly, a figure caught Zhu's eye. When she saw the person, her eyes lit up. Isn't that Jiang Shi, the daughter-in-law of Uncle Sun's family? Miss Jiang, what a lucky coincidence to meet you. Zhu warmly introduced herself. After becoming closer with the Sun family, she also fully accepted them. Not a coincidence. I came especially to see you, Jiang said, handing over a bundle. This is the clothes your mother asked me to bring for you. My mother? Zhu opened the bundle and immediately knew it was from her mother-in-law. She thanked her, saying, "Thank you, Miss Jiang."
Are you going out today?
To do what? She asked curiously. My father has a backache, so I came to check on him, Jiang said, feeling concerned. My father is a blacksmith.
His back hurts from time to time.
Last time, Dr. Luo was in the village and gave him acupuncture, which really helped. Your father is a blacksmith? Zhu was instantly interested. The pot she brought back from the city was kept in the bamboo garden to warm. If she still wanted to open a restaurant in the city, she couldn't part with this pot. Yes, Jiang nodded, seeing Zhu's expression. What, Xiao Zhu, do you want to make something? Yes, I want to make a pot. Zhu replied, then went with Jiang to the blacksmith shop. Jiang's blacksmith shop. Zhu had been to another shop before. When she entered, she greeted warmly, Uncle Jiang, my sister-in-law, and I are from the same village. Father, she and I are both from the village. My mother-in-law and her mother-in-law get along well. If she wants to make a cast-iron pot, I hope you can give her a good price, Jiang's sister-in-law said. Seeing her father and noting that his back was fine, she relaxed. All right, Jiang the blacksmith said. What size pot do you want? Don't worry, since my daughter married into your village, I'll definitely give you a good price. Uncle Jiang, I want a large iron pot, Zhu said, giving the size. I want to order 20 pots. Can you make them? 20 pots? Jiang the blacksmith couldn't help but scratch his ear. He took his daughter and Zhu to the backyard, lowering the sound of the hammering. Then he said, You just said you want a big pot? 20 centimeters? That's too small. 20 pots, Zhu said, walking into the yard. Seeing some finished iron pots, she pointed to one and said, This is the size I want. 20 of them. Why do you need so many pots? You can't eat with them. Jiang the blacksmith looked at his daughter. Aunt Jiang also asked, Xiao Zhu, my husband is right. Why do you need so many pots? Oh, it's like this. My husband works at a restaurant. Recently, they want to buy a new batch of iron pots, so. And Zhu smiled and said, Today I met Aunt Jiang. It doesn't matter where you order the pots. I just happened to come here to order from Uncle Jiang. Xiao Zhu, that's really kind of you. Thank you so much, Aunt Jiang said happily. After seeing Zhu off, Jiang the blacksmith asked, Lingzi, does the restaurant really order pots from me? Weren't they ordering from you shop before? Jiang the blacksmith felt like he had been hit with a pie. Dad, what Xiao Zhu said should be true, right? Aunt Jiang said uncertainly. Zhu went to the restaurant and happened to meet Qian Duoduo. Madam Liu, I heard you're looking for me? Qian Duoduo had just heard Zhou Wu say that Zhu was looking for him. Yes, Zhu explained about the iron pots. Qian Duoduo said directly, All right, 20 pots might not be enough. You ordered good pots, so get more. Madam Liu, about opening a restaurant in the county city you mentioned before, how are you thinking about it? Qian Duoduo now had the ability to work alone. Zhou Wu's dishes were very good, and he had already trained some apprentices. Now is a good time to go to the county city. Sounds good, and Zhu agreed naturally. She asked, But will Uncle Zhou go to the county city too? To open a restaurant there, they would need chefs. Without chefs, it wouldn't be useful at all. Yes, Qian Duoduo said confidently. After the new year, I discussed with Uncle Zhou. The chefs we bring out can continue cooking in the county, but when we go to the city, we'll need some new dishes. Qian Duoduo looked at her eagerly and said, Madam Liu, about these new dishes. Of course, there will be new dishes, but I can't tell you. Otherwise, you won't keep the secret. It's not very convenient for us to open a restaurant in the city. Zhu smiled and ignored Qian Duoduo's eager look. She then discussed with Zhou Wu about going to the city. I've already chosen 2 good locations for the restaurant. When do you want to go see them? Qian Duoduo suggested. Zhou Wu didn't speak but looked at Zhu. Zhu said, Young Master Qian, the locations you chose are definitely good. As for the interior decoration, it can be just like ours. When we go to the city, Uncle Zhou and I will definitely come up with some special dishes. Mrs. Liu and Zhu, we are all in the same boat. I definitely won't tell anyone. Otherwise, I could try some of the special dishes too. Qian Duo has no resistance to good food. When he heard they were preparing special dishes, his heart started to get excited. Young Master Qian, you still haven't lost that weight, have you? And Zhu asked with a question instead of a reply, her eyes on Qian Duo's chubby figure. Even from a distance, it was clear he's still overweight, just like before. Qian Duo felt guilty and made an excuse to leave. Young Master Qian, you really should lose some weight, and Zhu said to his back. After the door closed, she couldn't help but smile and sighed. Young Master Qian is eating more and more. I worry he'll get sick from being too fat, and then we won't be able to work together for a long time. At Sanpangzi restaurant, they earn a lot, and she feels at ease. Such a good partner is hard to find, even if you look with a lantern. The meals for young Master Qian are already portioned out. Zhou Wuqing cleared his throat and said, but young Master Qian has many friends. They often come to visit, and when they eat together, he tends to eat more without realizing it. Losing weight is not just about money. Their partners also agree. Madame Qian once told him to control young Master Qian's food intake. He needs to find his own motivation to lose weight. Relying on others to watch over him can only work for a day, not forever, and Zhu sighed. She changed the subject and discussed new dishes with Zhou Wu. She said, Uncle Zhou, recently we plan to raise some chickens and ducks. I think when we open, it will be just before the busy season. We can serve chicken and duck dishes. What do you think? Also, spicy pig's trotters and zhu beiji are good options. They can be main dishes or signature dishes, and Zhu asked Zhou Wu for his opinion. What is zhu beiji? Zhou Wu asked. It's pig's head, but the preparation is a bit complicated, and Zhu explained carefully. The pig's head is kept whole without cutting. After frying, it's steamed with seasonings, then sliced decoratively before serving. The taste is especially delicious, and most importantly, it can become our special dish. Master Zhou asked, there are many ways to cook chicken and duck. The ones we make now are quite simple. Do you mean there are other ways to prepare chicken and duck? Of course there are. No matter if it's chicken or duck, there are many recipes, and Zhu replied. She immediately listed some dishes. Beggar's chicken, crispy chicken, spicy diced chicken, poached chicken, peppery chicken, drunken chicken, steamed 5-flavor chicken, and so on. And duck, she added, counting on her fingers. Crispy roast duck, spicy duck, stir-fried duck, old duck soup, lotus blood duck. Hearing these dish names, Zhou was already impressed. There are many ways to cook chicken and duck, but what she mentioned was just a few. He asked, since we're making signature dishes, we should create something unique, like steamed 5-flavor chicken, lotus blood duck, or crispy roast duck. How do you make the duck skin crispy? Zhou Wu, who considered himself an experienced chef, admitted he didn't know how to make crispy roast duck. When roasting a duck, the skin tends to burn easily. Maybe we should learn these 3 dishes, and Zhu suggested, taking advantage of the free time. She first prepared the lotus blood duck using a freshly slaughtered duck, keeping the blood aside. She explained, Master Zhou, the key to making lotus blood duck is the blood. It must not coagulate. She reminded him that it wasn't mealtime, so only she and Zhou Wu were in the kitchen. She carefully explained each step. The duck needs to be chopped into small pieces, not minced into a paste. She demonstrated. Master Zhou, see, just chop it into small bits like this. That's too fine, Zhou Wu said, looking at the chopped duck. It was different from the usual way he prepared duck. With his years of experience, he had never chopped duck so finely. It needs to be this small. That's how the flavor comes out better. And Zhu finished preparing the ingredients. When stir-frying, it wasn't difficult. She said, when you turn off the heat, pour in the fresh duck blood, and it's ready. Finally, she sprinkled some chopped green onions on top. The fragrant lotus blood duck was ready. She said, Master Zhou, try it. Let me have a taste too. Qian Duo knew they were trying a new dish and had already smelled the delicious aroma, making him very eager. He was pacing outside the kitchen, sniffing the air, and said, Uncle Zhou and Zhu, I have a picky mouth. I can tell right away if the taste is good or not. Plus, I've eaten at the restaurant in Fuching many times. I can definitely tell if ours is better. Look, we're going to Fuching. First, we need to see how our own dishes taste. That way, we'll feel more confident. Qian Duoduo kept thinking hard. The smell was so tempting that it made his mouth water. He tiptoed and leaned against the door, his posture and figure reflected on it. And Zhu and Zhou Wu both almost burst into laughter. She took a small bowl, filled it, and set it aside. Zhou Wu opened the door, and Qian Duoduo, who was chubby, fell right inside. The door must have borne a lot of weight. Wow, what did you make? It smells so good, Qian Duoduo said, ignoring that he almost fell. His eyes were fixed on the stove. He had never seen the dish on the stove before. What kind of dish is this? Qian Duoduo sniffed hard, staring at the food. He couldn't quite tell what it was made of. Duck, Zhou Wu replied, making Qian Duoduo's eyes widen. Just as he was about to reach out, and Zhu handed him the small bowl she had just filled. Young Master Qian, this is for you. I'll try it. Qian Duoduo picked up his chopsticks and asked, This duck is cut into small pieces, and the color looks different from usual duck dishes. He scooped up a big bite. The duck was tender but not greasy, fragrant, and fresh. The small bones seemed almost swallowable. He said, This duck would be great with rice. He kept eating with his chopsticks and finished the bowl quickly. After tasting it, Zhou Wu's eyes also showed surprise. Xiao Zhu, this dish should be our signature. It's definitely good. But we'll need a lot of ducks. Don't worry, Uncle Zhou. Our village will raise plenty of ducks when the time comes. We can supply enough. And Zhu thought about the duck and chicken farms in the bamboo garden. After feeding endless money into them, the bamboo garden was slowly unlocking. Now she was worried about how to openly take out the ducks and chickens. That's good, Zhou Wu nodded and said, By the way, the water and fish from your village are much fresher than elsewhere. The fish in the restaurant are all supplied by Anju. A few times Anju didn't send fish, and they bought some from the market. The taste of the dishes made with those fish, especially for people like him and young Master Qian with sensitive palates, was noticeably less fresh. Our village has clear mountains and clean water. Look at that river. It's crystal clear. The fish inside must be very good, and Zhu replied calmly. She had plenty of fish in her bamboo garden and had deliberately released many into the river. Now, villagers were used to seeing fish in the river. Yes, Zhou Wu agreed. Back at the clinic, and Zhu saw Lu Han returning from outside. She frowned and asked, Your injury isn't healed yet. Did you go out? No, I came to pick you up, Lu Han explained quickly. And Zhu's mouth twitched, clearly not believing him. She said, Do you think I'm a fool? Lu Han had just returned. I sat for a long time, so I took a walk nearby. Lu Han suddenly looked uncomfortable. Oh, my wound seems to be hurting a bit. Because you didn't listen and wandered around, and Zhu hurriedly helped him inside. She asked with concern, Did you bump your wound? Let me check. She was worried as she spoke. Lu Han looked weak and said, Little Zhu, I want to eat the soup you cook. All right, I'll make it for you. And Zhu said, immediately taking off his clothes. The wound was indeed torn open, with blood seeping out. She asked, Lu Han, what exactly did you do?
Your wound is like this.
Do you still want it to heal? Brother Han, I just found out that the person who tried to kidnap the lady is. Zhu Si entered the room while reporting. When he saw Zhu pulling at Lu Han's clothes, he quickly turned around and said, I didn't see anything. Did you go out to find the person who kidnapped me? And Zhu pursed her lips and asked, as she put the clothes back.
Lu Han secretly watched her.
From her expression, she looked angry. He winced and said, My wound hurts. Could you help me change the medicine again? The person who kidnapped me isn't in a hurry.
Besides, there's Zhu Si.
Do you need to show off your bravery? And Zhu pouted, wondering if he even remembered how deep his wound was yesterday. I didn't try to show off. I already found some clues, Lu Han said with a serious face. Yesterday's events were very dangerous. If he couldn't find out the truth, he would always feel uneasy. And Zhu looked at him curiously and asked, About in phone before, that nobleman was used as a scapegoat, and all clues were cut off. It's been half a month, and there's no news. But yesterday, the person who kidnapped me had some news. After the nobleman was taken to jail, he didn't even get a chance to identify anyone. He died in prison, and the matter was left unresolved. And Feng's situation is related to Magistrate Du, Lu Han explained. That person I mentioned yesterday, I had Zhu Si investigate him early this morning. By chance they crossed paths. So, who is it? And Zhu asked out of curiosity. She hadn't offended anyone, so who could hate her so much? As soon as Lu Han mentioned the Zhu family, and Zhu couldn't help but say, could it be Zhu's family, the ones who fought with Enfeng over goods before? No, I have no grudge against him. And Zhu murmured to herself. He and Enfeng have a grudge. Enfeng stole his business and cut off his supply, Lu Han said, but he was interrupted. That's not right. It's not that Enfeng took his goods. It's that Zhu Si wouldn't give him any, and Zhu corrected. In his eyes, if it weren't for Enfeng, Zhu Si wouldn't refuse to give him supplies. Lu Han sneered. When Enfeng had trouble before, I suspected Zhu Si was involved. I had Zhu Si watch him. He had dinner several times with the scholar beside the county magistrate, and each time, he brought gifts. Zhu Fuguang spent money, but lost his business. Naturally, he hated Enfeng the most. During the Lantern Festival yesterday, Enfeng's family didn't go out. They just happened to meet in Zhu. On impulse, they planned to kidnap her to teach the En family a lesson. Lu Han felt a bit scared inside. If Zhu's family hadn't acted on impulse, and if he hadn't been so unlucky yesterday, it might have taken more effort to find in Zhu. He wasn't afraid of difficulty or spending more effort. What he worried about was that during this time, if something happened to Xiao Zhu, he would definitely. Lu Han's eyes darkened. Xiao Zhu, in the next few days, stay at home and don't go out. No, I have to go to the restaurant tomorrow, and Zhu immediately said. Lu Han, I can't stay inside forever. Besides, during the day, they wouldn't be so bold. And when I go to the restaurant, I will take main roads, not alleys. Thinking about what happened last night, and Zhu felt scared but knew she couldn't just do nothing out of fear. Lu Han, surely the other person wouldn't be so bold, right? And Zhu thought to herself, murmuring, in broad daylight, under the clear sky. She usually believed in her fighting skills, but now she realized that her small skills weren't enough in the somewhat unstable world of Dezhou. Lu Han held her hand. His large, strong palm seemed to give her endless courage. Is there no law anymore? And Zhu thought about being kidnapped late at night. She felt both scared and angry. If she were still in modern times, such things wouldn't happen. Don't be afraid. From now on, I will stay with you and won't let what happened yesterday happen again. Lu Han's deep voice made her feel very safe. And Zhu looked at his wound. All right, enough. You're also a patient now, injured and not fully healed. If you open your wound again, it will hurt. I'm worried about explaining this to my mother when I get home. Then, will you help me change the dressing? I won't go anywhere tomorrow. Lu Han looked at her expectantly. And Zhu remembered that his injury was because of her. She immediately stood up, asked Songyu for help, and took the medicine to change Lu Han's dressing. Sister-in-law, let me do it, Songyu said. Songyu brought in the medicine and gauze. Before he finished speaking, he saw Lu Han give him a look. He quickly changed his words. Sister-in-law, I've been having sore hands lately. Songyu set down the tray of medicine and shook his wrist. It must be because you've been handling too many herbs and patients recently. He glanced at Lu Han and, seeing his satisfied expression, continued, Sister-in-law, maybe you should help change Lu Han's dressing. And Zhu didn't think anything was wrong and didn't notice their exchanged looks. She simply stepped forward, took off Lu Han's clothes, and focused on his wound without looking away. She scolded, Lu Han, I thank you for helping me find the culprit, but you also need to take care of your health. Gently peeling back the gauze and seeing his bloody, torn wound, she frowned tightly. Sister-in-law, Lu Han is just worried about you. Songyu spoke kindly for Lu Han. Seeing Zhu calmly change the dressing without blushing or trembling, her expression showed no shyness typical of a girl. She was worried and felt pity, but her face didn't look like she was worried for her loved one. Dr. Song, please check his wound quickly. He doesn't want to die, but I do. If I die because of me, My mother will make sure I am buried with him. And Zhu thought about their wedding night when Lu Mu almost buried her alive for Lu Han. I won't die, Lu Han wanted to say. He was strong and wouldn't cherish his life just for her or his mother. Huh. Are you the king of or invincible? And Zhu couldn't help but reply. If that arrow had been a little deeper or more accurate yesterday, do you think you'd still be alive now? I know you're skilled, and now your leg is better, like a freed dragon, she said. Thinking this was the great Zhou, she paused and changed her words, like a fish in water. You trust your skills a lot, but have you ever thought that there's always someone better outside the sky or beyond the mountains? Even she once thought she was brave and fearless, but she almost got into big trouble. Song Yu watched in shock. No one had ever dared to scold Lu Han like this. Would Lu Han get angry and lose control? Or would he fight back? Song Yu's eyes widened, not daring to blink, afraid to miss anything. I was wrong, Lu Han obediently admitted. And Zhu had a lot to say, but swallowed her words. She thought, never mind, he's doing this for himself. She softened her tone and said, Lu Han, your mother hopes you stay safe. I do too. Okay, for you all, I will cherish myself, Lu Han said with a slight smile. Song Yu rubbed her eyes, thinking she must have seen it wrong. She couldn't believe Lu Han was so obedient and apologized. Are you still not leaving? Lu Han looked at Song Yu with disdain. I still need to guide me on changing the dressing, and Zhu said. She didn't want Song Yu to leave, or it would be too awkward for just the two of them. Song Yu's eyes moved, and his gaze fell on Zhu. He smiled politely and said, Sister-in-law, Lu Han still has many hidden injuries. I want him to treat them, but he finds it troublesome. Sister-in-law, what do you think? Song Yu, who is injured, Lu Han thought about his treatment method and felt it was difficult. Lu Han, second brother, I'm not wrong. The injuries on your body, I told you before, must be healed, Song Yu patiently advised. He is young but already holds the rank of general, which is a great achievement. He continued, Second brother, I know soaking in medicinal baths is painful and takes half a month, but these baths can heal your injuries. Second brother, please don't dislike the trouble. After Lu Han's leg injury healed, he wanted to bring up the medicinal baths, but Lu Han was reluctant. He thought half a month of baths was too much, and said he could heal himself and that his body was already fine. You're a grown man, afraid of pain just from a medicinal bath, and Zhu asked curiously. Lu Han. He wasn't afraid of pain, but the medicinal bath smelled terrible. Such a foul smell. Even if he soaked for half a month, he wondered if he could still sleep in the same bed with Xiao Zhu. He himself disliked it. Xiao Zhu, don't listen to his exaggeration. I only have a small injury, Lu Han said. But Song Yu immediately interrupted him. Second brother, what small injury? These old wounds are not easy to heal. If left untreated, they might hurt more when the weather changes or it rains. Big men aren't afraid of pain, Lu Han said indifferently. It's just a little pain after all.
And Zhu understood now.
She said, Dr. Song, prepare the medicine. I'll supervise him with the baths, and I promise he won't miss a day. All right, second brother, just listen to your sister-in-law, Song Yu said with a smile. He also told Zhu how to clean the wounds properly before quickly leaving. Sister-in-law, once second brother's wounds scab over, he can soak in the medicinal bath. In the room, only Zhu and Lu Han remained. She cleaned his wounds and asked, will the bath hurt? Is it just because it takes too long? You don't have anything else to do, so why not soak? Why leave old injuries untreated? And Zhu looked at him strangely, thinking that because he risked everything to save her, she should be patient and advise him gently. Don't underestimate this small hidden injury. Old wounds from the past sometimes just hurt a little now and then. It's not a big deal. A small leak can sink a great ship. If you don't care about your health now, serious problems might happen later. Do you want your mother to lose her hair and you to lose your life? The thought of that scene made Zhu feel scared. When Mrs. Lu cried, she fully understood what it meant for a mother to risk everything for her child. Losing a parent is something no one wants. Lu Han seemed to understand her thoughts. He grinned and showed his white teeth, saying, Xiao Zhu, don't worry. I will definitely not let your mother lose her hair, or you become a widow. Just don't make your mother sad. And Zhu changed the subject, yawning because she had been busy all day.
She was really exhausted.
She lay down on the bed and fell asleep. Lu Han carefully leaned on the bed, with one side of his face visible to Anju. He felt happy and content. Uncle Zhou, today we are making 5-round steamed chicken, Anju said early in the morning when she saw the big pig's head in the kitchen. She couldn't help asking, "This is Xiao Zhu, this was bought early this morning by young Master Qian," Zhou Wu replied. Seeing the pig's head, Zhou Wu felt helpless. Yesterday, Qian Duo had eaten lotus blood duck and was craving more. If Anju hadn't only given him a bowl, he probably wouldn't have gotten anything. Qian Duo might have even licked the plate clean. Qian Duo knew they were going to make pig's head, so he bought it early. The chicken had already been slaughtered, and he voluntarily let Zhou Wu handle it. He was so eager for this meal that he put a lot of thought into it. Madame Lu, Qian Duo was very excited when he saw Anju. He said, "I ran a kilometer today. Do you think I can taste the pig's head you mentioned?" Anju. She shouldn't have doubted a foodie's determination to eat. She knew that for a young master from a wealthy family like Qian Duo, running a kilometer was no small feat. She decided not to rush him. Qian Duo was different from her. Making the dish Jubeiji, pig's head, required many ingredients, and each step was explained very carefully. By lunchtime, Anju had already taught him how to make this dish. Qian Duo looked at the delicious and fragrant pig dish, wishing he could have it all to himself. "That's yours." Anju offered him a bowl. Qian Duo immediately became upset and said, "Anju, how can you do this? Just a small bowl, not enough to fill my teeth." In his hurry, he started calling out Anju's name. "Young Master Qian, this has a lot of fat. If you eat more, you'll get too fat. You should try to lose weight. Once you're thinner, you can enjoy delicious food without worries," Anju said directly. Qian Duo clenched his teeth and said, "I want to lose weight. I will definitely lose weight." Anju didn't care and brought up the previous bet. Qian Duo carefully tasted his small bowl of food. After finishing lunch, in the afternoon, Anju taught Zhou Wu how to make 5-round steamed chicken. In the evening, he learned a few more dishes. As soon as Anju left the restaurant, he saw Lu Han sitting in the hall waiting for him. "Your injury isn't healed yet. Why are you here?" Anju asked, looking at him worriedly. His clothes were thick, and in public, it wasn't good to undo his clothes. "Be careful not to reopen the wound." "Don't worry, I walked slowly and didn't touch the wound," Lu Han said, glancing sideways and setting down his tea. "I'm here to take you home." Just a few words, "take you home," made Anju feel at ease. She said, "Thanks. Let's go home first." Anju said goodbye to the restaurant staff and walked with Lu Han back to the clinic. Tonight's moon is very round. Lu Han looked up at the moonlight, feeling peaceful. "Xiao Zhu, what do you think? Should we raise more fish in the pond? I found out that as long as you have money you can buy a farm, a fish pond, and even buy more land around the house. That sounds good," Anju was thinking about it. Going to the river every day to fish wasn't a good idea, but if she could lease the fish pond, she could raise and sell as many fish as she wanted without suspicion. Others seeing her good fish would just think the water was good, like Uncle Zhou. While enjoying the beautiful moonlight and feeling happy, Anju decided to ask, "Lu Han, I want to talk to you about something." Lu Han's response made Anju unhappy. She hadn't even finished speaking, and he already agreed. It felt insincere. "You are my wife. Whatever you say is what I say," Lu Han explained. Anju looked at him with suspicion. "Lu Han, is there something wrong here?" Anju pointed to her head. "Otherwise, why would he keep grabbing her?" She leaned in carefully, examining his handsome features, which looked exactly like Lu Xiaohan's. If not, with her high standards, she wouldn't have noticed him at first glance. "Have you been hurt by a woman?" Anju asked curiously. "I don't mean anything bad, I just feel," Lu Han chuckled softly. Under the moonlight, his strong features softened a lot. Anju's meaning was clear to him. He looked at her sideways. "Xiao Zhu, I remember our promise for 2 years. My father once said, a life-saving favor should be repaid with gratitude. You saved my life. My life now belongs to you. I will try my best to be a good husband. Lu Han thought carefully. If he told her he was from another world, she might run away, and he wouldn't be able to see her anymore. So, instead, he decided to think he simply wanted to repay her kindness so she could stay peacefully at the Lu family. Getting lucky with a good match is just luck, and Zhu looked at him and thought he was trying to repay her. Seeing his serious face and the deep emotions in his eyes like a vast starry sky, she instinctively changed the subject. Let's talk about that later. Can you help me write a few words? I plan to open a tea shop tomorrow, and the signboard will use what you wrote last time. But I also want to write Gaoshan tea and a price list so people can see at a glance. And Zhu cleared her throat. My handwriting isn't perfect. The words I write might not look good. If she was selling fruit or snacks, it wouldn't matter. But selling tea leaves was different. Okay, Lu Han thought. Not just a few words. If she wanted the stars in the sky, he would pick them for her. Back at the clinic, Lu Han went to Songyu to get brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. Second brother, your injury is on your right hand, Songyu reminded him. Lu Han didn't answer. His gaze swept over Zhu. He asked, Xiao Zhu, what do you want to write? Gaoshan tea, and Zhu had already thought about it. She had secretly written quite a few before. Unfortunately, her handwriting looked like that of a young child. Not only would customers dislike it, even she couldn't stand to look at it. Her tea shop, Yipingxiang, is carefully designed in every detail, and she won't let these few words ruin it. And Zhu voluntarily grinds ink nearby and reminds him, Lu Han, your wound is on your right shoulder, so be careful not to pull it. Who says writing can only be done with the right hand? Lu Han's lips curl slightly. He holds the brush with his left hand, yet the characters for Gaoshan Cha appear lively and elegant on the paper, as if written with his right hand. The words appear before her eyes, and her hand, which was grinding ink, almost dipped into the ink. And Zhu looks at him with mixed feelings. His bold, grand calligraphy is completely different from the neat, careful strokes of Lu Xiaohan from before. But he is writing with his left hand. She can't help but fall into memories. When she was in college, her studies were good, but she struggled with advanced mathematics. She often lagged behind, and just passing was a success. During exams, she would cram at the last minute, staying up all night to prepare for her math tests. After she met Lu Xiaohan, everything changed. Lu Xiaohan was a top student in advanced math. When he learned about her difficulties, he took the initiative to help her study. The first time, she noticed that he was more skilled with his left hand than his right, and the characters he wrote with his left hand looked even better. Xiao Zhu, is my writing okay? Lu Han saw her lost in memories and smiled slightly. One day, he would slowly reveal himself to her, so she would realize that she is actually Lu Xiaohan. Yes, and Zhu carefully dried the paper she held and then asked him to write green tea, black tea, and Yipin Mao Jian. These teas were also sold in the city. And Zhu said whatever Lu Han wrote. She took the finished paper, with red ink on black, and pasted it onto a prepared sign. Her small sign was now complete. Hey, why are you cutting paper? And Zhu was pondering whether to keep the red paper for future use after finishing her work. Seeing Lu Han still cutting paper, she became curious. Lu Han didn't answer. He just continued cutting. Soon, and Zhu realized what he was doing. Her heart moved. Are you writing couplets? Of course, the shop will open tomorrow, so I need to write couplets, Lu Han said after a moment of thought, then started writing. And Zhu stood beside him, reading each character aloud as he wrote. The path ahead is full of stops, but one can still enjoy the taste. The future is limitless. Why not savor a cup? Just looking at the couplet, and Zhu became excited and said, Lu Han, you are so talented. This couplet is perfect for her tea shop. Lu Han smiled and said, I'm glad you like it. He wrote the horizontal inscription, top quality fragrant tea. Good, good, good. And Zhu was so excited she didn't know what to say. She gratefully said, Lu Han, I don't know how to thank you. I want to eat the scallion and egg noodles you make. Lu Han looked at her. Wait a moment, I'll make it for you now. And Zhu said, and went to the kitchen to cook. She loved eating noodles. Her grandfather and parents also liked noodles, so on their birthdays, she would make longevity noodles for them. Making noodles was the best way to show her care. Lu Han hung the couplet on the table and followed her to the kitchen. From kneading the dough to pulling the noodles, he did it smoothly. He fried 2 golden brown poached eggs, prepared the chewy noodles, sprinkled chopped green onions on top, and then handed the noodles to Lu Han. Lu Han, try this, she said. It smells so good. Song-yu heard the noise and came over. Seeing Lu Han's noodles, he excitedly said, Sister-in-law, can I have a bowl too? And Zhu made quite a few noodles and gave a bowl to Song-yu. He carried it back to his room. After eating, he knew he shouldn't bother the young couple anymore. Although his sister-in-law wasn't as beautiful as the noble ladies from the capital, her cooking skills were unmatched. Smells great. Song-yu returned to his room, eating the noodles eagerly. He finished quickly, let out a satisfied burp, and thought, it would be perfect if sister-in-law and second brother always lived here. Then he could enjoy such delicious food every day. Xiao Zhu, I'll share some with you. Lu Han saw that only a small half-bowl of noodles was left in Zhu's bowl. Don't, she refused. I want to lose weight. I need to slim down.
Just a little taste is enough, she said.
She could feel her recent weight loss was going well. Occasionally craving noodles was not a big deal. After eating about 3 or 5 bites, she felt full and was about to clean up. Lu Han quickly took the bowls and chopsticks, saying, You made the noodles, so I'll handle this. And Zhu looked at him suspiciously. Your hand is still injured. As long as I don't pull or tug, it's fine. Lu Han showed Zhu through his actions that he could handle these tasks himself. Seeing how efficiently he worked, Zhu didn't bother much. She comfortably soaked her feet and went to bed early. The next morning, as Zhu and Lu Han arrived at the shop, Liu came in and said, Xiao Zhu, you said today was the opening? Why are you so late? Mom, it's an opening, not breakfast, and Zhu yawned. She changed into bed clothes and didn't sleep well. The warm blankets at home felt better. And Zhu slowly boiled a pot of hot water. She planned to do like in the city and offer free tea to everyone. Lu Han, injured but not idle, helped arrange the tea tins on the counter and cleaned them thoroughly. The batch of porcelain jars he helped make before, somehow Xiao Zhu got hold of them. Each jar had the words Yi Pin Xiang printed on it, looking very nice. Madame Liu, Qian Duo arrived with the lion dance team and saw Lu Han sitting at the counter. He said, Lu Han, congratulations. I heard your shop is opening, so I brought the lion dance team to celebrate. Lu Han pursed his lips. How could he forget about the lion dance team? Thanks, and Zhu heard the noise and became happy. She looked at the time and first offered the lion dance team some tea and snacks. The snacks were brought by Lu Yu, seeds, peanuts, candies, and the like. Lu Yu politely served everyone. Lu Han wanted to put up couplets, but Zhu refused. She lowered her voice and asked, Are your injuries still not healed? Then let's. Lu Han was about to find Zhu's sea when Song-yu arrived. Song-yu volunteered to put up the couplets. When the auspicious time arrived, she tore the red ribbon to reveal the Yi Pin Xiang sign. Firecrackers went off, and the lion dance team's drums and gongs sounded lively, making the scene very festive. And Zhu loudly announced, Today tea is free. This free tea, along with the unique shop, attracted many people who wanted to come in and take a look. The shop wasn't big. People drank their tea standing at the door. Some found the tea good and asked, How much do you sell this tea for? 1 tael of silver per jar, and Zhu replied clearly. With a clink, someone almost dropped their cup in surprise. When everyone looked over, the person had already quietly left. That's way too expensive. This tea, drinking a cup, doesn't it cost a few coins? This tea leaves smell much better than those in the tea house. Among the crowd, whispers spread. Some people were just watching, some were drinking free tea, but no one was buying tea leaves. And Zhu was not in a hurry. Duo stepped forward and said, I want to buy 10 cans. He directly placed a silver ingot on the table, deliberately noticing some tea leaves that Zhu hadn't heard of before. He was even more eager to buy them. Most of the tea leaves he bought before were given to others. Everyone praised him for choosing good tea. Alright, and Zhu knew he was just showing support. She was not polite. The tea from her bamboo garden was not inferior to famous teas. The main thing was, her tea contained the spiritual energy of the bamboo garden, making it taste the best. I'll buy 10 cans. Zhu Si came with a mission. And Zhu said, Brother Zhu Si, you can't possibly drink so much. Just buy 1 can to try. No, I have many brothers. Zhu Si firmly insisted on buying 10 cans. And Zhu looked at Lu Han nearby and said, if there's business, you should do it. You don't know, Brother Ma loves tea. Without tea for a day, he feels weak. Really? And Zhu thought that when Brother Ma came home, she hadn't noticed whether he loved tea or not. Since there was business coming in, she naturally didn't refuse. With a good start, more people came to buy tea. And Feng was at the neighboring general store, occasionally glancing at the shop next door. Many people drank free tea, but few bought tea leaves. By the end of the day, besides Duo and Brother Zhu Si, only 3 cans were sold. This was very different from the bustling tea sales in the city. Xiao Zhu, how much is the cost price of this tea? And Feng looked at the silver she collected, feeling very envious. His shop made some money, but mostly copper coins. Compared to Zhu's silver ingots, the difference was huge. Don't think that selling for 1 or 2 silver coins means much profit, and Zhu casually replied. She planned to sell the tea later, but if she only sold a few cans a day like now, it wouldn't be enough. Xiao Zhu, why not try smaller cans? Lu Han suggested. Or just wrap the tea in paper, 50 coins per pack. Yes. Why didn't I think of that? And Zhu's eyes lit up. She had been thinking about using jars to store the tea for better preservation, but the situation in the county was different from the city. The city had many rich people, while the county, a small packet of tea, not expensive, and everyone would be more willing to try it. Come on, let's go buy paper. And Zhu didn't even bother with her meal and went straight to buy paper. Luckily, there were plenty of candy wrappers and snack papers, so she quickly bought some. That evening, she gathered the whole family to start packing the tea. This is too little. And Feng looked at the small packet of tea, which was barely the size of his palm, and it cost 100 coins. You don't understand tea, and Zhu said. People who know tea would value these highly, even more than gold. I wouldn't sell it even if they paid me extra, she added. And Feng looked at the tea and said, with that money, wouldn't it be better to buy some meat to eat? Even if the tea is fragrant, can it compare to the smell of meat? And Feng smacked his lips. I also think meat smells good, and Zhu said. And Fu carefully packed the tea, while Lu Yu wrapped it in paper. She smiled softly and said, we think meat is tasty, but for wealthy families, serving guests with anything less than top-quality tea would be very embarrassing. Exactly, it's about face. And Zhu quickly packed the tea, examining the words, first-class fragrance, written in the center, along with the decorative patterns on the paper. She thought it looked beautiful. She looked at Lu Han, who was constantly writing nearby, and asked, can your hand handle this? Little Zhu, it's just writing a few words. If you can't handle that, are you even a man? And Feng looked at Lu Han. After spending more time together, he was no longer afraid of Lu Han. Try writing hundreds of sheets, and Zhu retorted without hesitation, then took some paper and handed it to Feng. Come on, try writing 10. If you do, I'll admit you win. Fine, all right. And Feng put down the tea and picked up a brush, but then he remembered, he couldn't write. Holding the brush felt like a child holding an axe. He was about to throw it away when he heard Feng say, TSK, 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 you probably can't write a single character. Huh, who says I can't? And Feng picked up the brush, looked at the characters Lu Han had written, and gritted his teeth as he started to write. He thought, it's just writing. How hard can it be for me? Thinking about it, and Feng's writing became very decisive. Unfortunately, when he touched the paper with his brush, it trembled like a worm crawling on the paper, making his character look completely different from Lu Han's neat writing, like night and day. And Feng explained, trying to imitate others, but why was it so hard to do it right? He simply couldn't believe it. After writing 5 characters that looked like worms crawling, he decisively put down his brush and said, Xiao Zhu, are you deliberately making things difficult for me? I can't write well, and Zhu. Making excuses, and Feng said first, but no one dared to say second. Since you can't write, you can't blame Xiao Zhu for making things hard for you, Lu Han, always watching over his wife, said. Brother-in-law, this is just copying others. You can't even write properly. I can't write, so of course I can't do it well, and Feng stubbornly replied. He didn't want to admit he was bad at writing. Xiao Zhu writes better than you. Lu Han's words made In Feng's eyes widen in surprise. He asked, Xiao Zhu, can you write? Of course, I'm not like you. Xiao Zhu smiled softly and took the brush from In Feng. She dipped it in ink and said, watch carefully. She sat upright. Over these days, Lu Han, as a strict teacher, had helped her improve her writing quickly. Not just the simple character one, but even her name, she could now write beautifully. She wasn't a calligraphy master yet, but it was pleasing to look at. I'm watching with wide eyes, and Feng said, eyes round. He knew whether his little sister could write or not, but he wanted to see if Xiao Zhu was as good as he was. Xiao Zhu held the brush and looked quite confident. And Feng teased her, Xiao Zhu, you look pretty good doing that. Xiao Zhu snorted softly, glanced at him sideways, and easily wrote the character 1. How about that? Am I impressive? Xiao Zhu said proudly. And Feng swallowed hard and said to Lu Han beside him, that's nothing. You're Lu Han's wife, and Lu Han's writing is so good. If you can only write a 1, that's nothing special. If you have the ability, write your name. If I could write my own name, what would you do? Xiao Zhu put down her brush, thinking, and Feng, really, is it so hard to praise her a little? She admired her own writing of the character 1, practicing the basic strokes every day. She felt that her 1 had improved. And Feng looked around and saw the pile of tea leaves shaped like small hills. He patted his chest and said, today I helped you pack all these tea leaves. How much? Lu Han wrote, you packed the same amount, and Zhu smiled lightly. Of course, and Feng agreed happily. Nearby, Tianjun wanted to stop him, but couldn't. She sighed helplessly. Wife, don't worry. Xiao Zhu can write a 1 because Lu Han taught her. I don't believe she can write her own name yet, and Feng comforted his wife. Suddenly, he said, I have one more request. Your name should be written nicely. If it looks like mine, that doesn't count as good handwriting. So, you still think your writing looks like a worm crawling? And Zhu half smiled as she picked up the paper and placed it in front of In Feng, letting him admire his own writing. I haven't learned, so it's normal if I don't write well. And Feng said confidently, not feeling there was anything wrong with his poor writing. He then said to his busy parents-in-law, and Fuchuan and Luyu, Dad, Mom, judge for yourselves. I've never been good at writing since I was young. Not writing well is normal, right? Writing poorly is acceptable, and Fuchuan said with a bit of annoyance. He looked at his son-in-law's writing, and then at his son's. Even if a worm crawling was an exaggeration, it was a compliment. But you didn't teach him, and Feng muttered. You've climbed trees, caught bird eggs, fished in the river, chased dogs in the village, and hunted rabbits in the mountains. You can do everything but write, and Zhu said without holding back, revealing his past embarrassing stories. Fat girl, and Feng quickly glanced at his wife. He said, you weren't much better when you were little. You were as round as a ball. If I hadn't fought with the villagers, they probably would have made fun of you behind your back. Oh, thank you. And Zhu thought about her childhood memories. And Feng often teased her, but when others called her dead fat girl and said she was fat and ugly, he would really fight back. Xiao Zhu used to be fat because she was poisoned. Lu Han suddenly spoke. While watching their children share funny stories, and Fuchuan and his wife paused in surprise and looked at Lu Han in disbelief. What do you mean poisoning? We don't know anything about that, they asked. Cough, and Zhu cleared his throat. Lu Han, tell us, and Fuchuan said sharply, glaring at her. What poison did Xiao Zhu get? How come he's gaining weight because of poison? It was diagnosed by Dr. Luo. He said Xiao Zhu was poisoned with a strange toxin, which caused him to gain weight. But luckily Xiao Zhu. Lu Han's words were cut off as Zhu interrupted. Enough. The poison I had has been cured by Grandpa Luo. See? I'm losing weight now. The past is the past. And Feng, you promised I could write my own name, so just cover all these tea leaves. And Zhu picked up a brush and quickly wrote her name. And Feng's eyes nearly popped out, and his mouth was wide enough to fit an egg. Impossible, he rubbed his eyes. Did I see it wrong? Wasn't Lu Han the one writing just now? No, Xiao Zhu was the one writing, Tianjin said from beside them. She glanced at the mountain of tea leaves and paper, worried she wouldn't sleep tonight. Lu Han, don't write anymore. And Feng quickly snatched the paper. Watching Lu Han write so fast, he was afraid he wouldn't sleep tonight if he kept going. TSK, 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 who just said that Lu Han writes as much as he wants, and Zhu teased. I did, and Feng said through clenched teeth, speeding up his work. The speed at which he wrapped the tea leaves was worlds apart from before, like night and day. He looked at Zhu's writing. Xiao Zhu, when did Lu Han teach you to write? Such beautiful handwriting couldn't have been learned in just a day or two. I've been learning for a long time, and Zhu said, watching his determined expression and trying not to laugh. Despite being unreliable most of the time, and Feng always kept his promises and never procrastinated. Forget it, forget it. I might just stay up all night, and Feng said through gritted teeth. Don't worry, I will finish wrapping everything. Keep it up, and Zhu praised him and started wrapping the tea leaves with paper. The loose tea leaves were quickly packed into paper, tied with a thin string. The paper-wrapped tea looked quite nice when held in hand. Lu Han's handwriting was beautiful, giving a sense of elegance and grandeur, which made the tea seem more high-end. That evening, Zhu and Lu Han stayed up until late, finally finishing wrapping all the tea paper. Zhu was extremely tired and went straight to bed. At dawn, she could barely open her eyes, but she heard Lu Han practicing in the yard. She rubbed her eyes and got up, seeing Lu Han practicing with silver needles. She immediately went over and said, teach me, use this, Lu Han said, taking a cloth bag from beside him. He opened it to reveal small throwing knives, each with a red tassel, looking very beautiful. What's this? Zhu looked at the throwing knives, unsure. Yours. Lu Han handed her a knife. You said you wanted to learn? If you don't want to learn. Zhu quickly clutched the knives to her chest, afraid Lu Han would take them away. She held the cloth bag with one hand and pulled out a knife with the other. The bag seemed custom-made for these small knives, which were about the size of her finger, but quite heavy. I'll try, Zhu said, turning sideways and squinting at the target Lu Han set up in the yard. She first tried to throw, but the knife missed the target completely, with the red tassel trailing behind. She awkwardly said, I didn't perform well just now. Taking a deep breath, she focused and aimed again, moving her wrist to throw the knife toward the target. With a determined look, she threw one knife after another. Out of 10, only one hit near the edge. The rest missed entirely. Maybe, perhaps, I just woke up and wasn't in good shape, Zhu explained, yawning. I stayed up late yesterday, so I probably wasn't feeling very energetic today. She picked up the knives and put them back into the cloth bag one by one. Her eyes shone with hope as she looked at Lu Han. Why don't you show me how it's done first? Lu Han looked at her, clearly understanding her intentions. He took a knife from her hand, casually threw it, and it landed right in the center of the target, with the red tassel fluttering in the wind. Wow, your luck is amazing, Zhu handed the darts to him on her own. Lu Han's movements looked casual. If she hadn't just tried it herself, she might have thought it was easy to hit the bullseye. Only 3 darts were left in his hand. He asked with a half-smile, my luck seems a little too good, don't you think? Zhu touched her nose and looked at the 7 darts already stuck in the bullseye. She said, that's not luck, that's skill. Lu Han stretched out his words and said, watch carefully. The 3 darts in his hand flew out together. Zhu saw them land side by side in the bullseye. Her mouth opened wide in surprise. This was amazing. Master, please take me as your student, Zhu said excitedly, picking up the darts and looking at him with admiration. Not only was he skilled, but even his dart-throwing technique made her look up to him.
Nå, Lu Han glenstått här.
I'm not your master. Zhu paused, then changed her words. Then, husband, teach me. Husband, it was just like a nickname from an online game, so she treated it as if they were playing. Her voice was clear and pleasant. The way she said those two words made his heart stir, though he kept a calm face. Inside, he was delighted. He said, "You're my wife. Of course I can teach you." Luhan placed the dart in her hand, then guided her hand from behind. Throwing darts is a lot like archery. Once you practice enough, the dart becomes like part of your hand. Wherever you want it to go, it will go. His voice sounded right by her ear. At first, Anju focused on learning, but the warmth of his breath and the closeness of his voice made her feel a little dizzy. When Lu Han spoke again, Anju stared blankly at the bullseye. "Did I hit that?" "Yes," Lu Han praised. "Remember this feeling." Holding her hand, he helped her throw dart after dart. Each one hit the target. Even if not every throw was dead center, none of them missed. Anju gradually became absorbed in it. She pulled her hand free and said, "I'll do it myself." She tried to remember the feeling he had taught her, and sure enough, she hit the target. She set a small goal for herself. First, to hit the target every time. Later, she would aim for the bullseye. With that thought, Anju grew more determined and kept improving. Luhan quietly bought some meat buns and came back. Seeing that she hit the target perfectly, he excitedly said, "Luhan, I did it." "I hit the bullseye." "Great," Luhan said, handing her a meat bun. "Here's a reward for you." Anju had been practicing all morning and was now hungry. She took big bites of the meat bun, which was filled generously. With each bite, she could taste the juice from the meat, and the flavor was wonderful. "Luhan, maybe you should make a target like this at home, so you can practice every day," Anju said while looking at the dart. "But these darts are not easy to carry around." She frowned slightly.
Luhan chuckled softly.
"When we get home, I'll ask my mother to make you a special belt. You can wear it around your waist or on your wrist. The darts are small, so they're easy to carry anywhere." Anju looked at the tiny darts, about the size of her finger. Tying them to her wrist or waist wouldn't attract much attention. After breakfast, Anju went to Yi Pin Siang tea house. The tea leaves she packed yesterday were neatly stacked in the cabinet, looking very elegant. "Dear villagers, today's tea is still free for everyone," Anju said as she brewed cups of tea for the customers. She also took out the newly packed tea leaves. "Today, I packed the tea in paper bags, 100 coins each." "That's too little." "Just 100 coins." Someone noticed the small tea bags on the shelf. They weren't even as big as a palm, yet they cost 100 coins. "That's too expensive." "Yeah. Previously, a jar of tea leaves cost 1 or 2 silver coins." People could see a beautiful, large jar. Although 1 or 2 silver coins was a bit expensive, it was still cheaper than real high-quality tea. Now, these small paper bags cost 100 coins each. The most obvious feeling everyone had was that it was too expensive. "Young sir, could you please open 10 of these tea bags and put the tea into a jar?" Anju called out to a handsome young man. "Everyone look. I sell 1 bag of tea for 100 coins. Isn't that too expensive?" She directly handed 10 tea bags to the young man and asked, "Would any gentleman like to help me count out 10 tea bags?" From counting the tea, to opening and packing it, even choosing the jar, all the steps were done casually by different people in front of everyone. They filled the jar with tea bags, and even after the jar was full, some tea bags remained. "I sell the tea in small packages because I know people drink tea often. The rainy season earlier this year made it hard to keep the tea fresh, and many people bought large jars, which they might not finish. So I decided to pack the tea into smaller bags. Running a business depends on honesty. If I split the tea into small packages and give less than what I should, my shop wouldn't last long. As long as the tea stays fresh, I'm not worried about the rainy weather. Also, few people buy large jars, but many are willing to spend 100 coins on a small bag of good tea. Just now, a few young gentlemen helped me prove that my tea bags are full and honest. To thank them, I gave each of them a bag of tea. If they like it, I hope they will tell others about my tea. I also gave a bag to everyone who helped me measure, pack, and carry the tea. Many people regret not buying more after seeing this. When I first asked for help, Only the first young man volunteered. The others offered on their own. "Thank you, shopkeeper," said the people who received the tea, happy to save 100 coins. One young man said, "Give me a bag of tea." "You already have one, and it will last a long time," I replied with a smile. His words made him more eager to buy. "I like tea, and since you're so generous, I want to buy another bag to enjoy." Other young men also decided to buy more after hearing him. Once the first few bought, more people followed, and the sales increased. 100 coins isn't much for tea lovers. Plus, the free tea I give out isn't wasted. Most people genuinely enjoy tasting the tea, not just drinking for free. The flavor of my tea has won everyone over. It's cheaper than famous teas but tastes just as good. Only a fool wouldn't buy it. By the end of the day, sales were better than yesterday. I packed hundreds of bags last night, and now only about 10 remain. I stretched lazily and saw Luhan come back. Curious, I asked, "Did you change your bandage?" "Yes, I did," he replied.
Luhan responded promptly.
Seeing that the sales from yesterday were almost finished, he went directly to the yard, picked up paper and a brush, and started writing. And Zhu, wrapping the finished calligraphy around the tea leaves, yawned and said, "Luhan, let's go home tomorrow. Mother and Xiao Xia must be worried." Luhan's injury had healed well after a few days of rest. "Okay," Luhan replied quickly, never stopping his brush. And Zhu asked, "Did Dr. Song say when you can start soaking in the medicinal bath?" Luhan paused his writing and said, "In 5 days." "All right," and Zhu responded. After dinner, the family began packing tea leaves again. And Feng said, "Xiao Zhu, you were really silly today. For packs of tea, for 100 coins, and you just gave them away. Business can't be like that," and Feng kept scolding. "Earning 400 coins a day isn't easy. If you just give away tea whenever you feel like it, it's not making money and you might even lose money. Look at your brother," and Feng patted his chest. "Every time I sell something, I try to get a little more profit. But you just give it away." "Giving away a few packs is about honesty and earning more in the long run," Luhan said to defend himself. And Feng looked at him and said, "Luhan, just keep defending. If we end up losing money, all your efforts will be for nothing. Losing money isn't a big deal," Luhan said casually. "As long as Anju is willing, I don't mind if we lose everything." And Feng looked at him as if he was seeing a fool. "And Feng, who says I will lose money?" And Zhu saw his expression and immediately knew what he was thinking. Was he just mocking Luhan for being silly? Giving away so many packs, how can that not be a loss? And Feng answered without thinking. He then asked, "Xiao Zhu, how much did you pay for the tea leaves?" Xiao Feng and Fuchuan interrupted. "Xiao Zhu has her reasons for selling tea leaves. Don't ask so many questions, I just want to ask." And Feng mumbled, "I've told Xiao Zhu the cost price of my shop's tea leaves." And Zhu smiled faintly, looking mysterious, and said, "I won't tell you." "Humph, if you won't say, then forget it," and Feng said with a flicker of mischief in his eyes. "Xiao Zhu, if we pack tea leaves for you every day, do we still have to pay?" As soon as he finished speaking, and Fuchuan slapped him hard. "Ouch," and Feng grimaced in pain and said, "Dad, I am your son. Why did you hit me so hard? Do you still want me to live? Serves you right for hurting." And Fuchuan said irritably, glaring at him. Lu Yu said, "Xiao Feng, if it weren't for Lu Han and Xiao Zhu's family, we wouldn't have this little grocery shop. Xiao Xia is still learning to make clothes from her mother-in-law. We can help Xiao Zhu pack tea leaves, but we shouldn't charge money for that. Mom and Dad are right. Xiao Zhu and her husband also help my parents. If it weren't for Xiao Zhu, my dad's leg would be useless now, and my mom wouldn't be able to sell marinated dishes." Tianjin added in agreement. And Feng pursed his lips. "I didn't say I wanted money. I just want to know if Xiao Zhu can cook." "Are you saying you don't like your mom's cooking?" Liu asked, frowning. And Feng immediately shook his head, smiling as he said, "Mom's cooking is good, but Xiao Zhu's fish is tastier. I haven't had it in a long time." "Because he helped pack tea leaves," she agreed easily. "No problem. I want to eat fish slices, the kind that's both sour and spicy," and Feng said quickly. He had been craving that kind of fish for a long time. "Without sour chili, I can't make it." Xiao Zhu refused immediately. Once the spicy peppers are ready this year, I'll soak some in vinegar and chili, then I can make it. And Feng looked disappointed. Xiao Zhu didn't pay him any mind and said, Mom and Dad, and Feng is right. It's not fair to make you do work for nothing. So, from now on, she was about to suggest how to settle the bill when Fuchuan cut her off. Xiao Zhu, if you really want to charge us, I don't think I can do this anymore. Exactly, Lu Yu agreed, glaring at Feng. Don't listen to Feng's nonsense. Charging for such small favors? Is this still a family? Xiao Zhu, if you start charging, I'll feel embarrassed to see you. Tianjin also thought so. She secretly pinched Feng's waist, making him grimace in pain. He looked at his wife, who seemed to be saying, if you don't speak up soon, I'll get angry. Xiao Zhu, don't charge us. We can't accept that. We have nothing to do tonight, so we're happy to help you with some chores, and Feng quietly observed his wife with a gentle smile. Seeing her happy, he continued, we're happy enough already. If you really want to take money, how can we still be like a family? And Zhu smiled and didn't dwell on this issue. As long as Feng was willing to work hard, she would help him more in the future. Business at the tea house was getting better and better. And Zhu was eager to hire someone, as she couldn't spend all her time selling tea every day. Since it was January, there was nothing urgent, but before Qingming Festival, it would be the tea-picking season.
She would need to focus on that.
Also, the taverns in the city should be opening by then. With all this in mind, she knew her time would be tight. But who could she ask to watch the shop? Thinking this, after finishing her work in the afternoon, Zhu went to the tavern. Only Zhou was busy in the kitchen. He was trying out some new dishes she had taught him. Qian Duo had gone to the city to prepare for opening a new shop. After walking around the tavern, Zhu headed to Yuchen Pavilion. Dr. Song, is Lu Han not at the clinic? Zhu looked around the clinic. Just after finishing a patient's treatment, Song Yu saw her. He paused for a moment and said, he might have gone out for something. Isn't he here all day? Zhu muttered. Song Yu shook his teacup, looking guilty. Recently, Lu Han hadn't been at the clinic all day. He was rarely seen during the day. If it weren't for changing his bandages, Zhu suspected Lu Han didn't even bother to come to the clinic. Miss, your tea is really good, Song Yu praised while sipping. Song Yu, help me change the bandage quickly. I need to go. To pick someone up. Lu Han's words were cut off as he saw Zhu sitting nearby, drinking tea. She looked him over, noticing his dusty appearance, and asked, where have you been? You still have injuries. I thought you were resting here properly. Why are you out again? She felt guilty and worried about his back injury. It was her fault he got hurt. My mistake, Lu Han admitted obediently. I was just tired of staying in the yard, so I went for a walk. Really? Zhu raised her tone, a bit skeptical, but Lu Han's sincere gaze made her believe him. She said, it's getting late. Let's go home. I bought some big bones. We can stew them when we get back. Brother-in-law, how about adding me too? When Song Yu heard there was big meat, she immediately became eager. Before they could answer, she took the initiative to say, I can help with the chores. Second brother's hand is injured and can't use much strength. Song Yu praised herself for her cleverness. For the sake of a good meal, she was willing to lose face. Zhu didn't refuse and said, that's perfect. There are many fish in the pond in the yard. We can make a fish dish tonight. These days busy with shop matters, Lu Yu was busy cooking. I have to say, Lu Yu's cooking, besides being fully cooked, didn't change much in taste. Song Yu's eyes lit up, and she immediately told the servant to close the door. Where will you sleep tonight? Lu Han asked. Song Yu wanted to say, with you, but seeing Zhu ahead, she hesitated and changed her answer. Uncle Gu has a bed at his house. I'll sleep there. By the way, how is your investigation going? Song Yu asked. What do you think? Lu Han responded with a question instead of an answer. TSK. It looks like the person surnamed Zhu will be caught in a few days, Song Yu thought. Since Lu Han cares so much about sister-in-law, he definitely won't let the person surnamed Zhu go. Lu Han smiled but didn't answer. Zhu Fuguang had already been arrested, and several legal cases involving him were pending. Even if Lu Han wanted to spend all his money to save him, it wouldn't help. Fearing that County Magistrate Du would protect Zhu Fuguang, Lu Han deliberately spent some money to stir up trouble among the common people, making the matter big. If Magistrate Du wanted to shield the person surnamed Zhu, he would have to consider the people's opinion. Otherwise, his official position might not be safe. In Dongxing Village, the Lu family, Mother Lu, Lady Wu, and Xia sat in the yard chatting. Xia held an embroidery frame, and the mountain tea flowers embroidered on the fabric looked especially beautiful. Mother Lu and Lady Wu chatted. I wonder when Honor and Xiaozhu will come back. If Lu Han hadn't sent someone to deliver the message, Mother Lu would be even more worried. Xiaozhu just opened a tea shop. The new store just started, so she must be busy, Lady Wu explained. Guilin, I really envy you. You have a daughter-in-law like Xiaozhu. And Xia eagerly listened, thinking her sister must be the best. Her sister now earns money by making tea, and she even opened her own shop. Her handwriting is getting better and better. Unlike her, who writes big, ugly characters. There is also the piano. Anxia has gotten used to listening to Anju play the piano every day. Recently, since Anju has not been home, Anxia feels very uncomfortable. Mother Lu happily said, in the past, I was biased. Now I think it's more important to look at a person's character. Having biases is not good. Xiaozhu has lost a lot of weight recently. I think she looks better and better, Wu said. Mother, Xiaoxia, I'm back. Anju jumped down from the carriage and ran into the house. The small yard made her feel very peaceful. Anxia put down her embroidery frame and rushed toward Anju, directly hugging her. Sister, be good. I brought you some candy. Anju took out some candy from her pocket. This is from Anfeng's shop. Do you like it? The colorful candies looked very pretty. Thank you, sister. Anxiao immediately peeled a piece of candy and put it in her mouth. The sweet taste instantly went down her throat, and her eyes squinted happily. Thanks, Anfeng. Anju took her hand and led her inside. The house was warm and cozy. You're back? Perfect. I just made bone soup today. I'll go cook some noodles. Mother Lu peeked out from the kitchen. Anju took the initiative to go into the kitchen and said, Mother, Dr. Song is also here. I bought some ribs. I'll make braised ribs and cook a fish. Seeing her son and daughter-in-law return, Mother Lu was very happy and immediately went to help. Mother, I'll go catch some fish. Anju went to the small pond in the backyard. The pond was tiny, and Lu Han had collected many beautiful stones at the bottom. Under the sunset glow, they shone with a lovely light. The fish in the pond happily wagged their tails. Suddenly, Anju's gaze fixed on a tiny fish in the corner. If she wasn't mistaken, that was a crayfish. She reached out to catch it, but unfortunately, it was swimming very fast. She wondered if, when she was releasing the fish, she accidentally brought out a small crayfish too. If there are crayfish here, then when summer begins, she could openly enjoy eating crayfish. Thinking of the small crayfish in the pond in the bamboo garden, spicy, 13 spice, garlic, or marinated, her saliva couldn't help but flow. Such delicious food in the world, if she couldn't eat it, would be such a pity. Without hesitation, Anju acted. She caught a fish and deliberately added some crayfish fry to the pond in the bamboo garden. Not only in her small pond, but also in her larger ponds, the river, and even along the Yanchuan River in the county, she released many crayfish. This way, no one would suspect her of the crayfish. Just wanted to catch a fish. Why are you so happy? Mother Lu was preparing vegetables in the kitchen. Because there were more people, she added an extra dish of cabbage and radish. Mom, the fish tastes so good, Anju said with a smile. After cooking, she went to the pond again. She released some crayfish into the pond and also went to the river. She gently dipped her hand into the water, releasing a large number of crayfish into the river. If someone found out later, she would be very happy. Thinking about her bright future, Anju felt very happy. Even the cold water in the river didn't seem so cold anymore. Crayfish, oh crayfish, you must multiply a lot. Then I will have endless crayfish to eat, she muttered to herself. Suddenly, she saw many figures across the river. She quietly hid, guessing that maybe there were visitors at this time. Anju was curious, but didn't think too much about it. Lying on her bed, She couldn't understand why this scene kept appearing in her mind. What's wrong? Did you encounter some trouble? Lu Han's voice sounded in the dark. Is the tea shop losing money? No. How could the tea shop lose money? Anju quickly denied. She thought, except for the high mountain tea that cost a little, the tea in the bamboo garden was endless and free to use. It was a business that made profit without any initial investment. Even if she sold a jar for a silver coin or just a penny, she would still make money. Turning to face Lu Han, Anju, used to seeing his outline in the moonlight, said, "Today, I want to check the fish in the pond and also took a walk along the river." "Why did you go to the river?" Lu Han's heart tightened. "The weather is cold today. Don't go to the river. Don't talk." "When I went to the river, I saw many people," Anju whispered. Right across the river, they were carrying packages. It looked like they were visiting relatives. But at night, why would they be visiting relatives? Moreover, they were in a hurry and it looked like. Anju uncertainly said, "It seems like they are fleeing." The moment she thought of this, Anju quickly sat up and asked, "Could it really be a fleeing situation?" "Don't panic." Lu Han also sat up to comfort her. "Our county is still quite safe. So, there really are people fleeing." Anju focused on this point. Lu Han paused for a moment and said, "To the west of Chongping Prefecture, near the border with Hanjiang Prefecture, there was a snow disaster. Many people haven't had a good year. Now it's spring. Everything is coming back to life. When it's time to plant crops, won't there be food?" Anju, living in peaceful times, found it hard to imagine scenes of fleeing. Some people probably heard the news and left their homes to join relatives. Lu Han comforted her. "Don't worry, our family is safe. Our wall is quite tall, but the village walls aren't very high." Anju murmured, then asked, "Lu Han, tell me, was the snow disaster really severe? Are people starving? If many refugees come here, could there be riots? A snow disaster causing famine could be deadly. For a simple meal, one should not underestimate human greed." In the darkness, Lu Han reached out and gently patted her hand. "Xiao Zhu, there was a snow disaster, but it wasn't that serious. Otherwise, you would see refugees everywhere in the county." His voice was soothing, almost magical, comforting her. She lay back down, flipping through her memories of the original owner. Although Chongping Prefecture sometimes had poor harvests and people struggled, even eating bark and grass roots, the following year was usually good weather, and there wasn't a famine as severe as this. Moreover, in the county town, everything looked prosperous. There were beggars, but refugees weren't seen everywhere. She gradually relaxed. "Even if there's a famine, our cellar has stored food." Lu Han intended to comfort her. Anju snorted and said, "During a famine, anyone who knows your family has food is a troublemaker. No. Relying on heaven for food isn't a long-term plan." Anju suddenly felt that her ideal rural life was a bit too perfect. This isn't the modern world, where stored grains last for years. Relying on good weather alone, if the seasons aren't favorable, life could become difficult. "We should buy land," Anju said. "Farmland is the foundation for farmers. We don't have much land, so buying more would be safer. Also, if everyone in our village unites, we can help each other if something happens." "Okay," Lu Han replied. "Starting tomorrow, I will gather all the young people in the village to teach them martial arts. If something really happens, we won't be completely helpless." Yes. Anju nodded quickly, very supportive of Lu Han's idea. The next morning, as Anju woke up to practice martial arts, he saw many young people already standing in the empty field outside the door. He quietly watched from behind the door as Lu Han led everyone in training. Some yawned and looked reluctant, but Lu Han said, "As long as you're willing to practice, I will pay you 1 coin a day." Everyone suddenly became happy and trained more enthusiastically. Village Chief Sun Dekai specifically approached Lu Han. "Lu Han, you don't need to pay them. These folks are ungrateful. If you're willing to teach, they should practice. If they don't, that's their loss. They will regret it later." "Uncle Sun, it's good for everyone to practice some skills," Lu Han said. He used to think that those who wanted to practice should, and those who didn't, shouldn't. But after seeing those few people yesterday, whether they are refugees or not, he knew everyone needed to be prepared. Lu Han didn't have to worry about the Lu family, but he also had times when he wasn't at home. He didn't want his mother and little Zhuer to be alone when something happened. He brought up the issues of snow disasters and refugees. Sun Dekai immediately asked, "Are there any updates? Is a famine coming?" Sun Dekai's face changed. Having experienced famine long ago, he knew how terrible it could be. Not yet, but if the snow keeps falling and spring arrives with shortages, it will be hard to endure, Lu Han said carefully. Lu Han, you don't need to spend money on this, Sun Dekai said, pursing his lips. It's not right to help everyone and still have to pay for it. Some people will be grateful for your help, but others might think you're showing off or take advantage of you. Sun Dekai, who had been village chief for many years, understood this well. Lu Han paused for a moment, then remembered that he was also in a hurry. He said, Uncle Sun has a point, but the words are already spoken. Once they're out, they are like spilled water. There's no taking them back. Maybe we can do this. Lu Han continued, practice for an hour every day and I will pay 1 coin. If everyone takes their training seriously, I am willing to pay this money. Lu Han thought that in a short time, teaching everyone martial arts was the best way to help. I thank you on behalf of the villagers, Sun Detsai said gratefully, looking at Lu Han. Deep down, he thought that if something really happened, learning these martial arts could save lives. Lu Han asked, Uncle Sun, do you know where there is land for sale? Lu Han's approach made him seem like a fool in the village. And Zhu also couldn't find the right person, so she brought Tianjun to sell tea instead. Tea sells well, 1 bag for 100 coins. There's no special method, and no need to bargain. And Zhu took the chance to release many fish and lobsters into the river, thinking these might help with the famine. 2 days later, Lu Han told Zhu that the people she saw at night weren't refugees, but relatives seeking help. Really not refugees, and Zhu looked at him, feeling that his words didn't seem entirely honest. Of course not, or else I could never fool you, Lu Han said without hesitation. Xiao Zhu, you don't need to worry about the tea shop for now. Just stay at home peacefully. Tomorrow I'm going to the county to buy land from the village chief. We need to transfer the land into our names, and Zhu said. Her plan to buy land was underway. She bought about 20 acres. I'll go with you, Lu Han offered. Before he finished speaking, and Zhu said, All right, aren't you going to change your medicine? And Zhu quietly added, I'm about to soak in the medicinal bath. Just take the medicine with you. I'm going out alone. What could possibly go wrong in broad daylight? After parting from Lu Han, she went to ask Feng about the situation. Is everything peaceful lately? Pretty good, and Feng said happily. Business has been increasing. Many people are coming to buy things. By the way, Brother Zhu told me that they can't get supplies anymore. Once they sell out what's in the shop, they'll have to take a break, and Feng sighed. The shop hadn't been open long, but they had already earned over 10 taels of silver. If they kept working hard, they could build a new house with blue bricks. Why can't we get the goods? When Zhu heard this, she immediately became nervous. And Feng frowned and said, It seems there are few goods. Brother Zhu and the others don't have time to come. Never mind, the shop stock is fine for a month or 2. There will be more goods eventually. And Zhu paused, then took a walk around the street. She usually didn't pay much attention, but this time she noticed there were quite a few more beggars than before. Little Zhu, Lu Han took the medicinal herbs needed for the bath. Seeing that Zhu was safe and sound, he relaxed and brought her home. Why did you buy so many things? And Zhu looked at the items in the cart, fabrics and food. There was quite a lot. Aren't you always fond of stockpiling things? Lu Han smiled at her. An incident they encountered on the way made both of them unable to smile. Along the way, they were ambushed by bandits. Lu Han, sensing danger, quickly abandoned the cart and ran away, carrying all the goods himself. He untied the horse's reins and took a small path back to the village. Little Zhu, quickly gather Aunt Wu and Uncle Gu at home. It's best to hide in the cellar. I will go inform Uncle Sun, Lu Han said, placing the items inside the house. He then hurried to Uncle Sun's house. Uncle Sun, the bandits might be coming into the village. What? Uncle Sun asked worriedly. What's going on? Where are the bandits from? It seems the refugees affected by the snowstorm have nothing to eat and have resorted to stealing, Lu Han explained. Forget why the bandits are here. We need the women, children, and elderly to hide, and the men to stay at the village entrance to defend. Otherwise, our village will be looted. Lu Han reminded him that there were about 50 people. Uncle Sun panicked and immediately went home to ring the bell. The bandits are about to enter the village. Everyone, grab your tools and gather at the village entrance, he shouted loudly. Zhu Cuixiang led the women, children, and elders to the Lu family. And Zhu was not idle either. After talking with her mother, she told them to hide their belongings in the cellar. Then she ran to call Aunt Wu and Uncle Gu to gather at her home. More people meant more strength. Let's run quickly. How can we fight the bandits? It's better to hide at home. Hearing about the bandits, many people were very scared and anxious. Some thought they should stay inside. Lu Han spoke coldly. You can hide at home, but facing dozens of enemies, do you think a few of you can fight them? Everyone, grab your tools and follow me. We will definitely defeat the bandits. Lu Han's cold and firm voice made everyone feel as if they had found their strongest support. Angie Grocery Store. It's still early. Why isn't it open yet? Tianjin saw and Foam closed the shop directly and start moving the items into the cellar. She was very curious. Hurry up and move the goods to hide, and Foam quickly carried the valuable items into the cellar. The innermost courtyard of the shop had a cellar, perfect for hiding things. He said, Lu Han said the snowstorm is severe and there might be bandits and refugees. We should hide our stuff first. If someone steals it, we'll be heartbroken. Mom, come help me move things. And Foam called loudly. Lu Yu heard about the possible bandits and refugees and felt very worried. She moved things while saying, Xiao Feng, your father. Knock, knock, knock. Xiao Feng, open the door. It's me, and Fuchuan knocked urgently, his voice anxious. Lu Yu quickly opened the door and saw he was safe. Her heart finally eased. The village is no longer safe. We should hide in the county first. Once everything is safe again, we can go out. And Fuchuan, carrying a bag of rice, knew Lu Han had told him to prepare early, so he relaxed. Mom, this world is so chaotic all of a sudden. And Zhu hid the items, but her worry and anxiety were obvious. It was truly life-threatening. Actually, there were signs long ago. Mother Lu took out all the arrows from the storage room. Lu Han liked making these. Gu Chunping often filled the house with firewood, and later, and Zhu learned to practice throwing darts, so she made many arrows. Now, they were very useful for self-defense. All the usable items were moved to the courtyard. During the Lantern Festival, you didn't know this, but I heard that several people from the neighboring village went missing, she said. Also, before the snowstorm, I saw everyone buying rice and grains, talking about the snow disaster. I didn't expect things to get so chaotic so quickly. Mother Lu, having experienced such situations, comforted them. Don't worry, Hana will protect us. Mom, if bandits come, will they kill us? Hurry and hide the things. Let's gather at the Lu family. Same conversation, heard in every household in the village. The fear and panic in everyone's eyes are hard to hide. Some hide things, others try to hide themselves, all in a rush and confusion. Bandits, they want to kill us. Grandma Zhu's daughter-in-law, Xiao Hong, hurriedly hides the remaining food in the house. She mutters and complains, Why did we go to Lu's house, husband? I don't know what kind of spell Lu's family cast on everyone. Everyone is hiding their things at Lu's, guarding their food for them. What about our own house and food? Xiao Hong looks at her house with worry. This house is our root. If it gets destroyed, what will we do? We'll be left with nothing. Well. Zhu Guangfa hesitates. The village chief said men should stay and guard the village. Women should go to Lu's. If the bandits come, I can't handle it. You better pack up quickly. Thinking of the bandits, Zhu Guangfa feels weak in the knees. It's safer to stay inside with many people around. After hiding everything, he asks, Where is Ah Sheng? He walks around the house but doesn't see him. Oh no, we just talked about bandits, and I told him to go back and pack his things. Isn't he in the house?
Xiaoong's festanpal.
She searches inside and outside, but can't find her son. She is very worried. Ah Sheng, where did you go? Xiao Hong calls loudly, but there's no answer. Seeing everyone panicking and rushing toward the village entrance, Zhu Guangfa grits his teeth and says, Stop shouting. Let's go to the village entrance and to lose. Maybe Ah Sheng has already arrived there. Yes, Xiao Hong immediately runs after Zhu Guangfa. Before leaving, she locks the door. What's the use of locking it? Zhu Guangfa looks at her with annoyance. Even now, she still thinks about locking the door. That lock is useless against bandits. It's just a waste of a lock. You don't understand. Xiao Hong usually talks to Zhu Guangfa bluntly, and she's not afraid now. How did I end up marrying such a useless man? When bandits come, you can't even protect us. You're really useless, Xiao Hong mutters as she walks toward the village entrance. Ah Sheng has a bad leg. You didn't see when he left. I wonder what kind of father you are. I will tell you, Zhu Guangfa, if Ah Sheng gets into any trouble, I will not forgive you. Ma Xiaohong said angrily, cursing all the way to the village entrance with Zhu Guangfa. Ah Sheng, where is my son Ah Sheng? Ma Xiaohong saw that all the men at the village entrance were holding tools, searching among the noisy crowd. She looked around but couldn't see her son, Zhu Sheng. She immediately became worried. Zhu Guangfa, you'd better go look for him. Maybe the bandits have taken him? Ma Xiaohong's words made everyone realize that Zhu Sheng was probably missing. While they searched, Sun Ditsai said, Sister Guangfa, you should go to the Lu family. Everyone's there. I won't go. I didn't see my son, so I'm not going anywhere, Ma Xiaohong shouted loudly, ignoring everything. Zhu family, stop shouting. Are you trying to bring the bandits here? Someone said. At first, they seemed indifferent, but now they looked annoyed and wanted Ma Xiaohong to be quiet. Zhu Guangfa quickly covered Ma Xiaohong's mouth with his hand. Shut up. You're trying to get us all killed, he said harshly. His face looked very fierce. He added, do you want to get us all killed? Ma Xiaohong struggled fiercely. Zhu Guangfa said, Village head, don't worry. I'll take her to the Lu family. Please help us look. If you see my son Ah Sheng, make sure he goes to the Lu family. Ah Sheng has weak legs and is different from us. Zhu Guangfa held Ma Xiaohong tightly, afraid she would cause trouble again and attract the bandits. Then everyone's lives could be in danger. Don't worry. If we see Zhu Sheng, we'll make sure he goes to the Lu family, Sun Ditsai said understandingly. Zhu Sheng is one of us. We must work together to drive the bandits away. Zhu Guangfa took Ma Xiaohong toward the Lu family. By now, many people from the Lu family had already gathered. Zhu Guangfa, are you crazy? Ma Xiaohong broke free from his hand and reached up to pinch his waist. I tell you, if anything happens to Ah Sheng, I won't forgive you.
He's my son too.
I'm worried about him. The bandits are almost here. If you keep shouting, you might attract them. No one will be safe. Zhu Guangfa, usually weak, couldn't help but reply. Go to the Lu family quickly. I'll go to the village entrance now. Zhu Guangfa spoke as he grabbed his weapon and headed to the village entrance. Only by driving away the bandits could everyone survive. Ma Xiaohong reluctantly went to the Lu family's house. Her sharp, triangular eyes darted around nervously. After making sure no bandits were in sight, she patted her chest in relief. Oh my, I'd better run quickly. If the bandits catch me, my life will be over. Seeing the tall walls of the Lu family's home, she quickened her steps and hurried inside. The Lu family's courtyard was quite large, but with so many villagers crowded in, it felt cramped. Children were crying, women were voicing their fears, and the noise of panic spread through the crowd. Everyone, please be quiet for a moment, and Zhu said loudly as she stood on a stool. If this fear kept spreading, the villagers might collapse before the bandits even arrived. All eyes turned to Zhu. Lu's mother and Zhu Cuixiang were busy comforting people, telling them not to worry since the men were guarding the village. But their words had little effect. The very mention of bandits filled everyone with dread. When Zhu suddenly stood tall on the stool, Lu's mother felt as if she no longer recognized her own daughter-in-law. Little Xia stood beside Zhu, her face pale, clutching the hem of Zhu's dress. Yet, being close to her gave the child some comfort. The men are guarding the village entrance for us. We women can't just sit back. You've all seen the bows and knives here. If the bandits dare to come, we'll fight back. One comes, we take down one. Two come, we take down two. And Zhu's bold words rang out, but instead of reassurance, a mocking laugh broke the air.
Masyaong znird.
Fat girl, you think you can take down a bandit just because of your size? Let's be honest, most of us would be too scared to even stand, let alone fight. Although Ma Xiaohong wasn't well liked in the village, her words struck a chord with many. For the sake of our husbands, for the sake of our families, and for our children, if you don't dare, I will. And Zhu declared. She pulled back her bow and released an arrow. With a sharp whoosh, it struck firmly into a wooden post. Everyone was stunned. They hadn't expected Zhu to know archery, let alone shoot so accurately. Bandits are just people too. They may look big and strong, but they don't have 3 legs or 6 arms. What's there to be so afraid of? And Zhu's voice gradually reached everyone's ears. They're just like us, with 2 eyes, 2 hands, a face a bit bigger than ours, taller than us, stronger than us, and legs thicker than ours. But we have more people. And Zhu's relaxed words made everyone laugh. In the yard, there was a large crowd, including children, elderly women, and many others. As long as everyone has the will, these arrows can become our weapons. If bandits come, we can poke them into a beehive. And Zhu's confident voice rang out in the yard. Xiao Xia looked up at her sister with admiration and said, "Poke them into a beehive, turn them into a sieve," and Xia said clearly. Zhu Xiang took the opportunity to speak. Little Zhu is right. We have so many people, not counting the older women. The young women can help out, and those who can't can take care of the elderly and children. 1 person, 1 arrow, and we can poke them into a beehive. Xia Xiaohong also agreed, picking up an arrow from nearby, looking alert. You all talk so bravely, but when bandits really come, you'll run faster than anyone, Ma Xiaohong said impatiently. Her gaze fell on He Pazi. He family sister-in-law, if bandits really come, do you dare to poke them with an arrow? He Pazi looked at the arrow, thinking of bandits, and her hands trembled. And you? Do you dare? Ma Xiaohong asked several people in a row, holding her arrow. Some looked away, some pretended not to hear, and some remained silent. The lively atmosphere that Zhu had just stirred up was suddenly broken. Ma Xiaohong turned to Zhu Xiang and said, Zhu Xiang, tell me, why are we all gathering at Lu's house instead of staying at our own homes? We have so many people helping Lu's family guard their home. If bandits take our things, I would feel sad, Ma Xiaohong said, pounding her chest and looking distressed. We've hidden some food at home, but there are still many things not hidden yet. The chickens and ducks at home can't be hidden. My chickens and ducks are still outside too. My family also has a house. If bandits ransack it, where will we live? No, we should go back home. Why stay at Lu's house? Ma Xiaohong looked proud, her chest puffed out, as if she was very capable. She looked at Zhu Xiang with a proud smile. Everyone, please don't cause trouble. My old man asked everyone to come here, so we can stay together and be safer. Zhu Xiang was in a hurry, and Sun Dicai just said something simple. Clap, clap. And Zhu clapped loudly, but her loud claps couldn't stop everyone's desire to protect their home. She quietly whispered something to Xia. Soon after, Xia brought a bowl, and Zhu smashed it against the wall. The loud noise made everyone fall silent instantly. Even the children were scared. Mrs. Zhu, let me explain why we are staying at the Lu family's place instead of going to Zhu's, son's, or your house. And Zhu raised her voice slightly. Does your house have a tall wall like the Lu family's? Or a big yard? Or maybe more archers? She looked directly at Ma Xiaohong and said, people in our village, if we don't gather together, when 1 or 2 old or weak folks are left behind, it's not just bandits we need to worry about. Even if just 1 bandit comes, can they handle it? But if everyone gathers at the Lu family's, we are stronger. If the house is destroyed or the chickens and ducks are lost, it's okay as long as people are safe. As long as the Green Mountains are still there, we can find firewood. Can you take your chickens and ducks with you when you die, or can you eat them after you die? And Zhu's words were simple and straightforward. She looked at the families who had been making noise about going home, and they all quieted down. She said, everyone move the stools to different directions around your homes and make ladders. If there's any movement, you can tell everyone immediately. Our family's main pillar is guarding at the village entrance. We can't let them down, and Zhu finished speaking and started moving stools. She also pulled Xie Xiuhong along to move a big table to block the door. The Liu family has a front yard and a backyard, with walls about waist high. Standing on a stool, you can easily see outside. Fat girl, I want to stay and guard. Li Lulu took an arrow and stood on a stool. She saw faintly the men hiding near the village entrance. She said, "My dad and brother are hiding outside. I don't want to be a burden." Li Lulu, you're great. And Zhu praised her, worried that everyone was afraid to die and wouldn't even dare to watch for danger, waiting for bandits to attack. I will stay here. As the wife of the village chief, Zhu Cuixiong did not back down at this time. She stood a little distance from Li Lulu, moved a stool, and climbed onto it. Outside, everything was as usual, which reassured Zhu Cuixiong a lot. She turned to the women in the yard and said, "There's no one here and no sign of anything unusual. Then I will stay here." Xie Xiuhong also found a spot, holding an arrow, looking alert and ready. Mother Lu followed suit, choosing her own place. Soon, many villagers moved their stools to stand nearby, guarding the front yard, backyard, and sides. If anything happened outside, they would know immediately. At first, everyone watched quietly. After a cup of tea, they started to murmur. Could the bandits really come? Who said the bandits would come? We've waited so long, but we haven't seen any sign of them. And if the bandits really come, wouldn't they just say hello to us first? Ma Xiaohong couldn't sit still. Her initial worry faded over time, replaced by impatience and doubt.
Exactly.
Zhu Cuixiong, where are the bandits? He Posey asked directly, looking at Zhu Cuixiong. Zhu Cuixiong looked at Zhu with difficulty. She didn't know where the bandits were either. I saw with Lu Han that the bandits robbed passers-by and headed toward our village. We took a shortcut back, and Zhu spoke up proactively, not wanting Zhu Cuixiong to be embarrassed. Oh, maybe the bandits went somewhere else. Hearing this, Ma Xiaohong immediately said, "Our time is precious. I still need to till the land. If we don't do it now, with all that snow from last winter, we won't be able to plant vegetables in spring. There'll be nothing to eat." Exactly. If the bandits don't come, aren't we just waiting here for nothing? He Posey said unhappily. Some others echoed her. Zhu Cuixiong scolded. What's so precious about time? If the bandits really come, you might lose your life. Why worry about a few acres of land? As the wife of the village chief, Zhu Cuixiong's stern tone made everyone afraid to speak. She found an excuse to go to the outhouse and called in Zhu to the backyard. Quietly, she asked, "Xiao Zhu, do you think the bandits will come?" "Definitely." And Zhu nodded confidently. That large group of people rushing past the passers-by's food was limited in number. They followed the road and saw the first village, which was Dongxing village. So, those bandits would definitely come to the village to steal things. That's good. Zhu Cuixiong sighed with relief. Then she quickly worried again and said, No. If the bandits really come, with us old and weak folks, even with bows and arrows, we wouldn't be able to fight them." Zhu Cuixiong was very worried. "Third aunt, you don't need to worry too much. The village chief and others are still guarding at the village entrance. Maybe the bandits won't come here," and Zhu comforted her. "Even if there are bandits, only a few people would come to us. With so many of us, we can definitely handle them." And Zhu's eyes shone with confidence, which made Zhu Cuixiong feel reassured. She said, "Xiao Zhu, you're right. With so many of us, we're not afraid of them. Hey, Xiao Zhu, it seems like there are more fish in your yard's pond," Zhu Cuixiong said, noticing the fish pond in the corner of the backyard. She often visited the Liu family and was quite familiar with their fish pond. "That's because I caught more fish in the river and put some into the pond," and Zhu thought for a moment and then took Zhu Cuixiong to the pond, asking, "Third aunt, look at these fish. They don't seem like fish. What are they?" And Zhu pointed at the small crayfish seedlings, about the size of a thumb, with many legs, tiny claws, and little feelers on their heads. "That." Zhu Cuixiong hesitated. "Could they be river shrimp? But they don't look quite right. Maybe they were caught in the river when we caught fish earlier. I don't know if they can be eaten when they grow up." and Zhu thought, planning to mention it first. Maybe when the crayfish grow bigger, someone might try them before she does. They're probably river prawns, Zhu Tsuexiang casually replied. At that moment, her mind was fully focused on the bandits, not on what was in the pond. Suddenly, someone called out, and in the next moment, they covered their mouth tightly and quietly whispered to Zhu Tsuexiang. Third sister-in-law, come quickly. Look far away. Are there people over there? Are they really coming? Zhu Tsuexiang carefully climbed onto the wall, trying not to reveal too much, afraid of being seen. Not far from the side of a Lu house, in the fields, there were indeed a few people sneaking around. This news caused Ma Xiaohong, who had been eager to go home earlier, to quickly hide back into the hall. She didn't even dare stand near the corner, afraid of being caught by the bandits. Ma Xiaohong looked at the people in the yard, thinking that the many women in front probably wouldn't notice her. Feeling unsafe inside the house, she quietly moved to hide in the corner. Annie, those people are definitely bandits. Li Lulu, standing in the right spot, just saw what looked like bandits. Although she was scared, she stayed steady. She squatted on a stool and said, "It looks like there are 3 of them." Li Lulu swallowed hard. After being mocked by Lu Miao Miao before, she didn't dare to go outside. Later, Dr. Luo cured her illness, and she gradually dared to leave the house. She had met Zhu a few times and admired her. Even though she was chubby, she wasn't afraid of what others said. 3 people are not a problem. I can shoot one with my arrow, and Zhu said confidently. I also learned some fighting skills from Lu Han. Who dares to come at me? I dare, Xie Xiuhong spoke up directly. Once timid, she now bravely stepped forward. Grandma Tian didn't hesitate to pour cold water on her. Xiuhong, you don't even dare to kill a chicken. How can you kill a person? Don't be fooled by those people. Grandma Tian's words trailed off, but her meaning was clear. Mother, Xiao Zhu dares to go alone. Why can't I? The other side is bandits. For the kids, I'm not afraid. Xie Xiuhong used to be very scared of Grandma Tian, afraid of her scolding and hitting her. She was used to it, thinking that after being beaten and scolded, it would be fine. But the truth was, she learned that tolerating things wouldn't make her life better. Standing up for herself would. After leaving the Tian family, their family of 4 was living peacefully. They saved all their earnings, planning to find a son-in-law to marry in the future. Me too, Li Lulu, admiring Zhu, gathered her courage to speak. Her mother also said, I can do it too. If I can't hold this thing steady, I can use a stick, is that okay? Li Mu, carrying a bundle of dry firewood, held it in her hand, looking quite serious. All right, then it's you guys, and Zhu agreed with them on how to fight, and then stepped onto a stool. Big sister, and Xia clung to Zhu's clothes, her black and white eyes full of worry and fear. Don't be afraid. And Zhu gently touched her face and smiled softly, saying, Go to Aunt Lu's place. Sister will chase away the bad people. Sister, you can do it, and Xia encouraged, carefully loosening her grip. Her eyes kept watching Zhu, without blinking. Mrs. Lu held Xia's hand and looked at Zhu with happiness. She thought her daughter-in-law wasn't so bad after all. At least she didn't cry easily when things went wrong. Zhu family sister-in-law, is that your clothes? Xie Xiuhong quietly peeked and asked when she saw the clothes on the man. One of the Zhu family's sisters-in-law quietly went over to look. Her eyes widened in surprise. This is my husband's clothes. She wasn't good at embroidery and wanted to learn how to make a beautiful flower, but ended up making something that looked strange. Her husband was not happy and said she couldn't even do simple sewing. Her husband's clothes were rarely worn. The family didn't have many clothes, so he just wore this one now and then. When the bandits came, she hid the food and supplies but forgot to take her clothes. These bandits are too cruel. Why do they have to steal clothes too? The Zhu sister-in-law looked at the clothes with wide eyes. They were made for her husband. Don't worry, sister-in-law Zhu. The bandits aren't after everything. They just came to steal. Xie Xiuhong quietly comforted her. Lu had been hiding behind the wall, covering herself with grass. Seeing the bandits getting closer, she signaled to Zhu and clenched her fists around her bamboo arrow. Xie Xiuhong held a kitchen knife. If those bandits dared to come closer, she would cut them. Big brother, this house looks grand. It seems new, so they probably have food, someone said. That house was turned inside out. They only found a few clothes. I don't know where the food went. Big brother, they probably don't know anything, right? We came quietly. Who wouldn't know? The men's voices and conversations made it clear to everyone. They really were bandits. The elderly and children huddled together, trembling with fear. The younger children and Zhu took out some snacks to comfort them. The older children only knew that bad people had come and looked scared, their faces pale. And Zhu quietly hid behind the wall, feeling grateful that there were trees and a bamboo grove in the yard. Otherwise, it would be hard to hide. She held her bow, ready with an arrow, waiting for the perfect moment. Big brother, if there are women, can I? The man's lewd voice sounded, and the women in the yard all stepped back. They understood what he meant, and Zhu's gaze turned cold. She shot an arrow directly at the man's chest. Why do I feel so cold? The man looked around, just moving slightly, and the arrow hit his chest. He cried out in pain, Big brother, someone shot an arrow. I'm going to die. It hurts so much, the man said, clutching his wound, suffering greatly. After firing the arrow, Anju didn't care where it hit. She immediately aimed at the big brother. Her speed was very fast. The arrow brushed his arm, which she found very frustrating. Woman, how dare you hit me? The big brother, holding his wound, ran straight toward the door with great strength. He forcefully bumped into it, causing the door to shake. Several women holding the door tried their best to hold it. Zhu Cuixiang clenched her teeth. If these bandits really broke in, could they all survive? And Zhu kept shooting arrows, but unfortunately, the other side was prepared, making it harder to hit. She didn't have time to think about it. She exchanged a glance with Xie Xiaohong and Zhu Cuixiang. Everyone moved the table aside, and the door was suddenly pushed open. The big brother, who had just been unable to open the door, suddenly pushed it open and fell into the house. And Zhu replaced her bamboo arrow with a dagger and without hesitation stabbed it fiercely into the man's back. Xie Xiaohong and Li Lulu both had weapons, one with a kitchen knife, the other with a bamboo arrow, and they fought back without holding back. Tie him up, and Zhu shouted. The ropes were already prepared. Zhu Cuixiang and others used the ropes to tie up the blood-covered big brother. And Zhu rushed out and kicked the man who was completely unharmed. Her fighting skills were good, trained by Lu Han. The man was no match for her. She grabbed his arm, threw him over her shoulder, and pinned him to the ground. Her dagger was pressed against his neck. Heroine, spare my life. The man was about to cry. They just wanted to secretly steal some food, but how did they end up encountering such a fierce woman? And Zhu's voice sounded as Zhu Cuixiang and others the older brother. They also came with ropes to tie the second person. As for the third man who was shot in the leg, seeing this, he no longer thought about stealing food or women. His only thought was to run. And Zhu saw this and quickly chased after him. She caught him and brought him back. The three bandits were like dumplings and thrown into the yard. Seeing everyone in the yard, the man nervously said, Big brother, are we being tricked? Are you blind? The oldest brother was the worst. Not only was he shot in the leg, but Li Lulu and Xie Xiaohong also cut him with knives, and he was hit by several arrows. He had many holes in his body. He wondered if he was bleeding too much. Now, he couldn't see so many women. Tell me, where are you from, and why did you come to our village? And Zhu asked directly. The man swallowed hard, looking at the blood-stained dagger in Zhu's hand. When he saw her about to attack, he nervously explained. They were from Xinjiang. There was a snow disaster there, and everything was frozen. There was no food, not even wild chickens or rabbits on the mountain. They decided to cross the big mountain, eating roots and bark, drinking snow water when thirsty. When they reached Yangchuan County, they saw that the people there had food and clothes. They started to feel jealous. They decided to steal some grain and find a place to settle down. And Zhu kicked him. If you have no food, you can work in a county. Why do you have to steal? We are refugees. We can't even get into the county. There's no food, the man cried. Why is this female demon so fierce? The girls in our village are gentle, speaking softly. Lu Han, along with Sun Detsai and others, quickly captured the bandits. When they caught the people, they found out that Zhu Sheng had been kidnapped by the bandits. They secretly went to the Lu family. Hearing this, everyone hurried to the Lu family because their wives, children, and mothers were there. When Sun Detsai arrived, he saw the 3 bandits in the yard. "Old man, you're just in time. Today, we owe it all to Xiaozhu. She shot the bandits with her arrow and caught them. If not, we might all be in trouble." Zhu Xiang vividly told the story of what had just happened. The villagers looked at Zhu with new respect. Previously, there were many bandits, but they relied on Lu Han's ambush strategies and Lu Han himself, who captured their leader. Without him, they wouldn't have stood a chance against the dozens of bandits. Unexpectedly, Zhu had also protected her own family at the Lu family home. "I did it for myself," Zhu said kindly. "These bandits didn't just hurt one of us, they hurt our whole village. Only by working together can we fight them." She spoke beautifully, saying, "Not just me, Aunt Sun, Aunt Tian, and Aunt Li all helped. Many other women kept watch for us." "That's right, and Li Lulu also helped. When the bandits came in, if she hadn't shot an arrow at them, it wouldn't have been so easy to catch them." And Zhu named the women who had helped and added, "If it weren't for the women taking care of the children, we wouldn't have been able to catch these 3 bandits. So, capturing them wasn't just my achievement, it was everyone's." Her words made everyone feel proud. They realized that catching the bandits was also thanks to their efforts. Everyone did well. "Since we caught all the bandits, we plan to send them to the county tonight. You can stay at the Lu family house for now, just in case something happens," Sun Detsai said. Then he looked at Zhu Xiang and said, "Xiang, go home and bring some food supplies. We'll be returning late, so you can eat at the Lu house. We can't burn their firewood or take their rice." "Don't worry, I won't do that. I brought some firewood already," Zhu Xiang replied quickly. The villagers, shaken by what just happened, were very scared. With their husbands, they hurried home to get rice and supplies, then rushed to the Lu family. "Wait, where's my son?" "Asham?" Ma Xiaohong looked around but couldn't find her son. Zhu Guangfa pulled her aside, grimacing as he said, "Forget about your son. If he hadn't been taken, we wouldn't have any injured people in the village, because Zhu Sheng was captured and the village was on alert. The bandits had become even stronger than before. If it weren't for Lu Han, the villagers probably wouldn't have been able to defend themselves." The injured people followed the bandits into town to seek medical help. After the recent events, the Lu family has become more united. Ma Xiaohong made a remark about Zhu Sheng, and someone immediately retorted strongly, especially Granny He. Although Granny He and Ma Xiaohong usually get along well, they often gossip about others. Granny He dislikes Ma Xiaohong because of her daughter, Xiaomian. After Xiaomian got married, Ma Xiaohong kept showing off her daughter's good marriage, while Granny He thought Xiaomian was not as good as her own daughter. Every time Granny He hears this, she feels upset. When Ma Xiaohong speaks, Granny He retorts, "If it weren't for Zhu Sheng, my eldest wouldn't have gotten hurt." This time, someone from the village was also injured, including Granny He's eldest son. "Exactly, my son also hurt his leg." Ma Xiaohong, how could your son betray the village? Fortunately, Lu Han was here to help everyone stay strong. Without him, the bandits wouldn't have been caught. Just now, Ma Xiaohong was hiding in a corner, only caring about herself and her grandson. Everyone was talking, but Ma Xiaohong didn't dare to reply. She could only hide in the corner and stay silent, no matter what they said. Normally, she would just leave if she felt uncomfortable. But now, with bandits possibly still outside, she was afraid to go out alone. She didn't want to be caught by the bandits, so she stayed put, even if it meant being overwhelmed by everyone's words. In the kitchen, everyone was busy cooking and washing vegetables. Most had brought enough rice and grains, along with some greens, radishes, and garlic from their homes. The dozens of fish raised in Zhu's backyard were put to good use. And Zhu's skill with a knife amazed everyone. "Xiao Zhu, your fish are so obedient in your hands. Lu Yolyo's mother, Lu Manhwa, watched without blinking, slicing the fish into pieces. Whether it tasted good or not, it looked very pleasing. They cooked a pot of fish head and tofu stew. The village had a tofu maker, so tofu was plentiful. All the fish was sliced into pieces. It was usually a complicated task, but once Anju did it, it seemed simple and easy. Aunt Lee, once you learn the method, it's actually quite easy. Anju was slicing fish and said, I learned how to do this from the chef at Sanpongzi restaurant. My father works there, and I was lucky to see how they slice fish and learn the method. First, put the knife at the tail of the fish, close to the backbone, and cut the fish meat away from the bones. Do this on both sides, Anju demonstrated, showing the others clearly. Slicing fish is even easier. Hold the knife at an angle, but don't cut the fish too thin, or it will fall apart when cooked, she said. She then took the sliced fish and said, just about this thick is good. In no time, Anju finished preparing the fish. A pot of fish head tofu soup, spicy fish slices, and Xie Xiaohong's marinated tofu strips were prepared to share. The marinated meat was bought together by everyone, so it couldn't be wasted. Each family brought some vegetables and radishes, placing 2 bowls of vegetables, evenly divided among everyone. 2 piles of firewood burned brightly in the yard, and charcoal burned inside the house. Gui Lan, today we'll use your family's charcoal. Tomorrow I'll bring some back, Zhu Cuixiang said, feeling a bit shy. She felt bad about taking from the Lu family, since they were hosting everyone. It's okay, Lu Mu replied casually. Since moving into this house, this was the first time things were so lively. Anju carried a basket of charcoal inside, and overheard this. She quickly added, Third aunt, my mother means that as long as everyone is safe and together, losing some charcoal isn't a big deal. We young ones can sit outside by the fire, but the elders and children can't stand the cold wind outside. Yes, that's what she means. Lu Mu understood Anju's words immediately. She smiled and said, as long as everyone is safe, some material things don't matter. That night, except for the elderly and children, no one dared to sleep. Even with men guarding the walls, many people sat around the bonfire. After what happened during the day, no one dared to sleep, and no one was so carefree as to doze off. Fortunately, Gu Chun usually kept the firewood stacked high, or else everyone would have no fire to cook with and might catch a cold. At dawn, Lu Han and his group returned. Sun Ditsai and the villagers told everyone about their trip to the county. On the way, they encountered several villages that had been robbed. The robbers not only stole food and clothes but also took women, with no sense of shame. If Lu Han hadn't been there, those bandits and refugees might have been too strong to send to the county office, let alone go back home. Everyone, don't worry. Go home peacefully today. From now on, people will guard around the village every day. Sun Ditsai gathered the young men from the village and arranged for them to take turns guarding day and night. Otherwise, staying all together at Lu's house wouldn't be safe either. After everyone left, Anju handed Lu Han a bowl of boiled egg noodles. Are you hungry? You and Uncle Gu each have a bowl. Just okay, Lu Han said, looking at the noodles sprinkled with green onions. They smelled very good. When he was marching and fighting, he often didn't eat for days, sometimes just gnawing on tree bark or eating wild vegetables. Lu Han finished the bowl quickly and said, Don't worry about my parents. They are safe in the county. The refugees there aren't as wild. But other villages have been hit hard. Thinking about the villagers who tried to escape, Lu Han knew the bandits had robbed the village completely, leaving very little behind. With our current strength, protecting the villagers is already good enough, and Zhu felt relieved knowing her parents were safe. As for the Qian family, she wasn't worried at all. They were wealthy and had probably hired guards to protect their home during this difficult time. By the way, where is Dr. Song? And Zhu asked again. That day, after Dr. Song returned home, something happened. No one knew how he was doing in the county. Yesterday, it was too dark, so I didn't have time to look for him, Lu Han replied. And Zhu felt a bit helpless and said, Isn't he your sworn brother? Aren't you worried about him? He's a doctor. Even if he ends up in a bandit hideout, he wouldn't die, Lu Han said confidently. And he's safe in the county. When Songyu arrived with food, meat, and medicine, he hadn't even entered the door yet when he heard Lu Han scolding. He rushed inside, sat next to him, saw the teapot, and started drinking directly. He panted heavily and said, "Lu Han, you're so unkind. I heard several villages had problems, so I bought a lot of food, medicine, and meat to bring here. The food is for you to eat, the medicine is your treasure, and the meat." Lu Han looked at him and bluntly exposed him. "Isn't it for you to eat? If I remember correctly, you can't eat without meat." Huh, and Ju spat out her tea suddenly, thinking of a phrase. "Come on, let's hurt each other. Sister-in-law, I just like to eat a bit more meat than others," Songyu said shyly. Lu Han poked him and said, "Add 9 more points." Songyu asked, "Lu Han, are you still my second brother?" "Sister-in-law, look, I specially bought half a pig. If I hadn't saved an old mother from a butcher's family before, we wouldn't have this pork now." Songyu was so angry, he didn't want to talk to Lu Han anymore. He changed the subject and looked at Anju as if taking credit, saying, "Sister-in-law, the world is chaotic now. It probably won't settle down soon. Since it's cold now, we can preserve this meat by salting it so we can eat it for a long time." Good. And Ju didn't refuse. Although there were many dishes in the bamboo garden, she couldn't bring them out. This half-pig could definitely last for the next 2 weeks, or even a month, ensuring they had meat to eat. And Ju carried the pig into the kitchen and started processing the meat. Songyu, who was about to help, said, "Second brother, sister-in-law is so strong. I can't even carry this pig." Lu Han, who hadn't helped, sighed. His wife was too strong-willed. Was he too useless? Big sister, and Xia ran into the kitchen. Seeing blood on Anju's leg, she exclaimed, "Sister, you're hurt." Lu Han quickly ran into the kitchen. Seeing the blood on her leg, he picked her up sideways and said, "Songyu, come and check on your sister-in-law." Songyu hurried to follow. "No, I just hurt my leg," Anju quickly said. "I bandaged it yesterday, it's fine." "Songyu, get some medicine." "I'll check the wound first," Lu Han said, placing her on the bed. "No, I want to sit on a stool." "I'm dirty," said Anju, who has a cleanliness obsession. She couldn't stand it and sat back on the bed after carrying the pork. Last night, she let the bed out for the children to sleep and only changed the sheets early this morning. Lu Han paused, placed her on the stool, rolled up her pant leg, and noticed a deep cut on her leg. "Why didn't you say you were hurt?" Lu Han's face was cold. He unwrapped the bandage on her foot and scolded her. "Did Xiao Xia not notice? You just pretend you're not hurt? You were just carrying pork. Do you think you're made of steel?" "Enough, enough," Anju quickly interrupted. "I just didn't notice, and that bandit cut me. It's not a big wound." "Not a big wound." Lu Han took a deep breath. Seeing her innocent look, he felt both angry and helpless. "Xiao Zhu, I am your husband, the man you will rely on for your whole life. When I couldn't walk, you took care of me. Now you're hurt, I will take care of you." Lu Han got up and opened the door. Songyu was coming with medicine. "Is my sister-in-law okay?" Songyu looked eager to help. Lu Han stood at the door, blocking him. He said firmly, "It's just a small injury. I'll bandage her. Go ask Uncle Gu if there's anything he can do." With a bang, Lu Han closed the door. Songyu touched his nose, which almost got hit, and muttered, "I'm a doctor. How serious is this injury? You won't even let me see it." Lu Han ignored him. He carefully cleaned Anju's wound with the medicine. His serious attitude made Anju feel a bit dazed. She thought, this is just a small injury, but being cared for feels pretty good, right? "Lu Han, actually, I could have done it myself," Anju said a little awkwardly. She looked the same, but she wasn't alone. She was afraid that because of her appearance, she might fall into the same trap again.